translating into English, becoming a prince through time travel. I felt no joy at all. Instead, I became increasingly erratic. It's all because my father, the emperor, is a domineering and arrogant ruler throughout the ages. He never tolerates opposition or doubt in any decision, and keeps a close watch on us princes in secret. To survive a bit longer, one can only indulge in extravagance, be ignorant, knock on widows' doors during the day, and dig up graves at night. Just as my act of pretending to be crazy and foolish was becoming more and more proficient, I suddenly learned that the emperor had passed away. However, it had only been 35 years since the first emperor ascended the throne. According to historical records, he still had 2 more years to live. Could it be that history had changed because of my time travel? Suddenly, a dreadful thought crossed my mind, so I hurriedly asked the eunuch Han Tan who came to report to me, "Where are Hu Hai and Zhao Gao now?" Han Tan was taken aback. They went with His Majesty to Yong City to pay respects to the ancestors. I was instantly shocked, realizing that my death was not far off. Zhao Gao would definitely alter the will, first killing Fu Su and then eliminating his brothers. Stepping forward, I grabbed Han Tan's shoulder, my expression grave. "Go to Yong City immediately. Discreetly find out if there have been any messengers sent to Shang County in the past few days. This matter concerns our lives. There is no room for error." Han Tan's face turned pale, hastily excusing himself and leaving in a hurry. "Guards!" I shouted loudly. "Quickly summon Zhang Han. Tell him it's urgent." At this moment, in the underground secret palace of the city of Yong, a man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the Guanzhong 8 Rivers map above his head, his expression profound. It is said that after Zhang Han received the news, he was filled with self-reproach, bitterly regretting how he had been bewitched in the past to betroth his own sister to this fourth young master. Clearly, he had suffered a serious illness 6 months ago, his mind somewhat muddled, thinking it would gradually improve, only to worsen into madness. Coming to summon him this time, he didn't know what trouble would arise, but since it was his brother-in-law, he had to go even if he held his nose. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Han strode into the study and bowed to me respectfully. Upon hearing the news of the emperor's passing from my lips, he was utterly shocked, thinking I had gone completely insane beyond cure. I helplessly shook my head slightly, clapped my hands, and summoned Lady Zhang Nan, his sister, out. "Brother, I know it's hard for you to believe at the moment, but I swear by our late mother, the young master has never been insane." Hearing his sister's words, Zhang Han was greatly surprised, and only then did he look at me again. "Zhang Han, I've been pretending to be crazy and foolish for today. Otherwise, why would the emperor father easily remove the spies I had in the palace? Do you understand now?" Zhang Han suddenly took in a sharp breath. After the first emperor unified the 6 states, he did not continue the feudal system. Therefore, to suppress the ambitions of his sons, spies were placed around each of them. However, only this 4th prince became mentally disabled after a serious illness, so the surveillance was relaxed. If what he said was true, then his concealment was deep, and his ambitions must be great. Contemplating this, Zhang Han felt extreme fear. He asked cautiously, "I wonder if your majesty left a decree?" "I called you here precisely for this matter, Zhang. The emperor's decree is to execute the crown prince Fusu and enthrone Hu Hai as the emperor. Do you believe it? How is that possible? Your majesty has always entrusted important tasks to the crown prince. Even without abdication, there would be no need for execution." I sighed and chuckled. I am also reluctant to believe it. But what if this decree was not the emperor's intention but a forgery by someone else? Upon hearing my words, Zhang Han turned pale with fright. "If that's the case, Zhang, it won't be long before all my siblings and I are likely to be exterminated." Zhang Han was overwhelmed by successive bad news, feeling as if a herd of camels were stampeding through his mind. According to the strict laws of Qin, if the 4th prince were executed, as a relative by marriage, his family would not escape punishment. If my suspicions are wrong, and my brother can safely return to ascend the throne, I will assist wholeheartedly to ensure peace and prosperity in Qin. But if someone intends to usurp the throne by falsifying the decree and killing my brother, they will not spare us. At that time, I will need your help. Zhang. The crucial point was finally raised. Zhang Han sighed heavily. "But, Prince, I have no soldiers or troops at my disposal. I fear I cannot assist you in the slightest. You may not have them now, but you can have them," I said slowly. Perplexed, Zhang Han asked, "What do you mean, Prince? You have 70,000 prisoners at your disposal. With a little manipulation, they can become a formidable army." Seeing Zhang Han hesitating, I walked over to Zhang Nan, took her hand, and said, "We are family. We rise and fall together." Zhang Nan tightly held my hand and looked at her brother. The prince is someone we can trust. In that case, may I ask if the prince has made up his mind and will not retreat? Never retreat. To advance is to live. To retreat is to die. If my brother returns safely, I will live as a wealthy prince. If my brother is murdered, I will personally avenge the villain who altered the decree. Good. Zheng Han gritted his teeth, his gaze firm. Then I will accompany you even at the cost of my life. I will go back and prepare now. Watching Zheng Han leave, I let out a long breath and immediately had someone bring me my jade pendant before rushing towards Luoyang in Sanchuan County. In the city of Yong at this moment, a conspiracy was unfolding in secret. Just as recorded in historical books, Zhao Gao successfully persuaded Emperor Huai and hurried to the residence of Prime Minister Li Si without delay. He placed 2 edicts in front of Li Si, bowing deeply and said, "The edicts are here now. The decision of who will be the new emperor of Great Qin in the future lies solely with you, Prime Minister Li." Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, Li Si was greatly shocked, his face filled with surprise. "Zhao Gao, how can you speak such rebellious words? We are all subjects of His Majesty. The succession should naturally follow His Majesty's arrangements, and it is not for us to meddle in. Do not be hasty, Li Xiang." Zhao Gao spoke calmly. "As everyone knows, you and the Crown Prince are at odds." He advocates for Confucianism, while you support legalism. However, Meng Tian and Meng Yi, the brothers, not only have a good relationship with the Crown Prince but also share the same political views. If the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, do you think it will be you or the Meng brothers who will be favored? You have worked hard to reach your current position of power and respect, but it could all be in vain then. Watching Li Si seemingly lost in thought, Zhao Gao squinted and continued persuading. "But if the new ruler is the Crown Prince Huai, who favors legalism, it will be a different story. He has always admired you, considering you like-minded. If you achieve another extraordinary feat in supporting him, your wealth and status will surely rise even higher." These are sincere words from the bottom of my heart. The heavens, the earth, you, and I all know it. I only hope that Li Xiang will consider this carefully. If you have made up your mind, you can send someone to find me. With that, Zhao Gao glanced at Li Si once more before turning and walking away. Phew, waiting for Zhao Gao to leave, Li Si then exhaled a long breath, full forehead, are already sweating heavily. This Zhao Gao, to be able to say something like this, really made him not expect it. And that statement of his, even to the point of making Liz feel very justified, because Qin Emperor Ing Zhang was a passionate lover of legalism, and Li Si also insisted on legalism and ruling the country. The two of them were like-minded, so Li Si's decisions could be adopted by Ing Zhang over and over again, and his status also rose up the ranks, all the way to become the prime minister. But, in order to defend Ing Zhang's political views, Li Si disliked Fu Su on behalf of Ing Zhang several times in the imperial court, and the two had countless quarrels over national policies. Now, although he was ordered to do so, if you wait until Fu Su succeeds to the throne, can you really be reused? Of course, while shocked, Reese was actually even more afraid, because he was now the only person in a court full of people, almost the only one who knew the inside story. His Majesty is still alive. His Majesty, under the underground palace of this Yong city. He, moreover, was able to easily control the movements of the entire world. If Li Si didn't know what was going on and listened to Zhao Gao's words in a confused manner, then his head, too, would have to move. At once, Li Si immediately picked up the edict left by Zhao Gao and opened it, only to find that it was not stamped with His Majesty's seal as it should have been. This Zhao Gao, he's really treacherous. Li Si couldn't help but frown. This edict doesn't have a seal on it, then it can't take effect. So now even if Li Si takes the edict to Fu Su, it may not have much effect. However, it's not up to Reese to make the decision. He immediately got up, turned around and went to the inner room, opened the secret passage through the stone door of the room, and rushed to report to Ing Zhang. "Your Majesty," that's what he said. Li Si leaned over, holding the posthumous edict in his hand, but he didn't dare to look up. Asshole! Hearing this news, Ing Zhang couldn't help but be furious. A personal eunuch of mine, how dare he say something like this? He deserves to die. Your Majesty, I'll go kill him now. Nei Shi Tang, the leader of the Black Dragon Guards on the side, clasped his fists and said, Chapter 005, Li Si, tampering with the posthumous edict? I'm willing to cooperate. Kill what? Ing Zhang suddenly said, after killing Zhao Gao. What about Hu He? This. Upon hearing Ing Zhang's words, Nei Shi Tang was startled and hurriedly bowed his head. It's easy to kill a Zhao Gao, but, to kill Hu Hai? That can't be said. After all, Hu Hai is the Duke, the son of Ing Zhang. Since I am pretending to die, I want to see how many petty people will pop up behind me. Ing Zhang drank, but in his heart, he kept thinking about the dream that he had had for I don't know how many times. In his dreams, his ancestors collectively manifested themselves and told him over and over again that after his death, the Great Qin would collapse because of the death of the first emperor, and then all kinds of demons and ghosts would emerge, and the foundations of several generations would be buried to the ground. Zhang is thinking that the death of Great Qin will not be a small matter, and then, the root of the trouble will be heavy, and he will have to see if Fu Su has the ability to support the world, and at the same time, he can't just show up and stop it himself as soon as there is the slightest stir of wind and grass. Otherwise, that which should have sprung up would have remained hidden as it was, and would not have been revealed until he had actually collapsed, becoming a great hurdle that Fuso could not possibly cross. Since they want to make a scene, let them make a scene first. Zhang narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, Li Si, just act according to the opportunity and pretend to agree, and see what they will do to Fu Su. And what will the whole court do? Your Majesty. When Li Si heard this, he said with a look of fear, I'm only afraid that Zhao Gao, the traitor, won't be able to resist his poisonous hand. At that time, what should I do? You just pretend to obey them. Zhang said in a cold voice, I will send someone to keep a watchful eye and protect Fu Su. As long as you can report the matter at the first time, I will pardon you no matter what. I just want to see, if I really die, this big Qin, in the end what will happen? What will they do? Especially Fu Su. He, sooner or later, will have to face all this. Sooner or later, he will have to branch up. That's right, fake your death, make it real. Cannot be a little bit of movement on the immediate personal appearance shot? After all, sooner or later he really will collapse. Is it then? Can still hope that they are resurrected, and then help Fu Su to solve the problem again and again? Nah. Hearing that Zhang had made such a decision, Li Si had no choice but to continue to obey. Zhao Gao, Hu Hai. After Li Si left, Zhang was in the underground palace. He couldn't help but frown with a gloomy face. I have never thought that the personal eunuchs, as well as my beloved son, would dare to be so mischievous as to plot against the dynasty and usurp the throne. Send someone to keep an eye on Reese. Zhang ordered again. If he dares to make any move, I won't be able to remember my old feelings anymore. Zhao Gao's words have hit the nail on the head. I'm not sure if Li Si will be moved without me. Nah. Nishikatan heard this and also led the order to leave. And Zhang sighed. Fu Su, you must toughen up. If such a small bump in the road can be hard for you, what should we do in the future? But you are so kind and generous. Even for a brother as crazy as Lao Si, you should continue to treat him well, right? Thinking of this, Zhang felt a pang of pity, because originally, Gao was also a very brainy person. Zhang was both sad and happy to have such a son, joyful that his own sons have the ability and heart to give him a good face, and sad that the more capable the other sons are, the more ambitious they may become. What if they are not convinced of Fuso at that time and try to fight for power by all means, and then let others take advantage of the situation? I didn't expect that Gao would get sick and go crazy. Lord Cho? Oops, Prime Minister Li? Zhao Gao also did not expect that Li Si had figured it out so quickly. It was so fast that it all made Zhao Gao feel very surprised. Minister Li, you came here too, Zhao Gao said and waved his hand, letting all the people around him, all of them, retire and retreat. Lord Zhao, just now, you made some golden words, and after thinking about it, Li Si thinks that it does make sense. Li Si took out the posthumous edict that was not stamped with a seal. I, Li Si, was rewarded by the late emperor, and only got what I have today, the late emperor's will. Is that Qin can follow his plan, and continue to implement the state policy of legalistic rule? Li Si, first of all, I must be loyal to your majesty, and the altars of the earth and grain, and then, only then, can I be loyal to the new emperor? Or else, 100 years from now, what kind of face will there be to go to see your majesty? Minister Li, you said it exactly. Zhao Gao heard, cannot help but ecstasy, said you. Li Si greed for wealth and riches will have to, but also a whole set of grandiose rhetoric out? Are you kidding me? However, no matter what excuse reason, as long as he is willing to stand on his side and Hui's side, Zhao Gao's hanging heart can be put down by a large margin. Next, as long as Fu Su died, Meng Tian and Meng Yi died, then only Zhao Gao could put down his whole hanging heart. The reason why Zhao Gao had to let Fu Su die was that he actually wanted Meng Tian and Meng Yi to die. The reason for this is that Zhao Gao had committed a crime before, and when Zhang was angry, he handed him over to Meng Yi, who was upright and sentenced Zhao Gao to death. And then Zhang was angry and pardoned Zhao Gao himself. Afterwards, although Zhao Gao recovered his life, he hated Meng Yi to the bone, thinking that in the future, when His Majesty was gone and Meng Yi gained power because of Fusu, would he make an example of Zhao Gao by taking his life to show his image of being upright and upright? When the time comes, people will be the chopping board for me, and my life will not be in Zhao Gao's hands. So, if Zhao Gao wants to live, Meng Yi must die. As long as Fusu is on the throne, Meng Yi is bound to gain power, and Zhao Gao, with his humble position, would not dare to take this risk. That's why he wanted to find a way to stop Fusu from ascending the throne and support Hu Hai, who had an extraordinary relationship with himself. Prime Minister Li, it's not too late now. We should make a decision early, Zhao Gao said. I'll quickly go and invite Lord Hu Hai, so that we can all deliberate together? Good, Li Si immediately said. Naturally, we have to listen to what Lord Hu Hai has to say. Minister Li, wait a moment. Someone, watch the wine. Zhao Gao went out and asked his beloved to bring Hu Hai. Hu Hai came and saw Li Si, and could not help but say excitedly, Prime Minister Li, are you going to help me ascend the throne? Hearing Hu Hai's words, Li Si said, you haven't even ascended to the throne yet, so what the hell are you saying about the word I? 18th Prince, there's still a need to be careful with what you say now, Zhao Gao hurriedly advised. You are not an emperor yet, you cannot call yourself me. Hey, what's the harm in that? When Hu Hai heard this, he was unimpressed and said, anyway, sooner or later, I'm going to be the emperor. Now father is dead. Avalanche, your highness, that's an avalanche. You can't say death. Zhao Gao heard this and hurriedly advised. Yes, it's not a crash, it's a death. No, it's a crash, not a death. Hearing this, Hu Hai also hurriedly changed his words. Chapter 006, Your Majesty, when will Zhao Gao be executed? Duke, Li Si was speechless as he listened, but still tried to ask. His Majesty's original posthumous edict was to let the Grand Duke Fusu ascend the throne, and now, he is not allowed to ascend the throne. Just, how should this new posthumous edict be written? On the Grand Duke's side, what should be done? Hearing Li Si's words, Hu Hai however looked towards Zhao Gao. Seeing this, Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes and said, it's not that we are ruthless, it's just that the Grand Prince Fusu has always been very influential. If he's not eliminated, as long as he lives for one day, anytime we want to set up Duke Hu Hai as the emperor, it's bound to become a big trouble in the heart. Sooner or later, the scourge of our lives. Yeah, Li Si heard, also cannot help but say, I also for this reason worry very and afraid. Alas, Minister Li, a man who accomplishes great things cannot be so forward-looking and fearful? Zhao Gao immediately said, to die one person is a mistake, but to let one person die for millions of people is a great achievement. For the sake of our own family, even if we let all the people in the world die, what's the harm? Otherwise, if he lives while we all suffer, could it be that Minister Li is going to watch his own people suffer? That's true, it's still Lord Zhao who thinks things through. Hearing this, Li Si immediately came back to his senses and agreed. This was your idea. Therefore, Fusu must be given death. In the name of the late emperor, he should count his disloyalty and unfiliality harshly, and send his inner circle to force him to kill himself. Zhao Gao gritted his teeth and said, the only way we can have peace of mind is if he dies. Aha! Hu Hai immediately nodded. Then let him die. After he dies, the posthumous edict will then be passed on to me. Then of course no one will object. Your Excellency, I'm only afraid you've forgotten about Meng Tian. Zhao Gao immediately reminded again. Monty? Yes, the brothers, Meng Tian Meng Yi, have traditionally had an extraordinary relationship with Fusu. Zhao Gao reminded. With the two of them, I'm only afraid that Fusu won't die easily, and even if Fusu dies, these two may not serve you yet. That's true, but these two are both prominent, and Meng Tian even has hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands, so what should we do? When Hu Hai heard this, he was immediately in a difficult situation. Prime Minister Li, what do you think? Zhao Gao immediately looked at Li Si, and Li Si saw the situation, did not want to say anything, but then thought, if they behave too strange, Zhao Gao these two, whether it will be suspicious, then bestow death on Meng Tian as well. Li Si said at once, send someone to take over his military power and give him death, once and for all. What Minister Li said is true, you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Zhao Gao couldn't help but be overjoyed. Naturally, he was very eager to get rid of Meng Tian, because Meng Yi's greatest dependence was his own great general Meng Tian, who had an extraordinary position and a heavy army in his hands. Once these two brothers were dead, he could rest on his own laurels. Yes, Hu Hai immediately said. Then kill him all as well. Get rid of whoever is a threat to us. What the gentleman said. Zhao Gao continued. In my opinion, let's stay in Yongqing for a few days, and immediately send a messenger to Shangxian County to kill Fu Su and Meng Tian in the name of His Majesty. Only when the messenger comes back to ensure that Fu Su is dead can we leave for Xianyang. In this way, we can be sure of everything. Aha! Listening to this, Li Si nodded. Lord Zhao's words make sense. Once Fu Su is dead, only then can we rest on our laurels. Since this is the case, we need to tightly control the news. Do not let the wind out. Just say that His Majesty is still in Yongqing to pay homage to his ancestors in these few days. Yes, the three of them agreed to negotiate things down. And turning back, Li Si hurriedly reported these conversations to Ying Zhang. Zhao Gao, is he really going to force Fu Su to die? Surprisingly, he's also going to kill Meng Tian? Hearing Li Si's report, Ying Zhang was even more chilled. Your Majesty, I wonder when we can execute Zhao Gao, Reese asked in request. Zhao Gao is so evil, so it's a good time to go and see how Fu Su can turn evil into good. When Ying Zhang heard this, he said with a grave and complicated expression, doesn't he, Zhao Gao, want to pass on the edict? Then let him go. This, let him go? Reese was shocked to hear it. Ying Zhang, with his hands folded, continued, do you think I will give Fu Su the death penalty? Buzz. When he heard Ying Zhang say this, Li Si was immediately startled and panicked, and hurriedly said, how could His Majesty give the Grand Duke death? After all, His Majesty has always had high hopes for the Grand Duke, and no one else can compare to him. He said to himself that this was a very straightforward giveaway, so how could he possibly say a word about it? You all know it's so how can Fu Su not know it? Ying Zhang said, I'll just see how he deals with such things. Saying that, Ying Zhang continued, if he is a person with a heart for the world, when faced with such a difficult problem, he will naturally find a way to resolve it, not to mention that he still has Meng Tian by his side. With regard to this question, Ying Zhang seemed to be very confident, because he was almost certain that Fu Su would never believe that he would be given death by his father, because, well, he simply wouldn't do it. Therefore, after Fu Su had received the edict, he would certainly think of pleading his case, and when that time came, he himself would then send someone to inform him of the truth, and he would of course be able to learn some lessons from it. Of course, Ying Zhang, the emperor, was excellent in many ways, but there was one place where excellence went too far, his self-confidence. He was too confident, even, one could say confident, a bit arrogant, arrogantly thinking that everything in this world would run actions according to his will, but not realizing that, at this point, he had indeed overestimated himself and ignored the reality. Also, send another person to secretly follow Zhao Gao and the people they sent. Ying Zhang said, let them observe secretly, and inform Fu Su's reaction truthfully. I want to see how Fu Su solved the crisis, and if there is any deficiency, I will personally correct him. None to the moment of emergency, absolutely cannot appear to help, even if it is out. At any time cannot expose their identity. Violators, raising the three tribes. If Fu Su and Meng Tian make a move that really should not be, control them immediately and bring them to Yongqing and hand them over to me. Nah. Hearing Ying Zhang's words, Li Si and Annie Aisher Tang hurriedly both nodded their heads and took orders. In the city of Yong, Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, with Li Si, drew up an edict, and sent their own close friend, their son-in-law Yan Lu, and one of Li Si's hand-picked young generals, Wang Li, the own grandson of Wang Jian, the Marquis of Wucheng, to read the edict in person. After that, a few people seemed to start dreaming beautifully, and in the upper county of Xibei, Fu Su and Meng Tian, for all of this, were unaware. With the arrival of this group of emissaries with the imperial decree of Ying Zhang, Shangxian County is about to be shaken to its core. His Majesty's edict has arrived. Please receive it. General Meng Tian. When Yan Lu arrived, he first summoned Meng Tian, and after showing Meng Tian the sealed credentials he had brought with him, Meng Tian was quickly convinced of the other party's identity. Of course, all of these things that are of course fidelity. After all, Zhao Gao is responsible for keeping these things. Will the messenger please read His Majesty's edict? His Majesty's edict asks General Meng Tian to quickly hand over the Tiger's Talisman military power, and place all Great Wall Guards, regardless of honor or rank, under the personal command of General Winley. His Majesty has another appointment for you. After Yan Lu finished, he took the edict to Meng Tian and said, what? Receiving the edict, Monty was surprised. Indeed, for a moment. Your Majesty, is it surprising that you're going to let me out of here? This. Meng Tian quickly took the edict and glanced at it, and it was indeed no different from the previous edict sent by Ying Zhang. Chapter 007 Fu Su, let me die? Then I'll die for you. Whether it was the writing style or the format, as well as the seal on that, it seemed impossible to fake. Of course, Zhao Gao wrote all the edicts for Ing Zhang, and now that Ing Zhang is gone, Zhao Gao is still here, so the edicts are no different from before. I accept the edict. After confirming this, Meng Tian did not forget to ask, I wonder if your envoy knows if His Majesty has an imperial edict to hand over to the Grand Duke. These, we would not dare to say. Looking at Meng Tian, Yan Lu said with a smile, His Majesty only said that the matter is urgent, and he is waiting for General to return to Xianyang City. Why don't you take General Wang Li to hand over the military power? After you've done so, you should hurry and report back to us, and we'll be on our way. We can't keep His Majesty waiting. Just as well. After all, this was an urgent order from Ing Zhang, and Meng Tan had no doubt about it, so he immediately took Wang Li to his vice-generals and generals, informing them of the appointment, and telling them to obediently follow Wang Li's instructions. After Meng Tan returned to the military camp again, Yan Lu immediately went forward, and Wang Li by Meng Tan's side had a slight eye contact, and Wang Li immediately returned a look that everything was in order. Men, take it down. Brush. Immediately, a group of guards stepped forward and pounced towards Meng Tian. What are you doing? Monty was shocked at the sight. I've come to resume my duties, said the man, flying and kicking a few people down. However, but cannot help the other side of the crowd, not to mention the close combat, although Meng Tian has the skills, but also suffer from the difficulty of having the time to have the opportunity to play out. Meng Tian, do you know your offense? Yan Li's face took on a sinister expression as he drank in a deep voice. Guilty? What am I guilty of? Monty heard this, and with a burst of struggle, tilted his head and asked, Your Majesty's edict. Only then did Yan Lu immediately take out the edict again and read it out. Your Majesty's edict. General Meng Tian, who has been blessed by heaven, does not want to serve his country, and he intends to conspire with his son Fusu to force the palace, which is an unpardonable offense. I order you to cut yourself. What? Hearing Yan Li's words, Meng Tian was shocked and furious. What are you talking about? I have been favored by the king for generations, and my ancestors helped Qin to destroy the Six Kingdoms, and I myself led the king's division to kill the Xiongnu for hundreds of miles. The Grand Duke was sent here by His Majesty to supervise the army, and the Grand Duke and I, both of us are open and honest, and would never denigrate His Majesty for a single word. How can we deceive His Majesty? What are you yelling about? When Yan Lu heard this, he was first startled, then he immediately said, This is His Majesty's edict. Do you dare to disobey? Even if it is His Majesty's edict, then I should be given the opportunity to appeal. Meng Tian drank in a deep voice. Either you kill me and take my head to return to the throne, or you can take me to Xianyang to see His Majesty. I want to ask you face to face, when and where did I, Meng Tian, ever think of plotting a rebellion? You, June wanted you dead and you didn't even die. What is this if not treason? Hearing this, Yan Lu instantly glared and bellowed. He was a bit surprised that at this point in time, Meng Tian still dared to say so? Because I know His Majesty better than you do. Meng Tian coldly shouted. Even if His Majesty didn't think clearly for a while, as long as he is allowed to think clearly, he will definitely not let me die. Meng Tian is not guilty. When has His Majesty ever killed a guilty subject? Even if there is a villain who wants to deceive His Majesty for a while, it is impossible to deceive His Majesty for the rest of his life. I, Meng Tian, either don't die, or I will die with understanding. You? When Yan Lu heard this, his face instantly sank and he pointed at Meng Tian and said to Wang Li, General Wang, are you still not going to do anything? Me? Wang Li was shocked at the sight and his hand drew his sword halfway out. Kid of the Wang family, you dare to kill me? Hearing this, Meng Tian turned his head and glared at Wang Li. If your grandfather was here, I would still yield to him, and if your father was here, he wouldn't have failed to help give me a chance to appeal. If your father was here, he wouldn't have failed to help give me a chance to appeal. If you kill me, if the hundreds of thousands of generals know about it, how will you rule the army in the future? Buzz. Hearing Meng Tian's words and being shocked by this aura of Meng Tian, Wang Li swallowed a few breaths and hurriedly said to Yan Lu, since His Majesty's edict is for him to cut himself, it doesn't say that I should kill him. Wang Li wasn't stupid, and Meng Tian's last sentence did scare him. If the hundreds of thousands of great wall guards underneath knew that he, Wang Li, had killed Meng Tian, then Wang Li would have been stabbed in the back and chopped into pieces. After all, this 300,000 strong Qin army was known as the Meng family army. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Gao's idea was for Yan Lu to first hand over Meng Tian's military power to Wang Li. However, it was so. It was very hard to dispose of Monty. After all, it might be easy to kill someone, but it wasn't easy to be completely unaffected by them afterward. You, Seeing that Wang Li refused to do so, Yan Lo was also annoyed. Then, immediately, another person was sent to call Fu Su. After all, Fu Su's side, there are also quite a few guards in, so instead of going to look for him, why don't you let him come over? After all, this place is now sort of run by Wang Li. Father has an edict for me? After getting this news, Fu Su's heart was filled with joy and a burst of anticipation, and then with some complicated feelings, he came to go to the imperial edict. Stop! His Majesty has ordered, by secret decree, that no one other than the Grand Duke may enter and listen to the training. Those guards of Fu Su wanted to follow them in, but when they heard the guards' words, they all looked at Fu Su. You guys just wait here, don't go in. Fu Su heard this and, without question, told his guards to wait outside while he walked in alone. After passing through 3 gates, Fu Su was brought before Yan Lo and Wang Li, and almost at the same time, a few figures, quietly approaching, and then taking out their warrants, walked straight in amidst the astonished eyes of the soldiers and guards. The rank of their warrants was far beyond that of these soldiers, or even the guards. Expensive. Upon seeing Meng Tian, who was being pressed on one side, Fu Su was suddenly startled and asked in alarm, General Meng, what's going on? Gongzi, don't listen to them. Meng Tian droned. The reason for this is unknown for now, but as long as we can report to His Majesty face to face, I'm sure His Majesty won't do anything to His Excellency. What? When Fu Su heard this, he was even more astonished. Yan Lu, on the other hand, glared viciously at Meng Tian, then said to Fu Su, Grand Duke Resuscitation, receive His Majesty's edict. My son Fu Su at your service. Fu Su immediately bowed and waited. Duke Fu Su, as my eldest son, should be obedient, loyal and filial, but several times disobeyed me, contradicted the father. He is really a miscreant. Now, he is even trying to conspire with Meng Tian, to rebel against the king. If you are so vicious and unforgivable, how can you be a son in vain? How can you covet the world and want your father's death so badly? I hate you so much that I don't want to hear about you in life and I don't want to see you in death. I am so disgusted with you that I don't want to hear about it in life or see it in death. Buzz. After hearing Yan Li's edict read out, Fu Su instantly had a burst of scalp numbness, lips trembling more than, as if a breath stuck in the throat. But how can not come up? Father? How dare father stab himself to death? Surprisingly, father, Grand Duke? Yan Li spoke evilly. His Majesty has always had high hopes for you, yet you keep contradicting His Majesty. Is this the way to behave as a son? His Majesty is already disappointed in you. Now, His Majesty is letting you cut yourself because he wants to save your last face. Otherwise, if the world knows that you even want to disobey to the end, that you are greedy for life and afraid of death, and that you have no eyes for the king and father, then won't you be laughed at by the people of the world? Confucianism is not also said, the king wants the subject to die, the subject had to die? What? Since Fu Su can't persuade his father and can't do anything for the world, it's better if he kills himself. Grand Duke. Seeing that Fu Su was about to kill himself, Meng Tian immediately roared in shock and anger. No! As his voice went down, Yan Lu only felt like his eardrums were going to be pierced. Man Qing? Seeing this, Fu Su was first startled, then sighed and lamented. General, don't try to persuade me. Things have come to this, what is there to say? Duke. Hearing this, Meng Tian continued. Now that the matter is not yet clear, how can we talk about death? If His Majesty is only deceived for a moment, and eventually comes to his senses, then His Majesty will be sad and remorseful, while Your Excellency will be unable to regret. What? Hearing Meng Tian's words, Fu Su's face changed. Yan Lu, on the other hand, was flustered and immediately drank. The king wants the minister to die and the minister has to die. The king wants me to die and I have to die. Do you still have a bit of His Majesty in your hearts? Why don't you die quickly? It is precisely because we all have His Majesty in our hearts that we cannot die in a hurry today. Hearing this, Meng Tian droned. If His Majesty truly suspected me, how could he have allowed me to lead a 300,000 strong army for so many years? If I wanted to rebel, would I have waited until now? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing this, Yan Lu immediately drank. You dare question His Majesty? It's simply treasonous. I did not question Your Majesty. Meng Tian droned. I just want to give a clear explanation to His Majesty in person. According to the laws of Qin, as a general, how can I not have a chance to plead my case? This is true for me, and even more so for the Grand Duke. Even more so. A defense? Plead your case? My ass. Yan Li heard this and said, His Majesty is gone. Who are you going to find to plead your case? How can I let you leave here alive and go to Xianyang? My father-in-law will eat me alive. Grand Duke. Are you also so disrespectful to His Majesty? Seeing that it was not possible to talk about Meng Tian, Yan Lu again instantly shouted at Fusu, "You have already been unfaithful and unfilial, and His Majesty is already very disappointed in you. Do you want the world to hear that you still have a reputation for disobeying orders and disobeying your father?" Buzz. Hearing Yan Li's words, Fusu, for a moment, couldn't help but be extremely sad and angry, and immediately drank. How can Fusu be a person who is greedy and disregards the greater good? Since father let me die, I'll just die. The Grand Duke must not. Meng Tian droned. It may not be His Majesty's intention to let you die. How can you not find out? Meng Qing, don't try to persuade me anymore. Fusu sadly said, even if His Majesty does not allow me to die, it is still true that he dislikes me so much, as the son of a human being, since I cannot advise my father, nor can I benefit the people. Why should I wait to die on a more unpleasant charge? I'll just go and cut my own throat. What's the point of disobeying orders? We will die sooner or later. I'll go ahead and wait for you. With that, Fusu lifted his sword and headed inside. Chapter 008 Zhang Han, it's Li Si? Collaborative passing of the throne? Grand Duke. The Grand Duke must not do this. Must not do this. Seeing this, Meng Tian shouted several times. Yet Fusu simply stopped listening to him. Meng Tian was also furious for a moment and struggled, but there were too many people close to him, holding him in a deadly embrace, and he couldn't break free. Humph. Yan Lo looked at Meng Tian with a cold smile. Meng Tian, the Grand Duke doesn't even dare to disobey his orders, but you want to disobey and live with it? Are you worthy of your ancestors? Are you worthy of His Majesty? Monty does things without shame. Without shame. Meng Tian listened and drank. No matter what, if your Majesty really wants to kill me, I will kill myself to thank you. But before that, I need to see His Majesty. Unless, your Majesty issues another edict. You're a stone in a puddle. Hearing Meng Tian's words, Yan Lu was even more annoyed, saying that if this was not in Shangxian County, in your camp, I would have to kill you right away. Rubbing, and just then, several figures, suddenly rushed in. Who let you in? When Yan Lu saw this, he was violently startled, and when Wang Li saw this, he couldn't help but bellow. What kind of person, without orders, enter the camp without authorization? General Wang, didn't you give the order to have people stop outside? Yan Lu asked drily. I did. Naturally, Wang Li was also alarmed. After all, they took Meng Tian's rights first and then took him down. In that case, it was impossible for the people outside to know about it. Rubbing, these mysterious people came straight. Wang Li was just about to go forward, only to see the other party flashed a waist plate, and then whispered beside my Wang Li's ear. Wang Li instantly changed his face, hurriedly pressed his sword back, and then panicked to give way to 2 steps. Seeing this, Yan Lu, who was on the side, was startled and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Wang Li's reaction. It's not right. Take that. These mysterious people came forward, and the leader directly grabbed Yan Lu, who struggled for a while and shouted in panic. What are you doing? I'm here to pass on the edict. You are rebelling. Are you rebelling? Meng Ten, how dare your soldiers disobey His Majesty's edict? My soldiers? Monty was amazed at the sight. Granted, he loved his soldiers, but these faces were obviously raw. These were strangers, so they were certainly not general officers in their own place. So, where's the power and deterrence? So, these people are not from their own place? And they are? And just as Meng Tian was equally astonished, the other party bypassed him and walked straight to the inner hall. In the inner hall, Fusu was just about to draw his sword and prepare to kill himself, but suddenly someone broke in, stepped forward, and hastily kicked away the blade of the sword in Fusu's hand. You guys? Fusu was also startled at the sight. What are you going to do? Phew, I will follow my own orders just. Grand Duke, today's matter is not up to you. The mysterious man at the head of the group said, there are some things that we are not at liberty to tell, but the Grand Duke just needs to stay alive first. Please follow us back to Guangzhou, and when we arrive at Yongchang, everything will naturally become clear. What? Back to Guangzhou? To Yongchang? Fuso was stunned to hear it. A moment of disbelief. Is this what father wants? Or is it? All the Grand Duke needs to know is that His Majesty will not let you kill yourself. The visitor had to say, if the Grand Duke kills himself now, that would be disobedience. What? Fuso heard even more shocked. Does it mean that? The edict just now, is it a fake? Who dares to be so bold as to fake the posthumous edict? And these men immediately went outside, and after looking at Meng Tian, they said to Wang Li, now that General Meng Tian is no longer fit to remain in office, General Wang has been ordered to lead the army for the time being. and to wait quietly for orders. Nah, Wang Li listened and nodded obediently, and after seeing this, both Yen Lo and Meng Tian, however, were each startled. What's going on? Wang Li is so obedient? These people, who the hell are they? It's Reese? Yen Lo saw the situation, suddenly seemed to understand. At this time, can still change the situation. Who else? It must be Prime Minister Li Si, right? Yen Lo roared. Li Si, you treacherous beast, since you promised my father-in-law to support who? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked hard in the stomach directly by one of the mysterious men, and as soon as he screamed, a sword hilt was thrust into his mouth, bleeding his throat before he could say anything else, and those who were brought by Yen Lo were all arrested, tortured for a while, and otherwise accounted for. And after arranging all this, these mysterious people, with Fusu and Meng Tian in tow, left the barracks straight away. Grand Duke, do you know the identity of these people? On the way, Meng Tian did not forget to ask Fusu, and Fusu, in a state of shock, could only shake his head. I've never seen it. I don't know. Could they really be Reese's men? Shouldn't they be? Inside Monty's mind, a pang of astonishment was very much in the air. Duke, in Xianyang City, in the Shangming Palace, the eunuch Han Tan hurriedly returned to the palace to find Ing Gao. How? Seeing Han Tan returning, Ing Gao immediately took a few steps forward and asked, did you wait for a few days before sending them out? Were they sent by the eunuch Xiao Gao's men? Duke, hearing this, Han Tan couldn't help but be amazed. You really are as good as God at anticipating things. Indeed, as you have said. My slave made a great deal of effort to find out that the messenger sent to Shangxian County left only 3 days after His Majesty's death, and the one who went was Yen Lu, Zhao Gao's son-in-law. Oh, and young General Wang Li, grandson of Marquis Wuching Wangjian. What? Is that really the case? And Wang Li? When Ing Gao heard this, he instantly frowned, and in his heart, there was even a flurry of emotions. It seems that, although the time is somewhat out of line with the original history, the reaction of these people is exactly the same as the reaction in history. Ha, Zhao Gao and Hu He, indeed, acted. They're going to tamper with the posthumous edict and force Fusu's death so that Hu Hai can succeed the throne, and Rize, too, is involved. Otherwise, Wang Li could not have been mobilized so easily, and Zhao Gao would not have trusted Wang Li so much. Go quickly and have someone find Zheng Han. Ing Gao immediately said, tell him to come see me as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Nah, soon. Han Tan invited Zheng Han into the Shangming Palace. Greetings, Your Excellency. Zheng Han came to Ing Gao and bowed. These days, he had been busy searching for some strong and sturdy elites from within some of the torturers that could be used as a force to be reckoned with. Han Tan just returned from Yongcheng and told me 2 things. Ing Gao sat down and looked at Zheng Han. The posthumous edict was sent from Yongcheng to Shangxian County only 3 days after father's death, and the people who went to read out the edict were Yen Lo and Wang Li. What? Hearing Ing Gao's words, Zheng Han was stunned. His Majesty the First Emperor died 3 days before the posthumous edict was issued? That's not right, is it? Why is the posthumous edict so hesitant? Moreover, the sentence after the dukes, and the people who read the edict are Yen Lo and Wang Li? Wang Li is the grandson of Marquis Wuching Wangjian, his identity, but there is not much problem. But, Yen Lu is the son-in-law of Zhao Gao, the order of the Central Caravan? Zheng Han asked in surprise. Exactly. Ing Gao looked at Zheng Han, and the two of them locked eyes. At this moment, Zheng Han realized what Ing Gao really meant. The posthumous edict was sent out at the wrong time, and that posthumous edict, too, is likely to be faulty. And the man who went to read the posthumous edict was one of Zhao Gao's men. Zhao Gao, who was also the order of the Central Caravan, was himself in charge of seal writing for seals and edicts. So says, Zhao Gao must have been involved in the forging of the posthumous edict? That, Zhao Gao, seems to be on good terms with the 18th prince. Ha! Zheng Han lowered his eyebrows, half-pressed his face, and carefully looked at Ing Gao, asking tentatively, more than good, Huey, who serves as a teacher and does what he says. Ing Gao grinned. It seems that Zheng Han also understood? Is it so? It is so. Zheng Han burst out, not knowing whether he was talking to himself or responding to Ing Gao. Available. Zheng Han heart, there is still some hesitation. Then, he also put his last doubts. Off the mouth. A center car order. The edict can be out, but the ministers and the Grand Duke how will? Then who do you think, beside His Majesty, can instigate Wang Li? Does Zhao Gao have the ability? Ing Gao looked at Zheng Han and knew his concern. Wang Li is the grandson of Marquis Wucheng, and it is still very prestigious for him to step in and take over the military affairs. As for the imperial edicts, usually in addition to His Majesty's seal, if you want to send them down to the localities, you still need the cooperation of a pivotal minister. So what do you say, Buzz? Hearing Inggao's words, Zhang Han was once again shocked, and then, his own last doubt, that was also solved. Left Prime Minister Li Si? Zhang Han was stunned. Chapter 009, Inggao, if we want to make things happen, there is someone who can help us. That's right, it's none other than Reese. Inggao said, if not for Li Si, even if Zhao Gao could tamper with the posthumous edict, would the old Qin dignitaries, not to mention His Majesty's accompanying ministers, be so easily convinced by a simple posthumous edict? What's more, they haven't even seen the last of their father. How can they be convinced? That's true. Hearing Inggao's words, Zhang Han naturally agreed with them for a while. But, it's a problem that seems to have become more difficult all of a sudden. Because, if it was just one Zhao Gao, then the problem could still be controlled and solved. But, if it was Prime Minister Li Si who had all joined Zhao Gao, then the difficulty of challenging them had directly doubled several times. Although Prime Minister Li Si is not a native of the old Qin, but relying on His Majesty's favor, he is also a very important person, and his men have a group of new nobles in the court who are also quite prominent. Moreover, Li Si always followed Shi Huangdi and participated in the deliberation of both big and small matters. If Li Si then bites the bullet, dead sure that His Majesty's posthumous edict is to grant death to Fu Su, so that Hu Hai to succeed the throne, then its influence, I am afraid that huge. My lord, Zhao Gao may be good to deal with. Prime Minister Li Si, what are you going to do? After thinking about it, Zhang Han still looked at Inggao and asked, Minister Li has great prestige inside the court, plus they have the posthumous edict in hand. I'm just afraid that when the time comes, other people will think that we're the ones who are the rebels and traitors. Well, what you say, makes sense. Inggao nodded his head slowly. What about in your opinion? Submissive? Zhang Han heard this and hesitated for a moment before saying, in my humble opinion, if you want to fight against it, at least, you have to get the support of other people, such as another prime minister? Or, the General Meng Ten. You mean Feng Digai Feng Xiang? Inggao asked. Yes also, exactly. Zhang Han hastily nodded. Feng Prime Minister is in the position of the right Prime Minister. His position according to court etiquette, not the lowly Prime Minister. If we can obtain his support, it can't be obtained. And, moreover, it's difficult to obtain his support. Inggao heard this and shook his head directly. What? Can't get his support? That, in turn, is true. After all, Inggao was in the capacity of an ordinary prince, not Fu Su, and in his hands, not to mention the posthumous edict. This wants to obtain the support of Feng Zhaiji in their support. The difficulty, only afraid of a great. Besides, why would he take such a risk? He was already the prime minister, and the powerful group behind him was not something that Li Si could replace at will. Even if it was the new emperor, that would have to be taken very seriously. According to common sense, such a group, even if the new emperor wanted to target and weaken a part of it, it would have to be digested for decades. So how could it be possible to come up against such a group as an enemy? But coincidentally, there is a Qin Ershi who he, not a few years on the throne, the old Qin group to a wave of cleaning, all offended. So lead to the follow-up of the great Qin face around the time of the anti-king, the middle and upper layers of no generals available. Lu Bang Xiang Yu into the customs, but also almost not met with much resistance, but only Zhang Han resisted so a wave. If you're doing this to us, then who's going to work for you willingly? So, Qin died, that's fast. One of the big reasons for this is because one of their own is no longer willing to contribute. On the contrary, because of Xiang Yu burning Guanzhong, they are all desperate to help Lu Bang to deal with Xiang Yu, that are not willing to restore the old Qin. The reason is in the Qin Ershi Hu Hai do sins on it. As for Monty, it is also difficult to help us now. Use him, not so good, Inggao said with a frown. This is true, because what Inggao is waiting for now is the death of Fu Su. Only when Fu Su died, his seizure of the throne would be more legitimate. Otherwise, it is even possible to do others a favor. As long as Fu Su was around, Meng Tian would definitely want to help Fu Su, not Inggao. And while Meng Tian was only available after Fu Su's death, he couldn't quite be trusted to use him directly. One has to wait until one's new king is on the throne to use Meng Tian. Not now. Therefore, Meng Tian could not help Inggao, who wanted to seize the throne. My lord, what you say naturally makes sense. When Zhang Han heard this, he then looked puzzled. But if these two parties can't support and back us up, then how can we fight against Zhao Gao and Li Xiang? even if we can form an army of torturers. However, His Majesty's personal escort army is not that easy to deal with. What Zhang Han said was also what he was most worried about. That is, his criminal army can be formed and will be of some size. But, compared to His Majesty the First Emperor's elite escort army, the combat power was naturally inferior. Those, however, are the most elite and sharp soldiers of Great Qin. These sharpshooters will definitely follow Zhao Gao's and Li Si's assignments. Zhang Han is now, against them, not completely sure of winning. What's more, right now, in name only, it's not in name only. They have a posthumous edict and a regular army, so once other people know about it, they will definitely treat Ying Gao and Zhang Han as rebels, not Zhao Gao and Li Si. In the original history, Feng Zhaixi, when they were confronted with Zhao Gao and Li Si's secretive mourning until after Xianyang when they suddenly announced Hui's succession, they could only accept it in the end, but also based on the fact that on this issue of the throne, Zhao Gao and Li Si, as well as the posthumous imperial edicts in their hands, were too authoritative. What's more, Zhao Gao and Li Si, before returning to Xianyang, had already given Fusu the first death, and there was no very strong challenge or threat to Hu Hai's legal legitimacy. Therefore, the pressure and difficulties faced by Ying Gao and Zhang Han were evident. Well, however, you're overlooking someone. Ying Gao smiled and said meaningfully, with this person's help, not only will we be able to honor our name, but we will also be able to resolve great resistance. What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Zhang Han was confused. As he thought about it, he wasn't sure who it was that Ying Gao was talking about. Finally, Zhang Han could not help but ask, Your Excellency, please forgive my ignorance, but who are you talking about? Chapter 010, Fusu? Straight up pulled a big one. None other than Reese. Ying Gao smiled and said meaningfully, what? Hearing what Ying Gao said, Zhang Han's brain was hardened for a few seconds, and he didn't react on the spot. What the hell? Reese? How could it be Reese? Isn't Reese, precisely, on the opposite side of them? Shouldn't he be their opponent? For a moment, Zhang Han thought that Ying Gao had said something wrong. Duke Li, who are you talking about? Oh, Li Si, Prime Minister Li Si. Ying Gao smiled and continued, Sizzle, it's really him? Zhang Han heard, the heart is very speechless, more puzzled. Gongzi, Li Si is already willing to join hands with Zhao Gao, then how can he easily join hands with us? If it is before they join hands, then there is still possible. After this is only afraid that we give more favorable conditions, then he will not. It's not that we're offering more favorable terms, it's that we're going to make him have to make a choice. Ying Gao said directly, spin around and order the men to surround Li Si's Prime Minister's residence and control all the manpower in the residence. What? Zhang Han was shocked to hear this. What does the Duke mean? How old is Reese this year? Ying Gao said, he is already nearly 70 years old. Can he still give birth? Will he still be able to see a new son born? If he can't get any inheritance at the end of his life, will he want to have this kind of honor and wealth? Crap, you're still tough. Zhang Han was shocked in his heart, thinking that Prime Minister Li Si was already close to 70 years old, and if he came to a broken son now, it might be a really extinct grandchild. But, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Li Si's oldest son is working as the county governor of Sanchuan County. Sanchuan County, with its county seat at Luoyi, or the city of Luoyang, and its entire county, about 300 miles east and west and 100 miles north and south of Luoyang, near the Yellow River, in a treacherous terrain. Zhang Han continued, nowadays we may have some soldiers on hand that we can use, but if we want to take Li Yu down, I'm afraid it's just not easy, not to mention, it very much takes time? Of course I know that, but who says we have to get Li Yu himself here? Ying Gao grinned and said with deep meaning, I have sent someone to Sanchuan County to ask Li Yu for some things in the name of my father, thinking that he should come back soon, as long as there are some things belonging to Li Yu, even if we don't see him in person, then Li Si is bound to be affected by it, and then in front of the two armies, with his youngest son in the army, and the eldest son's personal things, will he have so much time to think about it? The first son's personal belongings are also there, will he have so much time to think about it? He can hesitate, but he also has to consider the consequences of his hesitation. This result, we may not be able to bear it, and he is even more likely to not be able to bear it. Sizzle? That's true. When Zhang Han heard this, he was shocked and thought that indeed no one in the world would gamble with his own severed son or grandson. Who could have the courage? Your Excellency is wise. Zhang Han listened and nodded heavily. How's your fundraising going? Ying Gao looked at Zhang Han and asked, reporting back to the prince. Zhang Han now, raised to 500 more competent manpower, other available and reliable, can also add another 3 to 5,000. Just, these people, may not be the guards of the army's rivals. Zhang Han said truthfully, nowadays, time is short, and there are some things that can only not be solved by just spending money. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Well, it's good enough that you can do that, Ing Gao said. In addition to these more capable and reliable ones, you can organize another 30,000 men to come out. What? 30,000? Zhang Han was shocked. My lord, 30,000 what? This time is only. Hey, listen to me. Without waiting for him to finish, Ing Gao directly shook his head and said, when the time comes, you have given the 30,000 men in the front row. Handing them some weapons will be enough, and letting people lead them, copying the rear path of the escort army, so that the escort army can see that there are people outflanking them in the rear will be enough. As long as the frontal battle starts, as long as we can get some head start in the frontal battle, how much heart and fighting spirit do they still have to be able to break out from the rear? They will only feel scared. What's more, we'll have to do something to shake the hearts of the troops in front of the battle, so these people at the back only need to be numerous, not elite. Your Excellency is wise. Hearing Ing Gao's words, Zhang Han instantly understood, and then nodded his head repeatedly. It's better that the eunuch is thoughtful. Then go and do it. First send out scouts to pay careful attention to the vertical direction of Yangchang, in addition to sending people to control all the main post stations, in addition to the information we want to get, other than any other people's letters and secret letters, and even any pedestrians on the road, absolutely cannot be easily released, Ing Gao instructed. Also, keep the action tight and quiet, and don't let anyone notice in advance until it's absolutely necessary. I'm thinking that Zhao Gao and the others may have to closely observe the movements of the other 10 dukes. The person who sent to Li Si's residence, in Li Si's own name, declared to the public that it is to repair the residence. To their Li Si's residence that Li Si explained to protect them. Since Zhao Gao is thinking of helping Hu Hai to usurp the throne, he will definitely send someone to keep an eye on all the other sons of Qin Shi Huang, just in case. It was only that Ing Gao's worries and vigilance were placed on Zhao Gao, but he hadn't thought of the fact that besides Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, there was another brother who was also paying close attention to the movements of Ing Gao and his brothers. This person is no other than Ing Zhang. What made Ing Gao feel lucky was that because of his pretending to be crazy, Ing Zhang didn't send anyone to pay too much attention to him, but instead sent some people to keep an eye on the movements of those other sons. Furthermore, Ing Gao's external behavior was either abnormal or unassuming, and his aphrodisiacs were also very abnormal, so Ing Zhang simply didn't have the heart or the need to waste his energy on him. So many sons care about a few head normal. There is no more flavor, may that okay? Specifically to care about a brain abnormal. Why? Isn't that something to eat? Nuwa. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Zhang Han will do it now. Zhang Han obeyed the order and left in a whirlwind. At the time of the great battle, Zhang Han, can you stand up for me? Ing Gao frowned for a while. If he had more time, he would naturally find a way to gather more of those heroes and heroines outside of Guanwei. But apparently, God didn't give him so much as an ample amount of time. Also, sometimes too much time is definitely not a good thing, because your opportunity is there, then someone else's opportunity will come along with it. A few days later, Yong City, in the middle of the underground palace. What? Fusu was going to kill himself after hearing the fake posthumous edict? What? Meng Tian's bitter exhortation has not even persuaded him? What? Meng Tian was all but persuaded to kill himself by Fusu? After hearing the report from the Black Dragon Guards, Ing Zhang could not help but let out a series of exclamations of surprise, his face full of jaws, stunned to the extreme. To be honest, although he was full of expectation and anticipation for Fusu, it was not that Ing Zhang had not thought that Fusu might be a bit flustered and at a loss in the face of such a scene. It was thought that he might have a little pull at best, but it was completely unexpected that Fusu gave him a big pull straight away. Pulled straight full. Chapter 011. How can such a person be worthy of being the Emperor of Great Qin? This is just assholish. Ing Zhang was furious. How could he, when faced with such an edict, just think of seeking death? How can he be so easily scared to face a setback? Then if he becomes emperor in the future, how will he be able to handle the shocking waves? The two people on the side, Li Si and Nei Shitang, heard this and were also pale, not daring to say anything at all at this time. Don't even dare to say a word. It was also true that they hadn't expected the Grand Duke to be a bit too involved with this match. Even Monty was thinking that he must meet face to face and then try his best to make a complaint. How come you, as the Grand Duke, are so easily willing to cut yourself? Harpies, what is enough to entrust the world with? Ing Zhang said angrily and sadly. It seems that I am still taking things too much for granted when I want to hand over all the world's affairs to him now, and put all the miles of this Qing dynasty into his hands. I can only take care of myself for a few more years, in order to see the effect of it. Your Majesty, take care of your holy body. At this time, Niang then dared to pick up the conversation. He carefully said, now, General Meng Tian and the Grand Duke have been brought here. Should we let them stay all the time? Or should we send someone to Zhao Gao and the others now? Yes, sire. Hearing this, Li Si also hurriedly advised. The traitor Zhao Gao's evil guts are all-encompassing. We can't tolerate him like this anymore. Of course, Ri said this because he was desperate to end the farce. Because he really didn't want to continue cooperating with Zhao Gao and Hu Hai in front of Ying Zheng for too long. This is playing with fire. He doesn't want to play with fire. Fuso is hardly fit for duty now. Ying Zheng listened, after a period of thinking, but sighed, shook his head deeply, then, with a certainty of gaze, said, this time the opportunity is rare, so just find a way to let what the cow ghosts and snakes are jumping out of the bar. I'm going to net them together and clean up, or else, if you want to clean up them again next time, I don't know what year it is, and I don't know if I still have a chance. What? Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, Ni Shi tongue froze, and Li Si was dumbfounded for a moment. So, I still have to act? This, Your Majesty is holy. Your Majesty is holy. He also had to say, Li Si, just continue to cooperate with Zhao Gao and Hu He and the others. Ying Zheng said, in addition, Ni Shi Tang, you take those who follow Yan Lu, pick a few reliable ones who can be controlled, and let them come back to Zhao Gao to report their orders, saying that Fusu is already dead, and Meng Tian is under control. Yan Lu was afraid of changes, so he will stay behind to dispose of them for a few days, and then return when the 300,000 troops in the north have been stabilized. In this way, Zhao Gao and Hu He, too, should be relieved and then return to Xianyang. Promise, Your Majesty's holy wisdom. The microministers and the others will go and do it now. Li Si and Ni Shi Tang each took orders, and Ni Shi Tang immediately had his men bring up those Yan Lu attendants, and with a burst of coercion, soon locked down those who could be utilized. Call Monty Fuso. After arranging all this, Ying Zheng then, with a dark face, had Fu Su and Meng Tian brought in. Father, Your Majesty? After seeing Ying Zheng once again, Meng Tian and Fu Su's hearts were completely stunned. What? What the hell is going on here? Monty was surprised and said that one of his guesses had really hit the mark. His Majesty is testing the Grand Duke this time? But, if this is the case, Meng Tian's heart sank, thinking that if the Grand Duke had behaved so well this time, how could His Majesty be satisfied? I'm just afraid. I'll be disappointed in him. Sure enough, Fu Su had just cried out to his father with tears in his eyes when he was interrupted by Ying Zheng's angry shout. You still have the face to call me? Look what you have done. What? When Fu Su heard this, there was a moment of hesitation, and he immediately said, Father, I don't know what father really means. Father, this time, why do you want to bestow death on my son? You stupid thing. Hearing this, Ying Zheng scolded. Do you still think that I am the one who wants you to die now? Fu Su froze. Then, that edict is, who would issue such an edict? Hearing this, Ying Zheng continued to ask drily, in your heart, do you think I will kill you like this? Is that right? Children, children, children. When Fu Su heard this, he stammered and stammered for a while, which made Ying Zheng even more annoyed, and then he pointed at his nose and scolded. Where is the momentum that you used to have when you talked back to me? How could I have a son like you? Your Majesty, this is something that can't be blamed entirely on the Grand Duke. Meng Tian, on the side, hurriedly helped to plead for leniency and said, it's the Microkins who can't distinguish between right and wrong, and didn't clarify the situation, and as a result, implicated the Grand Duke, and it's all the fault of the Microkins. You don't say. Hearing this, Ying Zheng glared at Meng Tian. Meng Qing, I handed him over to you in the hope that you would be able to make a change in him, and seeing that he is still like this, are you obeying him in every way? Microcosm, how dare I? Monty's face also changed when he saw this. This time, I am disappointed in you. Ying Zheng frowned and said, this is something that happened when I was still around, and it can still be salvaged. Then if I'm really gone, I'm only afraid that no one will be able to return to heaven for something like this. Sizzle, that's true. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, Meng Tian and Fusu were both tightened in their hearts, with more than just afterthoughts. In fact, not only them, even Ying Zheng himself felt more than scared, because he didn't expect his son to be so obedient to kill himself. Is it possible that, in his heart, the generations of Qin's foundations, the rivers and mountains fought for generations by his ancestors are still no better than his own bull Confucianism and Taoism, and no better than a false virtuous name? Your Majesty, I dare to ask, dare to ask this time in the end is, Your Majesty, why do you stay in this underground palace? Monty looked around and confirmed that this was the underground palace of Yongcheng, because this place, before winning Zhang was going to be weak, was the very place where Meng Tian had followed him. The last time he stayed in the dungeon was to escape the first wave of assassinations by Lao Ai, and why this time? Could it be that something special has happened again? That's impossible. Now that Your Majesty's heavenly authority is everywhere, the 6 kingdoms have all been wiped out, and Guanzhong is stabilized. What kind of person would dare to provoke Your Majesty at this time? It's a long story. Ying Zhang said to Meng Tian, a good friend from his youth. I want to pretend to die. I want to see what will happen to Qin if I really die one day, and whether or not Fu Su has the ability and ambition to rule Qin. What? Hearing Ying Zhang say this, Meng Tian and Fu Su then realized, dare I say that this is a scene deliberately made by His Majesty? However, what came with it was that it made Monty feel like his head was spinning. He was feeling a big head for Fu Su, because Fu Su had pulled a big one this time when he was slightly tempted. So how disappointed would His Majesty have to be? Fortunately, it was a fake, but would Your Majesty, could you not look at him as if he were real? Now, however, there is another accident. Ying Zhang looked at Fu Su and said to Meng Tian, it has never occurred to me that I have been harboring such a traitor by my side. What? An accident? Traitor? Meng Tian was stunned, then glared and said, Your Majesty is talking about, but Li Si? Chapter 012, see how these people really died? 4. In Shangxian, Yan Lu, who had not yet finished his words, brought up Li Si's name. Could it be that this time, it was Li Si who thought that His Majesty had really died and dared to usurp power and rule? Li Si? No, it's Zhao Gao. Ying Zhang's face was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Sizzle? Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao. Order of the Central Caravan? Meng Tian was surprised for a while. He is a district eunuch. He is a eunuch, but, nevertheless, he is the one who has been drawing up the edicts for me. Ying Zhang said, this time, the edict you see against you was forged by Zhao Gao after they tampered with it. Buzz. Upon hearing this news, Meng Tian and Fu Su were horrified. It's Zhao Gao? Father, Lord Zhao is a loyal man. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Fu Su asked immediately. Loyalty? Humph. I almost fell for his trick too. When Ying Zhang heard this, he smiled coldly. I have learned a lot about the viciousness of this thief. This time, he, precisely, is the mastermind. What? Him, or the mastermind? Feng, Your Majesty said Zhao Gao and them? Meng Tian asked carefully. They, that Zhao Gao's party. I don't know what all. Zhao Gao wanted to kill Fu Su. What do you think it was for? Ying Zhang looked at Meng Tian and asked, Fu Su, what is it that is blocking? Zhao Gao killed Fu Su? Yeah. Monty was astonished for a moment, and after a little thought, his mind was about right. The most special thing about Fu Su's identity is that he is the most valued son of His Majesty, the first emperor, and is the equivalent of a successor-like existence. Zhao Gao wanted to get rid of Fu Su, and that had only one purpose in the most straightforward way, which was to get rid of this heir, and after clearing this obstacle, then make another person available to inherit. And this person could necessarily be only one other identity according to tradition. Then it would have to be the son of the first emperor as well. Thinking of this, Montanan was suddenly a little afraid to ask. After all, the matter of Ying Zhang's son killing his son was too sensitive, and as he was a close friend of Fu Su, he was naturally willing to support him. However, if he was to be involved in the mutual denunciation and hand-to-hand combat of Ying Zhang's sons, he would be a bit intimidated. You should know that one of the things that Ying Zhang did not want to see was that his own descendants would be fighting in the same room, hand to hand. What? Can't you figure it out with your smarts? Ying Zhang glanced at Meng Tian, and when he saw that his face was a bit pale, he also understood that the other party had actually understood, but did not dare to say anything. Microcosmic stupidity. You're not stupid. You're afraid to say it. Ying Zhang sighed and laughed, his brows locked. You don't dare to say it, but I don't want to see it. But this rebellious son has really made the beastly act of rebelling against the king and father, killing and maiming his brother. Father, you said. Fu Su stared and asked, is it not the 18th brother? Hu Hei? Hearing this, Ying Zhang looked at Fu Su and asked, it's Hu Hai. What will you do? Is it really him? When Fu Su heard it, he also had a moment of stiffness in his face. Hard to accept, although 18th brother has a good relationship with Zhao Gao, but such things, how could he? Father Emperor, my son thinks that the 18th brother will definitely not be like this. Even if this is true, he must have been instigated by Zhao Gao. Even if he was instigated, should he have done such a thing? Ying Zhang heard this and asked with a burst of gnashing of teeth, But he is young, after all. Fusu listened and said hesitantly, it is always easy to be deceived. Yes, he is underage, Ing Zhang said in a cold voice, but being underage is no reason to be an animal. If you forgive him now, will you still forgive him if he kills someone else? If you don't punish him severely, how can heaven and earth tolerate him? That's right. This time, Hu Hai has also touched Ing Zhang's bottom line. Ing Zhang repeatedly warned all of his sons that they should never do anything to kill each other, no matter what the circumstances were. But as for Ing Zhang's 3 orders, Hu Hai obviously did not listen to his heart, not to mention putting it in his eyes. Then, father, are you thinking of what to do with him? Fusu swallowed his breath and opened his mouth to ask. What I do with him will depend on what he does when he returns to Xianyang. Ing Zhang frowned and said, what he does naturally determines what happens to him. Doesn't he want to take the throne? I'd like to see how many people will support him. If by then, the people know a news that you were killed by him, how will they react? Sizzle? Hearing Ing Zhang's words, Fusu and Meng Tian were both shocked, and both understood what Ing Zhang was thinking and meaning. It seems that His Majesty is thinking of a thunderous action against the ministers to weed out the traitors. Ha, father, my son thinks that this is very wrong. Fusu hurriedly said, the group of ministers are loyal to the Ing surname Zhao clan. Does father want them to rebel against the new ruler? Or, do you want them to be disloyal to the court? This is a crime against the people. How can the world be convinced by harboring a crime against the people? Stupid. Ing Zhang listened with a cold voice. If these people were not unwavering in their support for you in the beginning, then how could they turn around and stand by your side unwaveringly when you encountered some crisis? Have you not thought about these questions? I've never thought about it. All I know is, you know. Hearing this, Ing Zhang couldn't help but scold. You are really pedantic. This time, I am going to give the group of ministers the harshest knock. Otherwise, if I am really dead, how can you stand on the court? If the 100 officials are not subdued by the authority, there will be great misfortune in the future. Your Majesty is wise. Meng Tian was 100% in favor of Ing Zhang's idea. This time, by spreading the news that Fusu had faked his death for Hu Hai, it was the right time to see how the courtiers would react. If someone applauds this and only knows how to cater to Hu Hai, then such a person will do Fusu no harm but no good. On the contrary, at this time, can still insist on standing on the side of Fusu for Fusu injustice? That is, Fusu can be reused in the future. I must say, Your Majesty's move. It's high. Your Majesty, that Li Si, who was actually a man in the know, was ordered to cooperate with Zhao Gao and Hu He. Hearing this, Ing Zhang looked at Meng Tian and said, but it is so? Meng Tian and Fusi listened, and then it dawned on them. No wonder. Since you have come out like this, you should hide here obediently and stay here, and also see how these people die when the time comes. Ing Zhang said, promise, I accept the order. Lord Zhao, Yong City, in a sacrificial palace, a few guards were hurriedly brought to Zhao Gao. Lord Zhao, Lord Yanle told us to come back first. Hearing the voice, Zhao Gao scrambled to the front of a few people and looked at them. They were indeed the ones who had left after Yanlu. Yanlu, got you guys back first? Zhao Gao looked the men up and down, narrowed his eyes and asked, how are things? Why didn't he come back? Chapter 013, what? Is Fusu really dead? My lord, things are twisting and turning. When one of them heard this, he immediately said, almost, we've got it all wrong. What? Zhao Gao stared and said, almost? So, Fusu is dead? Yes, my lord. Fusu has killed himself, the visitor said hurriedly. Oh, good. When Zhao Gao heard this, he was overjoyed. It's good to be dead. It's good to be dead. If he dies, then Meng Tian Meng Yi, the biggest backer, is naturally gone. Immediately afterward, Zhao Gao hurriedly asked, what about Meng Tian? That, and he's not dead, the visitor said. What? Monty's not dead? Hearing this, Zhao Gao asked in shock and anger. How come he's not dead? What are you guys doing? Where is Yanlo? What is Yanle doing? Fusu is dead, but Meng Tian isn't? My lord, Meng Tian said that he would confess only after seeing His Majesty, and since Xinxian is his territory, Yanle dared not act rashly, so he stayed there for the time being, ready to ask you to prepare another edict to kill Meng Tian, the visitor said. Surprisingly, this damned Meng Tian, he's not easy to deal with. Zhao Gao heard this and gritted his teeth for a while, then said, I know, I'll go and arrange it. You guys go down and collect some money, and keep your mouths tight. No, thank you, Lord Zhao. Several people rushed down, while Zhao Gao immediately went to find Hu He. Lord Hu Ha, good news, heavenly good news. Zhao Gao came to Hu Hai and said, what? Is Fuso dead? Without waiting for Zhao Gao to say it, Hu Hai directly got up and asked excitedly. Yeah, Fuso's dead. He killed himself. Zhao Gao also said with an excited face. Yes, yes. Hu Hai heard. A burst of excitement to the extreme. Cannot help but dance up. Finally dead. He's finally dead. Ah, he's dead. Father is also dead. Then no one can stop me from becoming emperor now. Well, this is really good, Huey said, excited beyond belief. Gonzi ah, why are you still called prince? Now I'm the emperor. Hu Hai busily smiled and said to Zhao Gao, my lord, this is something that cannot be rushed. After all, we haven't performed the grand ceremony yet, Zhao Gao suddenly said. Moreover, Meng Tian is not dead. What, Monty? Hui froze. He's not dead? Yes, your excellency. Fusu killed himself. But, Meng Tian is dead set on killing himself, Zhao Gao said with a worried look. This is not good. What can it be? Hu Hai heard, but a face of disbelief said. Fusi died. I am the emperor of the choice. I am the emperor. He died or not is not a word. Even if he does not die, he does not have to listen to me? What? Even if he doesn't die? When Zhao Gao heard this, his eyes lowered and his face was gloomy for a moment. It was to kill the two Meng Tian brothers that he tried to get rid of Fusu, and now that Fusu was dead, how could he let the two Meng Tian brothers live? Oh my lord, Meng Tian can't be kept, Zhao Gao said with a serious look. He and Fusu are very close friends. He stays, sooner or later, he will know how the Grand Duke Fusu really died. How can he not be resentful towards you? He resents me? Huey glared. Yes, Zhao Gao saw the situation and immediately said, at that time, he is bound to lead hundreds of thousands of troops to rebel. After all, those soldiers have watched him for many years. Ah, I am still connected to the tendons. By that time, he will be a diligent king to destroy the government and set up a new ruler, and then he will get his revenge and wealth. Won't that be terrible? What's more, I heard His Majesty say that he was originally satisfied with you, but it's because Meng Tian always praised Fusu in front of His Majesty and then denigrated you that His Majesty has become more and more distant from you. Humph, this scumbag. When Hu Hai heard this, he was irritated for a while. How dare he, who is a vassal, do this? Then kill him, kill his whole family. That's right, my lord. Zhao Gao listened, and then nodded in satisfaction. Your Excellency, now that Fusu is dead, great things can be accomplished. Zhao Gao said, we hurry to contact Li Si, can be ready to go to Xianyang. Wait until after Xianyang, Prince ascended to the throne as emperor, directly under an order. Will be Meng Tian Meng's family of 3 clans are executed. That will be more legitimate. Yes, for the return to Xianyang to be proclaimed emperor, Hu Hai had long been waiting. At that moment, the two men sent someone to call Li Si and told him the news that Fusu was dead, and Li Si muttered in his heart, saying, why do you need to say this? I knew it before any of you did. Then congratulations to Prince Hua. This time, is to get rid of the heart of the big trouble. In the future, this great Qin world can only be the Prince Yu. Li Si a burst of compliments, and Hu Hai, moreover, cannot help but be overjoyed. And then, Zhao Gao and Li Si discussed and prepared to take the coffin of Ying Zhang, departed and drove back to Xianyang. When His Majesty's coffin returns to Xianyang, will the 100 officials come to greet it? And how should they be made to greet it? Reese asked, looking at the two men. Minister Li, what are your plans? Zhao Gao heard this and asked rhetorically. My servant is thinking that, instead of letting them come to greet them, when His Majesty's casket arrives at the Xianyang Palace, he will then summon the 100 officials in, and on the one hand, inform them of His Majesty's return to heaven, and on the other hand, immediately announce the ascension to the throne of Duke Hu Hai. In this way, it can be reported as foolproof. Letting you enter the Xianyang Palace so smoothly? Reese heard this and said, that's not good enough. The old man does think that this may not be proper. Reese said, shaking his head. Oh, Zhao Gao froze and asked tentatively, I wonder what Minister Li means. Let them have 100 officials come to meet them, and say only that His Majesty does not wish so many people, and that it is only necessary for them to bring their personal servants, not guards. Li Si said, by then, the 100 officials will be weak, so let's announce this in public and see how they react. Even if some people are suspicious, they can be killed on the spot. Otherwise, in Xianyang City, these people are so intertwined that they have to consider the impact of their actions. Ooh, that makes sense. After hearing Li Si's words, Zhao Gao and Hu Hai then dawned on them and then nodded their heads. Minister Li is right. Still, Minister Li is wise. So be it. That's good. Li Si smiled and also nodded his head slowly in a meaningful way. then prepare to depart. In addition, in order to cover people's ears, to have people prepare more carts and carts of dead fish, put them on the carriage, and externally say that it is for the convenience of His Majesty's refining medicine. In this way, other people won't be able to notice how long this coffin has been put in the end, and whether or not there will be a peculiar odor. That's right, the first emperor's coffin. It's been sitting there for so many days, the smell has gone to heaven. Only, the body in there, however, was not that of the first emperor himself. Well, Zhao Gao listened and nodded his head in praise, but what he actually didn't realize was that Li Si did this in order to sneakily bring the first emperor and the others along with him, on the carriage. When the vast army of returning division marched towards Xianyang city, an imperial decree was also sent to the right Prime Minister Feng Jiaji. He was ordered to wait outside Xianyang city with 100 officials on the 6th day of the 9th month. Hundreds of officials make pilgrimages without having to bring guards. Feng Goji and the others, although a little unclear, but also inevitably all will do as they are told. After all, this is Ying Zhang's order. Chapter 014, Your Majesty, Funeral Day. When Han Tan heard this, he was first stunned, not understanding what he meant, and then he was shocked. Your Excellency means that they're going to go after the 100 officials. Ha? No, it can't be. It may not be impossible. However, this is a variable that we will inevitably have to consider. Ying Gao frowned slightly, then stretched in a moment. It may not be a bad thing. If the 100 officials are taken hostage, then when the time comes, it is still unknown who the wind will favor. The 5th day of September. Night. My lord, Li Yu's things have been fetched. Han Tan delivered Li Yu's sword and a suit of armor to Ying Gao. The soldiers and horses guarding the outside of Li Si's prime minister's residence suddenly broke into Li's residence while it was night. What are you doing? You dare to trespass in the prime minister's residence? Were you not sent by my father? Take it away. The visitor didn't say much to Li Si's sons, and straight away tied them up and took them away directly. The rest of the people were still tightly controlled in the mansion, isolated from all contact with the outside. Your Excellency, Prime Minister Li Si's sons have been brought in and have been taken into custody. Zheng Han brought a group of his own men, plus 200 elite torturers, to Shanming Palace to report to Ying Gao. Aha! Ying Gao looked at these stern-faced torturers and said in a deep voice, the traitor Zhao Gao, together with Hu Hai, tampered with the Shi Huangdi's posthumous edict. He killed the Grand Prince Fusu, so he is not to be pardoned. Tomorrow, we'll fight the traitor Zhao Gao. You and General Zheng Han will be at the front. No matter if you live or die, if you win, you'll be rewarded with 100 taels of gold, a centurion at the lowest, and a marquis at the highest. Do you all dare to help me in this battle? Dare, dare, dare. There was a burst of arms and shouts from the crowd. Yes, Ying Gao looked around and droned. Tomorrow's battle is not enough to fear. Defeat is mutiny, but success is a change of destiny. The kingdom of Great Qin is waiting for you to break through. The credit of creating a lineage that will last for 100 generations is waiting for you to make. Bad boys, it doesn't matter what you were before. If you follow me, you'll get a new life. Let's go. Break in, break in, break. When the crowd heard this, they were even more overwhelmed. I have, here, a weapon of supremacy. As soon as the Ying master reached out, Zhang Nan, who was behind him, handed over a long mysterious stick, with both hands, into his hands. This thing is one of the only divine weapons in time. Ying Gao fumbled with the stick and said to the crowd, capture the thief first. Tomorrow, I will knock the thief's head off his horse for you all. When you hear the sound of the explosion and see the thief fall off his horse, go out at once. Nah. Upon hearing Ying Gao's words, all of them, however, were extremely curious. This thing, what the hell is it? That, in fact, was a gun. A sniper rifle with a crude sniper scope. This is something that Ying Gao has tried to make according to his memories of his previous life and all sorts of fumbling attempts. Granted, he wasn't very good at this kind of hot weaponry, but he managed to figure the thing out by relying on snippets of knowledge in his head. Granted, the killing power is no better than a regular .38 rifle, much less a real sniper rifle. But, compared to Great Qin's current crossbow, that is definitely far beyond. On the 6th day of the 9th month, Ying Zhang's convoy from Yongqing finally arrived at the outskirts of Xianyang. The 100 officials, too, were all driven by their own personal servants in their carriages to the outside of Xianyang. The city of Xianyang, undefended. The entire city of Xianyang doesn't even really have a wall actually. Therefore, once Liu Bang came to Xianyang in later times, Ziying, who lost the heavenly dangers and had no soldiers in his hands, could only bind himself and beg for surrender. Lord Zhao, Prime Minister Li, ahead, 100 officials are waiting. Yes, when Li Si heard this, He looked at Zhao Gao and then said, "Let's get out of the car and see how they react after hearing this." "Your honor says so." Zhao Gao heard this and assisted Hu Hai out. "Duke, your mourning robe must be worn." "Wait, everyone is watching." "I know." Hearing this, Hu Hai hurriedly held up his crooked hat. The three of them got out of the car back and forth, and Li Si passed by a carriage chauffeur and stood slightly still. "Your Majesty." Without turning his head, he looked ahead and whispered, "The 100 officials are here." "Aha." In the carriage, Ingzheng slightly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Although the front of this carriage was not full, he had more or less put some dead fish to fill up the number. He whispered, "When you guys talk for a while first, I will naturally have someone jump out and tell the news that Fusu is dead, so you'll take over for me, carefully, and take a look at the reactions of the 100 officials, and if there are any who beg to Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, turn around and don't spare a single one of them. Necessary liquidation." "Nah." Li Si listened and nodded slightly before going to join Zhao Gao and Hui. "Declare the 100 officials to come forward," Reese said with a raised hand. "Nah, the leader of the guards is the son of General Li Xin, Li Shang." Li Shang steered his horse to the front and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Pass the order. Declare the 100 officials to come forward." Upon hearing the summons, Feng Diji and the others looked at me and I looked at you, and in their hearts, they all had some doubts, for in the usual course of events, the person who passed the order would have made it clear that it was to say that His Majesty had ordered that the 3 princes and the 9 ministers be proclaimed to come forward. Why is this one a little different? However, since they had heard the summons, the 100 officials did not dare to delay, so Feng Zhaiji took the lead, and the crowd walked towards the front on foot, and wait until the crowd approached, only to see Li Si, Zhao Gao, and Hu Hai 3 people. All of them are a white mourning robe. Instantly, all of them a burst of great horror, the heart of a stalk. "This?" Feng Zhiqi's voice trembled, dizzy and panicked, asked, "What happened? What happened?" This is. The 100 officials were also very surprised. "Your Majesty, the funeral pyre." Hearing this, Zhao Gao wailed loudly and whirled around and cried, "Father!" With Zhao Gao secretly pinching Hu Hai also grinned and fought to cry out, "Buzz!" Upon hearing this news, Feng Zhizi almost didn't fall to the ground in place. Fortunately, the 2 upper secretaries, left and right, rushed forward to hold him back. "How is it possible that His Majesty has funeralized?" Feng Doji said in a trembling tone. "His Majesty went to Yongqing to pay homage to his ancestors, and summoned me when he left, which was clearly still good. At that time, His Majesty fell off his horse inadvertently after paying homage to his ancestors in Yongchang, became seriously ill that night, and was buried the next day." Li Si stood aside and sighed deeply, but his eyes were looking straight ahead at all of them. "Minister Feng, His Majesty's funeral. This is the heavens punishing my great Qin's thousands of people again. His Majesty's funeral. We still have to rely on us to carefully prepare for him. In the future of Qin, all of you, please don't let down His Majesty's dying trust." "What?" Hearing Li Si's words, the 100 officials instantly burst into grief, each wailing and crying. The first emperor died just like that? Although His Majesty's heavenly authority is so great that no one dares to desecrate it, His Majesty is also very lenient to his subjects, never punishing those who have merited, and pardoning those who have done so. What's with the sudden death? Chapter 015. Ingzhang was shocked. Why is old 4 here? The long sky. Why is it so mean to me? Old Qin? Upon hearing this, Feng Zhiji cried to the sky, "Oh, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! How could you leave my old Qin's thousands of people behind and just go?" Immediately afterward, the 100 officials also fell to their knees and wailed, crying in pain, hiding in the carriage. After seeing this scene, Ing Zheng's heart was also somewhat touched with emotion, while Fusu and Meng Tian, who were also hiding in the carriage, were looking at each other with great embarrassment at this time. Li sang ah. Zhao Gao cried for a while, then hurriedly looked at Li Si. "His Majesty has entrusted great Qin to you and all the lords, so don't forget it." Hearing Zhao Gao's reminder, Li Si's eyes changed slightly, glancing at Zhao Gao's eyes before turning his head to Feng Daiji. "Yes, Minister Feng, before His Majesty's departure, he had some important entrustments that he entrusted to the 2 of us. Let's not fail His Majesty's last wish. Otherwise, what face will we have to meet His Majesty in the future?" "What?" When Feng Goji heard this, he wiped his sleeve and his face was clean. He was helped to his feet and asked Li Si, "I wonder what His Majesty's last orders are." "Your Majesty has ordered, the 18th son of Hu Hai, deeply resembling my own body, intelligent and clever, loyal and filial, is hereby ordered to take the throne and succeed to the great lineage." Reese looked ahead and droned word for word. "What? Huey? A wave of amazement went through the crowd when they heard Risa's words. It's the 18th Prince Huhei? I can't believe it's not Grand Duke Fusu. Could it be that? Is it because half a year ago, the Grand Duke offended the heavenly authority and was reprimanded by His Majesty out of Xiangyang, and since that time, His Majesty has not intended to see Fusu as the heir? What? Seeing that the crowd froze in place, Zhao Gao couldn't help but shout, His Majesty's edict is here. It's 1,000 times true. Are you all not trying to disobey His Majesty's last order? Sizzle? Hearing Zhao Gao's words, the crowd changed color for a moment. Feng Goji also had his lips slightly parted, and he knew that the 100 officials were waiting for him to state his position, but he, more than anything else right now, could only accept the outcome. In the carriage, Ying Zhang's face was also grave as he waited for the next result. My humble servant, Feng Daiki, would like to. What a posthumous edict. What a deep respect for the emperor. What a great successor. Just then, suddenly, a shock came, startling everyone present. Sizzle? What man? Li Shong roared in shock. How dare you disturb the Holy Spirit here? Disturb His Majesty's coffin? Who are you? Dare to talk to my lord like that? Following the sound, the crowd all turned their heads to follow the sound, only to see a row of horses, slowly showing their heads and appearing behind the dirt slope in front of them. The leader of the group was no other than Ying Gao. By his side was Zhang Han. Behind Zhang Han, the elite soldiers and the criminal elite army, each with a fierce face, like a tiger and a wolf, looked straight ahead. Are you the fourth Duke Hai? Seeing the visitor, the crowd was stunned for a moment. The fourth prince? Reese also exclaimed out loud in surprise. Not only him, but all the people present were all surprised for a while, not to mention the people outside. Even Ying Zhang himself, who was hiding in the carriage, was astonished. Crap, senior? What's he doing here? No, isn't he crazy? Nope, he's crazy. Why is he here? Did it come over crazy? Or, could it be that, before, he was playing dumb? Sizzle, he even fooled me? Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, all of them, were also dumbfounded. Why is this Gengzi Gao here? When Zhao Gao saw that Ying Gao had brought so many people with him, he was very surprised and thought to himself, isn't this Ying Gao stupid? How did he? Could it be that he was playing dumb before? Crap, this is a very bad thing. However, Zhao Gao's mind moved and immediately shouted, Fourth Prince? His Majesty's casket is here. What does the fourth prince want by bringing so many people here? Could it be that His Majesty cannot be allowed to rest in peace? Could it be that the fourth prince? Shouldn't he come over to pay his respects to His Majesty's casket? Could it be that the fourth prince? Is he going to cut himself off from the great Qin's ancestors? Yeah, fourth brother? When Hu Hai heard this, he also reacted. Father still remembers you on his deathbed. Why are you doing this to father? If father knew, how cold would he be? And you know that father will chill? Hearing this, Ying Gao reached out and pointed angrily at Hu Hai. Hu Hai, I ask you, where is big brother Fusu? Buzz, what did you say? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, and even Li Si, were all dumbfounded for a while. Say, Ying Gao droned. Hu He, you say, where is my elder brother? Fusu, Sizzle? Hearing his question, Zhao Gao and the three of them were very shocked, and even Ying Zhang, who was hiding in the carriage, was very surprised and greatly amazed. What's going on here? Senior? He's not crazy? Moreover, this is not the most critical. The most critical is that he verbally questioned Huei Fusu where this sentence means? Is it possible that he knows a lot about a lot of things? That's never going to happen, is it? For a moment, Ying Zhang's heart was also very weird. Although this period of time, he still did not relax the monitoring surveillance of his sons. But, for this crazy fourth son, Ying Zhang's heart only pity part, of course, will not bother what energy, to send people to monitor his every move. As long as he does not cause any trouble, that will be enough. But did not think that the oldest four, this time, can make him so unexpected. I don't know. When Hu Hai heard this, his mind was in turmoil and he shook his head. You don't know? When Ying Gao heard this, the corners of his mouth teased, and he asked in a deep voice, throwing his voice to the ground, you say you don't know? You all heard that, right? Minister Li, you heard it too, right? If what Hu Hai said is not the truth, then does Minister Li know what the consequences are? Such a person, do you still dare to defend it? Crap, Hearing Ying Gao's words, Li Si was also startled, and thought to himself, this fourth Prince Gao, this is a really sharp question. He questioned Hu Hai about Fusu's whereabouts, but Hu Hai said he didn't know. If you don't know the whereabouts of Fusu, how can the 100 officials not be curious? Then if the matter of turning back to Fusu's death became known to the people, and Hu Hai himself actually lied, that would inevitably be something that would not be acceptable to the people. Unless, of course, he can only insist that he really doesn't know. And after Zhao Gao heard Hu Hei's answer, he was also speechless in his heart, saying that Hu Hai can really be a bit rotten. He asked you a question to force you to say something. Why are you in such a hurry? Fusu is clearly dead. You now off the top of your head do not know. That 100 officials cannot not be curious about Fusu now down the road, and the result in the end is what? If Fusu were still alive, wouldn't the 100 officials have something else to look forward to, instead of just thinking of listening to you? However, Zhao Gao's heart moved, but he said to Ying Gao, "Fourth prince? Who in this entire city doesn't know that you are insane and not an able-bodied person? And now that you see that you are making things so difficult for Duke Hu Hai, you will only take your words as insane and not very convincing. Left and right. Why don't you all hurry up and assist the fourth Duke back? Do you want to see him disciplined and then you all be implicated as well?" That's right. Zhao Gao purposely reminded the crowd that we mustn't forget that the fourth prince has been crazy for the past 6 months. Are his words any more credible? It's perfectly fine to ignore and not discuss it with him, okay? Chapter 016, Hu Hai, I actually feel like he's making sense. You're in a hurry to show your face before I even ask you? Hearing this, Ying Gao laughed coldly. Zhao Gao, you really can't sit still, can you? Whether I'm crazy or sober now, you can treat yourself as blind. Can you still treat everyone as blind? He waved his hand and said, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Prime Minister Feng and Prime Minister Li, you should all be able to see and understand clearly by now. Hu Hai, I'll ask again. Where is Grand Prince Fusu? Where is Big Brother? Do you know or don't you know? If you lie, even those who are dead will not let you go. Me, I don't know. I don't know. When Hu Hai heard this, he instantly panicked and hurriedly said, it's nothing to do with me. It was father's imperial decree to bestow death on him. What? Death? The Grand Duke Fusu was given to death? Hearing Hu Hai's words, Feng Zhizhi and other 100 officials were all appalled. How could the Grand Duke be given death by His Majesty the First Emperor? How is that possible? And after hearing Hui's words, the uninformed crowd was in a state of surprise and panic, and those few who were in the know were now in a great turmoil in each of their minds as well. Crap, this, just like that? Li Si was dumbfounded, thinking, didn't His Majesty say that later on, he would have these words spread? How come Hui said it himself? Ying Zhang was also confused. He thought to himself, this Hu Hai, is he too stupid or too something? He said it so, and, still, he said it himself. That thing, on the contrary, is more exciting. This effect, even if Ying Zhang had wanted someone to make it, would never have been able to do it to such an extent. It's a no-brainer. Zhao Gao is also a burst of scalpnum. Mother, your little ancestor, you are simply a pig. Hu Hai, is not only a pig, but also a boar. Solid boar. Crap, how can you just give it away? That's coming from you. Do you realize what such a nature means? And, it's just as well that you were the one to make such a statement alone. But the point is that you just said I don't know earlier in the thread? Isn't this a slap in the face? You're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? However, with things having come to this, Zhao Gao blaming Hu Hai now wouldn't solve the problem, and he could only think of hastening to remedy the situation. Zhao Gao hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Your Excellencies, you don't understand yet, so it sounds a bit strange. Then, I will tell you. In fact, it is the eldest son Fusu, chicken wings, not to mention that he bumped into His Majesty, and then by His Majesty to the upper county, even wrote several times, criticizing His Majesty, counting His Majesty as a tyrant. His Majesty is benevolent to him, but the eldest son is unrepentant. He is so vicious. His Majesty, after feeling ill, was afraid that the Grand Duke would act out again and jeopardize the 18 dukes, so he relented and ordered that Duke Fusu be given the right to kill himself. This is all for the sake of Great Sheen. Just now, Mr. Hu Hai was unwilling to speak out. That was also because he wanted to save the face of His Majesty and the Grand Duke. Yeah. Hearing this, Hu Hai nodded his head repeatedly. That's exactly what I thought. That's why, just now, I said so. Well said. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, Ying Gao laughed coldly, but it's a pity that your words are just enough to fool the ghosts. Do you think that everyone is that easy to fool? Fourth Prince, this is His Majesty's order. Are you going to disobey? Zhao Gao listened and asked through clenched teeth. Whether this is father's order or not is only a matter of opinion. Ying Gao let out a cold laugh when he heard this. You say that Father Emperor's edict said that he would bestow death on Big Brother? But my 20 brothers, who are all able to prove it, Father Emperor has time and time again given us 3 orders to make sure that we can never happen to be in the same room as Father Emperor, not to mention that there is no way that Big Brother would even speak to Father Emperor that way. Even if he did, Father Emperor has plenty of ways to keep him, so how could he possibly bestow him to death so easily? And, suddenly, Ying Gao drank again. My elder brother was given to death. But where is the General Meng Tian? How is he now? You can't hide this even if you want to. Sizzle? Upon hearing Ying Gao's words, those present were, once again, shocked. What? Monty? What happened to Monty? Feng Goji and the others had a moment of confusion, followed by a moment of weirdness in their hearts. Could it be that General Meng Tian has also been? Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, as well as Li Si and a few others, were even more appalled when they heard it. Monty? Ying Gao? How else would he know about Meng Tian? Behind them, Ying Zhang and Meng Tian himself, who were hiding in the carriage, were shocked level. How did Ying Gao know that Meng Tian was involved? It's not right. This thing, it's just very wrong. Man, say, Fui, Ying Gao asked. Where is Meng Tian? General Meng Ten, where is he now? Did father give him any order? Sizzle? Upon hearing Ying Gao's questioning, Hu Hai first panicked for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, Meng Tian, together with Fusu, intended to conspire against the government, and they were all given the right to kill themselves. Buzz. Hearing his words, the people present were even more appalled. Are you saying that Meng Tian and Fusu are plotting a rebellion? How is that possible? When was this? Oh, the two of them intend to plot a rebellion? Hearing this, Ying Gao gave a teasing smile, and then he was ordered to kill himself? Really? Really? Hui said through clenched teeth, and this one answer of his made Reese want to laugh straight from the heart. My goodness, these two males are really a heaven and a hell compared to each other. Hu Hai, do you know what you're saying? Zhao Gao also wanted to laugh, but it was a complete bitter laugh. Hu Hai's courageous reply just now was to throw himself completely into Ying Gao's trap. Yeah. Hearing this, Ying Gao's heart blossomed, and he couldn't help but ask, did you say that the two of them planned to rebel, and then father let them kill themselves as soon as the imperial decree came down? Did they really want to rebel or did they fake it? Then of course you really want to rebel. Huey responded with a glare. Are you stupid? Do you think everyone has to be as stupid as you? Ying Gao teasingly asked. If those who really want to rebel, will they still look at the imperial edict? Would they still obey the edict? Would they still be so obedient to kill themselves? Crap. Yeah. Hu Hai heard this and was instantly dumbfounded for a moment. He turned his head to Zhao Gao in dismay. Why do I feel like he's making some sense? When Zhao Gao heard that, he wanted to just slap a brick on it. Can't that make any ing sense? This is all a hole dug for you, and you jumped into it of your own accord. Chapter 017, Zhao Gao, severed sons and grandchildren? What's so scary about that? Duke. Zhao Gao clenched his teeth for a while to imply that, then turned his head and hurriedly said to Ying Gao, Fourth Duke, these patients were also because of your majesty's heavenly might, coupled with the thoroughness of the setup, so it made them realize that they had been defeated and had no way to continue their plot. That's why they killed themselves. What is the use of all this now that the eunuch is asking? Yesbar the eunuch, are you procrastinating now with the idea that if you delay long enough, you can stop following his majesty's last decree? Delay? Ying Gao said, you're right, I'm just delaying. He was stalling, waiting to allow the 30,000 torturers plenty of time to be able to come behind the guards, but it's not too far off now that I think about it. Then, Ying Gao said with a cold smile, you said that you have a posthumous edict, but these are just your words. You are the order of the central government. You wrote the edict on behalf of the emperor, and if you want to forge it after a long time, you can still do it. Your words can't be trusted, and neither can Hu Hai's words. What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Zhao Gao laughed coldly. Fourth Prince, you are saying that my words are not trustworthy, and neither are the words of Mr. Hu Hai, but you want to say that His Majesty's edict is not trustworthy, don't you? Do you know that doing so is disobeying His Majesty's last order and is tantamount to rebellion? At that moment, Ying Zhang, who was on the carriage, had a moment of pondering in his heart. He didn't quite understand where Ying Gao had gotten this information from. His insanity, he's faking it? Could it be that he was deliberately pretending to be crazy from the beginning? The purpose? Could it be that his purpose is for today? Father, on the side, Fusu asked with a pale face. They're so stalemated. I'm afraid they're going to fight later on. Why don't you just hurry up and show yourself? Father? Hearing this, Ying Zhang swept his eyes at Fusu and scolded with a frown. Stupid, now that I have appeared. What is the result? It's just thwarting a little chaos, now that a lot of things have not been clarified. What can be gained by trying to interrupt the termination in such a hurry? Why don't we take this opportunity to let them all speak out, expose their purpose? And by the way, take a look at what the 100 officials really mean and what their position is. Wouldn't that be better? If you can't even make this kind of judgment, how can you achieve great things? That's what Ing Zhang said, but in his heart, he had other thoughts as well. He did want to see what was going to happen when this farce went on any longer, and more than anything else, he wanted to find out what kind of a person he really was as an old fourth son. He did not think at all. Originally, he was planning to come to a severe punishment of Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, these people, to the 100 officials, a screening and cleaning, but he didn't realize that what he wanted to do was being done by Lao Si, being completely disrupted by the sudden appearance of the oldest four, whom he had not thought of at all before. Lao Si, Lao Si. Ing Zhang was curious and puzzled. What kind of setup did you do exactly? When did you, again, start setting it up? It must be said that Ing Zhang is really interested in Geng Zigao's planning. He, in fact, managed to completely fool me? In such a thing as playing a scheme, Hu Hai was completely outmatched, and Fusu, even more so. More importantly, there are plans in your heart, and you dare to put them into action. Where did he get the soldiers? All of this, according to say, he left in Xianyang those secret guards. It is impossible to not know. How did he manage to hide it from the world? I'm a little bit powerful. This son of mine. I didn't say I wouldn't follow my father's last orders, but I only said that you two's words were not to be trusted. But I didn't say anyone's words were not to be trusted, Ing Gao said, pointing his hand at Li Si. Minister Li, aren't you also the person entrusted by Father Emperor? Your father has always held you in high regard, and you should have the country of Qin in your heart. Think about it now. Look at this person beside you. Is he worthy of the Qin dynasty? Is such a person worthy of betraying your father and throwing the kingdom of Qin to such a loser? Me? Reese was shocked to hear this and froze, thinking, why is this ball being kicked to me? I'm just an actor. Li Xiang, there are some things you have to think about clearly. Otherwise, when it's wrong, there's no possibility of remedying it, Ing Gao said, raising his hand. When Zhang Han heard this, he was instantly accepted, and immediately threw his head and signaled his men to press the men up. Father! Seeing Li Si, Li Xing, Li Si's youngest son, couldn't help but cry out, Father, our whole family has been captured. The brothers are all here. Big brother was also captured by him, all over the body. Not in worry. Crap, what did you say? Hearing his son's words, Reese was instantly startled. Your own sons, they've all been arrested by Ing Gao? What? You're playing me for real? Reese was instantly alarmed at the sight. He said to himself, I was just following orders to cooperate. And now, my sons, they have all been arrested by Ing Gao? Does he mean he's going to kill all my sons? I am almost old. If all these sons of mine die, it is very hard to say whether I will have any new sons in the future. Even if they did, being so frail and young, it was even harder to tell how they would grow in the future. His oldest son, in fact, is not here, but Ing Gao had a playmate, and he had some of Li Si's sons watch as a man was beaten to a pulp, and then when the man's clothes and sword were brought over, it was clearly Li Yu's. So, a few people didn't see Li Yu in person, but seeing these things, that was enough. Therefore, if they say that Li Yu is now in the hands of Ing Gao, and his life and death are uncertain, then Li Si, can he still not believe it? What's more, this was in front of the two armies, and there was no way that Li Si would have had such ample time to figure it out, much less dare to test it out. You, 4 dukes, this, why so bitter? Why so bitter? Reese was in a hurry to cry out. Li Xiang, don't be afraid, Ing Gao said, I only want the truth, no matter what the truth is, as long as you are worthy of my father and the ancestors of the Li family, then your descendants will surely live, but if you are stubborn and have a lucky break, then we'll have to see if my sword is sharp or not. When Li Si heard this, he was even more anxious. His eyes flickered and he hurriedly looked to the rear, then with a movement in his heart, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and pretended to faint. Sang Li Xiang, Dad? A great shock went through the crowd at the sight of Reese fainting. Help me to the back and rest a little, Li Si said to Zhao Gao with a burst of breathlessness. Lord Zhao, you delay him for a while to allow me to catch my breath. My children and grandchildren, it all depends on you. Don't worry, Minister Li. Zhao Gao said to himself that this Li Si is also really useless. This is scared into this state? Isn't it just a matter of cutting off your children and grandchildren? What's so scary about it? Chapter 018 Zhao Gao, who he is a Boer teammate. Seeing that Li Si's men had fallen, Ing Gao sighed. However, All of them slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. Reese fainted, which they kind of didn't expect. Duke Zheng Han spurred his horsewhip, slightly owed half his body over, and carefully asked, "Will it affect us if Li Si is like this?" Ha! When Ing Gao heard this, he frowned slightly. Is Li Si so forbidding? I haven't even done anything yet, and he just collapsed? Your Excellency, if he falls, in case there is really an accident, that group of ministers will only be even less likely to be on the same page with us when they see this, Zheng Han advised. No harm done. Hearing this, Ing Gao shook his head and said, the sword is already sheathed, so what regrets are there to fear? Bringing in Li Si is just the most cost-effective move, not the only choice. Just now, I tried to test Hu Hai. I think all the officials already know what is going on and who to trust. Now, the 100 officials no longer easily trust Zhao Gao, not to mention will not easily stand on their side. They are just watching the whole situation of the war movement. Who can get the upper hand? They will naturally favor the side of who. If we wait for Zhao Gao to make a move and we get a head start, then we can accomplish great things. That's right, the 100 officials are now completely stunned. They also did not expect so many things to happen today at all. His Majesty has died? His Majesty's last decree is to give death to Fusu and let Hu Hai succeed the throne? And the fourth son, Ing Gao, seems to have expected it and knows something about it? He said that the death of Grand Duke Fusu was not bestowed by His Majesty, so it was Zhao Gao Hua and the others? And then, all of Li Si's family members have been taken hostage by Ing Gao? It all happened so suddenly that everyone felt very caught off guard. And now they have only a small number of no subordinates around them at all. What guards and troops to rely on? That now, surely equivalent to the neck by several knives, simply cannot help themselves. So these people are also very smart not to rush to take a position, because this time to choose to stand, no matter who you war team, that is very variable, more dangerous. Gentlemen, you all saw it. Zhao Gao looked around, saw the group of ministers, and said in a loud voice, this fourth prince, Ing Gao, has disobeyed His Majesty's edict before, coerced ministerly after, and in the middle of it, he even denigrated the 18 princes and ministers' slaves, so his behavior is disgusting to the heaven. If you join him, you'll be aiding and abetting the evildoer. His Majesty will not let him go, and neither will the people of Qin. You all, think carefully. Heavenly aversion no. 1. Who exactly did the heaven's eye thing? Wasn't what I said just now clear enough? Ing Gao laughed coldly. Grand Duke Fusu is kind and generous on the inside, and has a good reputation on the outside. Father has always given him a great responsibility, and he has told us several times that we should never do anything that would cause trouble in the same room. Now, you've altered the edict and killed him? What kind of behavior is this? What's the difference between this and a rebellion? I ask you, who is the rebel? Who is the one who deserves my father's death? Hu Hai. With that, Ing Gao drank again and looked at Hu Hai and asked, raise your head 3 feet and there is a god. You said, if you do this, aren't you afraid that your father's spirit in heaven, and your elder brother in the 9 springs, won't let you go? You, me? Hu Hai was even more flustered when he heard that. Was this your idea or Zhao Gao's? Ing Gao suddenly asked again, if it was your idea, then you are disloyal, unfilial, unkind and unrighteous. If it was Zhao Gao's idea, then you are just an accessory. Father is above, and the people and army of Qin are all watching you. Do you dare to lie? Me? Hu Hai panicked and hurriedly said, not my idea. This is what Zhao Gao told me to say. What the? Hearing Hu Hai's words, Zhao Gao instantly turned green in the face. You're a ing pig, aren't you? How dare you answer if he asks? And after hearing this sentence of Hu Hai, the faces of the group of ministers, but also a burst of playfulness, the heart is a burst of want to laugh. This Hu Hai, how can he come to be our monarch? This guy, if anyone can control him, anyone's words can shake him, then maybe everyone will suffer because of what kind of things, even offended who, how to be given death, it is difficult to say. On the other hand, on the other side, this fourth prince, Ing Gao, is really an extraordinary character. It is surprising that he was able to get the message first, but secretly made plans in the dark and came directly to intercept His Majesty's coffin on its way back to Xianyang. Moreover, Li Si, as a heavy minister, that had probably chosen to join forces with Zhao Gao and the others, Ing Gao, just directly took Li Si's biggest weakness now, and arrested all of his sons surprisingly, as a way to force the issue. In this way Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, their biggest reliance inside the court, would also become the most unstable factor. Now that Hu Hai has been forced by Ing Gao to speak the truth, everyone understands in their hearts that Ing Gao is in the right. In his private life, Ing Gao is now holding Li Si's family hostage and forcing Li Si to do so, and he has troops and horses in his hands, so he can even take a shot at it. Awesome! This fourth prince is really powerful, especially after comparing it to Huey. However, forgive me, the current Feng Zhaiji and the rest of them, the group of ministers and officials, still did not hurry to take a position. For now, both sides had troops in their hands, and the victory was unknown. And, as things stand, the least that can be said is that both parties are sons of His Majesty and both have the right to inherit. Even if it's a coup or something, Qin has been around for hundreds of years, and there's actually been quite a lot of coup stuff. Since everyone is eligible, it's not too late for whoever wins for someone else to choose you, that is. In the end, the two men, Zhao Gao and Ying Gao, are now merely both competing for the direction of public opinion, and the group of ministers and officials is that public opinion, the one that is not in a hurry and does not dare to take a position easily. Of course, if one side is a confirmed rebel who is not even a little bit qualified to inherit, then the ministers and officials still dare to take a stand, because then the nature is different. After all, in the original history, when Zhao Gao sat on the throne and tried to force the Chuanshan to agree and recognize him as the emperor, the Chuanshan still dared to resist even though they had been poisoned by him so many times, even if it's a silent revolt. Fourth Duke, you're pushing the 18th prince so hard, but you're just bullying him into being too loyal and benevolent to fight you. When Zhao Gao saw that it had come to this, he gritted his teeth and said, "You are so aggressive. Do you have any manners and affection to speak of? You disobeyed the imperial edict, against the will of the late emperor. Is really everyone to be put to death? Come on people." Li Shang, Zhao Gao immediately droned. His Majesty passed the throne to Prince Hui. Now someone is resisting the late emperor's last orders and wants to do something untoward to Prince Hui. This is treason. This is treason. Li Shang heard, his face changed, a little hesitation, and then crossed the horse forward. Fourth Prince, the last general advised you to hurry back. Behind me, is the guards of the late emperor's forbidden guards? None these people around you can enemy. What's more, you have no name. Chapter 019 Li Si, Your Majesty, I'm going to be extinct. Oh, what a great teacher. Hearing this, Ying Gao said with a cold smile, then listen carefully. I was entrusted by my elder brother Fusa to protect my father's safety by pretending to be crazy to avoid the surveillance of the traitors Zhao Gao. Now that my father's death is unknown and my elder brother has been killed by thieves, it's obvious that someone has tampered with my father's posthumous edict. He disobeyed my father and killed my brother. This is an unshirkable revenge. You say I'm an unknown? Let me ask you this. Prime Minister Li Si hasn't said anything yet. How dare you listen to the words of a eunuch? Do you want your family to become a disgrace to the old Qin? An accomplice to the traitors? Your father lost a great battle and the emperor spared your family. But now, if you make a mistake, everyone will be punished. I'll see how you Li clan will be able to stand in old Qin in the future. Sizzle? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Li Shang instantly changed his face, and in the carriage at the back. After hearing these words from Ying Gao, Ying Zhan was also astonished for a moment and looked at Fu Su in surprise. Fu Su shook his head in a moment of confusion. Me? I have not told fourth brother just a word. He thought to himself. Old Four said I was the one who bugged him about something. And I didn't, did I? What's going on here? Not your idea or authorization? Ying Zhang asked again. My son dares not lie. Indeed not, Fuso said hurriedly. Is that so? When Ying Zhang heard this, he frowned, and then a burst of relief followed. It's not simple, Old Four. This handful of calculations is really subtle. Awesome, really awesome. Father? You mean? Fuso listened and said in surprise. Old Four, he's bound to be lying. Ying Zhang let out a long breath and said, but, again, he didn't exactly lie. He was convinced that Zhao Gao and the others had tampered with the edict to force you to die, and that's why he led his troops here to intercept them. He could have also said that I had left him a posthumous edict, but instead of doing so, he said that it was your authorization. This is where he is brilliant. This hand of his is really more than justified. The high points? When Fu Su heard this, he stared and said, Father, could it be that, instead of bearing your posthumous edict, it is more honorable? Because, he wants to be emperor too. Ying Zhang said meaningfully, I didn't think of it at all before. If he wants to be the emperor, and wants to deal with Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, then he can only go and attack their biggest breakage. So what do you say? Their biggest breakage? What is it? The biggest bust? Fu Su heard, surprised and asked, is passing the throne to 18? My lord, it is killing you. On the side, Meng Tian heard this and immediately reminded. This is what the fourth prince has been emphasizing all along, that within all these words and techniques of Zhao Gao and the others, the thing that they most didn't want people to know about in the beginning, but is now known by all, is that you have been given to death. Me? Fusu stared at him and said, is that so? Aha. Ing Zhang sighed. Regardless of who I actually pass the throne to, even if there is a 1 in a million chance that I will really give you death in a heartbeat while I'm dying, but something like this is completely contrary to those previous exhortations of mine, and as long as old 4 he bites the bullet on this point, then it'll be able to make Zhao Gao and Hu Hai and the others unable to stand up to each other. This is their fatal break. As long as he is able to attack this crack, Ing Gao will be morally invincible. He doesn't have my edict in his hand, but he has your instructions and authorization. Now that I'm dead, I died suddenly, and I didn't have time to give old 4 a posthumous edict, which is rather more normal. But, just because of your death, let this thing is unusual. More let whether you have left him what will testify to, more dead without evidence. The officials, naturally, will be more ready to believe that it is true, that it is a fact. Now that I have already funeralized and you are dead, he is fighting to avenge your death, and if he succeeds, who is the next most qualified person to become the emperor? If not, even if he wins, it will only be a coup d'état to seize the throne and the right of succession. How much difference in morality and legalism there is between the two, can't you see that? Sizzle? After hearing Ing Zhang's analysis, Fusu realized that he was surprised and said, Fourth brother, you have such a delicate plan? Yeah, it's not simple, it's really not simple, Ing Zhang said. Moreover, just now, these words he said to Li Si and Li Shang were leading them in every way to break away from Zhao Gao and Hu Hai's command and switch to his camp, instead of treating everyone as his enemies. This, too, is quite a shrewd strategy. His enemies are only Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, and by doing so, things are rather simpler. The fourth prince is a man who can dish out such a thing, only, I'm afraid, it was in his mind long before the incident. Hearing this, Meng Tan's heart fluttered, but he still had the courage to say to Ing Zhang, When Ing Zhang heard this, he swept his eyes at him, and Meng Tian was also a little panicked and scared in his heart. In fact, Meng Tian had made a taboo, and he also knew that he had made a taboo, because he was telling Ing Zhang that Ing Gao had been thinking of replacing Fusu as his elder brother for a long time. He, however, had only used Fusu's death to create an opportunity for himself. Meng Tian knew, and even said so, that in fact is clearly want to advise Ing Zhang. This Ing Gao is a person with ambition. Compared to him, the Grand Duke Fusu, at least is very open-minded. How could Ing Zhang not hear it? However, now he had a complicated hesitation in his heart, because, this oldest 4, the performance is just too superior. Compared to him, Fusu is simply a newbie. There is also that Hu Hai, who has the heart but not the guts to be a thief, and was tested by Ing Gao in just a few words, which is not a material to be an emperor at all. Great Qin, what it needs is a capable and mindful heir. He is not a gentleman who values his name and reputation more than his life, let alone an incompetent villain. Fuso Ing Zhang thought bitterly for a while, looked at Fusu, and said word by word, maybe, I, still want you to live, Your Majesty. Just then, the low wail of Li Si sounded outside. Sinful Minister Li Si, on behalf of my several uncontested sons, has come to ask for forgiveness from Your Majesty. Li Si pretended to vomit blood and fainted just now, but in fact he was thinking of rushing to the back to ask Ing Zhang for help. Otherwise, a few of his sons, I'm afraid, would really be in dire straits. Hearing Li Si's words, Ing Zhang glanced at Meng Tian and Fusu and pointed his finger outward slightly, but his eyes were playful for a while. Of course he could hear that Reese was, in fact, asking for help, because things have suddenly taken such a turn for the worse. Several of his sons have been taken hostage by Ing Gao. If Reese doesn't do something about it, or the whole situation, which can't change drastically, a couple of his sons, then, might actually be dying. Li Si this age, even if he can still have a son, that is not expected to see a few years of light. Go also do not feel at ease. Chapter 020, Your Majesty is doing this to let Fusu die. Oh Li Si, your difficulties, I am aware of them. Ing Zhang gazed at me and said, I'm asking you, what kind of person do you think Ing Gao is? What? When he heard Ing Zhang ask this question, Li Si was stunned and thought, Your Majesty is worthy of being Your Majesty. Why are you still asking me this question at this time? The fourth prince, bold and careful, is very much like any other man. Li Si naturally heard what Ing Zhang was trying to ask with this sentence, but if he had done so before, he wouldn't have dared to respond to such a sentence because it was more or less a compliment to Ing Gao, whereas Li Si could have stood steadfastly in Fusu's perspective and camp, but he doesn't dare. His son is really in the hands of Ing Gao, and this whole situation, see Hu Hai is rotten mud can't help the wall are. Now, It seems that only His Majesty's personal appearance can break the deadlock in front of him. Of course, there is another possibility, but this other possibility is one that no one like Reese would dare to think about, much less talk about. And, what do you think, then, of the present situation? Ing Zhang lifted a corner of the car's curtain and gazed ahead, his eyes sure and deep. At the moment, the 18 dukes, unable to wield the 4 dukes. Li Si heard this and said slowly, with a twitch in his heart, "Oh, Li Si, you are really smart. You know how to answer. It's the most stable." Hearing Li Si's reply, Ing Zheng sighed and laughed. Li Si replied in this way, seemingly not directly answering Ing Zheng's question, but saying what was in his heart in the safest way possible. The situation of the moment? At that moment, Hu Hai was already a far cry from Ing Gao. So, with a situation like this, I'm sticking around, and that's letting my sons, and everyone else, die for nothing, since the oldest is so intent and capable. Ing Zhang looked ahead and said meaningfully, "Then let's fulfill him for once and discuss it later." Sizzle? Hearing Ing Gao's words, the people around him were horrified. "Your Majesty?" Monty almost exclaimed. "You mean?" He hurriedly looked at Fusu and tugged on his coat. "Grand Duke, you will be a dead man in the future. You must think clearly too." "What? Dead people?" Fusu listened for a moment, then realized with hindsight. Yeah, he was taken aback. If that's what it meant, wouldn't that mean that he was going to be treated as if he had already been killed himself? "Father, do you want to let fourth brother him be the successor? In that case, is he really going to lose touch with the throne?" Aha! Ing Zhang looked at Fusu and said slowly, "Fusu, do you think that you are a qualified successor king? Do you think you can still control the situation in the future? In the event of chaos and tribulation, if you can't even protect yourself, how can you protect the 10,000 miles of Great Qin?" "What?" Hearing Ing Zhang ask this question, Fusu's face immediately changed. To be honest, originally he still had quite a bit of confidence in his abilities, even if it was honeyed confidence, but now, he doesn't have it, because, ironically, the facts were right in front of him, leaving him with no way to argue a defense against himself, because he was already a failure once. That's right, when Zhao Gao's posthumous edict was delivered to him earlier, he had already chosen to kill himself. According to what Ing Zhang said just now, if he can't even protect himself, what confidence does he have in his ability to guard the Great Qin? Originally, Meng Tian also wished very much that he could appeal for Fusu, but he's pretty much disqualified from that now, because this time Zhao Gao tampered with the posthumous edict to Shangxian to pass the edict, although Meng Tian did not completely resign to be cheated, but also easily handed over the right, also led to later Fusu to be killed was forced to kill themselves, Meng Tian even the ability to rescue him. Therefore, he was not quite able to rely on his seniority to request Ing Zhang to continue to insist on Fusu in front of Ing Zhang. "My son." Fusu bowed his head and said feebly, "My son is ashamed of my father's esteem. You, instead, think about being able to live in peace." Ing Zhang said, "However, I am still in control of the world of Great Qin. If I find that Lao Si is only ambitious, not capable, and even more incapable of settling the country, then I will step in at any time, and at that time, if you're more suitable than he is, I, naturally, will still let you continue to be the successor of Great Qin." "Holy but your Majesty." Hearing Ing Zhang's words, Meng Tian's heart was relieved, but then he said with some concern, "Your Majesty, I don't know if there's a word I should say or not. I dare not." Man Qing, what are you trying to say?" Hearing this, Ing Zhang looked at Meng Tian and asked. He knew that what Meng Tian wanted to say was probably to help Fusu intercede, right? His Majesty wants the fourth Duke to inherit the throne. This was originally His Majesty's arrangement, and the ministers would not dare in a million deaths to contradict the seizure of the conspiracy. Meng Tian carefully said, "Just, if the fourth prince, later and sit firmly again, and, to that time, he said today was killed Big Brother suddenly appeared again. He will not worry about the ministers and the world know that the Grand Duke is still alive, and thus affect his own position, then the Grand Duke's safety." Hearing Meng Tian's words, the crowd's faces changed. This, rather, is a very real problem. Ing Gao is now bent on avenging his big brother's death. That's why. But one day, if he finds out that Fusu is still alive, what will he think? In other words, the shortcut taken by Ing Gao was to only recognize the legal legitimacy of Fusu to inherit the throne of Ing Zhang, and then he would avenge Fusu's death by inheriting Fusu's ambition and thus inheriting Fusu's legal legitimacy instead of directly inheriting Ing Zhang's legal legitimacy. So how could Ing Gao possibly tolerate Fusu after Fusu's real father appeared at that time? I avenged you so I could inherit everything you were supposed to inherit. Then when your true self has appeared, and there's no need for me to take revenge, where's the legitimacy in that? I'm just afraid that by then, even though you're not dead and I don't need to avenge your death, but, still, I have to avenge your death, so you can only die. This is, pretty much, unresolved. And, what Meng Tian wanted to say but did not dare to say was that his statement that Ying Gao's position had been stabilized meant that he wanted to tell Ying Zhang that now that His Majesty was still in power, he could still be the master of everything, and he could still control the kingdom of heaven and earth by himself. But what if one day you're really gone? What else can Fuso do? Ying Gao will be the real emperor. What would he do if he really had murderous intentions towards Fusu at that time? Who else can stop it? Chapter 021 Crossfire. Battle for the throne. I will not let that happen. If it does, I will leave a posthumous edict for all of you, and at that time, naturally, someone will come forward, take out the posthumous edict, and strive to protect Fusu. With that, Ying Zhang changed his tone and continued, moreover, who can guarantee that Ying Gao will really be like this? Yes, as realistic as Monty's concerns are, that's not reality, and it's nothing more than a hypothetical. Since it's hypothetical, there's no point in going infinitely deeper. Your Majesty is wise. Reese, come here. Ying Zhang sent Li Si over and gave him a burst of orders. And just then, in front, Zhao Gao was instantly shocked and furious when he saw how hesitant Li Shang was. He yelled, Li Shang, you are under His Majesty's royal favor. Now you are so afraid of the rebels. Do you know what kind of sin this is? It's like plotting a rebellion. Do you really want your Li family to openly disobey orders? All the officials are watching. What? Hearing Zhao Gao being so intimidating, Li Shang's heart was also in turmoil. Available. With that, Li Shang gritted his teeth and asked, Lord Zhao, Minister Li's sons can be there, just in case. Geez, there's nothing iffy about it. Zhao Gao droned. I expected that they would definitely not dare to make a move against Minister Li's sons. Otherwise, they will surely be doomed. Moreover, Minister Li is deeply righteous. For the sake of the court, how could he disregard His Majesty's last orders because of his own sons? When the new emperor ascends to the throne, naturally you will not be treated badly. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, Li Shang's heart fluttered, and Zhao Gao immediately whispered to Hu Hai again, and Hu Hai heard it, and also pulled his voice to Li Shang and drank. Li Shang, are you going to disobey orders? Sizzle? When he heard Hu Hai say so, Li Shang immediately crossed his heart, clenched his teeth, faced the front, and shouted to Ying Gao, Fourth Prince, Li Shang dared not disobey the Emperor's order. I advise you to retreat immediately and come to apologize. Otherwise, once the army attacks, you will not be able to withstand it with these people around you. Li Shang, Li Shang, it's not your fault to be short-sighted, but to come out as an official, that's your fault. Hearing this, Ying Gao laughed coldly and shook his head. If you want to aid and abet the evil, I don't blame you, but, today, I am bound to avenge my elder brother's death. Zhao Gao wants to mess up the government with a eunuch, killing my brother and harming my clan. If you agree to that, old Qin won't agree to that either, and heaven will not agree to that either. In that case, I am offended. Li Shang drank, then waved his hand and said, the army listens to the order. Protect His Majesty's casket and Prince Hu Hai, and follow me, to exterminate the rebels. Kill, kill. With Li Shang's order, the guards behind him rushed out in the direction of Ying Gao. And this scene caused the hearts of the 100 officials to instantly rise to their throats. The thing they were most worried and disturbed about had finally appeared. The people of Ying Zhang, who were sitting in the carriage, were also in a state of shock when they heard the sound. I didn't expect that Zhao Gao was really doggedly bold and dared to directly order a move. Li Si's heart, a burst of anger. The heart cursed, dog thief Zhao Gao, you so want to give my sons are killed? If all my sons at least died? No, even if only one dies. No. Even if there is one less arm or leg, I, Li Si, will definitely not let you go this time. Your Majesty. Li Si was in a hurry, while Meng Tian immediately said, Your Majesty, I didn't expect Zhao Gao to dare to order a strike without authorization. The situation is urgent. The Micro-Minister please go out with Minister Li. If the situation gets out of control, the Micro-Minister will surely try to find a way to save the day, so as not to cause undeserved casualties. For his own appearances to be able to drink in time to order the army to stop attacking things, Meng Tian, or more confident. After all, nowadays his prestige in the army can be compared to Marquis Tungwu Wang Ben, inferior to Marquis Wuching Wang Jian. But in addition to these two people, the rest of the people, even Li Xin, that is not comparable to him Meng Tian. Well, it's good, but, then, you shouldn't be in a hurry to show up. Ing Zhang swept his eyes at Fusu beside him and said to Meng Tian, "It's just as well. I want to see what old Four is prepared for, and if he's here to get himself killed as well, then that means that he's just ambitious, and isn't yet capable of taking on the throne." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Reese hurriedly led the way. "Nah." Hearing Ing Zhang's words, Meng Tian's heart fluttered, and he hurriedly covered his face, followed Li Si, and left in a hurry. And at this moment, seeing Li Shang killing over with his elite escort army, Zhang Han immediately stepped forward across his horse. "Your Excellency, please retreat. Zhang Han will come to fight." Behind him, his guards, as well as the prisoner torturers with ink and gold inscriptions on their faces, took a few steps forward, with grim faces, as if they were dead soldiers, ready to have a deadly battle with the other side. "No need." Ing Yao let out a long breath and tried to calm himself down. He picked up the mystery stick in his hand and looked ahead. These days, he went to the back garden of the Shangming Palace to hunt when he had time, and several times, he waited until those ferocious wild boars were about to rush in front of him, and only then did he take out his gun. The purpose is to work on your stamina. He knew that if he showed panic and timidity at this point in time, then these people behind him would never willingly follow him to fight for their lives. "It was agreed that I would pull out all the stops for you all." With that, Ing raised his gun and aimed ahead. As for Zhang Han, he was also puzzled for a while, and his heart was anxious. Granted, he hadn't actually led a troop yet, but it was a very unwise situation to be on the front lines of a war as a commander-in-chief, because your well-being, which affects the whole body, will very much affect the energy and fighting spirit of the frontline soldiers. That's why emperors and kings and whatnot should never take the imperial campaign lightly. You win, you're still the emperor. And it's another story if you desperately need this in-person experience to gild the lily to solidify your stormy throne as emperor. Otherwise, if you win, you're still the emperor. And if you lose or win badly, it's all definitely not good for you. Not to mention the other. Lu Bang personally conquered Ing Bu. Click is to receive an arrow. Ing Bu is eliminated, but Lu Bang himself is hanging fatal wounds. Turn back not long people died. It's really not a good deal. And just then, Li Si brought the masked Meng Tian to Zhao Gao's side and asked sternly, "Zhao Gao, who told you to give the order? I haven't even said anything yet, and you're letting people do it?" He really hates it. "Prime Minister Li?" Seeing Li Si return, Zhao Gao hurriedly pretended to be concerned and asked, "Prime Minister Li, are you alright? How can Minister Li blame me for this?" Zhao Gao thought that Minister Li had just fainted and didn't know when he would wake up, and he was afraid that things would get out of control, and that Ing Gao would find out about us, and then all of us would be trapped in a place of no return. You dog." Reese couldn't help but curse in his heart as he listened. "Are you afraid I'll blame you for putting my son's lives at risk and then threaten me with these words? The way I see things, it hasn't come to that, has it?" Reese drank with a face full of displeasure. Chapter 022 Ing Zhang, tens of thousands of troops? Where did you get tens of thousands of troops? Minister Li, could it be? Do you have any better idea? When Zhao Gao heard this, he asked, "Can't you see how far Ing Gao has pushed Prince Hu Hai? Moreover, he is definitely not thinking of retreating. So today, the only way is to fight to the death. You, Minister Li, I'm doing this all for you." Zhao Gao continued, "After all, we are the king's division, the most elite troops of Qin. As long as Ing Gao and the others are badly hurt, they'll be so frightened that they won't be able to make a move against your sons." Saying that, Zhao Gao looked at Hu Hai. "Yes, Li Si, you have to thank Lord Zhao for that." Hu Hai would understand and said at once. When Li Si heard this, he opened his mouth, and he couldn't directly refute Zhao Gao's reasoning, and Zhao Gao, at that moment, glanced at Meng Tian beside Li Si. By intuition, Zhao Gao felt that the other party was very Kangwu, but, because of the face covering, did not know who he really was, and did not think towards Meng Tian, and with the distance between the two sides now, Meng Tian was perfectly capable of making a direct move to take down Zhao Gao and Hui, to end this mess early. But, instead, he hesitated. For one thing, there was an order from Ing Zhang to wait and see how well Ing Gao could react. Secondly, Meng Tian also wanted to see whether Ing Gao would lose too badly in this situation, because, this is also very much about Fuso's future. If Ing Gao is not good enough, there is still a lot of chance for Fusu, isn't there? Kill! Li Shang rushed in the forefront, and Zhang Han and others are all waiting in the wings. Everyone is holding their breath, just waiting for the other side to arrive in front, and the other side to have a fight to the death. Fourth Prince, as Li Shang galloped his horse, he droned, "I advise you to obediently dismount and surrender, or else, swords have no eyes," and Feng Zhaiji those civil servants and military generals. At this time, Also nerves are taught to the extreme. They kind of didn't foresee that Ingao kidnapped Li Si's sons to threaten him. What's more, he didn't foresee that Zhao Gao would take advantage of Li Si's fainting to directly order Li Shang to launch an attack on Ingao. However, it seems that Feng Zhaiji and his men had foreseen that Ingao's troops would not have the strength to fight against His Majesty the First Emperor's guards. On his side, it is only Zhang Han, so little people, how can he be able to defeat it? Ha! When Ingao heard this, he smiled teasingly, and fired a direct shot towards Li Shang's head. Bang! As a popping sound rang out suddenly in the air, those present, all of them, were horrified. Lord and General? Those guards who were closest to Li Shang lost their voices and cried out when they saw Li Shang instantly lose control of his horse, as if he had been torn backwards off his horse by a bizarre force. They did not expect, much less know, how the Lord General, in good time, suddenly crashed off his horse. Zhang Han and the others were also shocked. At first, they thought that Ingao might be bragging, and even if he wasn't bragging, it was probably a big exaggeration. However, I didn't expect that Ingao really had a plan and did what he said he would do, and with one strike, he brought down the opponent's main general. How the hell that works? They're not even sure. Kill. But, Zhang Han was the first to react. His sword was raised and waved, and he yelled, "The head of the bandits has been destroyed. All troops follow me to eliminate the rebels." Kill. The soldiers behind him, whose morale was even higher at this time, followed Zhang Han, yelling and charging down towards the front. The two sides rushed to a place. Zhang Han, who did not have the upper hand, but because the other side was missing the main general, they were in the upper hand. Sizzle? Seeing this scene, all the people present were stunned. It should have been a one-sided slaughter, but this is what happened. Li Sang is dead? Seeing this scene, Li Si was also very shocked. Meng Tian is also greatly surprised. Although Li Shang's ability, he does not really see, but at least if the younger generation inside the count. Otherwise, he wouldn't have served as the general of the escort army with Wang Li. But, he just died? Zhao Gao was also shocked. He had thought that by relying on Li Shang to lead the Forbidden Guard escorts, he would be able to crush Ingao and the others and take this victory. In this way, still great things can happen. However, but I didn't expect that Li Shang would hang up so easily. How did he die? And Zhao Gao also hurriedly reacted and immediately roared. Ingao plotted against the king, killed the generals of the Forbidden Army, and even intended to kill the new king. Prince Huhai said, if he lords over him, he'll be named Marquis of Guananyai. Zhao Gao. Ingao laughed coldly and directly raised his gun, aiming at Zhao Gao, who was startled, but didn't quite understand what Ingao could do to himself by holding up something so far away. Bang! Ingao took aim and fired a shot, but instead of directly taking Zhao Gao's life, it directly pierced his shoulder. Immediately, a heart-rending scream of pain came from Zhao Gao, who was directly hit by a shot and took a step back, directly crouching on his butt to the ground. Buzz! Seeing this scene, Li Si, these closed Zhao Gao. Adrenaline instantly spiked to the extreme. Hu Hai is even 2 legs soft, directly paralyzed. Zhao Gao, you're dead? Huey exclaimed. My lord, I have not yet. Zhao Gao is out of breath from the blow and opens his mouth to speak, but it's hard for anyone to hear him anymore. Reese, Ingao shouted. Li Shang is dead. Zhao Gao has been executed. Look behind you. What? Behind you? And behind you? Kill. Just at that moment, a killing sound also rose from the rear of the Forbidden Guards. The guards were in an uproar, and even Ing Zhang, who was sitting in the carriage, was in a state of shock. What the hell? There's an ambush? Not only did Ing Gao set up his troops in front of the Forbidden Guards to intercept them, but also, he instigated his troops to outflank them from behind? Duke, Prime Minister Li, Lord Zhao. At this time, the small general officer of the Praetorian Guard in the rear hurriedly crossed his horse and came over, panicked, jumped off his horse, rolled, and cried out to Li Si, it's not good. A large number of soldiers and horses have appeared in the rear. It looks like no less than 10,000 people are coming our way. Buzz, no less than 10,000 people? Upon hearing this news, Reese's few people, too, had their hearts pounding with shock. Why is there an ambush of no less than 10,000 people? Ing Zhang was in the carriage and was also amazed. An ambush of no less than 10,000 men? Where did Ing Gao get so many soldiers? Could it be that he is now in complete control of the entire city of Xianyang? And those Guanzhong legionnaires around the city of Xianyang are already looking forward to the old war? You don't think so? But before I gave them a secret order, without my order, absolutely not to move without authorization. But if not these soldiers and horses, then how did Ing Gao's tens of thousands of troops form? Even if they were formed, It would be impossible to hide them from their own eyes and intelligence system in Xianyang City. For a moment, Ying Zhan was also shocked to the extreme in his heart, that his most unsuspecting son had done something he couldn't figure out. And even now, if Ying Gao had ordered all these people to be wiped out on the spot, he would have been able to do so. Chapter 023 Ying Zhang, no hurry. Let's play with him first. Ying Zhang was not sure if the troops formed by Ying Gao himself would give face to him, the late first emperor. In other words, Ying Zhang was not sure if he could survive this turmoil and chaos. He, miscalculated. Father, Fu Su was also alarmed to the extreme. You'd better hurry out and preside over the situation, right? As my son looks on, this situation is going to get completely out of control. If you don't step in now and drink everything in, I'm only afraid that it will be too late later. Hearing this, Ying Zhan looked at Fu Su, and was urgently weighing the situation in his mind. There's no rush. Ying Zhang suddenly stared and said, let him play around first. There isn't much difference between me going out now and going out later. Minister Li, Meng Tian, beside Li Si, said in a low roar, only if I step in can I stop all the soldiers, said the man, about to step forward. However, he was stopped by Li Si, who similarly yelled in a low voice, General, you're confused. I'm confused? Monty was uncertain. The fourth prince even dared to kill Li Shang, and he didn't even listen to His Majesty's edict. So those soldiers behind him, who exactly would they listen to? What will they listen to? Li Si droned in a low voice. I'm only afraid that right now, they won't even listen to His Majesty's orders, let alone yours. These people, they are determined to follow the fourth prince and cause trouble. Can they be your soldiers? Can they be willing to be your soldiers? Sizzle? After hearing such a reminder from Li Si, Meng Tian was immediately startled. That's true. What kind of soldiers the other side is? He, Meng Tian, is now, indeed, not completely sure. Therefore, he could at most mobilize the Forbidden Guards, but he could hardly mobilize the troops under Ying's hand with enough certainty. In case, when the time comes, they are pushed even further, and all but disregard everything, then your Majesty's safety will be at stake. Li Si continued to say a sentence. Meng Tian listened to it, his heart is even more a moment of fear. That's true. The two of them glanced at each other and at Zhao Gao on the ground, and Li Si said at once, I'll do it. As he said that, he didn't forget to throw Meng Tian a look, but the corner of his eyes swept to Zhao Gao on the ground, as well as Hu Hei beside Zhao Gao. Meng Ten immediately understood and secretly moved 2 steps to not far from Zhao Gao and Hui's body, ready to control them at any time. Wait, Li Si suddenly shouted. The death of the Grand Duke was indeed unjust. His Majesty's posthumous edict is here. All Forbidden Guards return immediately. 4th Duke, Zhang Xiaofu, please stop the army immediately. What? Here Li Si some shouting. The front line is killing the generals. Those watching the civil and military officials, all a burst of great surprise. Li's? Zhao Gao endured the pain and exclaimed in shock, pointing a finger at Li Si and gritting his teeth with blood. What are you doing? Praetorians, retreat at once. Retreat! Li Si drank a few more times, and those Forbidden Guards hurriedly formed rows of 3 or 5, their swords and halberds forward, their bodies backward, slowly retreating. And Ying Gao, at the first opportunity, waved his hand. Stop the war. My lord, beware of deception. Zhang Han came to Ying Gao's side, his hands and body already covered in blood. I know. Ying Gao looked ahead. Now I'm the knife and chopper. He's the fish and meat. He thinks he's already surrounded by us, and it's hard for him to know whether he'll live or die. So if he's practicing deception now, what's the difference between begging for death and seeking it? Your Excellency. Zhang Han heard this and had to nod his head. Everyone, do not move. Ying Gao drank, then shouted to Li Si. Minister Li, I've already given the order, and I'm sure you've heard it. However, the tens of thousands of troops behind us, there is no way to make them stop now. So, if Prime Minister Li wants to say something, but you have to hurry. What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Li Si and the others, naturally, knew what he was talking about and what he really meant. It means that if you don't say something or do something in a short time, then later on, if you want to say something, you won't even have a chance. Existing His Majesty's true posthumous edict is here. Li Si took out a brocade box from his cuffs and shouted. If the fourth prince doesn't believe it, the existing Feng Feis and other 100 officials are here, so we can ask them to take a look, and then ask the prince to read it in detail. I don't know if it's possible. What? Your Majesty, the real posthumous edict? After hearing this statement from Reese, there was another outcry of surprise. Surprisingly, what's the real posthumous edict? What's going on here? Zhao Gao, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. What real posthumous edict? This, surely, was a calculation and a plot by Reese. Reese? Where's some real posthumous edict coming from? Zhao Gao endured the pain and cried out. I am aware of all of His Majesty's posthumous edicts, and if I am not aware of them, then they are bound to be false. Fake? Li Si sneered. His Majesty had a posthumous edict left in my hands long ago, and I was afraid that it would be a treacherous person like you who would tamper with the edict and scourge Great Qin. This imperial edict, if Minister Feng takes a look at it, he is bound to know whether it is true or false. What? Hearing Li Si say so, Zhao Gao was surprised for a moment and couldn't help but be skeptical as well. Could it be that His Majesty really did have an edict long ago and left it to Li Si? No, that's not possible, Zhao Gao thought to himself. His Majesty's death was so sudden, and there were no signs of ill health before, so how could he have left a posthumous edict? This, absolutely, should have been tampered with by Reese and taken out on an ad hoc basis. In fact, Zhao Gao guessed pretty much the same thing. It is not true that this edict was taken out on an ad hoc basis, but it was not taken out on an ad hoc basis by Li Si, nor was it tampered with. Rather, it was prepared by Ying Zhang long ago. After all, even though Zhao Gao was the order of the Central Chariot Office, and his duty was to be responsible for drafting the imperial edicts and keeping the seals, very often, Ying Zhang's seals, naturally, were still under his own control. So, as early as when he was plotting to fake his own death, Ying Zhang had already prepared a number of edicts in advance. That word is real, and so is the seal, except that the bamboo slips leave a lot of white space. Fake, it must be fake. Zhao Gao couldn't help but cry out, but it was another bout of gnashing of teeth by his own pain. He hurriedly said to Hu Hai, Prince Hu Hai, you can't let this imperial edict be seen by others. It's fake. Fake. If people see it, it can be very unfavorable to you. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, Hu Hai also immediately got up and pointed at Li Si, shouting, Li Si, what are you doing? False transmission of an imperial edict. Do you know how big of a crime it is? You want to plot against me? I order you, give me the imperial edict immediately without fail. Then he droned. Men, take down Prime Minister Li Si. Rubbing, he had just made a move, only to see the masked man behind him, instantly stepping forward, clamping down on him, and backhanding him, do not move. Sizzle? Seeing this scene, the people present were all in an uproar. Who is this guy? Whose men are these that are so brave? Is he one of Li Si's men? How dare he amongst others put Hu Hai under control? Mr. Hu Ha, I'm sorry for the commission. Seeing this, Li Si also blared and said, the situation is special, and Li Si can only do what he has to do. If you dare to act without authorization, in case you injure Prince Hui, it will all be your fault. Sizzle. Hearing Li Si's words, those of Hui's personal guards who were thinking of going forward, one by one, they were too scared to move as well. Chapter 024, in Li Si's hand. There is a real posthumous edict? Egu. It hurts. You, who are you? Hu Hai was tackled backward with his arms and cried out, how dare you do this to me? I am the Duke, the future Emperor. I'm going to wipe out all three of your clans. When Meng Tian heard this, he laughed coldly in his heart and said, Hu Hai, I didn't dare to offend you in the slightest, but you have organized with Zhao Gao to kill me and harm me. So how can you possibly let go of my family members in the future? And now you're threatening me with extermination? Haven't you been killing me, Monty Python, for a long time? Your Excellency is offended. Meng Tian's voice lowered as he said, Your Excellency should think about whether or not you're doing right by His Majesty, and whether or not you're doing right by the Grand Duke. What? Hearing Meng Tian's words, Hu Hai was instantly furious, thinking, what are you, a small servant? How dare you lecture me like this? He instantly made an effort to cock his head and look back. Instead, however, he saw a pair of grimly indignant eyes. Hu Hai was immediately shocked in his heart, thinking, who is this person? Does that mean there's a grudge against me? Yes. When Ying Gao heard this, he was quite satisfied with Li Si's performance, and said that Li Si was really cunning as well, that he could still come up with a posthumous edict at this time? In that case, please ask Minister Feng and the 100 officials to read it, and afterward, I will come back to it. Ying Gao said, then thank you. Fourth Prince, Li Si took 3 steps and 2 steps to bring the imperial edict to Feng Zhaisher. With a perplexed and guarded face, Feng Daji looked Li Si up and down, and couldn't help but make some teasing noises. Prime Minister Li has made a big splash this time. I wonder why. The Emperor's orders are not his own. Li Si spoke, then said in a loud voice, Li Si, by His Majesty's last order, to protect the Qianquan of Great Qin, But he never thought that Zhao Gao would tamper with the last order without authorization, and that he would secretly conspire to murder the Grand Duke. In this way, it is also Li Si's sin. Crap, what the did you say? Hearing Li Si's words, Zhao Gao instantly turned green in the face as well. He also really did not expect this Li Si, but also really shameless. Didn't you have a lot of ideas when you were plotting to kill Fusu? Now, what is it that they are saying that they don't know? You're ing farting, aren't you? On the other side of the room, Ing Gao, after hearing Li Si's words, laughed in his heart. Li Si, originally in history, you were victimized by Zhao Gao, but that was also because Zhao Gao relied on the big tree of Huhai, while you were very gullible. Now, the political situation is not yet stabilized. The emperor is not yet determined. You old fox, but really can leave such a backhanded Reese, you clearly planned all of this. It's your arrangement. Seeing this, Zhao Gao also suddenly said sharply, now you even deny it? The people of the world are all watching. Do you think that you can fool the people of the world with your clever words? Zhao Gao felt that he absolutely could not let Li Si go, and the only way to make him order Ing Gao to break up with him again was to kill Li Si's mastermind and force him to have no way back. Only then will there be a silver lining. Otherwise, if you fall into Ing Gao's hands, you will definitely die for sure. My arrangement? Hearing this, Li Si turned his head to look at Zhao Gao, sneered, and said in a deep voice, Zhao Gao, do you think everyone in the world is as stupid as you? If I had planned all this, would my sons have fallen into the hands of the fourth prince so easily? His Majesty has been hidden by you in Yongqing for so many days, more than half a month. If I were the mastermind, what difficulty would I have in keeping my sons safe and sound? It is clear that I am also being held hostage by you. Sizzle? After hearing Li Si's rebuttal, Zhao Gao glared for a while, his face full of anger. This mother asterisk. Reese. Granted, you weren't exactly the mastermind, but were you involved any less? You're damn near not as clean as you say you are. Lord Huha, Zhao Gao hurriedly said to Huhai, now Li Si is thinking of shifting all the blame to you. I am just a eunuch. Li Si said he is not the mastermind, but the mastermind must be you. You can't say nothing. What? Hearing what Zhao Gao said, Huhai's face immediately changed, and he immediately turned his head to Li Si and droned. Li Si, you had quite a few ideas that day. How dare you deny it now? Mr. Huhai, Li Si, originally had His Majesty's posthumous edict, but because I was coerced by Zhao Gao, fearing that His Majesty's posthumous edict would be snatched and destroyed, I have held back until today, and now I have His Majesty's posthumous edict here, and Feng Xiang and the three dukes, they can all attest to it, said Li Si. Li Si also immediately looked at Feng Daiji, Feng Prime Minister, you have to look carefully, the fourth prince's side, is still waiting for it. Hearing what Li Si said, Feng Daiji glanced at him with some significance, and in his heart, he naturally heard what Li Si said. What exactly does it mean? Because Li Si was worried that Feng Daiji would not take advantage of the opportunity to put this imperial decree. Hard to say that it is false, so as to sit on Li Si's greater crime. He was right to be concerned. Feng Daiji and Li Si, up and down the court, had long been somewhat at odds. Feng Daiji led the old Qin's powerful nobles, and behind Li Si, there were some new nobles of the court, and the two sides had a dispute and fight long time ago. Today, that would naturally be a godsend. But, this time, Feng Daiji really wouldn't do that, because that reminder that followed Reese's was a good reminder. Now, the result of Feng's appraisal is not influencing Li Si's life and death, but declaring whether the fourth son, Ing Gao, is a master or not. So this time, if Feng Daiji denied Li Si, he was not denying Li Si, he was denying Ing Gao. Now, Ing Gao has ordered the army to attack the Forbidden Guards from the front and back, and the group of Mangshis under his command has even resisted the attack of the Forbidden Guards, which makes the Forbidden Guards unable to break through in the front, and even more worried about being encircled and surrounded in the back, and is almost at death's door. The Praetorian Guards are not even a climatic force, not to mention the civil and military officials who can only wait and see. Therefore, Feng Daiji wants to target Li Si, but he doesn't dare to target from this aspect anymore. He then took a closer look at the edict and realized that it was, indeed, impeccable. Even, there was still a long-lost familiarity to the handwriting on it. That's right, it's not Li Si and Zhao Gao's knife and brush marks. Instead, it's the first emperor's. Feng Goji instantly staggered, said that this is only really His Majesty left the imperial edict, and, it is his handwriting left a long time ago. This edict, is it true? Feng Goji was surprised, and then said, listed as a minister. This edict should be true and true. All of you can also come and take a look. Hearing what he said, the remaining 3 dukes and 9 ministers also rushed to gather around. Some fixed eyes to observe. Yeah, this seems to be His Majesty's handwriting? Yes, I think it looks like it too. His Majesty used to write the edict in his own handwriting years ago, and this is his handwriting. Again, His Majesty's handwriting and the seal of manhwa. This edict is true? The crowd marveled after a moment of viewing. Chapter 025. As you know, Fusu is my brother, and Meng Tian and I have known each other for a long time. What? When hearing the words of the 100 officials, Zhao Gao and Hu He, immediately a burst of surprise stunned. His Majesty actually left a posthumous edict to Li Si? That son of a Reese. He's hiding real deep. And Ing Gao listened to it and was also surprised for a while, thinking that this is in the end the 100 officials are deliberately cooperating with it. Or is this a real posthumous edict? Really? There's this posthumous edict? Your Excellency, this posthumous edict is true. Please read it. Feng Zhiji held the edict in both hands and asked an official of military generalship beside him to hand it over to Ing Gao. The man hurriedly held the edict and ran to Ing Gao. Seeing this, Zhang Han stepped forward and took the edict, turning his head and respectfully placing it in front of Ing Gao. Ing Gao took it and saw what was on the edict. 35 years, when it is for the fall. The Great Qin is shaking, and it's a clear unification. It is bordered by the sea in the east and the Rhone in the west. He drove the Huns in the north and destroyed the Yuezhi in the south. The ancestors are the ones who have succeeded them, and the heirs are the ones who have been warned by them. If you have the will to live a long life, you will not be able to fulfill your destiny, to carry on my will and to promote the mighty winds of Qin. The eldest son, Fusu, was virtuous and filial, the joy of the clan, the symbol of the gods, the service of the 100 Qin, the honor of the 4 barbarians, to carry on the past and pass on the foundation of the world. Envoys and ministers of the people of the world, I will bequeath my will to seek peace in the world, by virtue of Fuso's virtue, cultivate the 4 realms of respect and bowing. Now, pass to the Grand Prince Fusu, to the gallant old Qin, and its later, all will not be submissive and obedient to Fusu and its later also. If there is any disrespectful, disobedient, insubordinate, or disrespectful person, the gods and men will be furious. After reading the posthumous edict, Ing Gao sighed in his heart and said that although Fusu was a fool, and his father loved and blamed him, in the end, he was still the most recognized as the successor. It's a shame. Fusu doesn't have this life anymore. Minister Li, Ing Gao looked at Li Si, holding the posthumous edict. What is the reason for having this posthumous edict and not sending it? 4th Prince, it is only because he is behind bars and cannot help himself that he can only compromise in order to preserve His Majesty's legacy. When Li Si heard this, his face pretended to cry for a while, and then immediately said, "It's just a pity that it hadn't occurred to me that the Grand Duke had really been secretly assassinated by them." What the? Hearing Li Si's words again, Zhao Gao and Hu He, even more so, burst into a rage. Reese, Hu Hai pointed at him and said angrily, "How dare you talk such nonsense? This clearly has your involvement. Heaven and earth can tell. Heaven and earth can tell." Hui, hearing this, Ing Gao said in a deep voice, "Here is my father's posthumous edict. There is my father's spirit in heaven above." The words of the civil and military officials with their own eyes, and thousands of soldiers below. What do you have to say about the slanderous rumor that you murdered your elder brother? Me? Not me. I'm clearly. Huey listened and stammered for a while. And hearing Ing Gao's words, Li Si suddenly changed his face and immediately shouted to Hu Hai, 18th Prince. The 4th Prince said that you listened to the slanderous words. Why don't you hurry up and apologize? What the? When Hu Hai heard this, he was just about to break into a rage, while he only heard Feng Daiji also persuade, 18 dukes, now thank you and confess the mastermind behind the scene. It's not over yet. That's right, Hu Hai didn't hear it, but the 100 officials did. Ing Gao's sentence of listening to slanderous words is already maximizing the leeway for Hu Hai, which probably means that Hu Hai won't be liquidated to the end. Huey himself, however, did not hear it. Old 4, it's not easy. Sitting in the carriage, after hearing these words from Ing Gao, Ing Zhang sighed. He is actually willing to let Hu Hai go. Spare the hoi polloi? Fusu froze. Father, 4th brother, is he really willing to let Hu Hai go? It is not yet known, but a gentleman is not a gentleman. Hearing this, Ing Zhang looked at Fusu and said, that depends, whether he wants to be that king or not. As for further down the road, only heaven knows. And hearing Ing Zhang's words, Fusu was silent for a while. The 18th Prince, the 18th Prince. Zhao Gao also heard what was going on, and said, isn't this clearly telling me that I am the one behind the scenes, and that all the sins are on my shoulders? he hurriedly shouted. 18th Prince mustn't believe their bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He will never let you go, nowadays. Just, bang, before he could finish his sentence, he was met by Meng Tian, who was behind Hu Hei, with a kick over and directly kicked him in the wound. Ah! Immediately, Zhao Gao hissed in pain. Prince Hua, the 4th prince has just left you a way out. Although Meng Tian's heart was very complicated, after hearing Ying Gao's meaning, he also immediately prompted Hu Hai to say, Sizzle, is that right? Hu Hai heard and asked in surprise. Yes, also, Prince Hu Hei, as long as he identifies the mastermind, there is bound to be a way out. All the 100 officials are listening and watching. Monty whispered. Crap, Hu Hai heard, immediately rejoiced, immediately pointed to Zhao Gao and said, it is this thief. He cajoled me that he wanted to put father's posthumous edict. No, he secretly tampered with the posthumous edict, cajoled me that he wanted me to ascend to the throne, and secretly killed my elder brother. I didn't know all of it. Hearing Hu Hai bite towards himself, Zhao Gao's heart instantly died to the extreme as well. Who? You, Zhao Gao, Ying Gao shouted. What else do you have to say now? The 4 dukes. Hearing this, Zhao Gao laughed sarcastically with a mouth full of blood. I'm afraid it's heavens will that my affairs won't work out. But 4th prince, don't treat everyone as a fool just because you have a few smarts. Whether this posthumous edict is true or not, heaven and earth know. To hear you, a traitor who tampered with the posthumous edict, speak so credulously? Ying Gao smiled coldly, then held up the posthumous edict and said, the late emperor's posthumous edict is here. The forbidden guards listen to the order. The subordinates and others are at your service. The guards, who were fighting with Ying Gao's men just now, hesitated only slightly, and then the generals took the lead to bow their heads and kneel on the ground one by one. Immediately take down the traitor Zhao Gao and his cronies, and detain Hu Hei without fail. Ying Gao let out a gulp and then continued. The rest of you were deceived into coming here, and did not intend to do so. I will forgive your sins on their behalf. Because of my father's grace and my elder brother's kindness, I will never be held accountable. Thank you, sir. The crowd heard this and were instantly ecstatic. After all, according to the Qin law, all of them could be sentenced to be raised for treason. Zhang Han, go to the rear immediately with my token and order the army to stop attacking. Nah, hooray! Zhang Han received the order to command, then looked around and took the lead in raising his arms. Then facing Ying Gao, he shouted, long live, hooray, hooray! The generals behind him then, one by one, shouted towards Ying Gao, hail, hurrah, long live! The crowd chanted in unison, a mountain of voices. Those forbidden guards, too, quickly followed the chants. Hurrah, hurrah! The crowd chanted in unison, their cries almost resounding. When the 100 officials saw this, their faces turned pale, and led by Feng Jiqi and Li Si, they rushed to Ying Gao's face, bowing down and bowing down. 4th Prince, Feng Jiqi urged, His Majesty's great lineage, the Grand Duke was killed by thieves, and the country's grain was almost overturned by the rebels and thieves. His Majesty's legacy was almost destroyed. Now, we are fortunate to have the 4th Prince to get rid of the traitors, avenge our father and brother, and save all the officials, which is really a blessing for the ancestors, the countryside, and the people. We respectfully request that the 4th Prince succeed to the throne as soon as possible, for only under the 4th Prince's rule will the people of Qin be at peace. Yes, 4th Prince, Li Si also hurriedly said, I have served His Majesty for many years, and now I know even better that the person who can carry forward His Majesty's aspirations and take over this great Qin is none other than Your Excellency. Please succeed the throne immediately. This, Ying Gao listened with a slightly hesitant expression. Your Excellency, the right to do things is from urgency. The greatest benevolence and filial piety in this world is to inherit the legacy of one's father and brother. Feng Jiqi advised with a bitter look. His Majesty's great line, the great Duke suffered. This is already the misfortune of Great Qin, is it not? Do you not intend to personally save the thousands of the countryside of Great Qin? Please, Your Excellency, succeed to the throne at once, and could succeed to the great lineage. The 100 officials then bowed and pleaded. I ask the Duke to succeed the throne and obey the order of heaven. The 100 officials, and the 10,000 people. Zhang Han also hurriedly led the ambush. Please, Your Excellency, succeed the throne. Please, Your Excellency, succeed the throne. Behind them, thousands of generals, hastily kneeling. Ugh, okay. Ying Gao then sighed and said to Feng Zhaisher, Minister Feng, as you know, Fusu is my brother. We have been side by side for many years, and Meng Tian and I have known each other for a long time, and their brothers are terribly strong. The power of the matter is from the urgent. The state of the country cannot afford to be slowed down. Since the 100 officials also advised me so, I decided to take my father and brother's legacy. To inherit the great lineage will be my great gene, to continue to carry on the development of the great. As for the merits and failures, let the people of the world say so. Chapter 026 Fusu, that was once supposed to be my place. Your Excellency. No, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has a great ambition in his heart. This is a blessing for old Qin, a blessing for all the people. Hearing this, Feng Jiji immediately bowed and said, 100 officials, pay respects to Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty for all eternity. Long live Your Majesty. Long live great Qin. The crowd bowed, and the generals and soldiers, too, all bowed in unison. Long live Your Majesty. Long live, long live. Oh old four, it's not simple. It's really not simple. Sitting on the carriage, Ying Zheng sighed deeply. I didn't expect that there is a tiger hidden among my sons. I hope that his mind will not be fully focused on seizing the throne. This great Qin is not a good place to take over. Without 1,000 skills, even if he gets the throne, he won't be able to sit on it. And on the side of the Fusu, a burst of lowered his head. His heart is complicated. With these words, Ying Zheng was sort of comforting him and, at the same time, reminding him, that's right, this great Qin, not just anyone can take over. You, Fuso, at least, were once guilty of a fatal transgression. Your death is small. If great Qin suffers with you like this, that's big. Pass the word. Ying Gao immediately commanded, escort the coffin of our father to Xianyang Palace, escort the traitors back to Xianyang, escort Hu Hai to Wangyi Palace, and escort the civil and military officials back. Immediately send someone to Shangxian County to welcome the coffin of the Grand Prince Fusu, and order Meng Tan and Meng Yi to return to Xianyang to resume their duties. We will discuss the major events together. No mistakes. Nah. At Ying Gao's command, all of them responded in unison. Zheng Han at your service. My humble servant Zheng Han is here. Order you to be the inner historian. Take over all military affairs in Wangyi. Now that father's great mourning has not yet been cured, and during the period of national difficulties, everything will be strict, and any wanton person will not be spared. Ying Gao shouted. However, if any of them are to be beheaded according to the law, they must be presented to me, so that no one will be left out. Nah. Zheng Han heard this and immediately took orders. Once the power of Ni Aishur arrived, his position can be second to the later generations of the Nine-Door governor. Declare Monty. Ying Zheng asked someone to secretly bring Meng Tian here and said to him, now that Ying Gao has become a success, he will definitely send someone to Shangxian County to know everything and take over everything. So you have to go back as soon as possible. Make things more real, and then come back. And make sure that you don't let Ying Gao find out anything strange. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I, the humble servant, know what to do. Meng Tan listened and nodded heavily, then glanced at Fu Su behind Ying Zheng and bowed to leave. The carriage in which Ying Zheng and the others were hiding also followed the army and was escorted by Ni Aishur Tang and others outside. Sneaking into Xianyang City. Enter the Xianyang Palace first. Ying Zheng led Fu Su, under the escort of Ni Aishur Tang and other guards, into the Xianyang Palace through a secret passage. I want to continue to observe Lao Si. What will he do next? In addition, tell Li Si to make good contact with Ying Gao, and don't let anything slip. Nah. Ying Zheng, Ying Gao and his son, one in the dark and one in the light, both entered the Xianyang Palace. Declare Lise. When Ying Gao sat down, he first had Li Si brought in. Sinful Minister Li Si, greetings to Your Majesty. Li Si arrived and bowed in fearful obeisance. Minister Li, you're already innocent, so what's the point of being a guilty minister? Ying Gao sat down, raised his hand, and said, moreover, I am not the emperor yet, so this word Your Majesty is just a matter of mentioning it to outsiders. Your Majesty, Li Si's sins are well known to Li Si, and would he dare to be presumptuous because of Your Majesty's heavenly favor? Li Si hurriedly said, I'm only glad that the late emperor was able to have a descendant like Your Majesty. This is a blessing for our great Qin. I will let father know that it is a blessing for great Qin that I have succeeded to the throne, but it is still too early to say that. Hearing this, Ying Gao looked up at the main hall of this Xianyang Palace and said, how did my father, really, die? Ying Gao suddenly looked at Li Si and asked, Your Majesty. When Li Si heard it, he was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly ambled to his knees. Your Excellency, I dare not lie in a million deaths. His Majesty suddenly fell from the carriage, and that night his condition became urgent, and he did not expect to be, on the next day, so fortuitous? How could it be so fortuitous? When Ying Gao heard this, his face was complicated for a while. Let people unexpectedly, yes, this, This is really unexpected. It's really fortuitous to the extreme, Reese said hurriedly. In fact, what he failed to understand was that what he said about chance and what Ingao said were not exactly the same thing. Father has been a wise and honorable man all his life. An elder brother has been a benevolent man for half his life. Ingao sighed and asked Li Si, this old fourth of mine, in the first half of his life, has only done one thing, and that is to avenge my big brother's death. However, how exactly will this emperor do it? And whether or not he will be able to sit securely? Minister Li, it's up to you. Ha, a micro-minion? When Li Si heard this, his face changed, and he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, your natural talent is truly heavenly, and what virtues of a microcosmic minister? I mean it, Ingao said. You are a smart person. What is more precious is that you share the same policy with your father. That's why I am saying this to you, not because of the posthumous edict in your hand. The matter of the posthumous edict, true or not, false or not, the past is the past. Only this time, don't have again I want to use, is your ability. This, is the Mengtian and Fengshan can't give me, and these, is also big brother although virtuous, but unwilling to do. Sizzle? Hearing Ingao's words, Li Si was greatly shocked, and hurriedly bowed down. Your Majesty has shown such great love to Li Si. Li Si will never be able to return the favor by breaking his bones. Now, great things are yet to be determined. Ingao said to Li Si, I have so many brothers, and I am not the biggest. Do you think, will they obey me? Will I, in fact, be able to complete the enthronement ceremony successfully? What? When he heard Ingao's question, Li Si first stared blankly, then opened his mouth slightly, and only after carefully reading Ingao's expression did he slowly say, Your Majesty has a clear mind in his heart, and in my humble opinion, all the dukes do not understand the death of the late emperor. A good thing to do. Hearing Li Si's words, Ingao smiled. I've already had this intention, but I feel that it's not right for me to go and invite them. Therefore, I would like to ask Minister Li to go to Minister Feng, and the two of you to go together, so that they naturally won't refute your face. What do you think, Sizzle? Hearing Ingao's words, Li Si was secretly shocked. That, in the first place, is what the microcosm is supposed to do. Li Si hurriedly said, Microcosm, this is willing to go and do it. Aha! Ingao nodded. If Minister Li is so profoundly righteous, then please, then the microcosmic minister excuses himself, Reese said, bowing and stepping back. Then, after leaving the palace, he hurriedly followed the secret passage and went to find Ing Zhang. Chapter 027 Ing Zhang, Old 4, are you ready to take the brothers? My humble servant, greetings to your majesty. Li Si hurriedly informed Ing Zhang of his conversation with Ingao. Oh, is that really what he said? Ing Zhang couldn't help but brighten up when he heard this and asked. He said that because your political orientation is the same as mine, therefore, he will use you? Yes, your majesty. The fourth prince did say that. Reese said. Those eunuchs are also listening. This boy, it would be good if he could inherit my ambition. As Ing Zhang listened, he didn't forget to look at Fusu. When Fusu heard this, his heart was a complicated one. He disagreed with many of Ing Zhang's political views, and thought that the legalistic governance of Ing Zhang and Li Si was mostly cruel and not in line with leniency. In his opinion, the only way for the great Qin dynasty to survive is to implement Confucianism and Taoism, so that the people of the world will feel the benevolence and rule of the court, and then restore the Zhou rituals and implement a strict patriarchal system. However, Ing Zhang thinks that these are all fallacies of the sour Confucians, so just listen to them, and if they are really practiced, they will do more harm than good. Your Majesty, as for the gentlemen, Reese said carefully, it would be good for you to have them all in the palace. Hearing this, Ing Zhang looked at Li Si and said, inside the palace, which is also under my nose, I will have someone from my heart keep a good eye on them and protect them. If Lao Si really wants to make a move against them, not in the palace, but all around, then I won't be able to take all of them into account in the first place instead. Your Majesty is wise, Li Si hurriedly said. However, I also think that since the fourth Duke has been saying that he is trying to avenge the Great Duke by saying that Duke Huhai has disobeyed His Majesty's injunction against working in the same room, I think that, as long as all the dukes don't add too much to the mess, he won't do anything. Well, I think so too, but let's hope. Ing Zhang nodded his head and said, next, I will enter the secret passage at the back of Xianyang Palace. I will be there, listening and watching Lao Si dispose of things, so you will cooperate with him wholeheartedly, and for the time being, treat him as a real emperor. By the way, what to ask in time? You should not forget. I need to know a real and true Lao Si. No, I accept the order. Reese listened and nodded hurriedly. Fuso, When Li Si left, Ing Zhang looked at Fu Su and asked, if Lao Si is really a qualified successor, can you be convinced, father? When Fu Su heard this, he smiled miserably. Why do you need to come and ask my son about these words? Father can accept it, that's the most important thing. Oh, ha! When Ing Zhang heard this, he let out a sigh and laughed. He had to admit that Fu Su had asked the right question with this rhetorical question. Minister Li, we have just returned and you have come to look for old man. I'm afraid it's more than a little wrong, isn't it? Looking at Li Si and Feng Daiji's right Prime Minister's residence, Feng Daiji said with an expressionless face, when has Prime Minister Li become so unintelligent? Minister Feng, if you were truly afraid, you wouldn't have let me in. Li Si instead smiled and said nonchalantly, if Li Si wasn't smart, he wouldn't have come to Minister Feng. Is it a directive from the new emperor? Feng Goji heard this and tried it immediately. That's for sure. Otherwise, Li Si would have just come in on the front foot, and on the back foot, he would have inevitably been thrown into the brig. Li Si laughed meaningfully, and even if His Majesty doesn't do so, will you, Feng Xiang, let me go? Feng Goji's eyes twitched as he listened. This is the truth. Feng to go to the disease of Li Si, but really all the time, think of disliking a dislike, blow, or even, the other side of the body to take over the body. They really didn't have a personal vendetta, but the public vendetta had long since filled up. Behind Feng Jiqi were the centuries-old Qin dignitaries, and behind Li Si stood a dynasty full of nouveau riches, many of whom were able ministers and generals who had helped Ing Zhang to unify the world. These two forces have been at loggerheads since the time when Ing Zhang was preparing to unify the Six Kingdoms, not to mention that now that the world has been settled, it is even more important to divide the wealth and interests. Therefore, there are times when Feng Jiaqi, even if he doesn't want to go against Li Si himself, he has to be pushed forward by someone's ass. Oh, where is Minister Li's words? Feng Jiqi smiled and asked in return. Prime Minister Li is the one who controls the Qianquan. The imperial edicts can be taken out one after another. Who of us can compare to you? As long as Prime Minister Li can do it with a clear conscience, can stand up to the previous emperor, and can better satisfy the new emperor, then who would dare to say anything? Hearing this sarcastic mockery from Feng Jiaqi, Li Si smiled, and his heart was even more disdainful. He said in his heart, compared to all of you, I, Li Si, am the one who dares to have a clear conscience. After all, I can do all these by the instruction of His Majesty. Can you guys compete? It's good to have a clear conscience. Being a vassal, of course you should do it. Li Si then said, His Majesty commanded that you and I go and invite all the princes to the Xianyang Palace. Minister Feng, there is no time to lose, right? Please move. When he finished, he raised his hand in the form of an invitation. What? Hearing Li Si's words, Feng Jiaqi then changed his face, and immediately asked in a deep voice, is it a move, or is it a move? Minister Li, don't get your words wrong. Minister Feng, how dare I say a word of nonsense when it's already time? Li Si immediately said, it's a move to invite, not a move. His Majesty is so kind and generous that he has mentioned the words no fighting in the same room over and over again, so naturally his words will be honored. If Minister Feng is like this, I'm afraid that if His Majesty finds out about it, it won't be very good, right? Even if it's not very good, it can't be compared to you. Minister Li. When Feng Goji heard this, he also grinned with his mouth. Prime Minister Li's resourcefulness, that is clearly understood by the civil and military officials. Since this is the case, then please, when all of Ing Zhang's sons were persuaded by Feng Jiqi and Li Si in person and then invited to the Xianyang Palace, everyone was shocked, and when they saw the coffin of Ing Zhang, they surrounded him and burst into tears. Father, why did you go? Father has gone, and so has Big Brother? Big Brother has always been kind and generous. How did he meet with a poisonous death like this? There was a great wailing and weeping from the crowd. Standing off to the side, of course, were two neat rows of forbidden guards, each cloaked and expressionless. This made the dukes, even if they didn't want to cry, that was even more impossible to stop. And behind the wall of the cul-de-sac, seeing this scene, in Ing Zhang's heart, there were also thousands of emotions. Although this time he faked his death, he also knew that sooner or later, there would be a day when he would actually die. At that time, will the sons, who do not know, also cry and mourn as they do today? Second brother, third brother, brothers, you're here? After the crowd had cried for a while, Ing Gao arrived, wearing a mourning robe and a mourning crown. Behind them, followed by a group of sharpshooters. Greetings, Your Majesty. Feng Goji and Li Si took the lead in going up to pay their respects, and seeing this scene, Those gentlemen, all froze in place. Seeing this, Ingao raised his hand and said, Prime Ministers, it was not my intention to ascend the throne. If one of the dukes is more virtuous, then he should be the emperor, he said, eyeing among the brothers. When the gentlemen heard this, there was a burst of dark expressions and shaky eyes. Behind the dark wall, a cold light appeared in Ing Zhang's eyes when he heard what Ingao said. Old 4, want to kill someone? Ing Zhang frowned, his tone stuttering. Chapter 028 Fusu, me? I'm Qin Ershi? Fusu, 2, swallowed deeply. Your Majesty, you mustn't say that. Hearing this, Feng Diji hurriedly bowed and said, Your Majesty's successor to the great lineage is the legacy of the late emperor and the Grand Duke, and is the result of the obedience of the 100 officials and the obedience of all the people. This is the will of heaven. Is it not man-made? I think that all the dukes, and also categorically there will not be anyone who will say anything about being without a king or father. Finished, turned his head and asked, All gentlemen, can not just be anxious to sadness of the death of the late emperor? According to my great Qin law, all of you, but also have to immediately pay tribute to the new emperor bow, to the new emperor. Among the dukes, when they heard Feng Jiqi's words, a few of them hurried forward and bowed in a great salute. Greetings, Your Majesty. Quite a few people saw this and also made obeisance. The last few people, seeing this, had no choice but to hasten to bow down. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, all hail. Brothers, be quick to excuse yourselves. Only then did Ingao raise his hand and said, I am as sad as you are about my father's death. Thanks to my elder brother's advice before he left, I was able to feign madness, avoid surveillance, and detect the plot of the evil thief Zhao Gao, and avenge my father's death. I up to undertake the order of my father. My father every time taught us to love each other, never to be in the same room. I keep in mind, also hope that the brothers do not forget. How dare I? The crowd heard this and hurriedly bowed their heads. In that case, the matter right from the urgent. Tomorrow the enthronement ceremony, and the day after, the mourning for the father. Ingao said directly, I have already sent someone to Shangshan to welcome the coffin of my elder brother, and when the dust settles, I'll tell you what happened and clear up the confusion in your hearts. I accept the order. The crowd heard this, and again hastened to say, Good, I have quite a few things to dispose of. Ingao raised his hands, set them in a row, and saluted. Brothers, protect my father's coffin for me. I will come back later. Minister Li, Minister Feng, follow me. Greetings, Your Majesty. They watched Ingao leave and were relieved when there was no one else in the hall. Fourth brother, the madness earlier was actually faked? Some couldn't help but whisper, now looking so clear and thorough, without the slightest confusion. It seems that before, it was really pretending. I didn't realize. That big brother entrusted him before he left? Big brother was even killed? Hu Hai, he's actually so ruthless? Hu Hai deserved to die, but after the murder of his elder brother, according to the theory, he should not be discussed. Yeah, how do we have to? Hush, don't you see how Feng and Li ministers are posturing? The brothers had a moment to bow their heads and divide their words, and, in the end, some of them didn't dare to say anything, and behind the dark wall, after Ing Zhang saw the scene, his heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. In his generation, he didn't have that many in terms of brothers, and only had one brother, Chang Jiao. However, just because his younger brother, Chang Jiao, was forced to oppose him and take over the throne, and then was framed by Lu Buwei and killed himself, this became an unforgettable trauma in Ing Zhang's heart. So, it was Ing Zhang who hoped that his sons would never come to that point again. But, how many people in this world will really have no attachment to the throne? Some, more than others, are afraid to show it, right? Lao Si, Lao Si. Ing Zhang stared inside. How will you treat your brothers? In his heart, although he was a bit hesitant, as long as Ingao really crossed this red line and was ready to kill his own brothers, even though Ing Zhang might be a bit reluctant to give up on his ability, he would have to choose to show his face and abort Ingao's action. Ingao took Feng Zhaiji and Li Si with him, and after a while of planning and commanding, they finished discussing the matters of the enthronement ceremony. Ingao's request was simple, and, moreover, a bit too simple. His enthronement was nothing short of austere. Feng go to disease and Li Si. This more or less some objections. After all, is a great Qin country king succession ceremony? How can be so shabby it? However, Ingao said that it was not yet appropriate for him to hold an overly grand ceremony. He, who wants to spend his money, spends it well. Since Ingao had said so, Feng Jiqi and Li Si could not continue to insist. Immediately thereafter, a grand yet simple enthronement ceremony unfolded the following day. in front of the tomb of the late emperor. He was enthroned as the emperor, and all the officials paid homage to him and made it known to the world. Such a process, simple as it could be, had shocked Ding Zhang, who was hiding in the shadows. Lao Si, it's so hard to become the emperor, but it's so simple and easy to make do? Could it be that he doesn't even understand the matter of ascending the throne and showing the public and taking the opportunity to establish his majesty? When I unify the world, the emperor of Great Qin is the monarch of the four seas, the emperor's succession, a great event in the universal world. How can it be so haphazard? Sure enough, looking at Ying Gao in his coronation suit, Ying Zheng thought to himself, this old man doesn't seem to know what it means to be an emperor. And standing behind Ying Zheng, Fusa looked ahead of him in a crown suit, quite heroic, and his heart was also complicated for a while. That dress, that position, should have been theirs too. Sadly, before the late emperor's casket, His Majesty succeeds to the throne. The three dukes and princes bow 3 times, and the ministers and nobles kowtow 9 times. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. The ministers shouted and bowed together to greet and recognize this new emperor of Great Qin. The ministers are excused. Ying Gao sat down in his crown suit and raised his hands between them in an effort to calm himself. By the mandate of heaven, both live forever. Even if Ying Gao wanted to be quiet, his heart was still in turmoil when the state seal with these words was passed on to him. These 8 words are impossible for any man to not be attracted to, not to mention the old Qin family who created the jade seal of transmission. Thank you, Your Majesty. The group of ministers leaned in right and left to settle. Ying Gao looked around at the ministers and said, My father has unified the 4 seas, and he is unrivaled in the world in terms of civilization and martial arts. It's a pity that he didn't live long enough to attract hatred. After my father's great success, the throne should have belonged to my elder brother, Fu Su, but I didn't realize that evil thieves had tampered with my father's order and killed him. I, Ying Gao, avenged my father and brother's death, and the ministers helped me to ascend the throne. Since I have been entrusted with the heavy burden of Qin, I must be accountable to my father and brother. Ying Gao continued, If it wasn't for my father and brother, I wouldn't be here today. My father is the first emperor of Qin, and my elder brother, Fu Su, is a kind and virtuous man. Without their kindness and teachings, Ying Gao would not have been able to hold back and break the robbers. Therefore, today, I would like to honor my elder brother Fusu as the second emperor of Qin, and I will be the third emperor of Qin. What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, the crowd was shocked. Ying Gao, how dare he honor Fu Su as the second Qin emperor? The news, naturally, was shocking. Ying Zhang was also very surprised, not to mention Fusu beside him. Fu Su said to himself, I'm Qin the second, but I'm not dead yet. But, that makes him Qin the second? However, regardless of life and death, Ying Gao's ability to treat Fu Su as a deceased emperor was indeed something that everyone did not expect. This, me, Qin Ershi? With a complicated face, Fu Su looked outside and then at Ying Zhang. As Ying Zhang could guess, the reason for Ying Gao's action was to establish Fu Su's position in order to stabilize his own inheritance. Fu Su was the second emperor of Qin. When he died, Ying Gao succeeded him and avenged his death, so it was only right that he should be the emperor and inherit the kingdom. Chapter 029, Pardoning 700, 000 Criminals? Take it for your own use. Your Majesty is so respectful and filial to your father and brother that heaven and earth will not be moved. Hearing this, Feng Jiqi hurriedly complimented. Only, after all, the Grand Prince has not really ascended to the throne, and, with His Majesty as a brother of the same generation, this matter, is there a need to reconsider? There is no need for further discussion. Ying Gao raised his hand and said, I have already thought this over. Today, if I take the throne hastily, people will laugh at me and think that I am not worthy of the throne. I hereby solemnly declare that I will not repair the 3 palaces, the 6 courtyards, nor the tombs. I will not spend more than I did when I was a prince. Sizzle? What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, the crowd was stunned, thinking, you're too simple, aren't you? How can the emperor of my great Qin be so shabby? And it's not fixing the mausoleum? What kind of emperor, after ascending the throne, is not in a hurry to build a mausoleum for himself? Even Qin Shi Huang, who ascended to the throne at the age of 13, then already had ninja start building himself a tomb. All the vassals of the other 6 kingdoms were also like that. After all, at that time, the importance and significance of such things as the tomb behind the emperor was very heavy. Ying Zhang was also shocked to the core when he heard Ying Gao's words. Old 4, you don't even repair your own royal tomb? What's going on? There is money in this court and in the lesser houses that should have been spent by the emperor and the court, but not less. Ying Gao looked at the crowd and continued. I will take this money and build a tomb for my father and brother. As long as my father's and brother's tombs are not built, I will not be able to rest in peace. Sizzle? Surprisingly, hearing Inggao's words, the crowd was again shocked and amazed. The new emperor is so frugal that he wants to save enough money to build the imperial tomb for His Majesty the First Emperor and the late Grand Duke Fusu? And, not even repairing your own imperial tomb? This is inside the perception of the people of Dechin when it comes to the people. This can no longer be a pretense of humility. He is really crazy, ah? Even Fusu, how benevolent and wise he is. He had most let people after his ascension to the throne. The emperor's tomb to repair, not so exaggerated is it? But not fixing it? That's absolutely impossible. Your Majesty's filial piety and loyalty move heaven and earth. Hearing this, Feng Jiji hurriedly bowed down and said, in my heart, I admire you a lot. However, as the new emperor of Qin, His Majesty also needs to convince the four seas. How can he be as frugal as your son? What's more, the imperial mausoleum is an important matter for thousands of generations. Yes, sire. The group of ministers listened to this, and there was a burst of persuasion. Minister Feng, all the ministers, there is no need to persuade each other. Inggao said, I, being light in years, if it is true that before I fix the tombs for my own fathers and brothers, before I fix the tombs for myself, the sky will not be the limit. It's no one's business. Your Majesty, my mind is made up. There is no need to discuss this matter any further. Inggao droned, his tone, almost impermissible. Your Majesty. When the ministers heard this, there was a burst of kneeling and bowing with emotion. Long live your Majesty, long live your Majesty. Even Ing Zhang, who was hiding in the dark, was completely shocked after hearing and seeing Inggao's words and behavior. Lao Si, are you, too, pretending? But this is too much of a pretense, isn't it? Instead of building a mausoleum for yourself and living frugally, you're in a hurry to fix the emperor's tomb for me and Fusu? This look at the world. Even the spring and autumn and warring states period of those princes, is a few difficult to do. After old Four ascended the throne, he really gave me a heavenly surprise and accident. Ing Zheng sighed and looked at Fusu, who, at this time, was also completely numb. Fuso, what do you think? Ing Zheng asked. Father, my son believes that the emperor's failure to build a mausoleum for himself is inconsistent with the laws of etiquette. Fusu, however, said, fourth brother is too loyal and filial. However, if the emperor does not repair the mausoleum, I'm only afraid that it will make the descendants uneasy. Ah, it's not bad. In fact, the lords and kings must plan for the construction of tombs when they come out of the throne. And this is a rule of etiquette. It's about a generation that will carry on from generation to generation. Is your country's king trying to stay dead by not building a grave for himself? Or, let the king's clan break off generations of unrest? When the king of the country, before and after life, naturally have to find ways to take care of everything. Of course, Inggao didn't care about these rules and such, or not so much. He has big things on his mind right now. There is certainly some truth in what you say. Hearing this, Ing Zheng said to Fusu, however, I am now becoming more and more interested in Lao Si. I want to see, what kind of emperor is he going to be? Hearing Ing Zheng's words, Fusu's throat twitched, wanting to speak. Since I have ascended the throne, I have in mind that I should pardon the world in order to recognize the grace of my great Qin. Inggao continued. The 700,000 criminals who repaired the tomb at Mount Li for my father shall be pardoned as innocent for lesser offenses. Those who have committed moderate offenses will be reduced to lesser offenses, for serious crimes, except for the 10 evils of conspiracy against the emperor, treason, rebellion, evil rebellion, immorality, great impiety, unfiliality, disrespect, disharmony, injustice, and civil strife, which are not to be pardoned. The rest of them shall be exempted from the first degree of guilt. What? Hearing Inggao's words, the crowd was appalled. Your Majesty, Li Si listened and advised, is this matter of prisoner pardons something to think twice about? I have ascended the throne, and I also thought of letting the people of the world feel my kindness. Inggao said, for those who have committed crimes and 10 evils, naturally they cannot be pardoned. After all, they are going to help my father and brother to repair their tombs. So how can we let them harbor only grievances? When it comes to the law, I don't want to embolden all the criminals, and I will only do this amnesty once. Your Majesty is benevolent. Hearing Inggao's words, naturally Li Si could not continue to insist. Pardon a criminal? Ing Zheng, who was in the dark, was surprised to hear Inggao's decision. Old Four, this is about pulling the strings, isn't it? Ing Zheng said with a stare. Your Majesty says so. Nei Shi Tang, who was on the side, carefully said, my subordinate has heard that this time, the fourth prince's deployment of soldiers and horses actually all came from these torturers. Zhang Han is the Xiaofu warder, responsible for helping me build the tomb on Mount Li, and Ying Gao married his sister. So that's why, with the help of Zhang Han, he was able to block Xiao Gao and Hu Hai. Ying Zhang nodded his head slightly. He has a heart. Now, these people, I'm only afraid that Lao Si has other plans. That's right, many of the soldiers and generals near Xianyang have no relationship with Ying Gao. Ying Gao could deploy them, but he might not trust them. Therefore, Ying Gao intentionally pardoned a lot of criminals this time, in order to use the people he could use, and also to use them in a legitimate way. Of course, it was also because it was a special means chosen at the beginning of his reign, at an extraordinary time. Chapter 030 Letting Brothers Decide Hu Hai's Life and Death? Your Majesty's benevolence is a blessing to your subjects. On the side, Feng Diji heard it and hurriedly said, Your Majesty is benevolent. The group of ministers also chimed in. I have just ascended to the throne. A great matter, but also need more help from the ministers. Ying Gao said, My father's and brother's affairs are my business. The existing traitor Zhao Gao has committed heinous crimes, so I am going to hand him over to Meng Yi, the Minister of Justice, for trial and disposal. What? Meng Yi? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Li Si's heart was first tightened and then relieved. Although Meng Yi's person, just and upright, but, after all, he is the younger brother of Meng Tian. Since Montaigne was now the one who was in the know, it was assumed that he, Li Si, would not be too implicated. Moreover, Li Si could also see that Ying Gao, in doing so, was also thinking of pulling the Meng brothers together. After all, Zhao Gao had killed Fu Su and framed both Meng Ten and Meng Yi, so it was appropriate for Ying Gao to hand Zhao Gao over to Meng Yi for punishment, both in public and in private. Your Majesty, the superior minister, Meng Tim, went to the Qilan outside Guanwei last month to sacrifice the sea on behalf of His Majesty, late Emperor, and has not yet returned. The courtier said hurriedly. Then send word to him to return as soon as possible. Nah, Zhao Gao's sins are so numerous that I do not find it difficult to hand over the trial to the court captain. After finishing, Ying Gao said to the crowd, Today in front of my father's tomb and in front of all the officials, what I find difficult is the trial of Hu Hai. With that, the Ying master raised his hand. Take Hu He. Nah, with Ying Gao's order, Hu Hai was brought to the top of the hall. Fourth brother? No, Your Majesty, Imperial brother? Seeing Ying Gao in a crown suit, Hu Hai instantly cried out, Imperial brother, but you said you would spare me. You can't talk past your word. Shut up, Ying Gao shouted. Hu Hai, the coffin of my father is here, and you don't come to kneel down to pay your respects, but you only beg me to spare you? What kind of descendant of the Zhao clan are you? What? Hearing what Ying Gao said, Hu Hai's face instantly turned white, and he hurriedly came to Ying Zhang's casket, wailing, Father, 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 you must save me. The crowd listened with a sideways glance, especially those sons of Ying Zhang were filled with resentment. Hu Hai, his father's son, my brother, he colluded with Zhao Gao, tampered with the posthumous edict, killed his elder brother. On it's exactly how to dispose of, all of you, also say a word? Only then did Ying Gao look at the crowd and said, Dispose of Huey? Hearing Ying Gao's words, there was a moment of silence, and no one dared to take the lead. After all, this question is, more or less, special. Prime Minister Li? Ying Gao looked at Li Si. You wrote all the Qin laws, tell me, according to the laws, what should be the sentence? What? Me? Li Si heard, immediately faced difficult, a burst of expression awkward. Your Majesty, this, Microchen is the person who is dry. Before the two armies were more people heard Hu Hai Gongzi to the Microchen's words. Now if the Microchen say something, more or less some communicate private revenge suspicion, or, alas, I don't think so. Ying Gao shook his head and said, Minister Li, could it be that you are an unfair person? I, just let you say it according to the Qin law. 4. Your Majesty, you can't let him try me. Hu Hai immediately turned his head and shouted, Li Si also. You shut up, Ying Gao shouted. How dare you make such a clamor before father's coffin? Just listen to me, brothers, keep an eye on him, don't let him make a fuss before the casket of my father. When Hu Hai heard it, he stammered for a while those brothers, all of them looked at him angrily, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Seeing this, Hu Hai hurriedly shut up and didn't say anything. No. Hearing Ying Gao's words, Li Si then swallowed his breath, and then said, Duke Hu Hai, together with others, tampered with the posthumous edict, according to the law shall be beheaded, conspired to murder his own brother, according to the law shall be beheaded, and met with His Majesty's army, with the intention of misbehavior, according to the law shall be beheaded. From these three, according to Shin law, is to be beheaded. What the? When Hu Hai heard this, he couldn't wait to spit in Li Si's face. You son of a Li Si, you're judging me here instead? You're no good either. Hearing Li Si's words, the ministers all looked at Ying Gao. Ying Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, heard the conversation between Ying Gao and Li Si, and his heart was also complicated. He also abhorred Hu Hai's behavior. After all, Hu Hai could be so wolfish as to brutalize his elder brother Fusu, and even more so, it is not clear what is right and wrong. Such a son, he couldn't wait to finish him off with a sword. However, as to whether Ying Gao wanted to kill Hu Hai, in his heart, he fell a little heavy. Hu Hai deserves to be killed, but Ying Gao has sort of killed his own brother. Old 4, before, used to speak, wanting to spare Hu Hai's life. Ying Zhang slowly said, it's only been a short while now, and if he changes his mind like this, it's not good for him. Fusu listened to this and bowed his head for a while, then said, Father, if Hu Hai is executed by the fourth brother, you will. That means that his words are not true and his actions are not consistent. Ying Zhang said, Hu Hai can die, but it's not good for Ying Gao to go back on his words like this. The ministers are watching, and I, too, am watching. Prime Minister Li said it well. Hearing Li Si's words, Ying Gao slowly nodded his head. He should be executed according to the law, after all, because he is my own brother, my father's son. I have wanted to save his life. When I first ascended the throne, I had to avenge my brother's death, and I had to take care of my brother's love. Saying this, Ying Gao continued, in that case, heaven pardons him 1 cut, earth pardons him 1 cut, and I pardon him 1 cut, 3 lives and 3 deaths. So let's dispose of him in accordance with the rules of the clan, as he has killed and maimed his brothers. So let's leave it up to all of them to decide together whether or not he will live or die. What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, everyone's face changed. Crap, let the brothers decide whether Huey lives or dies. How dare you think of that? Not to mention those people outside. Even Ying Zhang, who was hiding behind the dark wall, instantly stiffened up after hearing this, crying and laughing. This old 4, he really knows how to play with people's hearts. Ying Zhang let out a bitter smile. He even let all the brothers decide on the life and death of Hu Hai? In that case, Hu Hai's death would not be his punishment, and Hu Hai's life would be considered his favor. But, Father, hearing Ying Zhang's words, Fu Su said, let the brothers decide whether Hu Hai lives or dies. I think that the brothers, in my opinion, will definitely spare Hu Hai's life, or else. Ying Zhang listened to the order, but shook his head. I also absolutely do not hope that my sons will do such a thing, but, now that I think about it, I'm afraid that it may not be the case, since all my brothers are also here. Ying Gao raised his hand and said, then let the people prepare brushes and white silks, so that my brothers can each write a word, life or death. If life is greater than death, then Hu Hai can live. If death is greater than life, then Hu Hai, this time, also deserves to be beheaded. What? This? Hearing Ying Gao's words, the brothers looked at each other for a while. You looked at me, I looked at you, and their hearts were all complicated for a while. Hu Hai, on the other hand, was instantly speechless to the core. I thought, what do you mean by that? Why don't you just pardon me, and 3 lives and 3 deaths? But the brothers, I don't think they'll let me die, right? Han talk, Ying Gao said to Han Tan, who was beside him, please ask all the gentlemen to write, and then each of them will knead the white silk into a ball, so that no one can see who has written what, and those who disobey the order will be beheaded. Nah, Han Tan listened to the order, nodded his head hurriedly, and caused the brush and white silk to be fetched and given to the 20 males. Chapter 031, Ying Zhang, so many sons want Hui to die? Old 4 wicked. Ying Zhang, in total, had 23 sons and 10 daughters. Now Fu Su is dead. Ying Gao has ascended to the throne, and Hu Hai is the criminal involved, so that leaves exactly 20 people. 20 gentlemen heard, also had to take up the pen, each a burst of tangled hesitation. A few people took the lead to begin to move the pen, after the rest of the people, in 2s and 3s, also began to write up. With that, all 20 were written and finalized, all of which were given to the guards in front of them. 20 guards were collected and handed over to Han Tan. Your Majesty, the princes, have finalized the results. Han Tan held up a wooden tray in his hand, faced Ying Gao, and bowed. These, then, are not for me to see. Ying Zhang raised his hand and said, since Minister Feng and Minister Li are here, let Minister Li and Minister Feng look at it for me. No. Hearing this, Han Tan took these white silks, kneaded into balls, and brought them to Li Si and Feng Jiaji. Seeing this, Feng Goji and Li Si both looked at each other and had no choice but to start opening these white silks up. Raw, die, crap, dead, 3 deaths in a row? Hu Hai heard this and instantly turned green in the face. He looked somewhat viciously at his brothers, thinking, what kind of beast is it that wants me dead? Sizzle? After hearing Feng Jiqi's and Li Si's words, the minister's moods rose and fell, while Ing Zhang's mood sank. Dead, and, surprisingly, more than 1 death? Granted, just now, he had already had some anticipation of these results, but, when he really heard quite a few of his sons, after pronouncing the death sentence of Hu Hei, the excitement and touch in his heart is still quite heavy. After all, when Fu Su on the side heard this, he was also dumbfounded and amazed for a while. How is that possible? How is it that there are so many brothers in the pit who would choose to let Huey die? How come? And when Fu Su came back to his senses, he heard Ing Zhang's sentence as if he was talking to himself, and as if he was telling him, 10 let him live, 10 let him die. And I didn't expect that it would be such a result? What? How can there be 10 brothers who all chose to let Hu Hei die? Fu Su was again taken aback when he heard this. What's going on? And outside, when Li Si and Feng Jiaqi read out all the results, all the ministers, too, had been surprised to the core. 20 males, surprisingly 10 of them, chose to let Huey live? There were also 10 people that wanted Huey dead? Judging from this result alone, it seems that the will of the dukes to let Hu Hei die is not really low. Those males, after hearing the results they had elected, were also all, with very different faces. One by one, secretly you looked at me and I looked at you, and their expressions and hearts were quite complicated. They were all guessing, they were all watching, they all wanted to know, among themselves, who it was, who chose to let Hu Hei live, and who it was, who wanted Hu Hei to die, and why. Let Huey die? Hu Hai, himself, was now indignant to the core. Mother asterisk. Did I do something to you guys or what? There will be a full 10 people who want me dead? Don't let me Hu Hei get the chance later. If I get the power, just you people, don't care if you are my brothers or not, I won't let any of you go. How could there be 10 people who want Huey dead? Ing Zhang stared, looking out through the secret holes in the dark wall to his 20 sons. He couldn't help but sigh and ask himself in general, who, exactly, and why did they want Hu Ha to die? Why? Is it really because of the hatred towards Hu Hei for killing Fu Su in hand-to-hand combat? Or, do you want to curry favor with Ing Gao, the new ruler? Or is it the resentment towards Hu Hai for messing up the situation and letting Ing Gao ascend to the throne? And then or, some of them, who don't care if Huey lives or dies, regardless of which outcome it was. It seemed that as long as it wasn't the first one, it was something that Ing Zhang desperately didn't want to see. Lao Si, you can really give me a heavenly surprise. Heavenly surprise. Ing Zhang closed both of his eyes slightly. His heart was a burst of complete sourness. Do you want to show me that those sons of mine are some kind of people, some kind of things? Or, do you want to take the opportunity to achieve your own virtuous name? Nowadays, father, the choices of the younger brothers may not be their own intentions. When Fu Su heard this, he immediately said, besides, now life and death are half and half, and what should be done? Upon hearing Fu Su's question, Ing Zhang returned to his senses, opened his eyes, and continued to look outside. That's right, now 10 people let Huey live and 10 people let Huey die. That's flat. If that's the case, then what's next? Since, even the brothers can't decide whether Hu Hei will live or die, it seems that the decision, in the end, has to be made by me. Ing Gao looked at the crowd and said, I am both the emperor and Hu Hai's elder brother. I, in turn, will give you all a result that will satisfy all of you. Come on, take Hu Hai down first. Nah, the forbidden guards listened and brought Huey down. Imperial brother, spare me, but don't kill me. Hu Hai was on the verge of leaving, and did not forget a burst of weeping and begging for forgiveness. I am ascending the throne today. It is not appropriate to do much. In the future, I will have to ask for more help from all of you. Ing Gao said, in that case, the ceremony of enthronement can be concluded. I will retire. Your Majesty, all hail. The 3 princes and 9 ministers listened and bowed. Lao Si, you should be a good one who can make power and strategy. Behind the dark wall, seeing that the ceremony of Ing Gao's ascension to the throne had come to an end, Ing Zhang slowly said, next, I'll see what you're going to do, won't I? Ing Gao's enthronement ceremony was so simple and even shabby, which was totally unexpected by Ing Zhang. And Ing Gao's behavior today is more like a loyal and filial benevolent ruler. This is not the way a person who would make these plans to intercept Zhao Gao's gang should look like. So, Ying Zhang's intuition strongly sensed that Ying Gao was definitely planning something else. What do you have to say about Old Four's performance today, Fu Su? Ying Zhang turned around and asked Fu Su. Father. When Fu Su heard this, he bowed and said, Fourth brother, it seems like he wants to be a stable and conservative king. The king of the Guardian? Hearing Fu Su's words, Ying Zhang shook his head with a smile. You're still not allowed to read people. Not allowed? Old Four definitely won't be a keeper. Ying Zhang shook his head and said with deep meaning, today, he is showing weakness everywhere. However, he has clearly proved his skill, and he is fully capable of doing stronger things before. But now, he is suddenly showing his weakness. Fu Su, don't you think it's very unusual for Lao Si to be like this? Unusual? Hearing such an analysis from Ying Zhang, Fu Su asked in disbelief, what does father mean? Chapter 032 Ying Zhang, how can the difference between a son and a son be so great? Lao Si is like this. Aside from the possibility of testing people's hearts and minds, then I'm only afraid that there is, in fact, another plan. Ying Zhang stared and said, perhaps, he wants to do something unusual. I'm just in time to see what he's going to do. And when the ceremony was over, Ying Gao immediately called Zhang Han, and behind the dark wall, Ying Zhang had just taken a rest when he heard Nian come to report, and he carefully said, Your Majesty, just now the fourth prince called Zhang Han. I don't know what he wants to discuss, Your Majesty, but do you want to go and hear about it? Ha! Hearing this, Ying Zhang immediately rolled over and got up. It's something to listen to. Nowadays, only Zhang Han is his beloved, and the things they talk about must be important. I, too, can use this to see what Old Four has planned. I, Zhang Han, pay my respects to Your Majesty. Today, I have not rewarded anyone. Does the secretary know what he means? Ying Gao raised his hand, signaling Zhang Han to sit down, and asked with a smile, Your Majesty's providence, how dare I speculate? Hearing this, Zhang Han hurriedly bowed his head and said, There's no need for such mundane politeness between you and me. Ying Gao said, Now that the throne has just been succeeded, the civil and military personnel of the dynasty, although they will not oppose me, but they cannot be my beloved ones, I now need you to help me do a lot of things. It is the blessing of my ancestors that I have been blessed with the well-being of His Majesty. Zhang Han bowed and said, I am willing to break my bones for Your Majesty. Please command Your Majesty. And behind the dark wall, Ying Zhang had just sat down when he heard their conversation. Today, not all of the world's troops are in our hands, Ying Gao said directly. The 300,000 strong army of Shan County is still in the hands of Meng Tian. Whether he is willing to serve me sincerely is not yet known. At least, it needs to be observed. Your Majesty is wise, Zhang Han said. General Meng Tian and the Grand Duke had an extraordinary relationship, and now that the Grand Duke has been killed and murdered, although Your Majesty has avenged the Grand Duke, in the end, there is no more socialization with General Meng Tian. I privately think that it is good for Your Majesty to give favor to Meng, but is it possible that the 300,000 troops will still be handed over to him? 300,000 troops, the men of Meng Tian, and even more so the troops of Great Qin, Ying Gao said. I don't need him to lead the army back to show his loyalty, just let him spend time along the Great Wall first. Now the Xiongnu side is fighting hard. A fierce tiger is about to come out of the mountain. The Xiongnu will soon turn into a tiger and wolf army that can mobilize 400,000 to 500,000 cavalry, with Meng Tian in the picture. The northern border can be safe naturally, but it's a pity that I can't detach myself from the battle right now, and take advantage of the opportunity to break Bolden. What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Zhang Han was stunned, while Ying Zhang and Fu Su, who were behind the dark wall, were also shocked. Huns, to become a tiger and wolf army of 400,000 to 500,000 cavalry? Ying Zhang was very surprised and said, how come I didn't get this information? He turned and immediately looked at Fu Su again, questioning in a low voice. Fu Su, do you know the situation of the Xiongnu? After all, Fu Su was the supervisor of the army in Shaanxi County, and he was on the front line facing the Xiongnu. So even if Ying Zhang couldn't know the information about the Xiongnu, Fu Su should know it. Children. Fu Su heard, a burst of shaking his head. The son of the minister did not hear. The Xiongnu can form so many soldiers and horses. General Meng Tian said, the Xiongnu was driven by my Qin to kill beyond the Great Wall, can only attack the passes with sporadic cavalry, and cannot repair the big army to come. General Meng Tian said that although the Xiongnu has the idea of entering the invasion, but want to break through the 300,000 troops and hundreds of thousands of garrison guards, that is not easy. General Meng Tian also said, When Ing Zhang heard this, his face instantly sank. Meng Tian said? Meng Tian said? It's all his words. I asked you to supervise the army. What have you done? Sons? Sons and daughters. When Fu Su heard this, his face turned white. The Sun Minister thinks that Xiong Nubu over the northern D also, with the central plains no longer have much threat. So, when you go to the upper counties of the north, are you all reading books about dead people? Hearing this, Ing Zhang rebuked and asked, Sonny? Fu Su heard a shock and pleaded, my son is reading the holy books in order to be able to secure the world. If you can't have peace in one realm, how can you have peace in the world? Ing Zhang heard this and rebuked in a deep voice. And who is Bolden? Ing Zhang asked again. I remember that the Xiong News Shanyu seems to be called two-man, right, Bolden? Seems like. When Fu Su heard this, he was also stunned. Which of his sons seems to be the one? Seems? When Ing Zhang heard this, he was even more furious. Old Four is in Xianyang. He can't go out of the palace and can't mobilize his troops, and he still knows all this. But you are in Shangxian County and you don't even know as much as he does? You're useless as a supervisor. My son. When Fu Su heard this, his face stiffened and he had to bow his head. Your Majesty? Outside, Zhang Han's voice came. You say the Huns will organize hundreds of thousands of cavalry? Is this news reliable? Absolutely reliable. Ing Gao said. Maybe now. Bolden has already succeeded in killing his father and is preparing to deal with Donghu. When he has annexed Donghu and collected the neighboring barbarians, he will have 400,000 to 500,000 cavalry under his command. At that time, we will need Meng Tian to guard the northern border for us. Ing Gao continued. I can send someone to tell Meng Tian to send someone to the grassland to spy on the information, and we will know as soon as we find out. If Meng Tian knows about this, he will definitely focus on defending against the Xiongnu, or at least, he will not have any other thoughts. Upon hearing Ing Gao's words, Ing Zhang's eyes also twitched, and then he called Nei Shi Tang and commanded in a low voice, secretly send someone to tell Meng Tang to make sure that he investigates this matter clearly, and tell me the information that he gets first. Bolden killed his father? Xiongnu, to annex East Hu? Now in the northern border of Great Qin, the Huns were a threat, but the eastern Hu, in fact, were an even greater threat, for the breadth and multitude of the eastern Hu was now above the Huns. Ing Zhang and Great Qin, against Xiongnu, were repelling, against Donghu, that was really on guard. The Xiongnu became a great threat to the Central Plains, starting with their unification of the steppe, and they fought against the eastern Hu when the end of the Qin dynasty was in turmoil and the Chu and Han dynasties were fighting for supremacy. That's why the Central Plains, the behemoth, had no time to worry about it and allowed the steppe to complete the process of annexation of two powerful countries that smoothly turned into one superpower. As a result, by the time the Central Plains were devastated by civil war, the grasslands were unprecedentedly powerful under the command of Xiongnu's Bolden, which also led to the scourge of Liu Bang's unification. And for 70 years at the beginning of the Han dynasty, the Xiongnu were oppressing the Han dynasty, so that the Han dynasty had no choice but to choose to make peace with their relatives, and to give money to eliminate the plague. And now, hearing Ing Gao say that a man named Bolden will come out of the Xiongnu, kill his father, and then lead the Xiongnu to annex the East Hu, and then become a giant crocodile in the north, then, of course, Ing Zhang will be very concerned about this matter. With that, Ing Zhang looked at Ing Gao, who was seated outside, and then looked at Fu Su beside him, and sighed directly in his heart. The difference, it's too big. Chapter 033, Ing Zhang, young is good, but not too young. Your Majesty is wise. Zhang Han bowed and said, in that case, General Meng Tian's distant respect for His Majesty will be more or less a deterrent to the people in the court. Aha! Ing Gao nodded. Deterrence is there, but it is quite limited. Inside and outside of Xianyang, there is a Forbidden Guard army inside, a lieutenant army in the middle, and a captain army outside. These, from top to bottom officers, are not our direct line. I have to find a way to make the army listen to me alone. The Forbidden Guards, also known as the Weiwei, numbered 10,000, and were the elite that escorted Ing Zhang out of Xianyang City. Lieutenant Army, there are about 50,000 people, guarding the king of Xianyang Gue. From the top to the bottom, are the old Qin power and noble sons in the statement? Although the Great Qin does not implement hereditary succession, but these military officers, fathers have been in the army for generations, at best. I take your father's lack, you for my uncle's corner, everyone according to the system of avoidance, but all in the circle of each other's inheritance. And as for the capital army, there were more than 100,000 of them, all in the hands of the county governors around Wangi. Still, these sheriffs, and ordinary sheriffs, are quite different. For example, Li Si was the prime minister, but his son Li Yu, who was the governor of Sanchuan County outside, had, in his hands, 30,000 soldiers and horses, and behind the dark wall. Hearing these words from Ing Gao, Ing Zheng couldn't help but furrow his brows and stare. Is Ing Gao so eager to take control of the army that he is not at peace with himself? Or, you want, your majesty, to replace all the officers, with our own men? Zhang Han was also surprised for a moment, and then truthfully said, please forgive my humble servant's abruptness, now in our hands, but there are only a few hundred people who are considered our own people. Those torturers, although they have merited with us and have been exonerated, there is a sense of gratitude to your majesty, but I'm only afraid that, not to mention loyalty, they are limited in their ability, and, having them serve in the lieutenants' and captains' armies, both before and after, is very difficult. Yes, Chapter Hand made a very real point. No one, or, there's no one available. You want a big change, not impossible, but you don't have any blood. You don't have one you can use as a replacement. So what can you do? I, for one, am not going to replace them all, but, rather, form a new army out of them. Ing Gao said, only when we have an army that truly belongs to us can we cultivate officer talents who are loyal to us, and then we can use these officers and generals to control other armies. Forming a new army? Zhang Han froze, thought of something, and asked carefully, Your Majesty pardoned these torturers, did you not? Right, Ing Gao said, I, for one, am going to form a criminal army out of this. Moreover, this army will also become a division of tigers and wolves that is not inferior to any army. Sizzle, is that really true? Hearing Ing Gao's words, Zhang Han then realized, and the Ing Zhang behind the dark wall, listened, but slightly shook his head. Old 4-2 ideal. Want to form an army, not just a sentence can be accomplished. These elites of Great Qin, also not a day can have. Raise an army for 1,000 days to use an army, and he does not have the time, and not able to give enough conditions. The formation of the army even if it can be, but want to cultivate into an elite. I am afraid that it is only an empty dream. Ing Zheng's analysis is correct. Armies are raised. The more superior the army, the more time and resource costs it takes to train them into an elite. That is, what father says is certainly true. On the side, Fusu but said, but now, isn't fourth brother becoming the emperor? He wants to cultivate an army. Can't he do that? Do you think that everything in this world can be solved by becoming an emperor? When Ing Zheng heard this, he shook his head and said, not to mention that he is a new emperor. Even I have a lot of things that I have to consider. Qin is a strong country with its army, and it has taken over the world with its army. The title is determined by military service, and the title is not hereditary, but the old Qin dignitaries are still entrenched inside and outside of the court, and even if it is me, I can never give them up. This guard lieutenant army, and even the captain army, from top to bottom, not the old Qin origin of the officer, a handful of fingers, they generations for the general as an officer, for the Great Qin, but also for their own. And the people of the 6 countries of Shandong fight for hundreds of years, and it is precisely because of this, they are to the people of the 6 countries of Shandong place, all sorts of hostility. I, after the unification of the world, have also thought of treating the land of the 6 countries in Shandong equally, but the court is full of the old Qin dignitaries. Do you want me to reuse their enemies' enemies in front of them? Therefore, they are hostile to the returnees of the 6 kingdoms. I, can only be more suppression of the returnees of the 6 kingdoms. You always say that I am a tyrannical government, but I have to tell you that I am already resisting the pressure of the old Qin's powerful and wealthy people, while trying to find ways to make the returnees of the 6 countries and the old Qin integrate with each other and become one. However, the conflict between the two will not be dispensed with overnight. The old Qin is the foundation of the Great Qin. Even if they have selfish motives, I can't ignore them. Nowadays, we don't fight much, but the army is still the foundation of the big and small nobles of the old Qin. And it is the link between the Ying family named Zhao and the powerful nobles of the old Qin to govern the world. If you abandon these links now, you are abandoning them and cutting off their interests, and they will not be loyal to you at the very least. Even if they don't fight against you head-on, at least they won't really sell their lives for you. As the king of the country, we must know one thing, this world is but, can never be just me alone? I can't control so many people and places, can only rely on the power and wealth to help each other. For those who help you, how can you possibly take away from them and start another stove? Fu Su, you should have understood this a long time ago. If you did, you wouldn't be a Confucian, and you would be an enemy of the old Qin nobility in your testimony. What Ing Zhang said, however, was the truth, at least, in the original history, right after Hu Hai took the butcher's knife to his ministers. Except for Zhang Han's criminal army still resisting the vassals' armies in front of them, the rest of the vassals' armies fought Qin, and that was not too smooth. The reason is simple. If your emperor is not honorable, then the nobles, who will really work for you? So after Liu Bang entered the pass, he hardly faced the pressure of Qin's restoration. Instead, this group of people had to fight Xiang Yu for Liu Bang. That's because the operation of Qin Ershi Hui has made Qin, and the Ying surname Zhao, no longer be thought of in any way. After hearing Ing Zhang's reprimand, Fu Su bowed his head for a while. When Ing Zhang saw it, he could only sigh even more. Fu Su didn't understand such reasoning, but now, Lao Si was only afraid that he, too, didn't understand such reasoning. If he does that, something is bound to happen. Looks like, Ing Zhang sighed in his heart. Old four, you are still too young to be an emperor. Surely, what I cannot even do, how can I possibly think that he, a young man, can do it? Chapter 034 Ing Zhang is furious. How dare you touch my coffin? It is naturally good for His Majesty to form an army. Zhang Han said, the criminal army, being pardoned by heaven's grace and reused, will surely be loyal to His Majesty, and if they can be motivated by Great Qin's military achievements, they will surely all rise to serve as well. By then, your Majesty will have your own army. Ideally, but, it won't be that simple. Hearing this, Ing Gao shook his head and said, it's not easy to form an army, and it's even harder to become stronger. Oh Zhang Han, have you forgotten what Great Qin started with and annexed the 6 kingdoms? Hearing Ing Gao's words, Zhang Han's face changed. That would naturally be the change of the Shang ruler's law, and the change of a strong army it brought about. In other words, now even if there's no more war, the army is still a heavy weight in Great Qin. Ing Gao looked at Zhang Han and said, why are these troops all sons of the old Qin? Why are all the officers of the army the sons of the old Qin nobility? The court needs them, and they have to do so. Otherwise, who will work for my family? The Zhao family? If not by the grace of profit, then by what? To generate electricity for love? Harry? Hearing Ing Gao's words, Zhang Han was stunned and thought, what's wrong with you? That can't be done just by having a seizure. Zhang Han had to say, so yeah, Ing Gao said, who want to form a new army, can't offend them at the same time. So I have to rely on concealment in the early stage, holding them back in the middle stage, and in the late stage, taming them. Hearing Ing Gao's words, Zhang Han and Ing Zhang were all stunned and shocked, and their faces changed. Conceal in the front and hold in the middle? Later, to tame? How? Suddenly, Ing Zhang was full of interest in this. Your Majesty, concealment? Zhang Han asked in disbelief. This army formation, I'm afraid it's not good to hide. That's right, the army formation. Space has to have, resources have to be used, the scale is too small, that the army formation is meaningless. The army if the scale is huge, then want to hide, it is absolutely hidden. In that case, what should be done? Ing Zhang, on the other hand, naturally understands this. He was curious whether Ing Gao was speaking in faith, or, does he really have a way, a plan? It's something that no one else can do, but, I can. Ing Gao, however, smiled. Have you forgotten what I once said to the 100 officials at the ceremony of my ascension to the throne? Said what? Hearing Ing Gao ask this question, Zhang Han was stunned, and so was Ing Zhang. The oldest four said something at the enthronement ceremony, but it wasn't. Suddenly, Ing Zhang's face suddenly changed. Could it be that? What he means is, you don't think so? Your Majesty. Zhang Han heard, his heart thought for a while, but also very careful to ask, I only remember. Your Majesty said, to be frugal, for the late Emperor and Fusa Grand Duke, that is, the second His Majesty, to repair the king's mausoleum. Ing Gao smiled and said meaningfully, what is needed for this repair of the king's tomb? Sizzle? Really? Zhang Han was surprised, then carefully said, need money, need manpower, need time, right, and it needs to be, well, kept secret. Ing Gao's eyes sharpened and he asked with a smile, are these conditions enough? Sizzle? After realizing what Ing Gao was trying to do, Ing Zhang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder old four would be on top of the Great Hall, saying something about how he had to be frugal, but also how he wanted to greatly repair the king's tomb for me and Fusu. So, that's what he's planning? To repair the emperor's mausoleum, naturally, a large number of people are needed, a large amount of money and food are needed, and enough places are needed. and no one can be allowed to explore them at will. Ying Zheng stared and staggered for a while, but then slowly exhaled. What's more, these are things that are justified by name. That's right, those conditions are important. And one of the more important ones is that the emperor's tomb is repaired in name only. Who dares to object to the construction of an imperial tomb for the late emperor and posthumously awarded emperors in the whole world? Who, again, can object? Ying Gao's refusal to build a tomb for himself was already unacceptable to the ministers, and if someone stopped Ying Gao from building a tomb for the first emperor, the ministers would never recognize and accept it. This, by God, is a big deal, and since we have to repair the tomb, the money and food needed, the manpower needed, the place and territory needed, all of them are more than justified. Not to mention, repairing the emperor's tomb for the late emperor, that definitely requires secrecy. Who dares to visit the emperor's tomb? You don't want to live? Or, do you have an ulterior motive? Lao Si, you can really. Ying Zheng sighed for a while. Not simple. You are an extraordinary boy. And on the side, Fusu was stunned. He also finally understood why Ying Gao wanted to build a tomb for him. Fu Su, your majesty is wise. Zheng Han suddenly understood, and immediately added, His Majesty with diligence and thrift, for the late emperor and the second monarch to repair the emperor's mausoleum. The name is justified. The money and food will also be there, as long as from the emperor's mausoleum, to support some of the money and food, coupled with the original rations of the criminal army. It is indeed possible to practice an army out of the army. No. Ying Gao grinned when he heard it, not branching out partially, but all of it. What did you say? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Zheng Han was dumbfounded and instantly turned pale, and behind the dark wall, Ying Zheng, who had been very pleased a moment ago, turned green all of a sudden. What the hell? Drawing all of it? What the are you talking about? You melon-skinned doll? Drawing all of it? What do you mean? You mean, my tomb? You won't repair it? How dare you? Your Majesty, Zheng Han people are going to cry. This all is not a little. This can be after all. Those who are alive should think of relying on themselves, protecting themselves, and protecting the graves of their forefathers. How is it that they instead think of going to rely on the forefathers and foremothers who have passed away to protect them in turn? Ying Gao shook his head and said, At this extraordinary time for Qin, we should do something extraordinary. We can't spend a penny on military training. I want to ensure the peace and strength of Qin, and when the treasury is rich, I'll give my father and elder brother the money to repair their tombs, and then I'll have enough money to spend. Of course, it is not a penny not to spend. The facade still needs to be done. Father's mausoleum, the scale is already large enough. The second Fusu's mausoleum, it is chosen in Mount Li next to Mount Qing, so that the two mausoleums are linked together. In order to rule the army, outside of Mount Chang, repair a few towering pagodas. To repair the atmosphere and bright sun, as long as the surface work done enough, the rest, rely on them to think is enough. All I need is time, and a few gate pagodas will buy me enough time. That's right, like a certain real estate developer who circled a large piece of land and put out as many satellites saying what a luxurious and superior piece of real estate he was going to build. And then, as a result, just ing built a gate. And surprisingly, they all sold their houses clean. So, when the surface is in place to deceive people, it is naturally good to deceive them. Your Majesty is wise. After hearing Ying Gao's plan, Zheng Han's heart, naturally, was very surprised. Your Majesty is worthy of being your Majesty. To be able to knock the abacus like that? If this were a different person, I'm afraid I would never dare to do this. Not for anything else. Things, only sooner or later, will reveal themselves. By that time, and what will His Majesty do to silence the people? That alone would deter enough people from this. Chapter 035. What? You want to practice Confucianism? But, Zheng Han knew that since Ying Gao dared to say this, he must have made enough plans, which meant that he would definitely do it. And behind the dark wall, Ying Zheng really had mixed feelings and extremely complicated feelings about Ying Gao's intention and words. He was amazed by this son's planning and mindfulness, but, again, was more or less between a rock and a hard place about the fact that this guy even dared to dish out and utilize his old man's coffin money. That's right. What emperor doesn't want his imperial tomb to be a beautiful and smooth sailing one? After all, that was the place where he would stay for the next 1,000 or even tens of thousands of years, his forever home. But, Ying Gao, how dare he take the money he gave himself to repair the emperor's tomb to train his troops? This thing, in the opinion of Ying Zhang, the old father, is more or less a bit of a beast. Only, the animals, not all of them. I, for one, will continue to leave the construction of the mausoleum to you. Ying Gao looked at Zhang Han and said, "For the position of inner historian, I'm only letting you take over temporarily. You can't focus on being the inner historian. I'll find another suitable person. But don't worry, on the day when the army is practiced, I will give you enough opportunities to make merit and be crowned." "Saintly but your majesty, how could I dare to have any thoughts? Only thinking that I can serve your majesty and be of use to your majesty. That would already be Zhang Han's well-being." Zhang Han hurriedly said, "I also think to myself that, rather than being the inner historian, I would be more comfortable helping His Majesty to train his soldiers and horses, rather than being stupid and messing things up," said Zhang Han, but carefully asked, "Just, Micro-chan dare to ask your majesty, you just said the second is to hold back. Is it not when the time comes to let our soldiers and horses and old Qin's soldiers and horses confront each other? I dare to think that this is, after all, Guanzhong. The criminal army is mostly people from Guanwei. I am afraid that when the time comes, you're saying that once the day comes when the two sides do engage, the time and place, or at least, the lieutenant's army and the capital's army, are in a position to take advantage of the situation, aren't they?" Ying Gao asked with a smile. "Holy but your majesty." Zhang Han hurriedly nodded his head. "Moreover, once we confront each other, in case we engage in a war, it will be something very unfavorable to Great Qin, regardless of success or failure. Moreover, afterward, how should the aftermath be? The old Qin power elite side, how does your majesty go to prestige? This, all are things that must be thought through. That's natural." Ying Zhang was still satisfied with Zhang Han's worrying analysis. Zhang Han, indeed, has brains. These are the things that Ying Gao must face. Practice isn't hard, excuses can be made, but, after practicing, it was bound to be a problem in case they did face off with the lieutenants and capitals, because you are trying to replace them. Then sooner or later you will have to face them one day. Either they will meekly submit, or, surely, they will resist. Obviously, they're going to argue. Even if they don't fight it out in the open, they'll still be displeased in the shadows. Not to mention Ying Gao. Even back then, after Shang Jun changed the law, King Huiwen killed Shang Yang in order to ease the conflict with the nobles and resolve their grievances. But, Gan Long and a group of other old nobles still refused to give up, still thinking of deposing King Huiwen of Qin and setting up another more obedient monarch to come out and safeguard their interests. After all, change the law. It's not just for fun, but it's really about the interests of some people and the fate of the family. In other words, it's not too much to say that it's their lives that are wanted. Nowadays, the old Qin power and nobility is even more than the old Qin old nobility at that time. This is the problem Ying Gao has to face. Ying Zhang also looked at Ying Gao and said, "I would like to see if you have really realized that you have some plans, or you don't have any real considerations." If Ying Gao did not have enough certainty and intention to do such a thing, then it shows that he is not a qualified monarch at all. And if he did such a thing, Ying Zhang would never let him do it. I, for one, would rather you do nothing than make such a big mistake. Your concern is right. No matter how I practice my army, sooner or later the old Qin powerhouses will know about it. Ying Gao said, "If I want to change the situation of the old Qin's powerful and influential people spreading all over the court and covering the sky with one hand, there will inevitably be a day when I have to face them." But, with that, Ying Gao's words changed. "There's one thing you've got wrong. I am a humble servant, so I ask for your majesty's admonishment." Zhang Han hurriedly bowed his head. A mistake? Ying Zhang was also puzzled by this. What did Ying Gao say that Zhang Han had gotten wrong? When I say holding back, I don't mean that the interdictor army and old Qin's armies will directly confront each other, or even draw swords against each other. Ying Gao said, "The hold I'm talking about is an external force." "What? External forces? External forces? What outside forces?" Hearing what Ying Gao said, Ying Zhang frowned for a while Zhang Han was even more puzzled, so he had to say, "I am really stupid." I'll tell you then. Ying Gao laughed. Great Qin has quite a few enemies, and old Qin's enemies, even more. Xiongnu is an enemy, Donghu is an enemy, and after the Six Kingdoms, they are all enemies. Even if, the 500,000 strong army led by Rinxiang Jiatua, they are made up of young and strong people from the land of Wuanchu, far from the direct lineage of Great Qin. This group of people, too, may become the enemies of old Qin. Aristocrat groups are privileged groups that have had to deal with everyone for their own benefit since the beginning of their formation. So the people they're going to deal with are the ones we can use. Sizzle? Hearing Ying Gao's words, both Ying Zhang and Zhang Han were appalled. But don't worry, Ying Gao said, I have ways to mobilize the old Qin's army, and at the same time, I can avoid direct military confrontation with them as much as possible. I am the one who plays the game, and the one who plays against me is the sky, is myself, and absolutely cannot be any other person. The old Qin power elite. Give me time. I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Your Majesty. Outside, Chun Yu and a bunch of other doctors and Confucians are waiting outside, requesting an audience with the Holy Spirit. Just then, Han Tan carefully took a few steps forward and reported. What? Dr. Confucian? Hearing this report, Zhang Han was stunned, Ying Zhang was stunned, and Fusu was first stunned, then stunned, and then, a moment of consternation. Crap, Confucian? Why are the Confucians here? They were called by the fourth brother? Could it be? Fusu's heart was ecstatic. Could it be? Fourth brother is going to reuse Confucianism? Ying Zhang was also surprised to the core, thinking, a Confucian? Old Four is looking for a wild ass like Chun Yu. Why are we looking for this bunch of sour Confucians? Could it be that his line about honoring Fuso wasn't entirely tongue-in-cheek? Or is it? Father, Fusu looked at Ying Zhang with some excitement, but Ying Zhang had an iron face. Fusu said, fourth brother, perhaps he wants to greatly promote Confucianism. This is great. Good. Ying Zhang said in a deep voice, if he dares to do so, that means he is also a confused person. Confucianism? Confucianism, it only misleads the country. Chapter 036 Ruling the country is not enough, but disgusting. Good timing. Outside, Ying Gao heard but smiled. Zhang Han, you go first. According to my command layout, the place circled, the people also selected. Practicing things, I turn back. Will give you a lot of helpers. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then the humble servant will leave. Zhang Han obeyed the order and immediately retreated. The old bangers are here? Only then did Ying Gao smile and say to Han Tan, are there many coming? Your Majesty, that's certainly more than enough. Han Tan smiled. The ministerial slave was under orders to secretly send someone to contact and inform them a long time ago, according to Your Majesty's command, deliberately telling him that Your Majesty is honoring the legacy of the Grand Duke of Fusu, and when they heard that one of them was of course very excited. Now, they are thinking that when you ascend the throne, you will also honor them like the Grand Duke. So much the better. Ying Gao laughed. These people are not enough to rule the country, but they are more than enough to make people sick. What? Not enough to rule the country, but more to disgust people? Hearing Ying Gao's words, both Ying Zhang and Fu Su's faces changed. Crap, what's old Four trying to do? Ying Zhang was relieved and curious. Fu Su was a different story. Ying Zhang's black face from earlier was directly transferred to his face. Is Ying Gao trying to use them? How could he declare them in? Nah, Han Tan heard, immediately turned around and went out. The Chun Yu and a group of Confucian scholars, all invited in. My lord, greetings to Your Majesty, heretics and others, greetings to Your Majesty. Everyone came to the front of Ying Gao and hurriedly bowed. Gentlemen, all the great scholars of the world? Ying Gao immediately got up and personally went forward to help the first person up. I've long heard my big brother talk about you guys a few times. I've always wanted to meet you, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Seeing this, the group of Confucians, excited, were about to cry out. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Unexpectedly, they had followed Fu Su for most of their lives, and in the end, Fu Su was killed, and they thought that they had completely grasped at straws with their half-life of political speculation. But I did not think of the dark flowers and a village. This new emperor ascended to the throne, although not Fu Su, but to their group of Confucian scholars surprisingly so important. It looks like spring is coming for them, isn't it? My brother was killed, and I have posthumously named him Qin Tu and buried him with the specifications of an emperor. Ying Gao said to all of them, I know that you are very close to my elder brother, and I am very interested in your knowledge. Now, I have just succeeded to the throne, and I don't have a lot of people available, so I need some talents to rule the country. Hearing Ying Gao's words, the hearts of all the people, again, were moved. Your Majesty is so loyal, filial, benevolent and righteous, and is more aware of right and wrong. This is the fortune of the world. The leader of the group was none other than Chun Yu, who immediately said, Your Majesty was able to posthumously name Prince Fusu as the second Qin emperor, and bury him in the name of the emperor. This alone will make his name immortal in history. Hey, it's all part of the job. Ying Gao said, without my elder brother, how could I be here today? Your Majesty, the Grand Duke died a horrible death. A Confucian student couldn't help but cry and say, you must avenge the Grand Duke, and even more so, carry forward the Grand Duke's legacy. What Grand Duke? That's the second emperor, and you can call him the late emperor. The other Confucian heard this and said at once, all of you can rest assured that the traitor Zhao Gao, I have already sent someone to the Secretary of State Meng Yi to try, and when he returns to Xianyang, he will be able to severely try Zhao Gao's sins in a matter of days. Ying Gao said, "Oh my lord, how is it that we have heard that there is someone else in this human order who plotted against the Grand Duke?" No, against the second emperor? A Confucian scholar looked at Chen Yuyu and said to Ying Gao, "Your Excellency, don't let the real culprit off the hook, otherwise, how can the dead soul of the Grand Duke rest in peace?" Hearing this Confucian scholar's words, Ying Gao was delighted. This group of Confucians, it seems they don't want to let Li Si go? Behind the dark wall, Ying Zhang sneered. It seems that Li Si really hurt them when they discussed the feudal system, so they have not forgotten to take revenge even today. It's not possible that these people still want to persuade Ying Gao to implement the feudal system, right? Last year, in the 34th year of Shi Huangdi, Ying Zhang hosted a banquet in Xianyang Palace for his ministers, and all the officials paid tribute to him and praised his merits. Just when this group of ministers were having a good time, a prick stood out to spoil the fun. The prick was no other than Jun Yuetsu. First, he criticized Zhou Qingshan, who praised Ying Zhang, and then he criticized Ying Zhang directly, saying that Great Qin did not implement the feudal system, and did not give the sons and daughters of the clans the titles of important posts. Was he waiting for the powerful nobles to usurp the throne and the clans could not help each other? Just like what happened to Tian Chang of Qi and the 6 ministers of Jin. Why don't we follow the feudal system of the Zhou Emperor and divide all the descendants of the royal family into vassals, so that they can take care of each other? Moreover, the implementation of the feudal system plus the patriarchal system guaranteed that it would allow Great Qin to rule for a long time. This set of words of his certainly made Ying Zhang not want to accept it. It was with great difficulty that I managed to unify the world and implement the county system. And now you want me to implement the feudalization again? Wouldn't that, again, plunge the world into strife? Thus, Ying Zhang's local hand was raised. Close the door. Let go of Reese. Li Si was authorized by Ying Zhang and went up to the front with a flurry of output. He stated that at the beginning of the Zhou, most of the divisions were given to brothers of the same clan, and even the good places at that time were given to the closest sons of the clan. But what's the result? Did not wait long. These vassal states in Zhou Tianzi centrifugal separation, and even to the back, protect each other to attack, are often there. What's more, the little hegemon of the spring and autumn period, Duke Sheng Zhuang, directly almost shot the son of Zhou Tianzi. By that time, the vassals had all become enemies of the Son of Heaven instead. Now the crowd built the vassals. It seems to be a wide range of grace, to the Son of Heaven to provide some protection. But as long as we wait until after 2 or 3 generations, the court and the vassals will inevitably turn against each other. By that time, the vassals would all be enemies of the court, and it would trigger heavy crises that would instead threaten the peace of the court itself. So, to engage in a feudal system, that's just farting around. So, Chunyuai's gang is either really stupid or really bad, and you can't listen to them. Ying Zhang was very satisfied with Li Si's words, and immediately handed over all of Chen Yuyu's men to Li Si for trial. Li Si to this group of Confucian scholars who are supposed to be the mascot is not polite. Direct big stick randomly beat, ruthlessly sent down. If not Fusu force protection, that Chen Yuyu not only lost the servant's official position is so simple, also not leave a doctoral degree is so simple, but maybe people have to be lost. And after this battle, these Confucians for Li Si is even more hate to the bone, hate to its skin, in order to solve its hate. Of course, not to mention Li Si in the eyes of this group of Confucian scholars itself is a betrayer. He and his teacher Xuanzi for the reform of Confucianism in the eyes of these Confucian scholars is more like a malicious distortion, deviation from the scriptures. It's a new grudge on top of an old one. Chapter 037, Confucian, will His Majesty not give us an official title? Gentlemen, of course I understand what you are saying. When Ying Gao heard this, he looked at the crowd and said, the culprits naturally have their own people, but I am really not in a good position to punish them severely. Your Majesty, why do you have to be so afraid of thieves? After hearing his words, a group of Confucians immediately shouted, Your Majesty, you are now the emperor. All the affairs of the world are decided by you alone. Who do you say should be severely punished? Isn't that just a matter of words? Yes, what's more, that evil thief also participated in the murder of the great second emperor. He is the great crime of executing 3 clans. The other Confucian student also said immediately, execute the 3 clans? How can this work? Ying Gao immediately said with a serious look on his face, no matter what, Hu Hai is still a duke and a son of the clan. How can I exterminate the 3 clans? What the? Huey? Hearing Ying Gao's reply, Ying Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, was speechless for a while, saying, "Are you deliberately pretending to be confused? But what's this willful obfuscation for? What? Who? Hey?" Upon hearing Ing Gao's reply, everyone's faces changed, and Chun Yu immediately said, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. We're not talking about He, but Prime Minister Li Si." "What? Reese?" When Ing Gao heard this, he pretended to be shocked. Li Si? Prime Minister Li Si? "Gentlemen, you mustn't talk nonsense, my lord. How can we be talking nonsense?" Chun Yu said in a deep voice. "We have all heard that Li Si, together with Zhao Gao, tampered with the posthumous edict, and, as a result, went so far as to change it on the verge of the battlefield, and put all the blame on Zhao Gao's body. Such a move, the world will be ashamed, is really a villain, treacherous and evil to the extreme. Who have you been listening to this?" Hearing this, Ing Gao immediately showed a helpless smile on his face and deliberately asked, "Your Majesty, naturally we have been told, and, those who know, far more than one." Chun Yu said, "Your Majesty, Li Si is a great thief of the court, who is a scourge to the court and a treacherous person. How can your Majesty use him? I ask your Majesty to issue an immediate edict to plunge Li Si's family into oblivion." The crowd of Confucians, in turn, shouted, "What?" Hearing the words of these Confucian scholars, Ing Zhang's face turned cold, and his eyes were even more disgusted. These Confucians, who have little skill themselves, want to plague Li Si? This is the man you say is full of benevolence and morality. Ing Zhang turned to Fu Su and angrily rebuked, "They are the ones who are truly different from the villains?" After hearing Ing Zhang's words, Fu Su's face not only stiffened, but then pleaded, "Father, these Confucian scholars don't know the truth, and only thought that Li Si had killed my son, so that's why they are doing this. They are doing this for me. They put the greater good above all else, so they did so." "Gentlemen, can I not understand what you mean?" Ing Gao looked at the Confucians and said, "But now Li Si is the Prime Minister, and I am the new king. The old Qin nobles won't trust me yet, and you are in such a hurry to let me dispose of Li Si. Either I can't dispose of Li Si, because he has a big tree with deep roots, and there are so many people who have voted for him, that I won't be able to even give orders to him, or I can't dispose of him. After I dispose of Li Si, there will be an imbalance of power in the imperial court, and only the old Qin power and nobility will be left. Are you sure that you can get rid of all the old Qin power and nobility for me? Moreover, although Li Si is suspected, but I have already pardoned him in the front of the matter from the urgent. Now, is it for me to immediately disown the account?" Hearing Ing Gao's words, Chun Yu and the other Confucians all looked at each other. "Gentlemen, revenge is fine, but, thinking only of revenge and political clarity, one must also look at what the situation is at the moment." Ing Gao continued, "If we can't focus on the big picture, even if we take revenge, what will happen after that? Is my brother's revenge important, but not the lives of the world? If I do not become the emperor, how can I stay hopeful and implement the way of the king, while benefiting thousands of people? Confucianism, too, can't just think of advising the emperor to fight for his life with others, but nothing else?" Hearing what should be said, a group of Confucians, each with an embarrassed face, because what Ing Gao said was the truth. "You guys are right about letting me avenge my big brother, so of course I can, but have you considered the real situation? Will you guys be able to advise me? Give me a hand, and help me out with this gang, or will you let me risk it all alone? Or do you think if I take a chance it will work? I'm a new king, I've just ascended the throne, I don't have my own squad yet, what am I going to risk? Or rather, why should I be asked to pay for your one-sided anger? Is this the way to behave as a courtier?" Hear that? Ing Zhang glared at Fu Su and said in a cold voice, "Is there any truth in what Lao Si said?" This is the truth. The Confucians, as ministers, are asking the emperor to take care of their anger despite the danger? What kind of reasoning is this? What bull **** about putting the greater good above all else? Why don't they put the greater good above all else? Fu Su listened with a burst of embarrassment. "I am guilty," Chun Yu and the others had to say. "Hey, guys, I'm not trying to blame you, but, you have to consider the method of doing things," Ing Gao said in a serious manner. "If I don't regard you as my right-hand men, how could I possibly tell you these words? Thank you, Your Majesty. The little people and others would like to break their bones for Your Majesty." The crowd listened with a rush of excitement. "Your Majesty, we are now unofficial, so it's not good for us to have a fight with Li Si." One of the Confucians immediately said, "How about, His Majesty reward us all, and we all become great officials of the court, then won't we be able to separate ourselves from Li Si?" Yeah. The crowd of Confucians heard this, and there was a murmur of agreement. What did you say? After hearing this person's words, Ing Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, instantly had a black line on his face and a burst of anger. Chutzpah, favoring etiquette and morality. Traitorous villain, pretending to be a saint. Ing Zhang scolded. Those who discuss right and wrong are the most right and wrong. When Fu Su heard this, he was also embarrassed for a while, but said, Father, the Confucians, too, are thinking of serving the country. But, how can you serve the country without being an official? As you say, anyone in the world can be an official, and only when you are an official can you serve your country? Hearing this, Ing Zhang drank in a cold voice. Father, how can a Confucian be compared to others? When Fu Su heard this, he said with a reddened face, a gentleman is poor. How can he be comparable to others? It is because the world knows more about morality than Confucians, so Confucians have to be in high positions to promote Confucianism. Otherwise, how can the world be convinced? Fart. Ing Zhang scolded. Other people want to be officials because they are greedy for power and wealth, but Confucians want to be officials for the sake of the world's people? If they are really gentlemen, why don't the 6 kingdoms employ them? Confucianism honors the Zhou rituals. Why the Zhou dynasty will be the spring and autumn and warring states in the past few hundred years. Suffered a lot of bullying? Do the Zhou rituals really protect the Son of Heaven? Fu Su heard this and wanted to continue to plead his case, but at that moment, Inggao's voice came from outside again. Chapter 038, Inggao, how can I use you if you prove yourselves? Gentlemen, it's certainly not difficult to become an official. Inggao said directly. When the court meets tomorrow, I, myself, can promote all of you to become officials. What? Hearing Inggao's words, the Confucians were all delighted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The king has no words. You're not trying to trick us, are you? The Confucians hastened to say. How could His Majesty change his mind once he has opened his golden mouth? Wouldn't the world be ashamed of you? Yes, yes, yes. Your Majesty's golden tongue, naturally, will not change its mind. There was another round of talk among the people, fearing that Inggao would change his mind, and behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang's face, in an instant, turned a shade of iron blue. Old 4, what the hell is wrong with you? How could you really appoint this bunch of losers? No, it would be polite to say waste. These guys, that's a proper side effect. It's called exhaustion. Even if they were utilized, that wouldn't be enough to give them an official title, would it? And they're all appointed? You're afraid you're confused, aren't you? Fourth brother, you're actually going to give all these Confucians titles? Fu Su, on the other hand, heard it with a snicker of excitement. It had always been Fu Su's dream to give these Confucian scholars official titles and then allow them to be able to argue and decide on major issues at the court, because he felt that only by letting these Confucian students become big officials of the imperial court that can more smoothly implement Confucianism and Taoism as a national policy. I didn't expect that fourth brother would really be willing to do that, even if he had ulterior motives. As long as these Confucian students could become big officials, it would all be absolutely good for the propagation of Confucianism. What I say is from the bottom of my heart, and how could I possibly coax you all after all? You are my great Qin's ministers, the ministers of governance and outside, Inggao said with a serious face, do you think so? Yeah, Your Majesty is so right. It is truly a blessing of the sages that we have met a wise master. The crowd of Confucians were thrilled to hear it again. Good. I didn't think the new emperor would really reuse them. This could be really good. Originally, everyone was immersed in the pain of Fu Su's death that they had no hope, but now that Heart Panic could reuse them so much, they were too happy to be happy, and the bitterness in their hearts was swept away. If Fu Su is dead, so be it. It's good that he's dead. Since all of you are so confident, I'm even more relieved. Inggao continued with a serious face. All of you are ministers of the army, ministers of the world, so I think it must be no problem for the court to discuss politics. That's natural. The crowd listened with a burst of excitement and said, that's right. On politics? That's what they learn. That's good, Inggao said. Then tomorrow, all of you will help me take down Li Si and Feng Jiaji, the 2 prime ministers. After that, this court will be ours. What? Take down Li Si and Feng Jiaji? Hearing Inggao's words, the crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Your Majesty, you mean? The crowd stared for a while Chen Yu was also surprised and asked, don't you all understand? Inggao deliberately asked. Right now, all the official positions in the court are either in the hands of the new nobles after Li Si, or in the hands of the old Qin powerful nobles under the command of the right Prime Minister Fengdaiji. If we don't take them down and make them retreat on their own, where will the official positions come from? Even if I can reward you, I will reward those who have the position but not the power. Without real power, how can I settle the country? That's why you have to help me take back the power. After you help me take back the power, I will give all of you heavy rewards and assign you with important duties. What the, dare I say, you want us to help you seize power? The people looked at each other for a while, looked at each other, and one by one, they all looked embarrassed. A moment of hesitation, torn. They thought it was really a pie in the sky, blessing from heaven, directly allowing each of them to enjoy glory and wealth. But they did not think, so there's work to be done, and it's not a good job. Your Majesty, a Confucian scholar cried. These people, in Guanzhong it is intertwined. Want to deal with them? Let them obediently give up all the power. I'm afraid it will not be so easy. Yes, moreover, we don't have any rights now, so how can we deal with them? How about your Majesty giving us some rights first, so that we can deal with them again? Wouldn't it be better? The other Confucian said immediately. Yeah. The others listened and immediately agreed. Hey, that's something you guys don't have to worry about. Ingao listened and said with a straight face, first, I will open a debate to discuss the state affairs, and you will naturally be qualified at that time. Since this is a debate, it has little to do with power. Furthermore, I believe that all of you are capable ministers of the world, and will be the ministers of Qin in the future. If you can't even deal with a group of nobles, how can you possibly help me to govern the whole world in the future? You guys say, is this right? When they heard Ingao's words, the Confucians had complex faces and even more complex feelings. Why do you feel that the new emperor wants us to deal with the nobles for him? Will this work? It feels like this richness he is not good to fight for. Not good to get. What? Dr. Juniper, is this very difficult? Ingao looked at Chun Yu and said, if the doctors find it very difficult, then so be it. I'll find a way to get my rights back first, and then, I'll come back to ask you to come out for good. This is also good. A Confucian scholar heard this and immediately said, good for what? Unexpectedly, when Chun Yu heard this, he immediately shouted in a deep voice, Your Majesty is now at a time when you need us the most, and none of us are able to serve Your Majesty. Is it possible to let His Majesty solve all the difficulties alone, and then we come out to sit back and enjoy the benefits? Is this the way of loyalty to the king that the sages taught us? The crowd listened and bowed their heads for a moment. Chun Yu, on the other hand, continued, at the beginning of His Majesty's ascension to the throne, the ministers were disrespectful, and this is exactly the time when we are needed. If we don't think of solving His Majesty's problems at this time, then how can we have the face to say that we have the ability to help His Majesty rule the world? You can leave if you want to, or hide if you want to. Anyway, since His Majesty has given me, Chun Yu, such a chance to be able to plead my case again, I, Chun Yu, even if my body is broken to pieces, will still fight for His Majesty, for Confucianism, in the courtroom, to fight for him. After hearing these bright words from Chun Yu, the Confucians, in twos and threes, nodded along. If the doctor has said so, what have we got to lose? We, then, will fight them for him. Yes. Hearing this, Ingao immediately nodded his head. Then tomorrow, I will ask you all to do it. It's not too late. You all go back to prepare first. Tomorrow, I will give you all a chance to speak freely in the court. I also hope that you don't let me down by then. Please, Your Majesty. Chun Yu gritted his teeth, pointed his hand to the sky, and said in an impassioned voice, if tomorrow, the microcosmic minister can't solve the problem for Your Majesty, then the microcosmic minister, I will crash and die on top of the hall pillar. That's still prudent, Ingao advised. Don't worry, Your Majesty, my mind is made up. Chun Yu looked like he was going to die with great generosity and righteousness. No, I mean, after all, when I first ascended the throne, I was strapped for cash and had no money to repair the pillars. Hearing this, Ingao scratched his hand and said, cough, ahem, behind the dark wall. After hearing Ingao's words, Ing Zhang almost didn't burst out laughing. This old it's just too much. Chapter 039 Ing Zhang, congratulations, you guessed wrong. But, then again, Chun Yu, this old piker, that is indeed a stubborn donkey. He is really daring to beg for death for the sake of Rudra. Not like those other Confucian students. The heart is more loaded with glory and wealth. If they really let them give up their lives for righteousness, it is simply a dream. Dr. Chun Yu, at the beginning of my ascension to the throne, All of you should not talk about sacrificing your lives for righteousness. It is unlucky, Ing Gao said in a serious tone. What I want is to take over the power smoothly, not to make a big fuss, which will make both me and Qin uneasy. Tomorrow, you will attack Li Si first, and then take Fengjishi. After that, I will take back the power of the court, and then I will be able to entrust all of you with important tasks. Please, Your Majesty. Chun Yu immediately nodded his head and said, I will die in a million deaths. I will definitely not let Your Majesty down. Well, then you guys get down and back up and get ready. Ing Gao waved his hand and told the Confucians to leave. Nessun, go get Reese. Immediately after the dark wall, Ing Zheng said to Nei Shirtang, tell him to immediately. Han talk, go get Reese. Before Ing Zheng finished speaking, outside, Ing Gao ordered, tell him to come to me immediately. Nah. Han Tan heard this and went to work on it with all due speed. Hearing Ing Gao's words, Ing Zheng was stunned, and Nei Shirtang was also stunned, carefully asking, Your Majesty, then are we still looking for Li Xiang now? Ing Zheng also didn't expect that Ing Gao would want to find Li Si as well. This kid, he's bound to do something tomorrow. Ing Zheng looked out at the wall and gazed at the wall. Since he is going to enter the palace, then he should stay in Xianyang Palace and just wait for him. When he enters the palace, have the forbidden guards disguise themselves as eunuchs to pick him up. I will be waiting for him. Nah. Li Si had just returned to the palace when he was summoned by the palace guards again, telling him to enter the palace at once and go to see Ing Gao. This fourth prince, I don't know what it is that he wants to do when he comes to find me so late in the evening. Li Si thought for a moment and hurriedly followed him into the palace. Minister Li, this way. When Li Si entered the palace door, a eunuch while others do not pay attention to, secretly a own waistplate. Li Si see the face changed also instantly understand. So it's Ing Zheng who's looking for him? Greetings, Your Majesty. Xianyang Palace. Within a small court, Li Si came to Ing Zheng, bowed. Unknown that it is His Majesty who summoned me. I thought it was the fourth prince. It is he who seeks you, and it is I who seek you. Ing Zheng stretched his back. I've been underground for a long time, and I want to come out to bask in the sun and move my muscles. The fourth prince, looking for the micro-minister as well? Reese listened in awe. Aha! Ing Zheng said, I have heard. Tomorrow, Lao Si is going to let a group of Confucians speak. Li Si, you know, what does he want? What? Ing Gao, you want the Confucians to come to the court? When Li Si heard this, his face changed and he hurriedly looked beside Ing Zheng. Fusu isn't here, he's rested after a long journey. Ing Zheng said, this Xianyang city has many tunnels and naturally many dark rooms, so you don't have to worry about him. Hearing Ing Zheng's words, Li Si's face changed slightly before he said, Sage, but Your Majesty, I dare to think that the fourth prince may not sincerely want to use these Confucians. Just that. I'm stupid. I don't know tomorrow. How exactly should I cope with it? That's right. Li Si heard it. Since Ing Zheng called him here and told him about this matter, he must be thinking of explaining to him what he should do tomorrow, right? The oldest wants to seize power, Ing Zheng said and suddenly smiled. Or in other words, I should say that I want to collect some power for myself. What do you think about this? Hearing Ing Zheng's words, Li Si's mind moved, and he bowed busily. Your Majesty, I think that since the fourth prince has ascended to the throne, it's only human nature for him to want to collect some power. That's right. After all, Ing Gao is now the emperor in the open. Since he was an emperor, how could he not think of receiving a portion of the power into his own hands and then distributing it for his own use? That's for sure. After all, one day at a time, everyone wants to use their own people. Moreover, Li Si's status was special. It was not true that he was under the orders of Ing Zheng, but at the same time, he was also a subject himself, and even more so, a prime minister. Therefore, he can neither just talk and speak, let alone not talk and speak. In that case, tomorrow, what are your plans? Ing Zheng directly asked again. What? Hearing Ing Zheng ask himself again, Li Si's face changed, and of course, his heart was in a state of helplessness. How can you ask me such a question when it should clearly be Your Majesty giving me instructions and commanding me to go and do something? However, Li Si still hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I think that the fourth prince's collection of power is something that should have been done, but if the Confucians gain power because of this, that would be too bad. After all, they don't know how to rule the country, and nowadays, the fourth prince doesn't have anyone else available, so in case they have to reuse the Confucians, then it would be a bad thing to do then. Yes, of course Li Si didn't want these Confucians to gain power. They were enemies, and Li Si had a justifiable reason that these guys couldn't govern. Now that Ing Gao has no one to use, he will have to give these Confucian scholars a chance to use them first after taking back his power. In that case, wouldn't that be a bad thing? It is naturally good that you are able to think of this. Zheng smiled, then, meaningfully, asked, then you can now think about why old four would, at this time, declare you to enter the palace. Sizzle? Hearing Zheng's words, Li Si's heart instantly fluttered. Your Majesty means that the fourth prince doesn't want to use these Confucians as well, but will say something to the microminister? Aha! Zheng said, he should have that in mind. Microcosm, since I should help the fourth prince? Reese listened and asked tentatively. I told you to pretend everything is true in front of him. Zheng said, just go and do your duty as a subject should do to the king. No, I understand. Reese nodded hurriedly. Do you know why old Four declared himself to be thrifty at the enthronement ceremony? And to spend his money on building a mausoleum for Fu Su by me? Zheng asked Li Si. This. When Li Si heard this, he carefully said, I'm afraid I can't say it right. Can't say it? Or are you afraid to say it? Zheng raised his hand. But there's no harm in saying it. No, Li Si then said, the loyalty and filial piety of the fourth prince is already there, and at an extraordinary time, with filial piety to his father and honoring his brother, so that the courtiers are convinced and cannot pick faults. It is also possible. In this way, how can the 100 officials not, both explicitly and implicitly, honor the fourth prince as the new ruler? Your idea is good, but alas, you guessed completely wrong. Zheng sighed and shook his head. What? Wrong guess? And it's a completely wrong guess? Hearing Zheng's words, Li Si not only froze, with a puzzled expression. I am a humble minister. You probably wouldn't have guessed it, but the reason old Four he's doing this, that's because he wants to spend all the money on practicing on his own. Zheng said with a stare. What the hell? Li Si listened to the person to be silly. Practice? Chapter 040 Li Si, Your Majesty, Confucianism knows nothing. Exactly. Zheng said. Lao Si pardoned those criminals and prepared to use them for his own use as a basis to form a troop against the old Qin's guards, lieutenants, and captains. Sizzle? Surprisingly, Li Si was astonished for a moment. Then, this is the same as building the emperor's tomb. With the name of building a mausoleum for me, then I can ask for money in the right way, ask for a place in the right way, and use people in the right way, and no one else will dare to take a peek. Zheng said, now you understand, don't you? Crap. Reese was staggered. This is really, that's just a bit of a stretch, isn't it? As much as Li Si wanted to say an oxymoron, this matter was about Zheng's tomb after all. Li Si carefully observed Zheng's face, which was, in fact, cloudy. Press. His Majesty takes his tomb so seriously and has been repairing it for over 30 years. If the fourth Prince Gao dares to play a trick on this place, blocking the construction of the mausoleum at Mount Li, then won't His Majesty be furious, or even, directly reveal his real body? That's very possible, but why doesn't His Majesty's face show much outrage? This is a little bit unscientific, isn't it? That's right, it's not normal for Zheng not to be furious, because this is his scales. Your Majesty, I'll try to find a way to persuade the fourth prince that nothing can go wrong with this matter of repairing the emperor's mausoleum. Reese said at once. This matter, I have also considered. Zheng said, the matter of the emperor's tomb can be put off for a while. What? Hearing Zheng's reply, Li Si was instantly even more dumbfounded. What the hell? Your Majesty actually said that the repair of the emperor's tomb could be put off for a while? It can't be, can it? His Majesty has been very concerned about repairing the emperor's tomb for so many years. Nowadays, what's going on? Your Majesty, I am now wanting to know what kind of a person old Four really is. Zheng said word for word. Zheng's words made Li Si's heart tighten. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? If an emperor, who does not regard the tombs of his fathers and brothers as a matter of great importance, does not build a tomb for himself, is he a madman, a short-sighted man with no etiquette to educate him? Or is he, with a complicated look on his face? Zheng asked Li Si, what about the fact that he is, ironically, a man who wants to do great things? Your Majesty, I dare not say more. Zheng's question made Li Si not dare to answer anything. You can't answer it well, and I can't, right now, understand it. Zheng said, that's why I want to figure it out even more. As entrusted by Your Majesty, I will certainly find a way to share your worries. Reese said hurriedly, here's a couple drinks. Go ask him a few questions. Zheng looked at Li Si and said word for word. Nah, Your Majesty, Minister Li is here. Shen. By order of His Majesty, Chancellor Li Si is summoned for an audience. my humble servant, Li Si, meet your majesty. Oh Minister Li, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ingao smiled, raised his hand and said, sit down, the microcosm is guilty. Li Si hurriedly begged for forgiveness. The humble servant was not daring to sleep much for several days and nights. Who knew that when he returned home, he had just drank wine and flopped off to sleep. As he spoke, Reese's face was flushed and rose, as if he were somewhat intoxicated. Minister Li has worked hard all these times. Ingao smiled, but it's quite elegant, and you can still drink wine? Shame on the microcosm. Of course, Li Si couldn't say that he had actually just intentionally drunk a few sips of wine in front of Ing Zhang, got some alcohol breath on his body, and then intentionally came to Ing Gao as if he was drunk or not drunk. The purpose, of course, is to take the opportunity to test some words. Wei Chen, is these days headache difficult to sleep? The heart anxious, afraid that I cannot sleep again, and then miss the court's big event. So this is drinking wine, Reese said with a bitter laugh. It's hard on Minister Li. Ing Gao laughed. It seems that I should not disturb Minister Li today. Your Majesty, how dare I? Li Si hurriedly said. The intention of the humble minister is to be able to properly share your Majesty's worries before doing so, and if you can't share your Majesty's worries, then it will be the sin of the humble minister. Minister Li is a smart man. Ing Gao smiled and said to Li Si, in that case, I'll make it short. Just now, I have summoned the Confucians, and tomorrow, they will be at the court to discuss politics. Confucian? Politics? Your Majesty. No. When Li Si heard this, he immediately got up and said, Your Majesty, this will never do. What? Absolutely not? Seeing Li Si suddenly losing his temper, Han Tan, who was beside Ing Zhang, couldn't help but frown, thinking that this Li Xiang was really drunk and dared to lose his temper like this. Your Majesty, micromanager is guilty. Li Si also seemed to have sensed his abnormality and hastened to apologize. The humble minister was abrupt and disturbed. Your Majesty, please punish your Majesty severely. Ha, there's no need for Minister Li to worry. Ing Gao let out a laugh and said, today, it is not a court meeting, it is my good fortune that Minister Li can reveal his heart. With that, he asked, Minister Li, won't you ask what these Confucians will say and do? Your Majesty, the Confucians, they have misled the country. Li Si said, the Confucians talk all the talk, but when they are really asked to do something, they can't do it. These people are the ones who talk nonsense and mislead the country. Some years ago, I used to follow the Confucians, and I know their virtues. They have always bullied the Grand Duke's loyalty and intentionally coaxed him. But in fact, the purpose is for their own selfish interests, for glory and wealth. Such people, if you put them in the court and take their words as the policy for governing the country, it will cause great Qin to suffer the loss of the world. While Li Si was talking, Ing Zhang had already had someone wake up Fu Su, and the two of them came behind the dark wall at the back of the Xianyang Palace, peeping into the darkness to listen to the conversation between Ing Gao and Li Si. Oh, Li Xiang, what you said is exactly right. Ing Gao let out a laugh. I also know that the ability and viewpoints of the Confucian scholars are not appropriate to rule the country, not to mention that they are not suitable to rule the country. Even if they are suitable, then it is absolutely impossible for me to change the state policy immediately at the beginning of my ascension to the throne. In that case, will the court not be in turmoil? Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. Li Si said, suddenly baffled, deliberately asked. Then, Your Majesty, in that case, why does Your Majesty still need to do so? I ascended to the throne to avenge my elder brother's death and carry on his legacy as my own duty in order to have today. Ing Gao said, my elder brother, Fu Su, has always been fond of Confucianism and holds it in high esteem. If I don't show anything at all, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Upon hearing Ing Gao's words, Li Si's face changed, and Ing Zhang and Fu Su, who were in the dark, each had a change of expression. Sure enough, Ing Zhang had a chuckle in his heart. He had actually guessed this intention of Ing Gao. For show, that's still okay. After all, Ing Gao's ascension to the throne, in terms of moral cause, relied on inheriting his elder brother's legacy. And these 4 words are not just words that can be said and done. Putting Your Majesty in a difficult position. Reese said slowly, how could it be me who is in trouble? I'm only afraid that it has to be Minister Li and Minister Feng. Ing Gao said directly. Hearing Ing Gao utter these words, Li Si immediately asked in mock surprise, what do you mean, Your Majesty? Chapter 041, Your Majesty, you want to move 2 prime ministers at the same time? I have long known that Li Xiang and these Confucians are not dealing with that tomorrow the Confucians on the court, and how will it be? Ing Gao said, what's more, if they want to speak up for Confucianism, then won't all of you in power become the target of their attacks? Minister Li, tomorrow, what are you going to do? Micronauts? Reese listened and opened his mouth to speak. In the dark, Zhang stared for a while, and Fusu, at this moment, was also in a very low mood. Gao did not want to reuse Confucianism at all, which disappointed him. He wanted to criticize Gao, but he definitely didn't dare to speak out now. He knew his father's temper. If Fusu dared to ruin his plan because of the Confucians, then Zhang would be so angry that he would physically eliminate the Confucians. Your Majesty, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Li Si looked at Gao and immediately said, "Ha, Minister Li is really smart." Hearing Li Si's answer, Gao nodded his head with considerable satisfaction. Then tomorrow, I hope that the Confucians cannot win, but, neither can you lose. Who exactly will lose? Do you understand? When Li Si heard these words from Gao, he couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart and almost understood what he meant. Does your Majesty mean that you want to utilize the Confucians to allow both Minister Weichen and Minister Feng to back down a bit? Reese asked directly. Gao was a bit surprised to hear this. This Li Si, talking is really some straight talk. Could it be, is really drunk? Or is it the micromanager, who has speculated wrongly about His Majesty's intentions? Reese added hurriedly. In fact, he didn't want to say these words and didn't dare to say them, but since Zhang asked him to say them, he had no choice but to say them. After all, if Zhang really recognized Gao, then Gao would be the real emperor of Qin, and he was still so young and would be the real emperor in the future. So what did Li Si want to offend Gao just for Zhang now? But, again, he had to do it, because right now, everything is still up to Zhang. This is the helplessness of being a subject. Prime Minister Li is wise, Gao said. I naturally want to control more power to do things, and I will not hide this. Your Majesty, as Emperor, the power of the world should have been vested in your Majesty, and it would be a great disrespect for subjects to take their rights and not hand them over. Li Si immediately said, it's just that I am worried that if the king is in a hurry to collect his rights, the nobles will not willingly call out their rights. Since 2 weeks, since the spring and autumn and warring states, how many kings and princes, how many large and small dynasties, because the new king ascended to the throne want to control the dynasty, and caused the game with the powerful ministers, and finally the dynasty is in turmoil, and even, there are also evil thieves who have the evil courage and dare to poison the king, but there are also, Your Majesty, at the beginning of the ascension to the throne, these things, is to be careful. After saying that, Li Si carefully looked at Gao, fearing that his words just now might have angered him. After all, Li Si's words were, to put it bluntly, persuading and even warning Gao that power is something that everyone likes, and if the emperor offended his ministers because he was too eager to collect all the power, then it would be a light case of supergiant turmoil, or a heavy case of death and destruction. Li Si's words can be seen as both bitter advice and analysis of the current situation, but of course they can also be seen as a threat. So, to say something like that, in and of itself, that's risky, and the judgment of this risk is not in Li Si, but here in Gao. Prime Minister Li, it pleases my heart to be able to speak from the bottom of my heart. Gao nodded his head repeatedly and smiled in relief. My humble servant's words impinged on your Majesty, and my heart is in a state of shock. Reese said hurriedly. Hey, I am now. What I need is candor. Gao laughed. Honest words are at best straightforward, but they are 100 or 1,000 times better than flattery. I have no accomplishments now, so what else could be the purpose of flattering me at this time? But it is a waste of my time, and even mislead my judgment. Li Xiang, I permit you no matter when, can be honest to me? You are the most valued courtier of my father. If I don't rely on you, then how can I really inherit my father's legacy? Will be the Great Qin, more prosperous step? It is Great Qin's greatest fortune that your Majesty has such a heart at the beginning of his ascension to the throne. Li Si heard. His face changed. Immediately Hanging Arch said, just micro-minister after all, guilty in the first. I have said that you are no longer guilty. Let bygones be bygones. Gao laughed. As long as there are some things that won't happen a second time, that's enough. Minister Li, you are completely free to say whatever you want. Then the micro-minister will be bold. When Li Si heard this, he glanced at the dark wall on Gao's side, clenched his teeth, and said, in my opinion, the Confucians will definitely attack me in the court tomorrow, but I am not afraid of being attacked, and I can also back down, but the difficulty lies in Feng Xiang. They will not sit back and wait for death. Your Majesty, instead of thinking about how to let me back down, let Feng Xiang they can surrender some rights and interests to. I dare to think that, if you cannot do so, but just use the power of the Confucian students to fight against the micro-consultants and the new nobles of the court. Then the old Qin power and nobility. There will be even more. No one can be limited. Which, for the stabilization of the dynasty, is not a good thing. I will say one more word of heavenly disrespect. At the beginning of His Majesty's accession to the throne, there is not yet any civil and military power that can shock these dignitaries, such as the late emperor was in, and all the 100 officials dared not disobey, such as His Majesty. No matter if you allow any party to lose its limitations, it would be extremely bad. Your words are the truth and the problem I must face. Ying Gao laughed. So, I've long had a countermeasure. What? Ying Gao has a plan already? Hearing Ying Gao's reply, Li Si's face changed, while Ying Zheng, who was behind the dark wall, was also surprised for a moment. He's been thinking about it for a while? Ying Zheng frowned slightly, puzzled. Lao Si, let me, then, see your means? Your Majesty, what are your plans? Reese listened and asked tentatively. I intend, tomorrow, to have Minister Li, to prosecute Minister Feng. Ying Gao smiled and said word for word. What did you say? Upon hearing Ying Gao's words, Li Si was instantly flabbergasted, while Ying Zheng, who was behind the dark wall, was speechless upon hearing them. This was your idea? Your Majesty, I am a humble servant. Li Si asked carefully. Does your Majesty mean that you want us to lose both of us? Or, it counts as a double loss, or it doesn't? Ying Gao said, I won't really punish any of you, but I, for one, need time and space. As long as Li Xiang is able to and Feng Xian is temporarily restricted, then I can collect some of my rights. Won't that be fine? However, Li Xiang, rest assured that I will not treat you poorly, nor will I really take action against Feng Xiang. This, your Majesty's meaning, I understand. Just, Li Si could not help but say, I could have taken the initiative to offer to back down. But, your Majesty, even if I did prosecute Minister Feng, what could be prosecuted? The 100 officials behind Minister Feng are also definitely not going to sit back and wait for death. What's more, he really is a bit bad at finding guilt. That's right, Feng Doji, that's also a real old fox. When it comes to anything about corruption, or getting power, he simply doesn't have it. Although the Great Qin law is strict, the laws and regulations to punish corruption are also quite intensive. But, Feng Zhaiji, even if he receives some of the benefits of the people underneath, which in the Great Qin view of the law, it is also completely not counted as a bribe. What's more, Feng Zhaiji has not committed any treacherous acts since he took over. He is clean where he should be, and he will be. So here's the thing. Again, he's pretty clean and pretty important, and you're going to cause a super upheaval if you move him. His sins need not be found. Ying Gao smiled, because he wouldn't be guilty. What the hell? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Li Si was speechless again. You know he's not guilty, so why are you asking me to attack him? Your Majesty, then this. He can be innocent, but he can also be suspected. Ying Gao laughed. There is someone who can help you. Who he? What? Huey? Upon hearing Ying Gao's words, Li Si instantly turned white as a tingle ran through his scalp. He understands. And Ying Zheng, who was behind the dark wall, instantly understood. Ying Gao, you want Hu Hai to identify Feng Zhaiji? What His Majesty means is, let Duke Hu Hai identify Feng Xiang is involved. Amazed, Reese asked carefully. Right. Ying Gao laughed. Is this reason enough? Moreover, I have also said that Hu Hai's life and death are now in my hands. Chapter 042. Ying Gao, something's wrong. Something's not right. Your Majesty, this is something. Yes, something to be cautious about. Li Si said with some concern. Feng Xiang can be suspected, but if it really, are you worried that I'll actually take the opportunity to click him off? Ying Gao shook his head. Li Xiang, you underestimated me. I don't have any trustworthy person who can replace and lead the old Qin's power and nobility. I won't really find myself a trouble that can't be solved properly. In that case, the microcosmic minister understands. Reese listened and nodded heavily. In that case, then Minister Li will go back to prepare things, and sleep well again. Tomorrow, I will wait for your performance. Ying Gao said. Your Majesty. Reese saw this, and there was a pang of desire to speak. Seeing this, Ying Gao asked in disbelief. Minister Li, what else don't you understand? Microcosm? I don't know if I should ask or not. Reese's face was complicated to the point that his palms were almost sweating from his own squeezing and wringing. I have just said that you are perfectly free to say what you have to say. Ying Gao laughed. And what is Minister Li afraid of? The micromanager is indeed afraid. The micromanager's question, whether it should be asked or not. Reese said, straining. Seeing this, Ingao felt a pang of doubt in his heart and narrowed his eyes slightly. Minister Li, what exactly do you want to ask? Microcosm, don't ask, Reese said, then suddenly stopped again. Hey, half-talking, isn't that the most abrasive? Ingao smiled and said calmly, Minister Li wants to ask, what exactly did my elder brother instruct me in the first place? When was it? When he heard Ingao's words, Li Si's face suddenly changed. In fact, he could hear that Ingao's words were trying to say, are you trying to ask me whether my elder brother had instructed me in the first place or not? Of course, that's enough to ask, and that's indeed enough to kill. The microcosm, I would like to ask, I'm afraid, is more than that. Instead, Reese bowed, kneeling in obeisance. Sizzle? Seeing that Li Si had performed such a great honor, Ingao was also very puzzled for a while. This question, sharp enough, Reese, what else is there to ask? Could it be that he knows something? Or, suspects something more important? Come on, left and right, all hold back, within 10 feet, no one is allowed. Ingao raised his hand, and when Han Tan saw this, he just opened his mouth, but was disliked by Ingao with a look. Han Tan had no choice but to give up and hurriedly let all the eunuchs and guards, all retreated out. Minister Li, there is no third person in this room, Ingao said, since you are so careful and want to ask so much, then of course I have to be a man of honor. There are some things that I will answer you no matter what you want to ask, but you have to think about it. There are some questions that you may not get a second answer, so you have to think about it before you ask. I don't want to answer it a second time. 10,000 deaths to the humble servant, and many thanks to your majesty. Li Si knelt on the ground, then slowly raised his head and said, the humble minister and Zhao Gao did not receive the head of the Grand Duke. Confiscated his head? Ingao froze and suddenly got up. What do you mean, your majesty? The death of the Grand Duke was never really seen by the micro-ministers or Zhao Gao. Li Si looked up at Ingao and said, I just drank and fell asleep, and I dreamed that General Meng Tian saved the Grand Duke, and that the Grand Duke did not kill himself. What? Hearing Li Si's words, Ing Expert immediately gripped the sword at his waist, and behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang was also frowning to the extreme. Beside him, Fuse's mouth opened and closed. Li sang, your dream, well done. Ingao suddenly smiled slowly and said meaningfully, however, my elder brother's imperial tomb has already begun to be repaired. Oh, hearing Ingao's words, Li Si's back was already full of cold sweat, but he still clenched his teeth and asked boldly, your majesty, what I'm asking is, if the Grand Duke, Minister Li. Ingao didn't wait for him to finish, and directly interrupted with a voice, you probably didn't hear my answer clearly. He looked at Li Si and said, word for word, my elder brother's imperial tomb has begun to be repaired, and he has been posthumously named Qin too. Does your majesty mean that if he must die? Reese, finally, asked the question that he never wanted to ask in a million years, but had to. Oh Li Si, I now know why you drink. Ingao listened and suddenly smiled, and it was a smile that instantly made Reese's scalp tingle to the core. Oh Minister Li, there are some wines that are not to be drunk. Ingao shook his head slightly, then said, however, since you want to ask this question even while drinking, I, too, can answer you. 10,000 deaths for the humble servant. 10,000 deaths for the humble servant. Li Si didn't dare to raise his head anymore, not knowing whether he was waiting for Ingao's reply or his own death. And behind the dark wall, both Ing Zhang and Fu Su, as if they had stopped breathing, waited for the result. Outside, inside, for a moment, the silence was so great that only the thumping heartbeat of who knows who could be heard. At least my older brother is nominally dead. In the end, Ingao said in a flat voice, father is an emperor of the ages, big brother is loyal, and I, Ingao, have never been a good old man. He can live, but he can no longer be called Fu Su. When he finished, he added, and I don't know whether he was speaking to Li Si or to himself, Fu Su must die, and everyone in the world must know that Fu Su is dead, or else you are finished. Your majesty's benevolence and generosity is beyond compare. Only then did Li Si slowly come back to his senses from a cold sweat and responded with force. Yao Shan is hard to reach. Yao Shan is hard to reach. And behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang and Fu Su, after hearing Ingao's reply, were both silent for a while. Ing Zhang suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if he had made the right bet, and Fu Su, for a while, bowed his head. Now anyone's mood, not as complicated as his. Ha, Ingao smiled. Minister Li, I can't compare to Yao Shan. My brother should be Yao Shan. I won't be Yao Shan. I want to be Emperor Wu. With that, he stepped forward to help Reese up. Li Si, on the other hand, was already paralyzed, and even when Ingao tried to help him, it was very difficult for him to get up. Ingao smiled, suddenly greatly puzzled in his heart. It's not right. Why is he doing this? Chapter 043 Map? A map of the world? I can't even see it? Emperor Wu? Reese asked in a burst of fear. Yeah, Ingao laughed. I, for one, want to be a martial emperor who opens up new territories. What? Expanding the frontier? What's with the frontier? Hearing Ingao's words, not only was Li Si stunned, but even Ing Zhang and Fu Su were surprised for a moment. Your Majesty, now that the 6 kingdoms have been pacified, although there is still the Xiongnu in the north and the Baihui in the south, the Xiongnu have been driven out of the Great Wall, where it is all barren gobi. Li Si said, the land of Baihui, miasma overlap, can be taken but not used. Your Majesty, the late emperor attacked Baihui, not only for the expansion of the land, but also to eliminate the elite youth of Wuchu. Your Majesty again want to open up the border and expand the land. I'm afraid, the rest is all barren land. Ing Zhang was also puzzled in his heart, saying, I have already unified the 6 kingdoms. The world has come under one rule. The rest of the world is barren land. How can you open up the river and broaden the land? Any further fight could be a losing battle. It's not cost effective, so it's better not to fight at all. Of course, this is also the viewpoint of the state policy of Ing Zhang and Qin. Qin's attack on the 6 kingdoms and their annexation were all profitable wars all the time. By fighting the wars to get new lands, the new subjects were also given large amounts of the 6 nations' resources and accumulated wealth. Therefore, Great Qin's War of Unification is a profitable war that can be fought. However, Qin's war against Xiongnu is a stop-loss war, and its war against Baihui is a war of attrition. Even when Ing Zhang wanted to fight these 2 wars, he was met with considerable opposition from the officials, and the old Qin group in Guangzhou had no profit to make. It was a fight, but it was quite a struggle to settle. Therefore, in Ing Zhang's viewpoint, Great Qin has already fought all the places it can, and there is no need to fight in the remaining places. Ing Gao now proposes a frontier expansion? What border is he opening and what land is he expanding? Li Fei's do you know from the Longxi Didao northwest of 150 miles? There is a place, both sides of the mountains, the middle of the place backwater leaning against the mountains, but also can be plowed good land, but also can deter the northwest 2 sides of the throat of the place? Ing Gao asked with a smile. This place, residing west of the Yellow River, can be called the Hoshi Corridor. What? Hearing Ing Gao's words, Li Si was stunned. This place is good for farming? I don't know. How much is the area? If we talk about size, it is bigger than Guangzhou, and if we talk about good fields, it is more than Guangzhou. Ing Gao said, in terms of soil and water, it can be plowed and grazed, and is a good place for training troops in cantonment. Sizzle? Hearing Ing Gao's words, Li Si was shocked, and Ing Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, was also horrified. This, how, is this? Li Si was repeatedly surprised, while Ing Zhang was also very surprised. What Lao Si said, is it true or not? Here, I have a picture, Ing Gao said, turned around, and went to take out a pair of drawings. Minister Li, look, nah. With curiosity, Li Si rushed forward, and when he saw the picture drawn by Ing Gao, Li Si was instantly amazed and froze in place. Your Majesty, this is our Xianyang? This is our Great Qin? Then this is our Xianyang, this is Great Qin. Ing Gao pointed to the drawing he had made and said, look, this is Shaanxian County, this is the Great Wall of 10,000 miles that my Qin is building. To the north is Xiongnu, and to the northeast is Donghu. To the north is Xiongnu, and to the northeast is Donghu. Look to the west, to the north of Shan County. The 2 counties of Yunzhong and Zhohuan are also capable of being garrisoned as long as they can be irrigated by the river. Only that they are now relying on Xiongnu, and there is no way to start them right away. Westward of Shaanxian, west of the Great River, is this place, stretching for more than 1,000 miles. This place is the Hoshi Corridor, which is now, when still under the range of the Great Yuezhi, but may have been taken by the Huns. And, if you wish to know the particulars, you must send a man to learn them carefully. Such a big place? Reese looked on, surprised. That's for sure. I told you, this place can be plowed and pastured. It's quite an important place, Ing Gao said. If we want to eliminate the trouble in the north, we can't just rely on the Great Wall to stop us. We need cavalry to attack and flatten the grassland. So the Hoshi Corridor is very important. Not to mention, he is also connected to the western region. The west? This is it. The Ying master pressed the map, pointed to the west and then drew a circle. This is all the western region. The western region place, the group of countries, there is arable land, can be merged with the business, can be occupied by the country, can be occupied by the pass. More importantly, There are big countries to the west of the western region, hundred of countries. To the south of the country, there are all big countries. There are still large areas there. Sizzle? Hearing Ingao's words, Li Si stared for a moment and looked down to watch. The western region. Peacock Kingdom? The Roman Empire? This is Daqin. This is there. These places, how come they look a bit bigger than even my Daqin? That's for sure. Ingao smiled. The entire western region can be compared to Great Qin. The Peacock Kingdom is not considered bigger than Great Qin, but his arable land is far superior to Great Qin. The Roman Empire can be called the Great Qin of the West. Their wealth is much more than ours. Sizzle? Really? After hearing these words from Ingao, Li Si was completely stunned. This world out there, is it even that big? Your Majesty, this is really great, Li Si said excitedly. If the late emperor could know that there are so many good places outside, he doesn't know how happy he would be. He originally thought that Great Qin had already knocked down all the places it could, but he didn't realize that compared to the outside, Great Qin's territory is still far from enough. And behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang tried to see something through the tiny holes in the wall, but he couldn't see clearly at all. He could only see the side faces of Ingao and Li Si, and couldn't even see the map they were looking at. Therefore, for a moment, Ingao's heart was also extremely curious. He couldn't wait to have this wall smashed in a hurry, and he also wanted to see what kind of diagram could make Reese curious to such an extent. He did want to get a glimpse of it. A mental grumble ensued. With something this good, how could old Four have been acting crazy instead of giving it to him? No, I have to find a way to get the map to Reese. Yeah, Ingao sighed and laughed. It would be so nice if father knew, but unfortunately, he will never see it again. Hearing Ingao's words, Li Si's heart stirred, glancing at the palace wall out of the corner of his eye, and then said, Your Majesty, I dare not ask if this diagram of your Majesty's can be allowed to be taken back for copying by the humble servant? He guessed in his heart that his Majesty was now interested in this one picture. That was absolutely interested. Yeah. Hearing Li Si's words, Ing Zhang's eyes also twitched. If Li Si can take it back, then won't I naturally be able to see it? Ingao laughed and said, It's not impossible to let Li Xiang take it back, but I still have a heavy use for it. So why don't I have someone copy it after I'm done with it and hand it over to Li Xiang? Hearing Ingao say that, Li Si had no choice but to stop. In that case, I thank your Majesty, he thought to himself. This is not that he didn't think of a way, but that the fourth prince simply wouldn't let him take it away. So your Majesty, too, shouldn't be able to blame himself. And behind the dark wall, hearing Ingao's reply, Ing Zhang instantly felt a pang of disappointment. This old Four, such a chart, I can't even see it now? Chapter 044, Ingao, Li Si is too wrong. What went wrong? Nevertheless, Reese kept an extra eye on the picture, and he looked over it carefully and took notes, making his mind, as far as possible, memorize all the important points of this one picture. Prime Minister Li, in the future, I will need you to be more helpful to me, Ingao said. I still hope that Minister Li will be able to stand on my side in critical times. Your Majesty's heavenly grace, how can I repay you? Li Si hurriedly said. Please don't worry, Your Majesty, I absolutely don't dare to let Your Majesty down. That's very good. Minister Li, I still have things to do, so you can go back first. I take the order. I take my leave. Reese whirled around and retreated, and as Ingao looked at his departing figure, that strangeness in his heart surged up again. Reese is not right. This drunkenness of his is even more bizarrely feigned. If he was bold, it would be completely impossible for him to have his legs scared by my words. If he doesn't have the guts to ask a question like that, yet he has to plow through the rude question? This is clearly not right. Ingao was puzzled. Li Si, why did he feel a bit coerced? But now that I have pardoned him, can anyone coerce him? After Li Si left, Ing Zhang, behind the dark wall, also sighed softly, followed by a wave of weariness. It looks like the boy is also busy. I will wait for Li Si to come, and after that it is time to rest. Father, you haven't closed your eyes for more than 10 hours. It's time to rest. On the side, Fusu was also a bit sleepy. It's been a long journey, and they've been traveling a lot. Well, come on man. Just then, Ingao's voice came again from outside. Han Tan, Your Majesty? Han Tan nimbly ran in from outside. Your Majesty, the ministerial slave is here. Your Majesty, are you going to bed in peace? Sleep in peace what? I'm not done yet. Ingao raised his hand and said, Go get me a cup of strong tea leaves, and have the brothers who are guarding the spirit call to me. What? Hearing Ingao's words, Han Tan froze and hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, it's already several shifts of the day. Don't you still have a court meeting tomorrow? No sleep then. No. No sleep? Han Tan marveled. Your Majesty, you've pretty much not closed your eyes for more than 20 hours. What? Behind the dark wall. After hearing these words, Ing Zhang could not help but be surprised and stunned for a while. Ing Gao has already lasted that long? He's not going to die, is he? And Ing Zhang was suspicious for a while. It was so late. Why did he call all those brothers here? What does he want? You don't have to say anything, I know in my heart. Ing Gao said with a white hand. Take advantage of the fact that we have just boarded the plane now, and the whole nest is very supportive. And if I dare to sleep at ease now, I am afraid that I won't even have the chance to sleep in the future. I want to get busy when I need to be busy the most, so I can naturally rest easy in the future. Don't worry, I'm only in my early 20s. Stay up for a few days and nights. I can't die. Ouch. Your Majesty, you must not say such unlucky words. Han Tan's face turned white when he saw this, and he hurriedly advised. Now that the late emperor has just died, how can you say such words at the beginning of your ascension to the throne? Meh. Ing Gao smiled. What are you afraid of? I don't believe in heaven. I don't believe in ghosts and gods. I only believe in myself. Look at my father. He has been begging for elixirs for so many years, but in the end, he was cheated and came up empty-handed. Wasn't he? What the? Hearing Ing Gao reveal his own shortcomings, Ing Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, instantly had a black line on his face. That little brat, how dare you expose me? Go on, get them all. Ing Gao raised his hand and said, No, Your Majesty, it's just. Han Tan suddenly let out a bitter smile. The ministerial slave is still bold enough to advise you, or else, this matter is slowed down? What? When Ing Gao heard this, he raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? My slave would not dare to start rumors, much less stir up, and separate His Majesty's bond of flesh and blood. Han Tan said in tears, Only, today those gentlemen, indeed, complained a lot in front of His Majesty's casket, and now each one of them has quite a lot of grievances in their hearts, and His Majesty summoned them at this time. So in case there's some kind of rushing clash, it won't be good for His Majesty's reputation either. Hearing Han Tan's words, Ing Zhang frowned slightly. It was something that he naturally knew about. Just after Ing Gao had pacified his brothers, those sons of Ing Zhang, one by one, were filled with resentment and suspicion. They think that this throne, the old four sees the strange. This does not know how many things are hidden. In other words, to put it more bluntly, they disagreed and were unconvinced about old four taking this throne. In this, especially the second prince, Wei Long, and the third prince, Xu A Lu. After all, they were older than Ing Gao, and according to the older patriarchal system, they should be qualified to succeed the throne above Ing Gao, who was ranked as the fourth oldest, and a few others, though not dabbling in the order of elders and children, more or less felt that if the oldest four were eligible, why not them? Of course I know that they have grievances. Not having grievances, that is rather abnormal. Ing Gao shook his head and said, Speaking of which, this has something to do with father. Although father has always nurtured my elder brother, he didn't establish him as the crown prince after all. As a result, my elder brother was killed before he could even wait to ascend the throne. Since there is no crown prince, then everyone can be called a crown prince. It is not a problem that desires are suppressed. The problem is that once the desires have a chance to be vented, then each and every one of them will turn into a fierce beast. What's more, Hu Hai was 18. He almost became emperor. What do you say about others? Behind the wall. Hearing these words from Ing Gao, Ing Zhang could not help but clench his teeth and let out a deep sigh. Although Ing Zhang himself doesn't agree with this, he did see those sons who were suppressed by himself to make way for Fu Su today. Although under his own monitoring and surveillance, no one dared to act out. But once Fu Su was gone, the thoughts in their hearts were finally exposed. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the people who are in my life, and especially Hu Hai, or almost because of tampering with the posthumous edict and become the emperor. Hu Hai is only ranked 18. Before him, can be a lot of people Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for these males to say that they do not have any thoughts or complaints in their hearts. Your Majesty, since your Majesty knows all this, it's still, Han talked persuasively. No, it is precisely because of this that I am summoning them now. Ing Gao laughed. I have long had plans, you just call them in. I will find a way to eliminate and quench all their anger. No. Hearing Ing Gao say this, Han Tan naturally didn't dare to say anything else, but Ing Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, was a bit curious about Ing Gao's words. What kind of tactics does Ing Gao intend to use to diffuse the anger of these brothers? Intimidation? Threats? Or do we make an example of them? The dukes who were standing in front of the coffin, however, were all nervous when they heard that Ingao was going to summon them in the middle of the night. What is your majesty? New emperor summoning us for late at night? Yes, it's a couple of shifts ago. Is it possible that the new emperor isn't asleep? It can't be that the new emperor is going to summon us, can it? We'll stand guard before Father Emperor's casket and hold awake for him. If the new emperor has anything to do, why don't we come before Father Emperor's casket and make it clear in front of Father Emperor? A wave of concern went through the crowd, none of whom seemed to dare follow the visitor. Gee, gentlemen? Seeing this, Han Tan had no choice but to ask, Gentlemen, this is the palace. Ah, and what is wrong with His Majesty summoning you all? No. Hearing this, Second Duke Wei Long frowned and said, summoning us in the middle of the night, should we at least be told exactly what's going on? Chapter 045 Ing Zhang, this kid, ruthless, very imperial-minded. His Majesty has said it is a great matter. Han said, what, or is it a big deal? Hearing this, Wei Long asked in astonishment, what great event cannot wait until the next day's court, letting us pass late at night now? It's really hard to have peace in our hearts now. They did worry. What could be going on this late at night? What could be more good? Perhaps it is thinking of coming in late at night, when no one else knows, to lay some kind of a charge on them, and then give them all. What's all the clicking about? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Your Majesty's affairs. My slave is only a eunuch. How can I know all of them? Han Tan said helplessly. It's just that, gentlemen, His Majesty's benevolence and generosity is evident to everyone in the world. And how could there be anything at the beginning of His Majesty's ascension to the throne? For you all to be so disrespectful of the imperial order at the beginning of His Majesty's ascension to the throne, then if word gets out, I'm afraid it would only be unfavorable to you all gentlemen. Hearing Han Tan's words, the faces of all the dukes were filled with a stony, complicated look. Just go. Right at this moment, the third Duke Wu Lu can't help but pull his voice and fling open his sleeves. Father has just died. I'll see what old four can do. I'll take the lead. Just go. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped forward. What shall we do? Second brother? The crowd looked around for a moment, then they all looked at Wei Long. Go on then. Wei Long frowned and said, simply because since Lao San has already gone, then wouldn't we all become disobedient if we stay here? In that case, let's all go. The so-called punishment is not to be blamed. We just need to be honorable. Then I think nothing will happen. No. Then we'll listen to Ergo. The crowd listened, and then they all followed. Your Majesty, I'm coming. General Lu walked at the front and came to the outside of Ingao's hall. General Lu, I have come by imperial decree to ask for your Majesty's admonition. Just one? Ingao was in the middle of moving his pen when he suddenly heard a voice outside and immediately asked, Your Majesty, it's coming. It's all coming. Han Tan came to Ingao at a trot. It's the third prince who came faster and earlier. The other princes are following behind. They'll be here soon. Oh, that's good. Ingao was happy. This old San Shuanglu, he also knows, is a straightforward and open-minded person. And, of course, pretty fired up. Then pronounced them all in. By order of His Majesty, declare all the princes, face the saint. My lord, I pay my respects to His Majesty's new ruler. Led by Wei Long and Xuan Lu, all the dukes came to pay homage to Ingao. As for Ingao, when he saw this scene, he looked down at the crowd and did not rush to speak. This scene made those present instantly tighten their hearts. The atmosphere, it seemed, was a little inexplicably tense all of a sudden. Seeing this, Han Tan looked at the 20 males, then turned his head to look at Ingao, and opened his mouth, but he wanted to speak again. Those gentlemen were about to say something, but they didn't expect Ingao to respond at all, so their hearts instantly lost their confidence. And behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang also detected a hint of weirdness. What's going on? Did you not hear me? Or, do you pretend not to answer? Your Majesty, Microcosm and others, come to meet your Majesty. On the contrary, it was the third male son, Xuang Lu, who finally couldn't help himself and shouted again. I, for one, hear you. Ingao leveled his voice, but only returned. Sizzle. Hearing Ingao's reply, the hearts of all the people thumped again, and they were very nervous. What's going on? This doesn't feel right, does it? Everyone was breathing hard, thinking, is it possible that Ingao is really going to kill them all today? Xuanlu was just about to say something, but he only heard Ingao suddenly shouting in a cold voice. Han Tan, my slave is here. On your knees. Ingao shouted angrily. No. Han Tan was shocked to hear this, but he hurriedly flung himself to his knees, his heart bursting with uncertainty. What's going on? Do you know the sin? Ingao drank. What? Guilty? Han Tan was stunned and confused. Your Majesty, the ministerial slave, is stupid. Korean talk? Ying Gao's words caused Ying Zheng to be puzzled for a while as well. Ying Gao, what are you going to do? Suddenly, he suddenly understood again, and then, his eyebrows were relaxed. Old four, your kid, plays a good hand. Is it you who told me today that all the dukes, in front of the late emperor's spirit, did not properly belong to the spirit, but instead, they were dissatisfied with my succession to the throne? Dissatisfaction? Disrespect? Ying Gao droned. Then tell me now, who is it? Which son, which brother of mine, is displeased, dissatisfied, or disrespectful to my succession? Sizzle? Upon hearing Ying Gao's words, Han Tan's face changed and a panic set in. As for those males, when they heard Ying Gao's words, they all turned pale and panicked. My slave! My slave! Han Tan burst into tears. The ministerial slave also heard about it. Heard? Heard from what? Ying Gao continued to question. My slave is quite. My slave is not heard. Is nonsense. Is nonsense. Han Tan heard. A burst of hands and feet in general. Panicked to explain. Perhaps the ministerial slave heard wrong. No, it is said wrong. Wrong word? Are you sure? Ying Gao asked sternly. My slave is sure. Sure. Han Tan immediately nodded his head in fear. It's all the sins of my slave. Please be severely punished. Your Majesty. Brothers, is he telling the truth? Ying Gao looked at the 20 brothers and said word by word. Is there anyone who is not convinced of my succession to the throne? I think it's not possible for all 20 of them to lie, right? What? When Ying Gao asked this question, all the people looked at each other for a while, not daring to say anything. Seeing this, Xuanlu was just about to raise his head to speak, but Wei Long, who was beside him, hurriedly pulled him back with a secret tug on his sleeve. Seeing 20 men all kneeling before him, none of them said anything. Ying Gao looked indifferent for a while. It seems there is no more? Han talks? My slave is here. Please punish your Majesty. Han Tan was numb, and did not expect Ying Gao to suddenly operate like this. That's a lot of bull. I know that you are loyal, and without your help, I would not have known of the plot of the rebels Zhao Gao. Ying Gao raised his hand and said, but today, you dare to slander my brothers like this, which is a great offense. I will punish you with 100 strokes of the cane. Are you convinced? What the? 100 strokes of the cane? Hearing Ying Gao's words, all the people present were dumbfounded. 100 strokes of the cane? That's going to beat a man to a pulp, isn't it? My slave, Han Tan man are going to be scared to death. A burst of tears wailing. Your Majesty, the subject slave only begs your Majesty to look at the subject slave's loyalty. Can give the subject slave to die? Give the subject slave a pain. The subject slave is grateful. Grateful ah. Chenna really does not dare to receive this 100 canes. He also knows that if this is really 100 sticks smashed down, whether he dies or not is not a problem. How miserable and uncomfortable the death in the end. That is a problem ah. So instead of that it would have been better to just give him a hard time and click him off. That would have been more acceptable instead. Is my order for you to bargain? Ying Gao suddenly snapped. Someone come. At your Majesty's command. The left and right guards obeyed the order and broke in at once. Take Han Tok down. Ying Gao raised his hand and said, 100 strokes of the cane. However, for the sake of his service to me, let him take a good bath first, and then go away clean. Nah. Hearing Ying Gao's words, the left and right guards immediately dragged Han Tan out. Han Tan's entire body was dragged out as if he had been cocooned and lost his soul, full of weakness. This scene, on the other hand, caused all the males to instantly lose the slightest bit of their temper. Scary. This new royal brother, he's too scary, isn't he? This is his closest confidant, and he says he's going to get killed? And behind the dark wall, Ying Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, and in his heart, a pang of suspicion. Father, Han Tan is so good to fourth brother, how can he? On the side, Fu Su was sleepy, but when he heard Ying Gao's words, he was instantly startled out of his sleepiness. Chapter 046 Ying Zhang, Divide and Conquer? Men, break into the palace, abolish the new emperor. This is the way of the emperor. Ying Zhang narrowed his eyes. Tough is a bit tough. I have underestimated him. I have long said that he is definitely pretending to be weak today. Brothers, you have been wronged. Only then did Ying Gao raise his hand and smile, personally stepping forward to help Wei Long up. Second brother, all brothers, all get up. I just now have taught Han Tan a hard lesson. All brothers, can you be satisfied with this? Sizzle. Hearing Ying Gao's words, although everyone slowly got up, one by one, they didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. This old four, it's not like them. It was nothing like the old four they had imagined, either. Your Majesty, after all, Han Tan has merited your majesty. Is it possible to? Wei Long carefully tried. Is it possible to grant him some amnesty? Yes, sire. The rest of the group saw this and begged. Actually, they weren't exactly pleading for Han Tan. Rather, no. Hearing this, Ying Gao shook his head once and said in a deep voice, I won't allow anyone to separate us brothers, and no one can instigate the relationship between me and my brothers. Upon hearing these words from Ying Gao, Ying Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, let out a sigh of laughter. Of course he heard exactly what Ying Gao's words meant. No one should ever stray from the relationship between the brothers, not even the brothers themselves. That is, it's an order, and it's a threat. The life of one Han Tan could be exchanged for the obedience of 20 brothers, which, too, was definitely cost-effective. Your Majesty's Heavenly Majesty, the microcosmic ministers and others understand. Wei Long and the others hurriedly said, it's good to understand. Ah, understand. I will be relieved. Ying Gao smiled, took Wei Long's hand and said, brothers, hurry up and take your seats. I'm looking for you all late at night for something important. Someone come. With that, Ying Gao greeted Han Tan. When he shouted this, all 20 brothers' faces changed. Your Majesty. A eunuch rushed forward. Your Majesty, Lord Han Tan has just been pulled down to be caned. Should we hurry? Oh, look at my memory. Ying Gao sighed and laughed. I haven't closed my eyes for 2 days and 2 nights, and I can't believe I don't remember what just happened. What's the hurry? Can't we do anything without him? You go and prepare some more wine and meat for me. All the dukes have been tired for a day. I want to drink with them. No. The eunuch heard this and hurriedly retired. Your Majesty, you haven't closed your eyes for 2 days and 2 nights? Wei Long was startled and hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty, the holy body concerns the great Qin society in grain. Please hurry up and sleep in peace. Your Majesty? Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty succeeded to the throne. There are many things to do, but your body is more important. The others, hearing this, rushed to say the same. I naturally know this. Ying Gao laughed and walked up to the Shang platform, then suddenly turned around and said, however, I have something more important. If I can't solve it, then I'm afraid that I'll only miss the opportunity. What? Something more important? After hearing his words, Wei Long and the others all tightened their hearts. What's more important? What does it have to do with them? Your Majesty, what are your orders? Wei Long immediately asked. I have already planned. Tomorrow, there is an opportunity to let the left Prime Minister Li Si and the right Prime Minister Feng Zhaiji all strike the dynasty to go home. These two have always held the super program. The father also relied more on the 2 people back then. They are not in the court. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ying Gao said. What? Chancellor Li Si and Chancellor Feng Zhaiji? Strike the court? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Ying Gao's words caused the crowd to be kind of stuck in disbelief, while Ying Zhang, behind the dark wall, was also in a state of disbelief. What's he doing? And what does all this have to do with these sons of mine? Your Majesty, I wonder if we, Wei Long asked in confusion. We don't go to court either. Your Majesty, you. Tomorrow, after Li Si and Feng Zhaiji both leave the court, you will all go to court. Ying Gao said. Make sure you remember that everyone is coming. What? Let's go to court tomorrow? The brothers heard a thump in their hearts, while Xuanlu asked, Your Majesty, what are we doing in the court? Father has said, except for Big Brother. We have anyone left? TSK did not wait for him to finish. Wei Long directly white eyes a glare. Will be Lu this only after the realization of his own slip of the tongue. Hurriedly pleaded. Your Majesty, micro-ministers and others said we, and does not include Your Majesty. Hey, no harm done. Ying Gao smiled, waved his hand and said, I have always known that my brother is a straight-talking person. The late emperor would not blame you, so how could I possibly blame you? Thank you, Your Majesty. I have asked you all to come to court tomorrow for one thing only. Ying Gao said, that is, to each of you, you will be divided into vassals. What? After hearing this sentence from Yun Gao, all the people present were shocked to the extreme. Of course, it also includes Ying Zheng behind the dark wall. Vassals? With a roar, Ying Zheng startled Fu Su and Annie Shirtang, the leader of the dark guards, who were all around him. Your Majesty? Neshimatsu panicked and hurriedly pointed outside. Only then did Ying Zheng endure it with a burst of gritted teeth. However, in his heart he didn't want to hold back for a second longer now. He wanted to go out right now and just outlaw this old guy. Adversary, what are you talking about? Divide and conquer? You want to divide the kingdom that I've fought so hard to win? Divided? Divide. My ass. Divide and conquer? Fusu on the side was confused for a while. Fourth brother, even want to divide the seal? Divided? Outside. Xuanlu heard this and also let out a roar, which instantly washed away Ing Gao's doubts. He had just heard a very eerie sound. It was thick and powerful, but it didn't seem like it came from within this hall. And yet, it's like it's not far away. Divided? Vassals? Divided? Just as he was puzzled, the brothers in front of him all let out a strange burst of surprise, and with it, dispersed some of the doubts he had just had. It seems to be that you did just hear it wrong. I guess it's true that I'm really hallucinating something because I haven't closed my eyes for 2 days and 2 nights already? Vaguely it even felt like the voice was a bit like his father's. You're 4, Majesty. You can't be joking with us, can you? Shogun asked, stunned and filled with stupefaction. The others were all staring at Ing Gao with wide eyes, their hearts bursting with anticipation. They were afraid that just now, Ing Gao was really joking with them. After all, split up, divide the vassals? It was something they hadn't even dared to think about before, and something their father had been fighting against during his lifetime. Now, is Ing Gao really willing to do that? You don't think so? No way. No way? Right. Split the seal. You all heard right. Ing Gao laughed. I intend to make all of you vassals. This is my intention, and my elder brother's legacy. What? This, too, is big brother Fuso's legacy? Hearing Ing Gao's words, the crowd was surprised for a while, but not so much. After all, insisting on Confucianism and Taoism to rule the country, and insisting on the restoration of the Zhou dynasty's feudal system, this was indeed something that elder brother Fusu and the group of Confucians behind him had been preaching. Reasonable. This, indeed. And behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang instantly looked at Fusu, his face full of rage, itching to tear Fusu to pieces. Fusu saw this, a burst of dazed very, 2 hands, hurriedly shook his head. How could I have told him that? Old 4 was crazy back then. Ing Zhang's gaze was fierce and he questioned fiercely. Aha! Fusu spread his hands, but he shook his head helplessly. It's true that he didn't tell Ing Gao this, and he didn't make any deathbed promise. It was an outcome that he was quite happy with, but it really wasn't his doing either. Ing Zhang then believed that Fusu should not have told this lie, since it wasn't Fusu who lied. It was definitely Lao Si. Ing Zhang couldn't help but stare. Old 4, why did you say that? Is he trying to pull the wool over people's eyes? Even if they were to draw people's hearts and minds together, then they should definitely not practice division. Ing Zhang seemed to have made up his mind in a flash. He immediately beckoned to Animerecap Tang and said, order the secret guards to get ready to go out and take over the palace, and after taking over the palace, call all the civil and military ministers to come here at the first time. I am going to abolish Ing Gao in front of all the officials. It is never feasible to divide Great Qin and split it. Chapter 047, Map of the World? Why don't you show me? Nuwa, my subordinate will go and make arrangements. Animerecap Tang obeyed the order and turned his head to leave, but was immediately shouted at by Fusu. Inner Sten, wait. Fusu called out to Animerecap Tang, then advised Ing Zhang. Father, how can you be in such a hurry? Anxious? Hearing this, Ing Zhang growled. What else is there to be anxious about that won't be anxious about? Do you think I don't understand what's in your mind? Do you think I don't understand what you have in mind? You are thinking of letting him implement the feudal system, which is crucial to the implementation of Confucianism. Say, you and Lao Si, is it true that you have conspired long ago? My son swears by the sages. Categorically no. With a straight face, Fusu said, Father, I don't dare to tell a lie. That is, Lao Si is deliberately trying to buy people's hearts. Ing Zhang frowned and said, no matter what he is doing it for, I will definitely not sit back and do nothing. Right now, those brothers of yours have already had their hearts pounding with his words, and each one of them has their ambitions surging. If I don't step in again, these people will definitely not be at peace in the future. Not to mention that they won't have a good ending. Great Qin, definitely can't go that far. Since father's attention is set, why don't we listen to fourth brother again? What's not to like? Could it be that whether things come to pass or not, whether they are ruined or not, only depends on these few more moments? Fusu said with some undying interest. After all, the implementation of Confucianism and the introduction of feudalization was the long-cherished wish of him and those Confucian students. Implementing the feudalization, then Confucianism and Taoism will have a huge soil and space to operate. This, too, was the original statement of Jun Yukoshi. You want to delay now, but it can't change my determination to scrap him, no matter what his reason is. My will has been decided and cannot be changed. However, Ing Zhang said so on his lips, but he sat back down. All the good feelings and expectations he had just had for Ing Gao seemed to have been extinguished in this moment. Ing Gao touched his bottom line. so this is Big Brother's legacy. Ha! Outside, Ing Zhang's sons are indeed in high spirits. If Ing Gao implements the feudal system, they will be able to become one of the vassals, and the honor and treatment they will receive, as well as the level of enjoyment they will enjoy, will by no means be comparable to what they are enjoying today. This, too, is what they all dream of. It's better to be a big brother. There was a burst of excitement in the crowd, and many people even couldn't help but cry tears of joy. I, for one, have honored my elder brother as the second Qin. Ing Gao looked at all of them and said, after the successful completion of the division, I will bring all the brothers together to offer sacrifices to the sky to thank Big Brother. I wonder what you think. What? When the crowd heard this, they all nodded their heads and agreed. It should be. It should be. We should have consoled the dead soul of our elder brother. Yes, how kind and loving Big Brother has been to us all his life, and we are all saddened by Big Brother's death. Fortunately, thanks to His Majesty's avenging his elder brother's death and eliminating the treacherous sycophants, his elder brother was able to recover from his wrongdoings. I only hate Hu Hei now. I should have killed him by 1,000 cuts to avenge my big brother's death. Right, we must cut Hu Hei to death by 1,000 cuts. By 1,000 cuts. There was a flurry of talk among the crowd, as if a number of people were regretting why, today, they hadn't written Hu Hei off. Actually, one thing they know even less about is that there were only 3 people who actually wrote a word of death to give to Hu Hei. 17 remained, and after a torn hesitation, the writing was still raw. But, it was Ing Gao who asked Han Tan to switch their words in secret, so no matter what the result of what these people actually wrote, what Feng Zhaiji and Li Si saw, and what the 100 officials heard, would definitely be 10 lives and 10 deaths. In this way, Hu Hai's life and death can be controlled by Ing Gao without any pressure. AI, the death of my elder brother. My heart, too, is grieved. Ing Gao looked at the brothers and said, I have divided the brothers, both for the sake of my elder brother and for the sake of our brotherly love. Your Majesty's benevolence and virtue is hard to find in the ancient times, and it is a great honor for the microcosmic ministers and others to be brothers with your Majesty. Microcons and the others, even if they are to be feudalized in the future, they will certainly swear to defend His Majesty and the Great Qin, and they will live and die, and their children and grandchildren, and they will never be disloyal. If you go against this, the gods and men will kill you. The crowd spoke with a burst of ambrosia. I also hope that all brothers, no matter where the vassal, we brothers always have to be one heart, but do not learn Jizhou. The same room, others seek to usurp. Ing Gao sighed deeply. In that case, when brothers kill each other, we all apologize to father and big brother. Don't worry, your Majesty. When Shuang Lu heard this, he immediately said, if any of the brothers dares to rise up in arms and wreak havoc on the clan's flesh and blood, we, even though we are far away, will be executed and put to death. Right, the crowd spoke in unison again. Yes, yes. Ing Gao listened and nodded with a pleased expression, while Ing Zhang behind the dark wall listened, his brows remained furrowed. Now, he knew these sons all too well. One by one, they are now assuredly dripping with water and speaking tightly, but as soon as they leave this hall, as soon as they step into the feudal state, and sit that far toward the throne of the vassals, they are bound to have even greater ambitions. At least, it is absolutely impossible to be completely of one mind with the court. So, partitioning, categorically, is not feasible. Thinking of this, Ing Zhang swept his eyes at Fusu, then whirled around and said to Nei Shi Tang, there is no need to listen. Nei Shi Tang, prepare, immediately. Imperial brother? Where in Great Qin are you going to divide it up among us? Ha! Just then, the questioning voice of one of Ing Zhang's sons sounded outside. Hearing this, Ing Zhang also stopped in his tracks at once, raising his hand to tell Nei Shi Tang and the others to wait quietly, and turned his head to look outside. This was a question that everyone present, except Ing Gao, wanted to know. That's right, since Ing Gao wants to divide the land, how exactly does he want to do it? Where is it divided? Could it be that? The brothers' hearts were filled with speculation and anticipation. Would Ing Gao set aside those places in the 6 kingdoms and divide them up? Granted, these places are equivalent to almost twice the size of Qin's territory before father's destruction of the 6 kingdoms. But, compared to Qin alone, it wouldn't be out of the question for the 20 of them to divide up twice as much of Qin, would it? Now, my Great Qin territory, where 36 counties, the land will be 50 million hectares. Ing Gao looked at all of them and said, I have the intention of giving each of you a territory of more than 10 million hectares. I don't know if you are satisfied with it. What? Upon hearing Ing Gao's words, the crowd was first delighted and then stunned. V1, that's not enough? Royal brother, old 10 swimming dragons, with an expression like you don't know how to count. Brother stretched out his fingers and asked carefully, "This doesn't seem to be enough to share, does it? Not enough points?" Gao laughed. "I haven't even said what place it is. How do you guys know it's not enough points? Your Majesty, this is clearly not enough to share." Xuanlu also said, "There are only 5 in total. 1 for each person. That's only 5 people. We can have 20 brothers." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing Shulu's words, Wei Long immediately glared at him. Xuanlu froze, was puzzled, suddenly reacted, hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, forgive me. The micro-minister is a stupid idiot," he said to himself. "Why did I get in a hurry and split the emperor's share cleanly?" Ahem. Hearing Xuanlu's words, Gao smiled, raised his hand, and said, "Third brother has a straight heart and means no harm. Thank you, Your Majesty, for forgiving me. I really deserve to die." Shungla then rose in shame. "Brothers," Gao said, "before his death, father once said that he didn't want Great Qin to be divided, and before my elder brother left, he also said to me that if he was rich and powerful as a king, how could he not share the same blessings with his brothers? Therefore, I have thought of a way that will not be rebellious to my father and at the same time follow my elder brother's will." While the crowd was in disbelief, they only heard Gao clap his hands. "Someone come, open the map." Nah, with Gao's order. 2 guards held a roll of leather paper map and unfolded the large map vertically on the screen in front of everyone. "Yeah, it is?" Seeing this scene, a group of brothers were amazed, surprised and puzzled. The Ying Zhang behind the dark wall, after hearing the words from outside, once again pressed his face against the thick dark wall, trying hard to get a clear view of the outside. But alas, for one thing, this hole he left is impossibly large. Secondly, the distance is too great. Of course, there was the problem of having too many of his sons. The sons blacked out just enough to block quite a bit of his view. However, Gao was able to see the northern corner of the large vertical map through the blank space on it. Confusingly, there seemed to be the words Hans and Donghu looming large. Of course, being too far away, coupled with the fact that Zhang had been correcting the documents day and night, the result made his eyes more or less tired, and he was not able to see clearly anymore. How come this hole was left so small then? "I'm starving." Zhang couldn't help but press his face against the wall, moving left, right, trying to get a better look. "Which rebellious son is this? Guapi, you are blocking me. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Nei Shi Tang Jianju, more or less embarrassed, carefully advised, "Your Majesty here is not able to see clearly. How about the Microchin find an opportunity to take advantage of the 4th prince's absence? Let someone steal the painting, so that Your Majesty can see clearly? However, this will have to wait until the 4th prince falls asleep or goes to court." Hearing this, Zhang turned back to sit down and couldn't help but pound his thigh. "How can you not sleep when you're so young?" Chapter 048, "Let the women of the country pass on their children to you? Your Majesty, what is this?" "This is called the map of Asia and Europe." "No," he called the whole map of the Great Qin Empire. Gao pointed at the map and said, "From now on, this area can only be called Great Qin. This, Hans, Eastern Hu, Hey, and the Yuezhi?" Shula was surprised and said, "Isn't this the gang of Northern D from the north of us? Northern Connecticut?" "Yeah, isn't that just north of us?" Xuanlu pointed to the map and said, "Look, this is the Great Wall, isn't it? This is Xianyang. This is Baiwei. Your Majesty, there are so many places outside of Great Qin, besides Xiangnu Donghu Baiwei." "Yeah," Gao laughed and said, "I've chosen a good place in the world to give it to you. Can you be satisfied with it?" "Satisfaction. That's naturally satisfactory. So my Great Qin is still not big enough. But, Imperial brother, these places are not Great Qin's. It wasn't before. Take it down, wasn't it?" Gao spread his hands. "You get the money, the court gets the men, and I approve the note. So what can't be done?" Ha, ha. Upon hearing Gao's words, the crowd was excited for 2.5 seconds, but they were each dumbfounded for a while. We get the money? Yeah, fighting a war, it's got to cost money. Gao said, "We, Great Qin, unified the 6 countries. That's a lot of spending. That's natural." But, the general and others cried a few times, "How much is this going to cost? Your Majesty, the money we have on hand is nowhere near enough to fight a war." The crowd was in a quandary, saying, "Aren't you making it difficult for us? Or did you never intend to give us a kingdom in the first place?" "Hey, that's a hard question. Is it hard for us?" Gao laughed. "Money, of course you don't have to pay for it." "Yes?" Hearing Gao's words, the brothers immediately burst with excitement. "Many thanks, Your Majesty, and there is no need to thank me, and naturally it is not out of my hands, Ingao said, spreading both hands. What did you say? Hearing Ingao's words, everyone instantly froze in speechlessness. We can't afford this and you don't, so it's still a no-go? This brat, at this time, hiding behind the dark wall of Ingzhang, indeed suddenly a burst of eyebrows stretching, eyebrows open smile, so he is such a reckoning. Ha, it seems, he has found a way. This? Fusu was puzzled for a while and asked in disbelief. Father, if the fourth brother doesn't pay, the court doesn't pay, and the brothers don't have any money, then what else can be done? Powerful people, 100 officials. Ingzhang spoke out faintly. If my guess is correct, that's what Ingao thinks. Powerful people? 100 officials? Fusu was surprised. Is that so? Selling an official for a title, that's what I did back in the day. Ingzhang sighed and smiled, and said with quite a lonely smugness, Kid, have you learned? That's right. Back then, in order to destroy the Six Kingdoms, Ingzhang not only requisitioned all the laborers and foodstuffs in the country, but also tried to find ways to raise money in foodstuffs. The people can't have too much food or the rear will be in chaos. The powerful have already invested some of their money, and it's much harder to weed them out. What to do? Selling officials. Selling Jennings. You want to be an official. You want a title? You can. Give money, give food, or give something. You can then get what would otherwise be impossible to get. The court powers, of course, turned a blind eye to such a thing. Originally, this was not in line with Shan Yang's emphasis on agriculture and commerce, nor was it in line with Old Qin's interests, but as Ingzhang's obsession was to fight the Six Kingdoms, and the powerful nobles could follow and take advantage of it, it became very much in line with their interests. So Ingzhang raised large sums of money and grain by selling his officials and titles. The most famous one is that Ba Widow Qing. This Widow Qing is not a simple character. She could be considered a local warlord in the strictest sense of the word. As the emperor was far away from Shu County, Qin's governance of Shu County was very much in favor of tie-up policy at the beginning. Ba Widow Qing, who has her own military armament and is still far away from the sky, is even sitting on a large area and several mines by herself. Not to mention, at that time, Ba County was on the border of Qin and Shu, and its strategic location was also quite important. In this case, Ba Widow Qing looked at Qin Shi Huang's unification. Put up the money, put up the mine, give it in big handfuls. Therefore, Ingzhang made the Widow Qing an honored guest of the state, and built a monument to her as a chaste woman, so that she could be called a superior guest. Then, permission was granted to take care of her health in Xianyang, and when she died, she was buried with high rules. It should also be a unique honor among businesswomen from time immemorial. Because of this, more people were willing to pay large sums of money to help Ingzhang accomplish the great cause of unification. The first thing that Ingzhang did after unifying the Six Kingdoms was to restore the emphasis on agriculture and commerce. You've outlived your usefulness, so go play with your balls. But, although he understood what Ingao meant, Ingzhang was still not satisfied and did not accept it, because, by doing so, Ingao might indeed be able to take the opportunity to limit the financial power of the powerful and wealthy. But, it may also create new problems, or, even more problematic. Your Majesty, outside, Ingao's brothers have been confused by Ingao. So, what about the money? Then, Ingao's brothers asked. Borrow, Ingao said with a smile. What? Borrow? Hearing Ingao's words, everyone's face changed. Borrow? Yes too. Ingao laughed. If you don't have money, you can borrow it. Borrow? From whom? Shogun asked in disbelief. The Old Qin for hundreds of years. After the unification of the Six Kingdoms, the Old Qin powers and nobles were rewarded even more. Ingao smiled and said slowly, do third brother and the brothers think that the Old Qin dignitaries have money? Can they, in fact, like money? They, naturally, have money. Xuanlu said. I'm afraid it's just not good to borrow? Hey, how can it be bad to borrow? Ingao laughed. It's not difficult to borrow again. Brothers, if you have become lords, what is the most important thing you need under your rule? Lack of women? Old 7 Ryuto took off. What the? Ingao was speechless for a while. You've become a vassal. How can you still lack women? They've become vassals, so of course they have to get more sons and daughters out. Ryuto heatedly laughed, scratching his head and said, I see that Tian's campaign against Qi is because of the large number of people in order to successfully take over the country. If I call myself a vassal, I will take most of the women in a country in the palace, so that they will give birth to a wide range of children for me. In this way, the country will be my descendants from generation to generation, and he can no longer do what he does. but also not likely to be taken by someone else to go off? Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter when they heard Ryudo's words. Old 7, don't you see? With your little arms and legs, how many people can you build? And most of the women in the country? Sholo blankly eyed him. What? You're a vassal state with only 3 people? A man, a woman and a eunuch? Who's going to do that job? If the Qianzhou people don't have children, who's going to serve you as slaves? Sango, what are you talking about? Old 7 listened with a look of embarrassment. Ah, Chita. What Sango said. The words are not so bad. Ingao looked at Lao Qiliang too and said, if the people at the bottom, you can't even let them procreate and pass on their inheritance. It's worse than killing them, and that's a truth that you must keep in mind. And all of you must keep in mind as well. Ingao looked at the crowd and said, as you have become a party of vassals, I do not want to restrict you too much, but, as the Emperor of Qin, I cannot watch you take your own lives. If you abuse the people and violate the state's character, I will raise a king's division to get rid of the kingdom. Sizzle? Hearing Ingao's words, everyone changed color. How can the emperor take killing a citizen so seriously? Chapter 049, Ingzhang, Old 4. It seems that you can only go so far. Departure. This, imperial brother. Why is it so important to kill a Qianzhou? Yes, we are the clan after all. Hearing this, Ingao said with a smile. The clan? Hasn't Great Qin treated its brothers favorably enough? That's naturally preferential treatment. The crowd listened and bowed their heads for a moment. Therefore, it's all the more reason why we can't easily do anything outside of the Qin laws. Ingao said in a serious tone. The laws of the imperial court, itself, have provided enough benefits and interests to both the royal family and the powerful nobles. So if we people lead the way in destroying them, then more and more people will inevitably be destroying the rules. Those who abide by it will become fewer and fewer. When the time comes that the rules are broken to the bone, and we can no longer get the legal benefits from the rules, who will lose the most? Naturally, it will be our royal family. Have you forgotten that the patriarchal system was destroyed by the Zhou emperor and his vassals? And in the end, the vassals were replaced and annihilated, and the emperor was extinguished from his throne and temple. And is this something that should happen to me? Qin, therefore, you brothers need not destroy the law, which, in itself, is for us, the powerful and the wealthy, to seek our interests in a righteous manner. Do you understand when I say these words? After hearing these words from Ingao, the crowd bowed their heads for a while. What your majesty said is true, and the microcosmic ministers and others have taken note of it. As for Ingzhang, after hearing these words from Ingao behind the dark wall, he also sighed slightly and nodded his head with some relief. What Ingao said was exactly what Ingzhang wanted to say to his children and the powerful. Although, time and again, Ingzhang had given the green light to these people. Even if they had violated the law, Ingzhang thought of giving them extrajudicial favors and pardoning them. But, Ingzhang still doesn't want to see any violation of the law. The rule of law is so, only all people strictly abide by the rules, that the country can be the most peaceful and stable. There will not be any destructive changes. As for the powerful nobles, clansmen, etc., in fact, there is no need to stray from the law at all, because the law of the dynasty itself has already provided these people with the qualification and legitimacy to reap favors in a righteous manner. But, people, who are not content, therefore, Ingzhang could only grant extra-legal favors time and again, pardoning those who were important and close to him. It is rare that Ingao, at such a young age, is able to understand the nature of the court's laws so thoroughly. After all, many young monarchs hate the idea of letting themselves and their close followers around them get away with all sorts of things, completely outside the law. As a result, it will inevitably breed confusion in the rules, while ultimately poisoning itself. These things, in the future, brothers, you will naturally be able to experience. Ingao said, let's talk about how we can gather enough money and grain to help you open up the border and expand the land, and accomplish a party of lords. Yeah. Hearing Ingao's words, everyone hurriedly nodded their heads, though the powerful will not willingly lend out their money. But, isn't the greatest advantage you have in the vassal states the ability to divide the 100 officials of the vassal states? Ingao said, the powerful nobles in Guangzhou have many branches and grandchildren. Don't they want their children and grandchildren to get some status in one of the feudal states? After all, their official positions in the Qin court are limited, especially for the middle and lower nobles, and their status is not too high. So if they have a chance to get a higher status elsewhere, how can they not be moved? Oops, your majesty is wise. Hearing Ingao's words, all of them brightened up and were excited. That's the idea. If we become vassal kings, then there will be prime ministers, generals, and sovereigns below us as well. and that would naturally be a dream of theirs, wouldn't it? The crowd said with a burst of excitement. Behind the dark wall, Ying Zhang listened, but his face was grave for a while, and his mood was complicated. He had roughly guessed the purpose of Ying Gao's action. Ostensibly, he was appeasing the brothers, and in this way, he could stabilize his rule. After all, his brothers had gone off to become vassals, status, and become ministers. Then he, Ying Gao, will be more secure as the sole heir to the throne, and it can also take the opportunity to weaken the old Qin power elite. After all, the old Qin powerhouse was too powerful and deep in the court and beyond. If we can take the opportunity to weaken their financial power and also send some of the old Qin sons and daughters out, it would be a two-pronged approach, and the old Qin power elite would naturally become relatively weaker by a few points. But, to do so is short-sighted. This is because the powerful and the vassals also make connections, which makes the vassals more able to grow solidly, and once a generation or two had passed, the vassals would naturally become more distant from the court, if not more and more distant. If the court was as strong as it was, then there was still a considerable deterrent to the vassals. But once the court itself had problems, or was in self-inflicted turmoil and weakened itself, then the vassals became relatively powerful. At that point, there's still going to be cohabitation. It was only because the descendants of the Zhao clan of the Ying family name of Great Qin did expand their dominion within a certain period of time, and the territory became bigger and looked quite good. But, once the absolute dominance of the court was not guaranteed and the world was plunged into even greater turmoil, then at that time, among the vassal states and the court, it was very likely that powerful forces of power would emerge to replace or even take over the royal family or even the royal family. Then at that time, wouldn't Great Qin be following the old path of the Zhou royal family again? Wouldn't the descendants of the Ying surname Zhao end up like the descendants of Ji Zhou, all of whom would eventually be replaced while doing favors for others? Great Qin, as long as the absolute dominance of the central government is not guaranteed and local control is guaranteed, that's bound to go nowhere. Therefore, Ying Zhang, now, would rather not engage in partitioning than to let Great Qin get new territories through partitioning. After all, the feudal system is to provide a platform and opportunity for the large number of disorganized officials to turn over one after another. The 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period and the 7 heroes of the warring states period are all like this. This is a bloody fact of history. Doesn't Ying Gao understand it? Ugh. Ying Zhang sighed deeply and shook his head. It seems that he, the emperor, can only do so much. Nei Shi Tang. Prepare immediately. I want to nip all these crises in the bud. Otherwise, people with ambitions will inevitably grow in number. Nah. Nishikatan listened and immediately nodded heavily. Father. On the side, Fusu still wanted to advise. Why doesn't Father? Fusu, you are still too young after all. Ying Zhang shook his head and said, the Great Qin territory is important, but ensuring the unique advantage of the court and avoiding the chance of scourge from the root is even more important. This is something that I will naturally explain in detail to both him and you. After taking down Lao Si, when he finished, he rose and said sternly, depart. Chapter 050 Parallel System of Counties and States? The court earns money and spends it at the court. The vassals don't want to take it home. Imperial brother. Although the powerful are willing to give money. We have 20 brothers. Of course our brothers can borrow money and food. But what can we do with these people? Platoon in the back of several younger brothers. Cannot help some worry crying, said the war up. Thousands of gold and silver cannot stop. Brothers to the money and food are borrowed away. The power and nobility are not fools. In case there is no money is not willing to lend us. We are not at all round? Yes. Another person also wailed. If we just say we're waiting, I don't know how long we'll have to wait. What's more, even if the imperial court has money and food, but soldiers and horses, can they all be lent to us? Hearing these people's words, the rest of the brothers, all of their faces changed. How about this? Lot, Shilu said, although I am the next oldest, I don't have to take advantage of my younger brothers in terms of age. Why don't we draw lots, and whoever catches it first gets it first? Hey, I don't think so. When Wei Long heard this, he was against it and said, I am naturally concerned about my brother's worries, but they are indeed too young. So what if the lots are cast for them and the powerful and wealthy see them as young and do not dare to pay for the food? Wouldn't that be in vain? Ergo, according to this, do we fall short of everything just because we're a few years late? A few of the ones who were at the back of the row said sadly when they heard it. I didn't mean that either. When Wei Long heard this, his face changed and he hurriedly said, and behind the dark wall, Ying Zhang, who was about to leave, couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he heard this. You boys, do you really think it's that easy to swindle your way into the money of the rich and powerful? Lao Si, Lao Si, you are, after all, still too young. And right at this moment, I only heard Ingao suddenly smile and say, I certainly understand the thoughts and worries of my brothers, so I have thought of a, well, better way. What? A better way? Hearing Ingao's words, the crowd's heart stirred with anticipation, but Ing Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, was very unimpressed after hearing this. He said in his heart, Old Four is still young, thinking that just because he is the emperor, he can get rid of a lot of problems. The emperor is only a supreme guarantee, not an all-purpose pass. What he cannot do that is also quite a lot. At the very least, the power of the powerful would not be a problem that could be completely solved by any one emperor. If you think about disarming all the powerful people in one breath, you're not only solving the powerful people, you're also solving your own future. Conflicting interests within a dynasty are just so unresolved. Your Majesty, I wonder what your brilliant plan is, Shungla asked immediately. I intend, in the name of the court, to borrow money and food from the powerful on your behalf, Ing Gao said in a serious manner. After the expiration date, we will return the money with interest, and if we can't repay their money in grain after the expiration date, I will reward them with titles as compensation. What? Hearing Ing Gao's words, the brothers were even more ecstatic. Your Majesty, the people were excited. Your Majesty's heavenly grace is comparable to the virtue of Yao and Shun, and it is truly a great fortune for me to meet your Majesty as a brother, said the crowd in a fit of obeisance. Nonsense! Behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang listened and cursed with a low roar. To perform such a favor is too womanly. Are the court's honors a reward for fun? Ing Zhang is totally disappointed with Ing Gao. He originally thought that this old man was quite skillful, but he didn't realize that the more he talked, the more he did, the more outrageous he became. How dare you think of helping these brothers of his to borrow money and food from the powerful in the name of the court and the emperor, and paying it back with interest? Not only that, to give it to Lord when you can't pay it back? Isn't this a mess? Ing Zhang said in his heart, you are here to be gracious, and you're letting the court, as a result, carry too much weight. As the emperor, Ing Zhang knew exactly how great the pressure on the imperial treasury was. It's already a big expense to keep the noble lords and the clansmen great Qin in order to mobilize the balance of the country. The construction of a large number of projects, call millions of criminals and garrison soldiers. These people do not take money, but have to eat. That's a huge amount of money to spend. You can now borrow from the emperor's position, the new ruler. But, do you think those lords given by the court are not a burden on the court? As usual, it has to be, and, doubly so. Worse still, won't new spending money be incurred after the new vassal states are established? The court will then be heavily burdened, and it will be easy to build up a heavy load, and by doing so, you will only add one more potential enemy to the court. Stupid! Ing Zhang shook his head in disappointment and said, Lao Si, that's all you've got. I do so, naturally all for the sake of our brothers. Only, Ing Gao said to the crowd, I want you to promise me something. Your Majesty, let alone one thing, even if it's 1,000, 10,000 things we can promise. The crowd rushed to say, that's good, Ing Gao said. I want to implement the county system in your vassal states. What? The county system? Hearing Ing Gao's words, the crowd was stunned and puzzled. The county system? What is the county system? These people were puzzled, and Ing Zhang was stunned. A county system? What county system? County system? The country? A vassal state? There was a pang of suspicion in Ing Zhang's heart, and he also slowed down and stopped all of a sudden. Your Majesty, what is this county system? Shogun asked. The so-called county system is a system in which the county system coexists with local feudal states, Ing Gao said. At the beginning of the Zhou dynasty, the feudal system was practiced, and all places were the fiefdoms of the vassals. When my Qin dynasty unified the world, my father practiced the county system, in which all places were the domains of the court emperor. I, on the other hand, am going to implement a system in which these two systems run in parallel. Two systems in parallel? When Ing Zhang heard this, his face suddenly changed. Sizzle? What does he want? Two systems running concurrently? Wei Long's face changed for a while. Your Majesty, I wonder, what should be the parallel? That's what happened. Ing Gao smiled and said, the court has contributed money and troops to help you establish your feudal state. This is a favor from me and Great Qin, but as a result, the court will also be burdened with a huge deficit and heavy burden. The money and food are paid out, but the soldiers and horses are the court's, and the consumption of the soldiers and horses themselves will have to be paid for by the court. Brothers, you won't see that I can't live with the court and help you to build up your vassals, will you? In this way, I am ashamed of my father, but also ashamed of my brothers. Ah, well, that's certainly not, my lord, how could I? When the crowd heard this, their faces changed and they all hurriedly shook their heads. Well, in that case, the so-called concurrent travelers, the officials in charge of military affairs and taxes in the vassal states, as well as the local government officials, the court needs to partially take over. Or take over. Ing Gao said, the military power of the feudal state is in escrow, and the garrison spends money, so the imperial court pays a portion of this money, and the local government pays a portion of it. The property tax of the local feudal states, of course, also needs to be partly taken out and given to the court. It's natural. The crowd listened to the hurried nod. After all, at the beginning of the Zhou, each vassal state, that is required to pay tribute. Don't worry, your majesty, the vassals are also subdivisions of the court, so how can they not pay tribute? Wei Long said hurriedly. Yes, it should. The crowd listened and hurriedly said, tribute is tribute and expenses are expenses. Ing Gao said, therefore, I need to temporarily take over some of your official positions to ensure that some of the local taxes, the imperial court can get its hands on. Therefore, I will set up some of your feudal states as counties, which will be directly under the jurisdiction of the court, as a reimbursement for the court's help in sending out troops and food to you, and the officials of the feudal states who are responsible for managing the taxes will be directly appointed by the court. Of course, all of you brothers, please also rest assured that I will not be short of spending money for you vassals because the court has to pay off its debts. That's the way it should be, the way it should be. Hearing Ing Gao's words, everyone still nodded their heads. After all, in their view, as long as the debt is paid, can there be a day when it is not paid? When the repayment is completed, then won't these places, naturally, be recovered? Chapter 051, Ing Zhang, green is better than blue. It seems that all the brothers understand things. Hearing this, Ing Gao said with a smile, in that case, I am relieved. Other than that, I have two more proposals. And, ask for your majesty's admonition? Wei Long and the others, hurriedly asked. I am worried that in the future, when all the brothers have become vassals, if they follow the old path of the Zhou dynasty and fight against each other, I am afraid that it will hurt the peace and harmony. He wants to rely on the old. You want to rely on the young to show pity. That how can it work? I have decided to set up a supervision system in the local fiefdoms, called the Assassin's Office, to supervise the officials of the local fiefdoms and even the vassals, and to use this as a reference to coordinate the conflicts among the vassals. If you have any conflicts among yourselves, you can let the Assassin's Office coordinate the small ones, and if you have any big ones, you can report them to me through the Assassin's Office, and I will help you to resolve them in time, so as not to cause the tragedy of the same room to fight each other. But you can rest assured, I let the assassin, only the right to monitor, no administrative disposal rights, is not able to control the head of any of your vassals. Sizzle. Hearing Ing Gao's words, the people outside didn't care much, but at most they were a bit strange and uncomfortable. But, Ing Zhang, who was behind the dark wall, but sat down on his butt and let out a long breath. There is no need to go, your majesty? Seeing Ing Zhang's reaction, Ni Shi tongue froze. What you mean is, green is better than blue. Ing Zhang shook his head and sighed with a smile. Local supervision? This cut is more likely to kill the vassal kings than temporarily controlling local taxes. Old 4, I really have underestimated you. What? Hearing Ing Zhang's words, Fu Su asked. Father, just now, fourth brother said, local supervision, only supervision, cannot be punished, and even less control over the heads of the lords. Why would father say, this is more than control of local taxes, can take the lives of the lords and kings? You're still too young. Ing Zhang glanced at him and shook his head in slight disappointment. This, surprisingly, is far inferior to oldest 4? May I ask for father's admonition? When Fu Su heard this, he was even more puzzled. I'll just ask you, local inspections, what are they for? Ing Zhang looked at Fu Su and asked. So naturally, it's used to monitor officials to see if they're breaking the law? Fu Su said. No, it's not an inspection, it's a judgment. Ing Zhang said word for word. What? Judgment? Fu Su was shocked to hear this. Judgment? Right. Ing Zhang said meaningfully, when there is a conflict between the two sides, it is crucial to know who has the last word. You say, the court says you are guilty, and says you have are you guilty or not guilty? From this article, the local officials can only be installed according to the preferences of the court. The court does not want you to be installed. You, is a wearer of sins. Therefore, the local officials, first, are loyal to the interests of the court, and second, only then are they loyal to the vassals. Ying Zhang looked at Fu Su and reminded him. This is the court's way of taking the legislative power of the vassal states into its own hands. So what if the vassal kings can't be restricted? So what if the vassal king can't be restrained? The vassal king has only one head and two arms. So if the ministers in the feudal state are directly restricted by the court, they will not dare to disobey the court. If the court has any sharp contradictions, the court only need to delegate the district dozens of people, and even, many times do not have to court hands, that local officials will go out to help the court to take down the people, to control the people, are controlled. If he is not so, he cannot prevent others from not being so, unless, from the beginning to the end, this vassal king has a heavenly ability to fight against the court's law, or in one night, he can make all the positions on the post become his own people. But, can this be hidden from the whole court? Sizzle? Hearing Ying Zhang say this, Fu Su was immediately taken aback. Is that so? Yeah. Ying Zhang continued. Even if the vassal king knows about this, he can replace the people he is dissatisfied with his own people. But can he toss over the court? What's more, the assassin can't control your vassals, but the vassals are the emperor's subjects after all. You can make trouble for a while, but the emperor can ruin you for a lifetime. When the vassal dares to contradict the court and the emperor again and again, that is the time of open hostility. The end, and how will it be? Once the conflict is out in the open, that's a sign that it's already building up. Fu Su listened, bowed his head and said slowly, under normal circumstances, the court crowd built vassals. Which one of the vassals can fight over the court? It was only then that he, in a way, completely understood the meaning of it. Fourth brother, to think of that? Fuso said with some intent. Local inspections? It's not like I haven't thought about it and tried to do it. Ying Zhang said, but, using local money and food, and local people, to monitor the local lords for the court, this proposal of Lao Si is considered quite good. Not to mention, his move to first implement the county system at the local level by the imperial court, which was more in control of the wealth and taxes of the local feudal states. Amazing. This young man, just amazing. Don't worry, your majesty. Outside, after a slight hesitation, all the brothers also said, this is as it should be. Wei Chen and the others, after all, are also vassals of Great Qin, and are subject to the supervision of the court, which is also appropriate. Hey, brothers, don't misunderstand. I didn't ask them to supervise you guys, just as I said. The power of the assassins can't control the vassal kings. Ying Gao said with a smile. I am worried that you all have no experience in being a vassal, and you are all halfway out of the gate. So if these old Qin dignitaries, who are cunning and resourceful, take this opportunity to seize your rights as a vassal, bully your masters, and provoke each other's relationship, then if I don't take it out for my brothers, who else will I be able to do it for? Yes, 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 it's still your majesty who is farsighted and thinks for us. Many people listened and hurriedly nodded in agreement, although, some of them could guess Ying Gao's intention. After all, it was impossible for all of them to be fools. But, the most important thing now is that it is Ying Gao who is fighting for their chance to become vassals. You can disagree or you can just not be the vassal from the beginning. No one is going to beg you to do that. But of course the benefits won't go to your head if you don't do it, and your failure to do it won't stop others from doing it. So, in the end, it's just, you have to do it. It may not be as profitable if you do it, but it's definitely a big loss if you don't. This chance to be a vassal is for nothing anyway. Aha! Ying Gao smiled. Who made us brothers? With that, Ying Gao looked at the crowd and said with a smile, besides this, I have one last proposal. Please, your majesty. The crowd heard this and immediately asked. Chapter 052 Ying Zhang, my son, you are much worse than him. And behind the dark wall, Ying Zhang was also curious for a while. What else did Ying Gao want to say? Now that father and big brother are gone, I am too distracted at the beginning of my ascension to help you more. Ying Gao said, the rich and powerful may not do what I want them to do, and they will certainly take advantage of all of you. So if you join the clan in the future, you may be all alone, or you may even lose your power and be overshadowed by others. I have the heart. Between our brothers, build a convenient liaison organization, group of only we can know the appointment of manpower, so that between the brothers, the big things can be known to each other, the intelligence can be shared, but also lest there is anyone suffered. Others do not know, some people instigate, and each other do not understand. After all, we are brothers, and we are the Zhao clan. In the future, even if our children and grandchildren are divided, we won't end up like the 6 ministers of Jin and the Tian clan's attack on Qi, who did it for others. Yes, that's the way it should be. Hearing Ying Gao's words, many of the people nodded their heads in deep understanding. we are all alone. If we don't rely on His Majesty and the Zhao clan of my family name, what else can we rely on? Yes, too, anymore, to say 1,000 words, brothers should have been far better than others. The crowd nodded and said, that's good. Ying Gao laughed. Since everyone can think this way, that's great. I'll have someone prepare for this. But remember, brothers, don't mention it to anyone, only brothers know about it to each other. And no one can say anything about their wives and concubines. And no one can say anything about it at home, old or young. Don't worry, Your Majesty, it shall be so. Would you dare to let others know of His Majesty's orders? The crowd listened and nodded. Well then, all of you go back to the hearth first, you won't be able to rest for long. Ying Gao raised his hand and told the crowd to go back. I will retire. The crowd whirled and retreated. Ying Gao, on the other hand, looked at the departing figures of the crowd, and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a weird smile. Behind the dark wall, Fu Su couldn't help but sigh. Fourth brother is very much a brotherly man, and that's how it should be between the Ying surname Zhao. And after hearing Fu Su's words, Ying Zheng couldn't help but frown slightly, and then, with a heartfelt smile, shook his head slightly. The deeper meaning of this was certainly far from what Fu Su thought. Of course, Fu Su was thinking the right thing, but it was the most superficial layer. Fu Su, if you feel that way, then it means that you are far from being a qualified king. Ying Zheng looked at Fu Su and said word by word, I didn't want to tell you this reasoning, so I should let you realize it yourself. If you can't realize it on your own, then it means that you don't have the capital to compete with old four. Hearing what Ying Zheng said, Fu Su was surprised and his face changed. Father, do you mean that fourth brother? He is not this intention? Old four, this is also trying to gather the intelligence of the world. So much so, do you understand? Ying Zheng asked. Father, this, my son can see. Fu Su listened and said, only, isn't this intelligence shared with each other? Into whose hands will the intelligence of this world be summarized? Ying Zheng asked. Naturally the court. Father means? Fu Su asked in disbelief. I'm only going to ask you one thing. Ying Zheng looked at Fu Su and asked, word for word, who says whether the information goes in and comes out, and whether it is consistent? That would naturally be the intelligence itself. Fu Su said. Suddenly his face stiffened. Father, you are saying that the fourth brother, intelligence can be true or false, but sometimes you can't tell the difference between true and false, or you may not even have the opportunity or time to do so. Ying Zheng said meaningfully, the 7 warring states have been fighting with each other for more than 200 years, and the information is true or false, and as a result, they have lost their battles, and their vassals are fighting against each other. Is there still a small number of them? In the future, who will decide whether the relationship between the lords is good or bad? That knife that was just cut on the system of officials of the vassal states was cut in plain sight. Ying Zheng said, this knife behind, but in the dark, his power. I'm afraid it's only not inferior to the first one. If so, Fu Su heard, couldn't help but say, that brothers if the follow-up no guessed, only fear that this so-called intelligence sharing is useless. Ying Zheng's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, do you think that by that time, withdrawing one step, and facing the pressure will be how heavy? In the face of a strong man, there are some losses, even if one knows better, one has to eat them, and one has to eat them with a smile on one's face. Otherwise, if one refuses, one may not even have the chance to eat them. What's more, when things rise to the level of country to country, personal preferences, even the preferences of the king, can only be backward. They are all new kings, and to act rashly and wantonly, that all comes with heavenly risks and consequences. Nothing but, Ying Zheng said, and then suddenly said, if these younger brothers of yours really suffered all this, then I'm only afraid that more of them are to blame. Only, what exactly old four will do to your brothers, and what to do in the future, only God knows, said, slightly hanging his head, a deep sigh. It seems that I have to give him more time and opportunity. Fu Su, you now, then he is still too much worse. I cannot put the world obsessively into your hands. That's right. Tonight, Ying Zheng's evaluation and judgment of Ying Gao has risen and fallen several times, like a roller coaster. He does underestimate this one son of his. All of this that this son has thought about, all of this that he has laid out, has been well thought out. What Ying Zheng is most worried about and cannot accept is that the court of Great Qin, the core power controlling the 4 directions, has been weakened, shaken and threatened. As for Ying Gao, everything he set up tonight solved some difficult problems, and at the same time, didn't really affect the core of Great Qin's fighting force. Moreover, Great Qin can really take this opportunity to develop a larger and wider territory, which is undoubtedly a big regret for Ying Zhang, who could not carry it out in the middle and late stages, so why wouldn't he be happy about it? Hearing these words from Ying Zhang, Fu Su's face changed and he also instantly muttered. He knew that Ying Zhang had already accepted Ying Gao's ability and was willing to let him be the emperor first. The one with the most complicated feelings, besides Ying Zhang, is of course Fu Su. Originally, this throne really should belong to him, but now, in his heart, he, too, was beginning to waver. This fourth brother of his is indeed not simple. Only, the fourth brother has not yet understood that Confucianism can fundamentally stabilize the great Qin dynasty. And if he can rule the world with Confucianism, what's wrong with letting him be the emperor? Well, everything is done, and it's time for me to rest and take a break. Ying Zhang yawned and didn't forget to call for any Aisher Tang. Understand? At your majesty's command. The brat, to prepare to collect those powers that I sent out back then for my own use, but he still underestimates Feng Deji too much. Then give him a hand. Send someone to take some of Feng Deji's offenses and inform Li Si. With a stretch of his back, Ying Zhang said, at the meeting of the court, attack Feng Deji fiercely. Chapter 053, Ying Zhang, Lao Si is very powerful. Ying Gao, something's not right, I have to investigate. Father? But do you want to tell Minister Li, so that Minister Li will, tomorrow, also be on top of the court, to support fourth brother's partition system? After hearing Ying Zhang's words, Fu Su, on the side, immediately asked, Hearing Fu Su's words, Ying Zhang looked at him somewhat strangely. Old four? It doesn't seem to say that, does it, father? Although the fourth brother did not say, but it is estimated that in his heart, he is also thinking of letting Li Xiang help himself. Fu Su heard it and said at once, no. When Ying Zhang heard this, he smiled and shook his head, and said meaningfully, I guess, he didn't think of letting Li Si help him in this matter from the beginning to the end. What? Hearing Ying Zhang's words, Fu Su unexpectedly said, I don't think it's necessarily so, since father can accept this, then Li Xiang naturally. Fu Su what nature? Never take it for granted. When Ying Zhang heard this, he sighed slightly, I'm asking you, Li Si, by what channel, and at what time, did you know such news? If Lao Si and your brothers brought up the feudalization system in the court, wouldn't Li Si have objected to it in the first place? He will certainly try his best to prevent the opposition. This is his normal behavior, because, when the abolition of the division of feudalism, that is his strong advice. But if Minister Li can also listen to all this, why do you think that Lao Si had to let Li Si and Feng Deji attack each other before letting your brothers go to court? Ying Zhang looked at Fu Su and asked, that's natural, don't want to meet resistance and variables. Fu Su said, well, yes, that's exactly the point. Ying Zhang nodded his head and continued, it is precisely because he does not want to meet too much resistance that he has to remove Li Si and Feng Deji from the court before he can do such a thing. But I think that Minister Li is bound to be able to fight for it. Fu Su said, since father is all satisfied with fourth brother's division system, I still say, Reese, why can you know? Ying Zhang questioned, should he know? He should not know, and it was even more unlikely that Lao Si would have guessed that Li Si was aware of the situation, much less be certain that Li Si would have supported him in the first place. Wouldn't Li Si's unusual reaction cause Ying Gao's alarm? If he is alerted, what Ying Gao does will no longer be a matter of what he wants to do or what he wants to do, but rather, what others want to see him do. Do you understand? What? Hearing Ying Zhang's words, Fu Su's face also changed. This is something that, when you think about it, is, Li Si was the most opposed to the feudal system and the most determined in proposing the county system. Because of this, when Li Si and Fu Su, in the courtroom, a few times the sword-like quarrel. But, my son thinks, this thing, it may not be right? Fu Su was still a little undaunted asked. Li Fei's this time, is considered to have a great handle in the hands of the fourth brother. Li Fei since several times expressed loyalty, want to atone for their sins, both so, then the fourth brother can be completely. No, that's the only word you got right in this passage, and that's the word not necessarily. When Ying Zhang heard this, he shook his head and smiled, saying meaningfully, it is precisely because it may not be that way that old four did not choose to gamble. Oh, that, too, is the smartest thing about him? Ying Zhang said to Fu Su, oh Fu Su, you must distinguish one thing. Father? What's the problem? Fu Su asked in disbelief. Don't easily gamble and take risks on things you're not sure of. Ying Zhang said in a serious tone. Especially, this kind of adventure could be really dangerous and could cost you your life. Does father mean that Minister Li is so humble and pious in front of fourth brother? And fourth brother, still finds it untrustworthy? Fu Su asked as he listened. You have to remember the saying that not opposing you doesn't mean you have to cooperate, Ing Zhang said, although Li Si was much humbled in front of Lao Si, wanting to pay for his sins, but, after all, he had insisted on the feudalization. Li Si, even if he really won't object to Lao Si, the new ruler, he won't wave the flag for his feudal system. Otherwise, he was inconsistent. How could he live with himself? That's why Lao Si will take him out. Neither let him oppose nor beg for his cooperation. Some people, standing in the middle, he would have neither stood on your side to support you nor stood on the opposite side. You go to force him to take a stand. That is risky, and may even force him to the opposite side. And what do you figure? Why don't you try to keep him neutral? And if he doesn't help his opponents, that's the same as helping you. And by not allowing Li Si to be involved in anything else, and only being temporarily involved in dealing with Fengdiji, Lao Si has avoided his only path of reusing Li Si. This, too, is good. Father, this road, what is wrong with it? Fuso listened and asked in disbelief. Think carefully why I would say that if it weren't for me. There's a real possibility that Li Si would be persuaded by Zhao Gao and choose to join forces with Zhao Gao against you and Meng Tian. Ing Zhang said, that is because Li Si knows very well that according to your temperament and character, after you ascend the throne, you will definitely reuse Meng Ten Meng Yi. He will have a crisis, so how can he sit back and wait? Sizzle? Hearing Ing Zhang's words, Fu Su's face changed, while Ing Zhang continued, the reasoning is the same. If Ing Gao only uses Li Si everywhere, he will have to share Li Si's position, and he won't be able to hold on to his own views in many places. And what will happen to Feng Zhiji and the old Qin dignitaries? Is it a good thing that he wants to see? So, as an emperor, let the minister to deal with the minister. That's enough. You emperor personally down. Is to do what? Is it to make life unbearable for the subject? To do so is a very foolish act. Forever and ever, it cannot be done. What's more, old Four is now still a new ruler. Fusu heard this is surprised some, and then, only slowly said, Father, the son, now understand a few points. Why the fourth brother on top of the enthronement ceremony will appear to be some show weakness. It's best if you understand. Ing Zhang nodded his head with some relief. You understand. Feng Zhizi, I think he must have figured it out a long time ago. He should also know that this young man, Lao Si, is not to be messed with. However, he should not have expected that Lao Si is even worse than he thought. After saying that, Ing Zhang waved his hand and said, time is indeed not early, and go and rest. I, too, should rest. After all, it's not as good as the young people. He doesn't want to die, but I really need to die. Nah. Fuso listened, and with mixed feelings, he excused himself. After the brothers had left, Ing Gao went directly to the side hall. Where's Han? Did you take a shower? Ing Gao smiled, and asked the guards. Your Majesty. When the guards heard this, they hurriedly replied, Lord Han is still washing it. After all, it was also His Majesty's command that he wash it properly and clean it, so he's been washing it. Ing Gao was happy to hear that. Tell him to get his ass over here and tell him I'm looking for him. Nah. The guards heard this and rushed to call Han Tan. When Han Tan heard Ing Gao announce him, he hurriedly put on his clothes, rolled and crawled to Ing Gao, and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, the guilty official deserves to die. Deserves to die. Die. My ass. You don't want to die, do you? Ing Gao was delighted. After such a long time, not to mention you bathing, even a wild boar should have its fur removed, right? My slave. Han Tan listened and bowed his head in a moment of embarrassment. That's just it. I didn't intend to beat you to death in the first place, Ing Gao said. That's why I've given you a word to wash up and go on your way. You kid is not stupid. You know to drag. Ouch. Your Majesty. Hearing this, Han Tan burst into tears and couldn't help but wail. The ministerial slave knew that your Majesty was kind and generous. I was making an example of you, and you were the chicken. Ing Gao pointed with a smooth hand. But naturally, I won't really kill you. Your Majesty's benevolence. Your Majesty's benevolence. Your Majesty's heavenly grace is like the sea. My slave will never be able to repay it with 10,000 deaths. Hearing this, Han Tan hurriedly thanked him for his kindness. Don't talk poorly. I have a thing. Hand over to others are not assured. Must let you go. So, only in front of the people. Deliberately to you punishment. Ing Gao said faintly. Your Majesty, please command. When Han Tan heard this, he was even more delighted and immediately looked up and asked. I, for one, don't think things are right. Ing Gao looked at Han Tan and said in a deep voice, you first go to Shangxian County and secretly find out a few things for me. Then, go to Yongcheng immediately. Chapter 054, Fusu might not be dead yet. Upper County? Yongcheng? Hearing Ing Gao's words, Han Tan's face also suddenly changed, and he asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, do you mean the Great Duke, or General Meng Tian? Monty, but a minister." Ying Gao slowly shook his head, while Han Tan instantly understood. Meng Tian is a minister. He is not able to threaten His Majesty in his capacity. Well, in that case, who else is left in Upper County? It must be the Grand Duke. Fuso. Those words of Rice's, in conjunction with his performance, were more or less strange. After a moment of reminiscence, Ying Gao slowly said, "Would a man who is in prison and busy with all kinds of expressions of loyalty intentionally get drunk and try to say something very unfavorable to him? This, in itself, must be a problem. Therefore, I want to make sure of one thing. Your Majesty is saying that the Grand Duke may not be dead yet?" Han Tan was surprised to hear this, and then, his eyes went cold. If Fusu is still alive, no, he can only die. If he's not going to die, he's going to have to find a way to make him die. Otherwise, I'm afraid His Majesty and all of them won't survive. It's not that it's not possible, Ying Gao said in a deep voice. In all things, it is only when we can ensure that nothing will go wrong that we can have peace of mind. The fact that Fusu was still alive was unacceptable to Ying Gao. He did all this in the name of getting Fusu killed and himself avenging Fusu's death and then getting the throne. If Fusu hadn't died, he, in all names and meanings, would have been lost. And it's more than just losing. If this is so also, my slave, I shall relieve your Majesty. Hearing this, Han Tan gritted his teeth and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, my slave is willing to exchange one life for another." "You change." Hearing Han Tan's words, Ying Gao directly laughed and cursed. "Your Majesty, my slave is not cajoling Your Majesty." Han Tan bowed and said, "My slave is afraid of death and knows when to die for His Majesty." "You can't die," Ying Gao said directly. "I'm letting you go, not to let you kill Fusu." Han Tan's expression changed as he listened. "Then what does Your Majesty mean? And you don't use your brain to think," Ying Gao said. "If my elder brother never died, how could he not be the one to succeed the throne? If he hadn't died, would he have watched me ascend the throne with the help of Meng Tian? Meng Tian has the largest elite army in Qin. Can we compare with our tens of thousands of soldiers? Sizzle? That's true." Hearing Ying Gao's words, Han Tan was also dazed. That's true. If the Grand Duke is there, and his conditions are unique, he definitely can't help but ascend to the throne. General Meng Tian brothers too, also will not agree. Well, but Rice's reaction tells me that this is, well, not normal. Ying Gao frowned and said, "Perhaps, is Fusu really suffered something? Although not dead, but, is unable to be the emperor." "What?" Hearing Ying Gao's words, Han Tan couldn't help but be confused for a while, very puzzled. "Is it not a melon skin? Melon you hammer." Ying Gao looked at him blankly. "This is a special matter. We must understand it in detail before we can come to a conclusion." "My slave understands." Hearing Ying Gao's words, Han Tan immediately said, "My servant, I will go and investigate the matter clearly for Your Majesty. Things that are to be investigated in top secret, and once it is investigated that my elder brother is still alive, absolutely no unauthorized actions can be made." Ying Gao said, "You have to remember that Fusu is not something that can be killed." "No, not can?" Han Tan froze. Ying Gao, on the other hand, said in a serious tone, "I think that my elder brother will be avenged so that I can inherit the throne. If people know that I killed my elder brother, do you know what it means? We don't have any foundation. The name of my elder brother is our foundation. If we kill him, it's just like destroying the Great Wall. The status will not be guaranteed, the name will be hard to survive, and the subversion and destruction will be just a matter of time. But, if the Grand Duke can't be killed, then how?" Han Tan said sharply. "To deal with a man, to kill, is but one of 1,000 means." Ying Gao said, "Let me tell you, once the matter is true, the problem is, Fusu's life is secondary. Why he clearly didn't die but was able to hide it is the most important thing. This thing can never be his own setup. If we kill him, or want to kill him, then behind him, if it's really Meng Tian Meng Yi, and Lizi, and even more, how do we deal with it? How do we face it? That's what's more important. You think, they do such a fake death bureau, is not a little preparation, a little prevention? Once it's sabotaged, what kind of retaliation will unfold?" Sizzle? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Han Tan was astonished. Undoubtedly, what Ying Gao said was the truth. If they did that, they must have prepared for it, and more, had something in mind. But, what is it that prevents Fusu from succeeding to the throne now? Or even, more important and special than even Fusu succeeding to the throne now? I don't understand. This question, Han Tan really can't figure it out. So, After discovering Fusu, don't kill, don't capture, with don't scare the snakes, Ing Gao said. I need to know exactly what he relies on before I can do anything. Dependent? Han Tan said. Your Majesty, that must be the two brothers Meng Ten Mengi, and then, add another Li Xiang at the top? These three people, in the end, are just ministers. Well, they are ministers, and as long as I do not abdicate, then they can only be my ministers, Ing Gao said slowly. Therefore, Fusu cannot be moved, but if his dependents can be dismantled, why should I be given the reputation of killing my brother and rebelling against my father, and usurping the throne to ascend to the throne? Your Majesty is right. My slave understands, Han Tan bowed and said. Then, Your Majesty, why, my slave, do you still need to make a trip to Yongchen? Could it be that? With that, his face changed. Could it be that Your Majesty believes that the Grand Duke might be hiding in Yongchen? No. Ing Gao listened, his head slowly lowered, looking at the ground. His heart suddenly a burst of bottomless. I am worried, is another possibility. The kind of possibility that he couldn't even think about. That he was a million times more afraid of even thinking about for a second. Chapter 055. Even if it's a pair of underwear and a piece of toilet paper, that still has its purpose. Another possibility? Han Tan listened with a pang of disbelief. Don't worry about that. You just need to get this kind of arrangement done. Ing Gao did not forget to urge. The person you bring must be absolutely trustworthy. And this matter cannot be mentioned to anyone except me. Please don't worry. Your Majesty, my slave understands. Hearing this, Han Tan nodded his head heavily. I'll die 1,000 deaths, not daring to fail Your Majesty's mission in the slightest. Go on. After letting Han Tan leave, Ing Gao also gathered his strength and shouted to the outside. Someone come. Your Majesty, are you going to take a break? The eunuch heard this and hurried forward. Rest for what? In a little while, there will be a court meeting. Ing Gao said. I will rest after the court meeting. Your Majesty, even if you will rest for an hour or two, that would be good. The eunuch heard this and could not bear to be persuaded. No, there's one more thing that has to be done yet, and if it's not done well, things won't progress at the court. Ing Gao raised his hand and said, Summon Hu He. Nah, what are you doing? What are you going to do? His Majesty. No, my royal brother, my fourth brother said, won't kill me, won't kill me. Hu Hai was being led and still did not forget to shout in alarm. He is not going to kill me. Where are you taking me so late at night? Tell me, where are you taking me? I won't go. I won't go. 18th Prince, it is His Majesty who wants to see you late at night. Bull *********. I don't believe it. Huey howled. I don't believe it. 18th Prince, shouting like that in the dead of night, with His Majesty's casket right next to him, is not acceptable. The guards escorted Hu Hei while advising him. I'm dying. What do I care about that? Hu Hai grinned. I want to see 100 officials. I want to see the 100 officials. The emperor said it in front of the 100 officials. He can't deny it. 18 Duke, disturbing the holy driver, insulting the holy face. The crime is punishable. You are not dead yet, is it? Must you be doomed? The guard listened and droned in a deep voice. Huey stiffened at that. Your Majesty, Hu Hai is here. Let him in. Nah, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, royal brother. Hu Hai came in, looked at Ing Gao, and directly knelt down and prostrated himself, and in an instant, cried with tears and snot on his face. His Majesty is already sitting on the 4 seas and is rich in the world. Can't he spare a brother's life in the midst of these 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains? Hu Hai said sadly. Hu Hai, just want to live. Hu Hai, leave your brother alive? Everyone in the world can say this, but you are the only one who is not qualified. Who killed Big Brother? Hearing this, Ing Gao said in a cold voice, if I don't avenge my brother's death, even if I have 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, what is it worth? Your Majesty, killing a brother against his father is a heinous crime. He's a scourge on the faithful and unfit for the world. Ing Gao said in a deep voice, how do you want me to bestow you? Your Majesty, my humble servant, I only wish to be a peaceful husband as long as I can. Please, Your Majesty, spare Hu Hai's life, spare Hu Hai's life. Hu Hai will die 10,000 deaths, and in his next life, as an ox or a horse, he will also repay Your Majesty's grace of forgiveness. Ha heard this and grabbed the ground with his head and thumped it. You're so sinful that the brothers can't wait to kill you. Ing Gao looked at Hu Hai and said in a deep voice, in that case, I will make you a vassal. Don't our royal brother, please. No. Hu Hai heard, suddenly looked up, snot flung in the air in a beautiful arc. Vassals? Hu Hai heard as stunned. Said my brother eat melon into melon skin? No, I should have misheard. Not vassals, but pigs and monkeys? Hu Hai asked with some uncertainty. Imperial brother, is letting me be a pig or a monkey pig bar? It suits you. Hearing this, Ingao said somewhat speechlessly. It's okay to be a pig, aren't I a pig? Hu Hai heard it and hurried to curry favor, saying, that's true, the hu, wild, and the he, pig, so, Huey, himself, is the boar. Well, good, then I, for one, will make you king of the pigs. Ingao said, there is an archipelago to the east of Daqin called Ingzhou Island, and I am going to give that place to you as your fiefdom. What? East of Great Qin, Ingzhou Islands? Isn't that the legendary place where the immortals live? Earlier, Father had once asked Su Fu to take people there to look for immortal elixirs that would allow them to live forever, but they hadn't come back yet. That's not God. Hu Hai was excited and rubbed his hands together. Imperial brother, do you think I'm suitable? Fit, very fit. Ingao looked at Hu Hai and said, your character, perfect for ruling that area, is a match made in heaven. Oops, Imperial brother, you're a good judge of character. Hu Hai heard, excited beyond words, said I did not think that although the Imperial brother on the mouth to me more harsh, but the heart actually think I am so high and pure people? Hey, it's true, people can't hide their charms in any way. After Great Qin takes that area, it will set up in that place, as a bonobo state, and Great Qin will set up 13 states around it, as an arch, and you will be one of them. Ingao said to Hu Hai, are you satisfied? Satisfaction, satisfied. When Hu Hai heard this, he immediately said excitedly, don't talk about the Japanese state, or even the dog slaves, that also makes it possible. Brother, you are the emperor of Qin. What kind of is in that place? What you say is what? If you want to be a pig, you can be a pig. If you want to be a dog, you can be a dog. It is good that you are so aware. Ingao looked at Hu Hai and said, do you think your imperial brother treats you well? Yes. Hearing this, Hu Hai nodded his head frantically. Imperial brother is like a father. Imperial brother is like a father. My younger brother thought that he must die. I didn't expect that my royal brother could be so generous. Hu Hai will never forget it. Hey, after all, we're brothers. As long as we're brothers, even if you're frustrating to look at and have a bad character, you're still brothers after all. Ingao looked at Hu Hai and said, so, you have to be somewhat useful, right? Hearing Ingao's words, Hu Hai was stunned. Imperial brother, me? I'm a prisoner now. I don't have anything. So what purpose can I serve? You can't be useless. If you're useless, then how can the favor fall to you? Ingao said, not to mention you. Even a pair of underwear or a piece of toilet paper, that's still useful. Inside, toilets. Hu Hai was confused, and only heard Ingao say, can't you be a dog? Then I'll let you bite someone. Will you be willing? Willing? That's surely willing enough. When Fu Su heard this, his eyes twitched, and he immediately said, just give the order. Imperial brother, no matter who I'm told to bite, I'll immediately bite the hell out of him. Well, it's good to have this determination. The person I've asked you to bite is the right Prime Minister Fenggoji. Ingao said to Hu Hai. Right. When Hu Hai heard this, his face changed, and he said in alarm, this old dog, it's not a good one to bite, is it? Isn't he the Prime Minister? Chapter 056, I, for one, will spend my entire life proving Huaxia. Why? You even dared to threaten Li Si, so how could you be afraid of a Fengjaiji? Ingao asked with a smile. Royal brother. Before? How can the past be compared to the present? Hu Hai had to say truthfully. In the past, the posthumous edict was in my hand, and I thought that I would be able to be the emperor in the future. So what is there to be afraid of a prime minister? I don't kill him, but I'm not afraid of him, right? But now, I have nothing left. You have nothing now, but you have me behind you. Ingao said to Hu Hai, I very much need him to have suspicion now, and you should know that he and Li Si are the most opposed to the feudal system, and they are bound to be opposed to this thing when I appoint you as a vassal. Even, no matter what you say or do, if you don't say a word, these two people will think of taking your life. Then you think it's a matter of whether you can deal with them or not, but rather a matter of if you don't deal with them, they will still put you to death. The only person in this world who can protect you is me. I am trying to find a way for you. Royal brother, that me? Then you just let go and bite. As Ingao said, he took out something from his sleeve and handed it to Hu Hai, saying in a serious tone, as long as anyone is glued to the suspicion of plotting against the government, then can he not panic? I, too, don't want to put him to death. but make him unable to obstruct and temporarily retreat. That's enough. This? Hu Hai took it. 4-1. This is, to memorize it, or at least understand it all. Ing Gao said, this is all about dealing with Feng Zhaiji at today's court meeting, so all you have to do is to rely on these and bite the bullet that Zhao Gao is related to Feng Zhaiji, and that won't be a problem. Ha? You memorized it all? Hu Hai heard. A burst of weeping. Huang brother memorize these as memorized books. My life least preferred thing is so. What's more, now this distance from the court meeting is just in the twinkling of an eye, right? Preferences don't count for. You're on life support now. Ing Gao glared at him. Try it then, and see which one your memory endurance, or your life, will end up in. I see. When Hu Hai heard this, he also hurriedly clenched his teeth. Well, when things work out, you're a vassal king, and when things don't work out, you're worse off than you would be right now. Ing Gao looked at him, dropped a sentence, and turned his head to go out, and Hu Hai, too, hurriedly smacked himself twice, ruthlessly refreshed, concentrated and began to look up. In the 35th year, Zhao Gao secretly communicated with Feng Zhaiji. After finishing these, Ing Gao then returned to his bedchamber, glanced at the couch, sighed softly, and shook his head slightly. He was, right now, too sleepy and too tired to be terribly tempted to take a big nap, but he also knew that if he laid himself down now and enjoyed this beautiful meal early, he would miss out on too much. With that, Ing Gao turned his head over to the front of the case, lowered his head to pick up a list, and shouted outwardly, "Someone come, at your majesty's command." The eunuchs on guard outside heard this and rushed forward. "What's your name, your majesty?" "My slave's name is Huang Yao." "Huang Yao? You take over for me, and go do one thing." Ing Gao handed the list to Huang Yao. "Go out of the pass, go to the outside of the pass, and bring these 10 people, to me. These people are very important to me. This list has all their identity and location information on it. You will follow this list to find them." "No, please rest assured, your majesty." Hearing this, Huang Yao immediately nodded his head and said, "The ministerial slave will definitely deliver these people to his majesty in full force." "Brilliant." Ing Gao smiled. "Remember to collect your reward when you come back after the job is done." "Thank you, your majesty." Huang Yao received the list, bowed and retreated. Things are about to come to pass. With a pang of mixed feelings, Ing Gao got up and stretched. Finally, I can get some people over. Then, Ing Gao turned around again and asked the guards to lead him to the palace where the first emperor's coffin was placed. In the middle of the hall, those brothers were speaking cheerfully. Moreover, they were looking forward to the future. In one night, they could be transformed from a rich and hedonistic royal son trapped in the city of Xianyang into a vassal of a feudal state. How can you not be excited about that? His Majesty has arrived. Suddenly, the news of Ing Gao's arrival came, and everyone was startled and rushed out to greet him. "My lord, greetings to your Majesty." "Brothers, the day is about to dawn, and I am about to start the court." Ing Gao looked at his brothers and said, "And let all the brothers wait outside for a while. I want to go in alone, to have a few words with my father." It should be. I understand." Hearing this, the brothers hurriedly made way for 2 rows on the left and right, while Ing Gao stepped in under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Everyone out." Ing Gao raised his hand. "Nah." Hearing Ing Gao's words, all the guards in the hall walked out. Looking at Ing Zhang's coffin and casket, Ing Gao slowly came to his front, and beside the fire pit, he slowly squatted down. He picked up a piece of firewood and added it to the fire pit. Looking at the coffin for a moment, it was only after a long time that he slowly whispered, "1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, 3 pigs, 4 ruffians, 5 shows and 6 monks. But unfortunately, I haven't even really taken a close look at you." One sighed. "O Emperor of 1,000 years, I am not the emperor you have chosen, but I will spend my life proving that I am not the most honorable, but definitely the most suitable." Ing Gao looked at the coffin and slowly got up again, heading outside. "When I turn around and lie where you lie, it will be the time when Huaxia, the frontier, is in full bloom." Ing Gao turned around, pointed at Ing Zhang's coffin, smiled, and then walked out. "Someone, fetch me a basin of fresh water. I, for one, want to wash my face and refresh myself." "Nah." After Ing Gao stepped out, the guards hurriedly brought a basin of water. Ing Gao gave himself a good refreshment through the cool water of the cooler, and then, to the brothers, he said, "Brothers, today, I want to go in through the main gate of the Great Hall, so you will go with me to the front court, Micronauts, etc. How about I go to court in the hall, and you, outside, mention that I'm guarding it?" Ing Gao asked with a smile. "What? Nah." Hearing this, the brothers looked solemn. and all of them led the way. Outside, the group of ministers is almost ready. After all, this was the first time that the new emperor had held a court meeting, so they, inevitably, did not dare to be slow. Outside the main hall of the Xianyang Palace, the ministers waited. Come on! When he was about to step on the steps, Ingao opened his hands and put his hands on the shoulders of Wei Long and Jialu. Brothers, stand shoulder to shoulder with me and walk to the front of the temple together. Your Majesty's holy grace, as it should be. The crowd listened with a rush of excitement. Go! Ingao put his hands on the shoulders of Wei Long and Jiang Lu, and Jiang Lu and Wei Long, in turn, put their hands on the shoulders of their brothers. 21 brothers, thus shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, stride up the steps together, step by step, towards the main entrance of the main hall. And seeing this scene, the group of ministers waiting on the left and right, were startled, and then, under the first reaction of Feng Deji and Li Si, they bowed on the left and right, or kneeled down. Brush, 2 rows on either side, countless courtiers, kneeling respectfully, watched the new emperor and their brothers, stepping over the steps, through the group of courtiers, to the front of the temple. Squeak! The door was open, and Ingao stepped inside, while to his left and right, 10 brothers stood neatly, eyeing the ministers, but not saying a word. Feng Goji and Li Si, however, were dumbfounded for a while. In just one night, those noisy and disobedient dukes have completely changed as if they were individuals, and are so obsequious to the new emperor. With just one glance, they felt it. A new emperor who can rule over 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains and hundreds of millions of subjects, who will not be inferior to the late emperor, has come. His Majesty has arrived. The ministers are coming to court. Chapter 057, The First Court Meeting. The 2 prime ministers, biting up, with a summons from the eunuchs, the old and new nobles behind them, each arrayed and standing behind Feng Daiji and Li Si, one on the left and one on the right, entered within the courtroom under the gaze of the 20 princes. My humble servant and others, greetings to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty, long live great Qin. The group of ministers made a respectful pilgrimage. The 3 princes, please rise, and all the beloved ministers, please rise and give your seats. On top of the throne, Ingao sat down and raised both hands. Thank you, your Majesty. Today's pilgrimage is the first since I ascended the throne. Ingao looked at the crowd and said, in the past, there were many rules in the court that I didn't understand, so I hope that the 2 prime ministers will advise me more, so that I won't have to do things without any clue. Hearing such humble words from Ingao, if it was before, Feng Zhaiji might have thought that the new emperor was really inexperienced and afraid that he didn't understand some things, so he said. But, just now, after seeing Ingao shoulder to shoulder with 20 brothers coming to the court, Feng Zhaiji was completely without the slightest thought that this new emperor was so easy to deal with. He's too strong. Overnight, brothers can clean up their act and be so deferential to him, just this one alone. Then there was absolutely no way that a monarch could just do that. In other words, the brothers who had complained inconsistently about his succession could be cleaned up so well, and the clan had been pacified. So was it any great difficulty to try to clean up the group of ministers? No. Instead, the more Ingao made such a gesture, the more Feng Zhaiji's heart became a little uncertain. The stronger the person is, the more they show weakness instead, and that's definitely problematic. Your Majesty, you mustn't say that. Feng Zhaiji hurriedly got up and stepped out of the line, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty's youthful valor and heavenly ability. When the late emperor was around, the great Qin court has already subdued the 4 directions, and all the people are obedient, and the ministers and so on, will do their best to assist your Majesty, so as to be able to repay the late emperor's favor, and your Majesty's favor. The micro-ministers and the others will do their best to serve your Majesty and great Qin. Hearing this, the group of ministers immediately came out and bowed and saluted. It pleases my heart that the ministers can do so. Hearing this, Ingao immediately nodded his head heavily. Good then, we'll start discussing politics today. Who has this first Zhang? Your Majesty. As soon as Ingao's words left his mouth, Li Si immediately stepped forward. I, the humble minister, have something significant that I want to attend to. Reese? Hearing Reese's words, the crowd looked at him. Li Si these days, can be said to be brilliant. Because of the posthumous edict of the storm, Li Si's presence, simply do not too strong too big. Prime Minister Li, I wonder, what is there to report? Ingao looked at Li Si and asked. Back to your Majesty. When your Majesty ascended the throne, the court was newly established. Li Si said, the program of the court needs to be clear. However, if there are disrespectful and unruly ministers in the court, how can the court be clear? and how can it not be a harm to your majesty? Crap, what did you say? Hearing Li Si's words, the faces of the people, one after another, changed. What the hell? Who is this Reese, coming up and attacking? And the fire, so swift? Who is he going to attack? For a moment, the crowd couldn't stop speculating in their minds. Is there such a courtier? Hearing this, Gao pretended to be surprised. Minister Li, are you not talking about Zhao Gao? Your Majesty, it is not Zhao Gao. What I am talking about is Zhao Gao's conspirators. Reese bowed. What? Zhao Gao's co-conspirator? Hearing what Li Si said, the faces of the people changed again. Could it be that what Li Si is talking about is Hu Hai? This Liz. Feng Goji laughed in his heart. It seems that Li Si was afraid that the emperor would let Hu Hai, who was a male son, go. After all, Hu Hai's status was that of the emperor's brother, and if he was fine, he would definitely be no less of a threat to himself in the future. That's why Li Si, in the courtroom, didn't miss this opportunity to attack Hu Hai. Conspirators? Gao pretended to be puzzled. Minister Li, didn't I have Zhao Gao's accomplices taken down in front of the two armies at that time? Minister Li, don't you want to take the place of Minister Meng Yi in the trial of Zhao Gao's gang? Your Majesty, Li Si heard this and said, the conspiracy that I am talking about is not those people, but the giant traitor in the court. This person, not others, when it is the right Prime Minister. Feng Zhaiji, buzz. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Feng Deji instantly had his scalp numb and his face suddenly changed. What the? Good for you Reese. You've got it in for me? Ha? Feng Degli gave a strange laugh and said directly, Prime Minister Li, have you not slept for the past few days? Therefore, you are delirious and your old eyes are blurred? You say, old me, am Zhao Gao's accomplice? Yes too, Li Si immediately said. Minister Feng, Li Si is very clear. There is no such thing as delirium. On the contrary, Minister Feng, this hand of yours, pretending to be confused, is very much like pretending. You don't think that no one in the world would know about what you have done, do you? Hearing Li Si's insistence on tearing himself apart, Feng Zhiqi's face instantly sank. Prime Minister Li, you've also been a courtier. Do you know what a crime it is to slander a courtier? Minister Feng, I naturally know better than you. Li Si was nonchalant. Today, if not for absolute proof, how dare you? Crap. After hearing his words, not only the courtiers present, but also Gao was slightly surprised. Reese, it's so hard. This guy, absolute proof? In his heart, Gao was delighted, thinking that Li Si's purpose of making such a big statement was to deter Feng Zhaiji, wasn't it? However, Gao also understood that he was only letting Li Si bite Feng Zhaiji, and then letting Hu Hai come up, in which case Feng Zhaiji would be more or less suspected, and Gao would have a reason to let both of them stay back for the time being. Prime Minister Li? Gao looked at Li Si and spoke. The matter of Zhao Gao's plot to rebel has passed. Your Majesty, the Grand Duke is in trouble, and the humble servant is behind bars. How can you say you've forgotten these things? Li Si, however, said with a sad face, could it be that your Majesty doesn't want to avenge the Grand Duke's death? Feng Zhiqi was instantly furious, and said to Gao, Your Majesty, why don't we ask Li Si to tell us what evidence I have of plotting against the Grand Duke? If there is, I am willing to go to jail. If not, Your Majesty, please punish Li Si for slandering a court official. Seeing this, Gao pretended to be in a difficult situation. Lords of the two prime ministers, it's my first time to go to the court today. Why would I do this? After saying this, he looked at Li Si and asked, Prime Minister Li, I will avenge my elder brother's death so that I can inherit the throne, but this has nothing to do with Feng Xiang, right? Your Majesty, I'm only afraid that there is a heavenly connection. Li Si immediately took out a scroll of bamboo slips from his sleeve and bowed. The evidence, all of it, is here. Please read it. Your Majesty. Crap. Evidence? Chapter 058 Gao, who, in the end, is standing behind Li Si? Hearing Li Si mention the word evidence, the 100 officials were astonished, while Feng Zhaiji, however, smiled coldly with a disdainful face. Evidence? What proof can you have? When did I, Feng Zhaiji, do anything to conspire with Zhao Gao? You're not going to make up some evidence to easily shake me as Prime Minister, are you? Unless, of course, you are trying to die with me and bite the bullet on something. That's right. The only thing that worries Feng Zhaiji is that Li Si really dares to enter the game with his body. In itself, Feng Deji has no suspicion, and Li Si also can have no suspicion. But, if Li Si takes himself, hard bite Feng Goji, Nan said some things two people have done together, then this, Feng Goji is really a little bit off. In fact, there are quite a few such things in history. I'm not afraid of you being cross. I'm afraid you don't want to die. If you give me a self-exploding truck-style play, I will be covered in blood even if I don't die, and that's definitely not going to clear the air. In politics, there is never a shortage of these things. However, Feng Jiqi would not worry too much about this. For one thing, he is the prime minister. Thirdly, Li Si is also the prime minister. Both of them are people who cannot afford to give up their wealth, and both of them are people who want to have a face. Feng Jiqi does not believe that Li Si is willing to die with him. Only, Li Si's performance today also did make Feng Jiqi somewhat incomprehensible, and even more unexpected. This guy, is he trying to show his loyalty to the new emperor? That's why you're standing up for the new emperor to suppress me? Or, evidence? Ingao raised his hand. I shouldn't disbelieve Li's words, but I don't dare to believe them so easily. So I'll ask the imperial historian to read them with me. Where is the imperial historian? I am here. Upon hearing Ingao's call, Feng Jiao, the imperial historian, stepped out from the group of ministers. Feng Jiabo, together with Feng Jiqi, are both descendants of Feng Ting, the Korean governor who single-handedly provoked the Battle of Chongping between Qin and Zhao. Although he was regarded as an enemy of Qin, his descendants, after his death, entered Qin in large numbers and became a major force in the Qin aristocracy. The three dukes of Great Qin, Feng Zhaishir Right Prime Minister, Feng Jiabao Imperial Historian, Feng's exclusive possession of 2 doors, a moment of eminence, compared to the Meng, only inferior to a king. Of course, this was also a political necessity at the time when Ing Zhang was there. He needed someone to lead and stabilize the old Qin. In the face of these behemoths, Zhao Gao, who wanted to get power, still chose to take desperate measures, and Hu Hai, induced by Zhao Gao, not only captured Li Si, but also Feng Diji and Feng Jiao, which triggered a huge earthquake in the court, with great impact and incalculable loss. Your Majesty, the humble minister Feng Jie is here. Kingsman, come forward. Ing Gao beckoned. Read through this evidence with me. No, the microcosmic ministers lead the way. Hearing this, Feng Jiao glanced sideways at Feng Diji, then swept his eyes at Li Si, and quickly stepped forward to the side of the case on Ing Gao's side, and carefully knelt down to sit. Prime Minister Li, please. Ing Gao raised his hand, and only then did Li Si arch his hand and present the bamboo slip, which was taken by his personal eunuch and carefully placed in front of Ing Gao. Ing Gao spread the thing out. It was a bamboo slip with very meager bamboo boards, and because of that, the things written on this roll of bamboo slips were as much as 2-3 times more than those written on ordinary bamboo slips. Such bamboo, thin and brittle but not easy to break, is naturally fine. Ing Gao looked at it and said, no matter how good the bamboo slips are, in terms of cheapness, they can't compare to paper. Ing Gao looked at the contents on the bamboo slip presented up by Li Si, and instantly, his brows furrowed. Li Si above listed Feng Zhaishir 15 sins, of which, surprisingly, there are 10, and Zhao Gao have gold and silver expensive gift letters, and banquets to and fro. The remaining 5 articles are the sons and nephews of Feng Zhaiji, who bought the fields and premises related to Zhao Gao. Sizzle! With just a glance, Ing Gao swept his eyes at Feng Jiao, and in his heart, he instantly sensed a wave of strangeness. It's not right. The imperial magistrate? Ing Gao pretended not to understand. Pointing to Li Si's bamboo slips and looking at Feng Jie, he asked, do you see these? Are they considered evidence? At this moment, Feng Jie also had a headache and swallowed deeply. He, too, was astonished by this dispatch from Li Si. More accurately, frightened. For these things, if they were true, the most difficult choices would be before him. These things, big? Not great. However, if it is true, then it all shows that Feng Zhaiji's family and Zhao Gao may not be clean. Looking at Feng Jiabao's expression from afar, and hearing Ing Gao's words, Feng Zhaishir's expression of disdain just a moment ago instantly stagnated. Something wrong? What the hell happened? What exactly did Li Si write in that report? The royal historian? Ing Gao smiled, and continued to ask, you, as the imperial historian to monitor the 100 officials, this many things I naturally want to ask you for advice. Could it be that this thing, you are all hard to stop? Or is it? Well, how dare I? As I am burdened with the emperor's favor, I should be loyal to the king and serve the country. If I cannot share his majesty's worries, what face would I have to continue to serve as the imperial historian? Feng Robbery hurriedly said truthfully, such as the Li phase of these reports are true. The Microchun thinks, when the need to let Feng phase, immediately dismissed the dynasty, and so on these ascertained, such as there is no suspicion, in order to go to the court. Now, just look at these evidence. Count, or not really. Sizzle? Hearing Feng Jiabao's words, All those present were in an uproar. What the hell happened? Feng Xiang, would he really be suspected? How is this possible? Your Majesty? Feng Goji was surprised, then bowed and said, the microchip. I do not know what exactly Li Si has reported microchip, but the microchip is very clear. Although the microchip is not as good as Baigan Zhou Gong, but look into my heart. Never dare to have the slightest intention of not being a servant. If I have such an intention, heaven and earth will kill me, and the gods and men will share my wrath. Feng Xiang is in no hurry. Ying Gao laughed and raised his hand. If Minister Feng really had colluded with Zhao Gao, he wouldn't have led the group of ministers to be held hostage by Zhao Gao that day. Microcosm, thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Feng Zhiqi hurriedly thanked him. The royal historian? Ying Gao turned his head to Feng Jia again. I am here. Feng Jia immediately responded. Investigate closely, ask questions lightly, and don't make a big deal out of it. Ying Gao said, people's words can be feared. I don't want to make a big mess. Since Feng Xiang is here, let's ask him face to face. I don't believe that Feng Xiang will deceive me. Nah. Hearing this, Feng Jia immediately took orders and turned his head towards Feng Zhiqi. Li sang ah. Ying Gao smiled and waved slightly. Li Si saw this and hurriedly trotted forward a few steps. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Li, but he has given me a heavenly surprise. Ying Gao smiled and his eyes suddenly lowered. It's amazing how this evidence, can be just right to this extent. It's possible to get things done without actually bringing down Feng Zhiqi. Can this be something Reese got himself? Zhao Gao, how could he be so pushy with Li Si? Was he the one who took out all this past evidence in preparation to go together against Feng Zhiqi in order to pull Li Si down? Or, presumably, not Zhao Gao? If not, then who gave this evidence? To Reese? Behind this curtain, could there be other people helping Reese? This man, in Upper County? In Yongchang? Shouldn't. Ying Gao's eyes flashed and his eyes sharpened, thinking, he's already in this Xianyang city, isn't he? Chapter 059 Slander. Ah, he's slandering me, because this information, this evidence, Reese wanted to get his hands on. Not a problem. The problem is getting just the right amount of evidence within this short period of time. Within these few short hours, earlier in the day, Reese was perfectly capable of taking it out. Today, Li Si also could not have had to do this to such an extent at all, because Ying Gao did not ask him to do so. But, instead, Reese did it and made it work. So here's the question, how the hell did he do that? Behind him, if he didn't have the help of someone high up, or even someone who had already made preparations for this, then Ying Gao, himself, would be a little bit unable to believe it. That's why he said it was definitely an accident. When Li Si heard Ying Gao's words, he immediately bowed down and said, after being imprisoned, I feel that if there are traitors in the imperial court, they will certainly harm Qin. Your Majesty is a wise and holy ruler. How to punish these people is up to your Majesty. In fact, when Ying Zheng had these evidences and information sent to him, Li Si was also very shocked because this was the first time that Ying Zheng had gone out to help Ying Gao, and what the meaning of it actually represented. Li Si thought about it, but he was not completely sure. At least the position of the one above is, for the moment, more secure. Minister Li is doing this for the sake of the court. Ying Gao glanced at Li Si, and then, opened his mouth to ask. Hopefully, it was a false alarm. After saying that, he looked towards Feng Jie, who had also walked up to Feng Zhiqi, and in his hands, he was holding that one bamboo slip. Minister Feng, His Majesty is asking questions. Minister Feng, answer clearly. Feng Jiabo held the bamboo slip and looked at Feng Zhiqi and asked. Seeing this, Feng Goji said with a straight face, as it should be, please ask. In the 21st year of the first emperor, Zhao Gao went to your residence and presented a pair of gold and silver lions. At that time, Minister Feng, who was a minister of Asia, personally escorted Zhao Gao out. With much affinity, is this true? Von hijacked Jane's question. Crap. Upon hearing Feng Jiabao's question, Feng Zhiqi instantly stiffened his face. This thing, it is indeed true. Moreover, Feng went to the disease at that time as Stilia Qing. To Zhao Gao is quite polite. Personally sent him out. This thing, is also completely in line with the facts. But, here's the problem. It's a little premature. The matter is there. But that was more than a decade ago. Von Goethe said, more than 10 years ago, Zhao Gao might have already had the intention of plotting rebellion. And it's not unlikely that he wanted to make accomplices at that time. Liz stepped aside and said directly, what the? Feng Goji wanted to pick up a slate and knock Li Si's head off when he heard this. Are you farting with me here? I'm in league with Zhao Gao? Not a ING party. It was the time when Qin had just destroyed Wei. and there was a great controversy and debate in the court about whether or not to destroy Chu. Zhao Gao, at that time, was ordered by Ing Zheng to bring something to Feng Zhaishe, asking him to represent Feng and stand firmly on the side of the first emperor when the court discusses politics. After all, at that time, the Chu relatives in the court were very powerful, and they were very much against Qin's destruction of Chu. Ing Zheng needed the strong support of the non-Chu relatives very much, so he asked Zhao Gao to find Feng Zhaishe. As for Feng Zhaishe, he also lived up to his high expectations, and on the second day of the court, on behalf of the Feng clan, he strongly advocated for the invasion of Chu, so that many of the old Qin dignitaries chose to join them in taking sides. Therefore, Feng Zhaishe was promoted to the rank of senior minister, and after the destruction of the Six Kingdoms, he replaced Wang Au, and became the right prime minister of Ing Zheng. This is something that Feng Zhaishe can fully explain. But, yet, it suddenly seemed that this, too, was not so easy to explain, because this matter involves two particularly special people. The first person is Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao is indeed tampering with the posthumous edict of the rebels. This thing, up to now, has been nailed, so his previous deeds, you say not clean it is not good to say, you say clean it. This thing, who can completely guarantee it? Of course this is still secondary to all the time that has passed. More importantly, it involves Ing Zheng. That's right, the late Emperor Shi Huangdi is involved. Could it be that Feng Zhaishe told the story as it was, saying that the late emperor had asked Zhao Gao to come to him and ask him to support the extermination of Chu? Could it be that there would be no impact at all after the story was told? Definitely not. Therefore, for a moment, Feng Zhaishe was really a bit frozen. Damn, you mother asterisk 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 Reese, you come up here and give me a king's bomb, don't you? After Feng Zhaishe hesitated, he still faced Ing Gao and bowed down. Your Majesty, this matter does exist, but it's definitely not a conspiracy between Mei Chen and Zhao Gao to commit treason. There are just some things that I am afraid to say, but I dare to say that if your Majesty can send someone to look up the ancestors' records, then you can find the reason for it. And I don't dare to say what kind of selfishness Zhao Gao had at that time, but at that time, I was just following the order. Your Majesty, the micro-ministers and others, all believe in Minister Feng. Minister Feng's loyalty is absolutely impossible to have any collusion and conspiracy with the traitor Zhao Gao. Those public ministers in the rear heard this and also bowed and asked for orders. Please, Your Majesty, investigate in detail. Well, I trust Feng Xiang. Ing Gao nodded slightly, then said to Feng Jie, Imperial Historian, continue? Nah. Feng Jie listened and continued to ask questions, and as Feng Jiao asked one question after another, even though Feng Deji knew that all these things were intentionally trying to put a cap on himself, but was already sweating profusely from the questions and his back was soaked, because these questions are so weird. The strangest thing about all these problems is that one by one, all of them really happened, but all of them were authorized by Zhao Gao and Ing Zheng. That's right, the late Emperor Ing Zheng authorized it. If this is just one or two incidents, then it's just a matter of time. If all of this happened to him all together and was brought out by his co-workers, then the question arises, are you, Feng Zhiqi, trying to put all the blame on the late emperor's head? Therefore, these questions, listening to Feng Deji is a cold sweat, breathing a little bad. Li Si, this time out is really ruthless. These questions, pick is tricky and tricky, at the same time very sensitive. Good explanation, Minister Feng. After Feng finished explaining the last question, Li Si suddenly laughed coldly. I don't know if all of you have heard it, but I, Li Si, did hear it, as if Feng was saying with every question that all of this was authorized by His Majesty, the first emperor, and that Zhao Gao was acting under orders. Then why did Zhao Gao, time and time again, only help His Majesty to deliver letters and messages to Feng Xiang? As this was handed out, Zhao Gao, how did he suddenly turn against me and hold me, Li Si, hostage? What does he rely on? What is he afraid of? Minister Feng, I wonder, how should you explain this? Could it be that all of us should go and consult His Majesty, the first emperor, to argue the truth? What the? Feng Zhiqi was furious when he heard this. Ing Gao, on the other hand, suddenly looked cold, followed by a burst of frowning. Chapter 060, Feng Zhaishe, Heaven's Day. But there is something to be said for what Ri said, and there is something to be said for leaning on it. You, Feng Zhiqi, are the one who can put the blame on the late emperor, but you can't blame everything on the late emperor, can you? You can't even say that you won't be challenged by anyone's suspicions after putting it all on the late emperor's shoulders, can you? At least, it had been made into a foggy mess by Reese, who wanted to be clean, and he couldn't be clean all of a sudden. As for Feng Goji, he could only grit his teeth and fight with his back to the wall. Your Majesty, whether the Microchun innocence, the heavens can tell. The late emperor in the time, Microchun diligently, His Majesty ascended the throne. Microchun also won sworn allegiance. Li Si this time in Zhao Gao, treason and coercion. Zhao Gao has not yet interrogated, which in the end how many true and false and how many people can say it clearly. Feng Jiji bowed and said, Imagine, Your Majesty, if I really colluded with Zhao Gao, how could I not have the slightest arrangement for Your Majesty and for Xianyang City? Is this reasonable? The heart of a humble minister can shine like the sun and the moon. What Minister Feng said? Your Majesty, Minister Feng is innocent. Your Majesty, is there no reason to want to conspire against the king and stick your head out and wait for death? The group of ministers listened and cried out, Your Majesty. When Li Si saw this, he was not afraid at all. After all, helping Ying Zhang to dislike the ministers was also his specialty. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, if what the humble servant alone says is not convincing, then naturally we should invite other witnesses to come up, and once we ask them, we'll know if it's true or not. What? Other witnesses? Feng Jiqi asked with a cold smile. I wonder where Minister Li found other witnesses. Could it be that Minister Li's own people? Minister Feng, this person is no one else. Naturally it's the 18th prince. Hu Hei, Li Si said with a straight face. The 18th prince Hu Hei. There are many things he knows very well. I don't know Feng Xiang. Dare to let him come to the confrontation? What? Huey? Upon hearing Li Si's words, Feng Dejiqi's face suddenly changed, and suddenly raised his head in surprise, sweeping his eyes at Ying Gao. With that, his head was lowered and he waited for Ying Gao to say something. Minister Li, Hu Hai has already confessed his guilt and begged for forgiveness, so as I see it, there is no need for this, is there? Ying Gao laughed. Your Majesty, it's about the Grand Duke, can't we just let it go? Reese listened, but insisted. Ying Gao sighed, then raised his hand and said, Then summon Hu He to the hall. By order of His Majesty, Hu Hei is summoned to the palace. With the eunuchs summoning, Hu Hai was brought to the middle of the hall, and Feng Jiaji at this time, but also in the heart of a burst, without the original bottom. He had sensed that something was definitely not right. Today, the one who was most out of place was instead the one sitting on the throne. Although he has been persuading peace, but Feng Jiazi obviously feel, this new emperor, from beginning to end, but did not really stop Li Si at all. And Li Si, so playfully attacking him Feng Jiaji, if there is no authorization from the emperor, and he himself is a person whose suspicion has not been completely cleared, and how can he be so relentless? So, Von Degenerate gets it, and after getting it, Feng Goji frowned. What left him most unsettled was that he didn't really know how far this new emperor was going to take things. Really? Fui, my younger brother, Hu Hai, pays homage to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, long live. Hu Hai came in and took the initiative to bow. Your Majesty, please give my brother a chance to redeem his sins. I ask you, Ying Gao asked Hu Hai. Zhao Gao has been taken down. In your hand, is there a charge against Zhao Gao? Your Majesty, I naturally have the charges against Zhao Gao, but Zhao Gao has already been taken down. And in my hand, I have the charges against others. Hu Hai looked around, then shouted, These two are in the Great Hall. What? Hearing Hu Hei's words, the hearts of the crowd sank again, especially Feng Jiaji. In his heart, was even more bottomless. Oh, in the Great Hall? Ying Zhang looked at Hu Hai, then at Feng Jiashi, and said, Hu Hai, just now, Minister Li and Minister Feng were attacking each other. You wouldn't have colluded with anyone and wanted to attack one of them in passing, would you? Your words, I will not believe so easily. Your Majesty. When Hu Hai heard this, he immediately said, It is precisely the right Prime Minister, Feng Daiji, and the left Prime Minister, Li Si, that I want to prosecute. Sizzle? When he said this, those present, again, were greatly surprised. Nice guy, you're the one who reported 2 of them? 18 males? Li Si also changed his face. I was deceived by Zhao Gao to this extent. 18th Prince, the person who should be prosecuted is not I, but Feng Jiaji. Li Si, what is the difference between Feng Deji and you? Again? Hu Hai directly said. At that time, Zhao Gao said to me that now Li Si is already willing to cooperate with us on his own initiative. And inside the court, there is even the right Prime Minister, Feng Daiji, who is willing to help. Therefore, the great thing can be accomplished. I'm young, Your Majesty. My brother was fooled by them. You're saying that the 2 Prime Ministers, both conspired with Zhao Gao? Ying Gao opened his mouth and questioned, Where is the evidence? Without evidence, it's a false accusation. Your Majesty, my brother naturally has proof. Hu Hai immediately said, Li Si took the initiative to find Wang Li at that time and asked Wang Li to cooperate with us. If Li Si is not suspected, then why is Wang Li so obedient? Wang Li was sent to lead the army. Wouldn't Li Si have secretly told him to lead the army to rescue him? The way I see it, Li Si is just willing, not forced. Sizzle? The moment his words came out, those present were in an uproar. This, gentlemen, Ingao raised his hand and said, "Quiet. Minister Li, do you have anything to refute what Hu Hai said?" "Your Majesty." When Li Si heard this, he also wiped his forehead and bowed his head. "It's useless for me to argue in 100 different ways. Wouldn't it be better for your Majesty to send someone to bring General Wang Li here and find out the truth by asking him? I'm not afraid of a crooked shadow. If I'm really a usurper, I'm willing to be tortured." "Good." Hearing what Li Si said, Ingao nodded his head and said, "I am very pleased that Minister Li is so honest." And then, he asked Hu Hai, "Hu Hai, Li Xiang dares to prove his innocence, and you say that Feng Xiang is suspected. Where is the evidence?" "Your Majesty, it was Zhao Gao who secretly sent a number of letters to Feng Zhaoshi, and he also told my younger brother that he would inevitably have Feng Zhaoshi take all of the 100 officials with him, without any of his relatives, and that if the 100 officials did not comply, they would all be killed. This is all a conspiracy between Zhao Gao and Minister Feng." Huey shouted. Boom! Hu Hai's words, like a sound of thunder on the ground, let the people present, all shocked. "Crap, you can't say that, can you? Could it be that Feng Zhaiji really conspired with Zhao Gao?" 18th Prince, this is a false accusation. A false accusation. Feng Goji stretched his neck and said, the old minister never had any. With Zhao Gao, you dare to say that you didn't receive a secret message from Zhao Gao? Hu Hai said, as far as I know, Zhao Gao has been sending you secret letters, and even, secretly, he has burned some of them. It's just a pity that he didn't burn them cleanly. I'm collecting them, Hu Hai said. Will a stack of remnants of bamboo slips, pulled out, these, all are Feng Xiang to Zhao Gao back to the secret letter. Unfortunately, the evidence is incomplete. Moreover, when exactly did each of these arrive? I can remember clearly. What? Hearing Hu Hai's words, those present were even more shocked. The royal historian, Ingao raised his hand. Go and take a look. What is it? Nah. Hearing this, Feng Jia hurriedly went forward, checking it out, and instantly his heart was also complicated. Your Majesty, these, indeed, should be written by Zhao Gao's sword and pen, only, they are all burned and mutilated a bit. Cannot be a good conclusion. What can't be concluded? Hu Hai glared and said, I'm asking you, on there, is it Zhao Gao's writing? The 18th Prince, yes there is, however, yet what? Hu Hai asked again. Then on it, did it mention the name of Feng Daiji? Is it related to him? That, too, but, Feng Jiai said, what exactly is said in it is not complete. Yes, these were indeed made by the sword and pen of Zhao Gao, and they were also about Feng Jiaoyi, and written for Feng Jiaoyi. But, instead, Ingao had someone take out the previous bamboo slips from the palace archives. After all, Feng Jiaiji has been an official for many years, and Zhao Gao has also been the order of the central carriage house for many years, and has passed on big and small orders so many times, so how can there be fewer encounters? So, Ingao had these things destroyed in just the right way. The residual information can neither directly convict Feng Jiaiji, but at the same time, it can also make Feng Jiaiji, for the time being, have no peace. However, what made Ingao somewhat surprised was Li Si's performance today, and at this moment, Feng Daiki, the entire person, was already completely dried and silenced. The ones that Li Si disliked him could be light or heavy, and the ones that Hu Hai victimized him could also be light or heavy. But, when those two things happen to come together at the same time, then the problem, instantly, is big. For a moment, Feng Diji was also quite indignant in his heart. Li Si and himself have always been at odds, but today, has made Feng to go to the disease quite unexpected. What was even more unexpected was that Hu Hai would not only attack Li Si, but also, would turn the spearhead on himself? What bull **** can Zhao Gao conspiracy treason? You simply do not call Hu Hai. You call Hu hanging tug. Chapter 061 Ousting the Ministers. Respecting only the Confucians? Your Majesty. Just then, an upper minister stepped forward and bowed. In my opinion, these so-called evidences are all vague and unclear, and I am afraid that there are people who are deliberately trying to discredit and murder Minister Feng. How can we criminalize Minister Feng just because of these mere words? This would be unfair, and the entire court would be chilled. Yes, Your Majesty, Minister Feng is bound to be innocent. Your Majesty, when the late emperor was here, He valued Minister Feng immensely, and all the officials were even more convinced. Minister Feng has done so much for the country and for the dynasty, so your majesty must not listen to falsehoods. The crowd of 100 officials, too, was a burst of persuasion. Hearing this, the corner of Gao's mouth lifted slightly, raising his hand and pressing his tiger's mouth. Just as he made a gesture to open his mouth, a guard outside the door, getting a message, immediately came in and shouted, "Your Majesty, it's not good. There are many Confucians outside." Confucian? Hearing this, Gao pretended to be puzzled. Why are they here? Confucian? Hearing of this matter, the 100 officials have frowned. Confucians, what are they doing here? These make or break things. Could it be that, with a new emperor on the throne, they still want Fan to turn over any new waves? I, for one, have not summoned them, and they come. Why? Gao asked. Your Majesty, the Confucians said that since your Majesty ascended to the throne only after inheriting the legacy of the Grand Duke, who had always honored the Confucians and Confucianism the most, could it be that your Majesty, having ascended to the throne, has forgotten his roots? The guards said. They also say that they have come to petition your Majesty. Please your Majesty. Please what? Gao sighed lightly and gave a bitter smile, then asked, petition, ask your Majesty to severely punish the S. Who killed the Grand Duke? Who? They said it was Sang Li. The guard had to say. What? Have they come to add to the chaos? Gao instantly pressed his head. All the secretaries. I am favored by my elder brother. Now it is really inconvenient to step forward to drive them away. I don't know if you are, your Majesty. The Shangqing who interceded on behalf of Feng Deji just now, immediately said after hearing this, the Confucians have a deep friendship with the Grand Duke. If His Majesty doesn't even see him at the beginning of his ascension to the throne, I'm afraid that this group of long tongues will say something about His Majesty not remembering the Grand Duke's kindness, which is not favorable to His Majesty. Ah, yes your Majesty, these people are most narrow-minded. Why don't we let them come in, and after meeting your Majesty, disperse them just so? For one thing, they won't fall into disrepute. Your Majesty, Micro-Minister also think, just look at the great Duke Sake, let them come and just see one side, that's enough. If it is one side all do not see, will let people denigrate a sentence of mean and unforgiving. The 100 officials have spoken. Prime Minister Li? This, Gao could only look at Li Si, who was furious. Your Majesty, the late emperor knew how the Confucians were. Don't the 100 officials know it well? The reason why the officials are like this is because Li Si is advocating a state policy that the Confucians hate the most in their lives. Minister Li, His Majesty inherited the legacy of the Grand Duke, and the Confucians are all his close friends, so how could he not see them? Minister Li, do you have to subject His Majesty to slander before you can be satisfied? When the old Qin powers and nobles heard this, each of them said sternly, they certainly don't have a soft spot for Confucians, but, if the Confucians came this time to deal with Li Si, then they surely want the Confucians to come over. Once Li Si is besieged, then the siege of Fengxiang, won't it be solved? Ugh, this, seeing this, Gao was in a dilemma. Then declare? Your Majesty, to declare. And seeing this scene, the group of ministers felt a surge of triumph in their hearts. Feng Goji's heart, however, suddenly sank, then announced the Confucians to the temple. Gao withdrew his sleeve and raised his hand. Nah, by order of His Majesty, announced the Confucians to the hall. Outside, has been waiting for a long time. Confucian scholars, get summoned. One by one cannot help but be overjoyed, have with excitement, stride on the steps, toward the hall to go. Following Chun Yu, the crowd passed through the guards on the left and right, the princes on the left and right, the 100 officials on the left and right, and one by one, the faces of the Confucians were filled with happy smiles, and their hearts were filled with beautiful visions. Ah, the court, here we go. We'll finally be able to step into the sky again. Ah, Confucianism and Taoism, it's time to flourish. My humble servant and others, greetings to your Majesty. Plebeians and others, greetings to your Majesty. Since among this group of people also only were Chun Yu, these few people stayed in the virtual position of doctor, while the other Confucians do not even have a basic official position, so they can only be called the common people. But, there is still a big difference between plebeians and straw men. Concubine is a person with a lineage. To their generation, the well-being of the lineage is gone, but the identity is still there. Concubine, labeling emphasis is 1. My family was originally brought over. I am potentially eligible. Grassroots cannot be. Grassroots is expressed that they are not educated, have not had any prominent status, can only be cheaply called grass. Therefore, the readers, instead of being called grassroots, are called plebeians. Rise, all you Confucian scholars. Ingao raised his hand and said to all of them, you Confucian scholars, it is not that I don't want to see you, it is just that there is something going on in the courtroom, so why don't you all go to the back of the hall and wait for a while. After I'm done with it, I'll talk to you in detail, Your Majesty. When Chun Yu heard this, he immediately said, the micro-ministers and others have come here for the great affairs of the country. After saying this, Chun Yu searched the crowd and then pointed at Li Si. This is the man. Your Majesty, why is this evil thief who killed and maimed the Grand Duke still able to be in the courtroom, wearing fancy clothes and official waddles, presenting himself as a court official? After hearing his words, the group of ministers burst into complacency and looked at Li Si. As for Li Si, he had a cold face. Old piker, have you all forgotten what the late emperor told you that day? What face do you have to see the king again for your misguided comments? You, AI, Dr. Chun Yu, Li Xiang and Feng Xiang, whether or not they killed and maimed my elder brother. This is a matter that has not yet been determined, and cannot be talked about in such a presumptuous manner. Ingao immediately raised his hand. Why don't you all wait quietly on the sidelines? Royal brother. Hearing this, Hu Hai immediately responded. Isn't this the same time that the emperor told me to prepare to send a message? He no longer hesitated, and instantly fought to shout. Li Si and Feng Zhaiji are both great evils. With them in the court, how can the court have any future? Big brother was killed by them. They are the ones who killed him. They are most opposed to brothers' Confucianism. Hearing Hu Hai's words, Ingao's eyes flashed as he scanned the ministers, and then forced his way towards Chun Yu. Chun Yu was already startled for a moment, but when he heard the voice and saw Ingao's eyes, he no longer hesitated and instantly shouted, Your Majesty, the 18th prince is right. These two people, as prime ministers, conspired before and denied after. Please make sure to punish these two evil thieves and avenge the Grand Duke. Your Majesty, if you don't get rid of these two, there will be no peace in the court. Hearing this, the Confucians shouted, Please, Your Majesty, kill the thieves. Right. Hu Hai took over and shouted again, raising his arms and shouting, Inherit the legacy, dismiss the powerful ministers and honor the Confucians alone. Yeah. Hearing Hu Hai's words, the Confucians were first shocked, and then they also shouted, Inherit the legacy, dismiss the powerful ministers and honor the Confucians alone. What? Hearing the Confucians so shouted, full of civil and military, instantly all the rage. You guys, you're all making it hard for me. Seeing this, Ingao turned his head and coughed, flung out his two hands helplessly, and with a face full of pain, he used his sleeve to face his face, hiding behind his sleeve, and couldn't help but laugh silently. Chapter 062, The First Dynasty Indiscriminate Fighting Competition. You guys are such assholes, what are you talking about? Hearing this, one of the upper ministers angrily pointed at Chun Yu and shouted, What is the offense of Minister Feng? Is it possible for you Confucian scholars, who are like long-winded women, to make false accusations? Mamma mia. I asked you Confucians to come here because I want you to criticize Li Si. In this way, Li Si's guilt could be realized, and Feng Zhaiji, naturally, could, because of Li Si's crime, make the major crime a minor one, the minor crime a doubtful one, and the doubtful crime a null one. But what I didn't expect was that this group of Confucians even came to Feng Xiang with an open mouth when they arrived. If you bite on sight, how can we keep you? We are impartial and straightforward. We're doing it for the Grand Duke. These Confucians heard this and were nonchalant. Right, we're doing it for the Grand Duke. Revenge for the Grand Duke. We are here to promote the legacy of the Grand Duke. There was a flurry of talk among the Confucians, while the 100 officials were quite angry when they heard it. If you are allowed to avenge the Grand Duke's death, then you can't just mess around here and slander him maliciously, can you? Yes, slandering a court official without proof is a great offense. That's right. What proof do you Confucians have? The crowd pressed the issue, and when this group of Confucians heard this, each of their faces changed. Of course they have little evidence, but also just want to take advantage of the situation to raise a ruckus, to take down this group of ministers, so that they Confucian students one by one can take over, soaring to the top. Evidence? Do we need to say evidence? Chun Yu droned. Justice, from the heart. What the? You have cerebral palsy, don't you? Hearing these words from Chun Yu, the crowd instantly became even more furious, and Liz's heart was more than happy. This Chun Yu, it's really still the same. This guy's play never disappoints. He is ever so pedantic and ed up. On the other hand, Ingao, who was on top of the platform, didn't say anything in a hurry after hearing this. Feng Zhiqi raised his eyes and carefully glanced at Ingao, a doubt in his heart. He guessed something about it, but not quite. So, he waited too, and across the way, Reese, though sort of better informed, waited. In fact, what they didn't expect was that Ingao, too, was waiting. Suddenly, a Confucian-looking man continued to shout, "You harbor criminals and power traders, and disrespecting the Grand Duke is disrespecting His Majesty. All of you deserve to die. Get out." Snap! An officer beside him saw this and cursed, "What a son of a scumbag! Who are you cursing?" Snap! Huey saw this and stepped forward with a slap. Sizzle! Seeing this scene, the crowd was horrified. "Hit me!" Hu Hai shouted. "The old Qin people don't dare to make a move. Confucians, why don't you hurry to avenge my big brother? Go!" Unexpectedly, just as he spoke, a few Confucian-looking people all rushed over and kicked and beat the old Qin official for a while. Crap! Seeing this scene, the old Qin 100 officials, instantly all a rage. They dared to bully the hungry ones, bullying hungry old Qin. Destroy them! Beat them! Just then, a few official-looking people also instantly yelled a few times and pounced on them. Don't be a wimp! Beat them! At that moment, the old Qin 100 officials couldn't help but pounce towards the Confucians, and in groups, beat them up. And the first Great Qin Dynasty Hall undifferentiated fighting competition began in a whirlwind. Hu Hai has a special status, but the Confucians are not. How dare you take the lead? If I can't beat Hu Hai, I can't beat you? However, those Confucians were also numb and surprised. They also didn't expect such a few pugilists to come out of their crowd. Of course, the more unexpected is that the beginning of the hands of a few Confucian students and a few officials, in fact, all from the outside to follow the mix-in, is not at all one of them, but specifically to arch the fire. And once the fire burns, what's left of it? How many people can take care of it? No, can't. Ingao was on the Shang platform, looking at this scene, raised his hand, and then whispered a sentence. "You can't stop." When the gang had almost finished, Ingao shouted, "Stop!" Snap drops. The sword in his hand was drawn and struck the stone slab in front of him. Clang! A crunch! Come on, man! As soon as Ingao drank, several doors were opened, and General LV Weilong and the others, armed with swords, barged in, followed by a group of guards. "Pull them off! Who dares to make trouble in the court of our brothers?" Shogun Lu droned. "Don't want to live? Gentlemen, want to rebel?" Weilong also drank, and was busy asking the guards behind him to follow him, to pull the gang away. As the dukes joined in, the guards stepped in strongly, and announced the conclusion of the first court martial arts tournament of indiscriminate fighting. During the whole process, Feng Zhaiji did not look at anyone, but only secretly stared at Ingao's expression. After Ingao's eyes met his, the corner of Ingao's mouth slightly grinned, tilted slightly and smiled, looking straight at Feng Zhaiji. Just this one time, Feng Zhaiji suddenly softened his legs, and then crouched down and threw himself on the ground. He's scared. "Your Majesty," he worshipped. "Today's matter, the scourge of the right to have a minister. Please Your Majesty to severely punish and not to be punished. Your Majesty, it's all my fault." Li Si was also busy and panicked as he bowed. "Please, Your Majesty, severely punish the two of us." And this sentence of Li Si, also, finally, made Feng Deji guess to understand, confirming his own conjecture. He understood, but not fully, or rather, didn't dare to fully understand. There was silence in the hall, waiting for Ingao to speak. "Prime Minister Feng and Prime Minister Li, both are the ministers left behind for me by my father. I am cutting off my own arms by not using you. However, today's chaos in the court are my incompetence. However, such a turmoil, that is not ordinary nonsense anymore, must be hit hard." Ingao raised his hand and said, "Where is the imperial historian?" "I am here." Feng Jie hurriedly took 2 steps forward. "Take the 2 prime ministers down for now," Ingao slowly said. "Please ask them to go back to their homes for a rest. At the beginning of my reign, I need to do good pardons, and the 2 prime ministers, if there are no major crimes, they should be exempted from minor crimes." "Nah." Hearing this, Feng Jie hurriedly led the way. "Come on, man," Ingao commanded again. "Confucians, I let you in, so why the big fight? This is the court of Qin, it's not your backyard. Throw out the Confucians and the ministers who started the fight. The 100 officials stay. Ergo?" As soon as the Ying master raised his hand, Wei Long immediately took the order and immediately led the guards to invite Li Si and Feng Zhaiji to go down. "Your Majesty, this." There was a moment of hesitation on the part of the Confucians. "Sango," the Ying master pointed a finger, and Shuanglu led the way. "What's this?" He cursed and stepped forward to slap a Confucian scholar, then came in front of Hu Hai and kicked him. "You deserve to make trouble? Get out!" "Egu, Sango." As soon as Hu Hai cried, he hurriedly looked at Ingao, who nodded his head slightly, and only then did Hu Hai feel relieved, and was carried by Zhonglu, along with the group of Confucian scholars, who drove them all down like a flock of sheep. Your Majesty, Microcosm and the others are guilty. I am guilty. Please punish your Majesty severely. Behind them, 18 eunuchs, holding sharp blades, eyeing the tiger. The group of ministers reacted, hurriedly bowed down and begged for forgiveness. Brush. The courtiers fell to their knees. Chapter 063 Ing Zhang, no matter who you are, you must give me a reason. Today's pilgrimage, the sin is not at all in the public ministers, and there is no need to worry. Ing Gao raised his hand. The guards withdraw. Nah. Hearing this, the guards retreated in unison, sharp blades in hand, regardless of whether it's you all or the two prime ministers. If I want to rule Great Qin, who can I use if I don't use you? Ing Gao looked at the crowd and continued. Without old Qin, how could Great Qin be what it is today? My father has taught me this many times, and I and my brothers do not dare to forget it. I thank your Majesty. Your Majesty is kind and generous. Your Majesty is kind and generous. When the group of ministers heard this, their hearts were relieved. It was only now that they felt the aftermath of the incident. If the new emperor were to get angry and use today's events to liquidate them, then they, at the very least, would all have to shed a layer of skin. It's a pity that the two prime ministers, for the time being, are unable to share my worries, and the court, which can't be left to deal with political affairs for a day. Ing Gao said, and I can only do my best to handle the political affairs myself. In that case, I will select 6 of you from among the ministers to assist me. Finished, looked at the crowd said, above the Secretary Wei Zhu, Secretary Gan Ping, Secretary Feng Zhang, temporary replacement of the Prime Minister Li Matters, to assist me to deal with political affairs, to Sub-Secretary Wang Mao, under the Secretary Gongsun Biao, under the Secretary Sima Du, temporary replacement of the Feng Phase, to assist me to deal with political affairs. What? Hearing Ing Gao's words, all the officials were stunned and were dumbfounded for a while. Your Majesty, this. Listening to it, the upper secretary Wei Zhu was surprised for a moment. If the secretary feels that he is not able to do the job, I will choose another wise man. No, I can encourage myself. Ing Gao looked at him and laughed. These few selected people, in their hearts, burst into bitter laughter. But on the surface, they hurriedly led the order. It's not that they can't do the job, or don't want more power, or are afraid of offending the two prime ministers as a result. Instead, the person Ing Gao chose was too appropriate. The people who assisted Ing Gao in dealing with the political affairs left behind by Feng Zhaiji were those promoted by Li Si. The people who assisted Ing Gao in disposing of the political affairs left behind by Li Si were, on the contrary, a group of old Qin dignitaries, including Feng Zhiji. So, it seems that Ing Gao has got it backwards. However, many people also understood that if they didn't want this part of the power delegated by Ing Gao, it would be cheaper for the other party's people. So, in order not to cheapen the other side, not to give the other side more rights, for these functions, they don't have to have them if they don't want them. I accept the order. Wei Zhu and the others bowed and thanked him. I, for one, shall do my best for your Majesty in return for your Majesty's holy grace. Aha! Ing Gao raised his hand. I will set aside the side hall next to the main hall of the Xianyang Palace and set it up as the hall of discussions, so that all political affairs of all sizes outside of the court will be summarized from the outside and then handed over to me and all the ministers for adjudication. Promise. I accept the order. Good. Ing Gao nodded his head and looked outside. Today, at the beginning of the court meeting, although there are some twists and turns, but, after all, things have to be resolved. All the secretaries of state, do you have any zhenzhua to report? The ministers listened with a moment's hesitation. Your Majesty, as soon as Ing Gao spoke, Wei Long and Jialu returned from the outside and led their brothers to pay their respects. Your Majesty has avenged your elder brother's death by granting a pardon to the whole world, which has attracted the praise of all the people. Why can't you give your brothers a favor? When Ing Gao heard this, he pretended to be stunned. Brothers, why do you say so? How much did Big Brother love us when he was alive? Wei Long said in a serious manner. Big Brother even said several times that he wanted to give us a division so that all brothers can become vassals. Now, your Majesty inherits Big Brother's legacy. Can you give some grace to the brothers? I am grateful. Please, your Majesty, extend your grace. I, for one, am grateful. When the brothers heard this, they also ambushed and pleaded. Crap. Hearing these people's words, the 100 officials and dignitaries present were all startled. Nima? These brothers, asking the emperor for a partition? Your Majesty, gentlemen, this, I'm afraid, is only prudent. the upper secretary Wei Zhu heard, panicked and said, "The abolition of the division of feudalism is something that the late Emperor Shi Huangdi ordered 3 times. All of you. And why should it be so difficult for His Majesty?" Yes. Hearing this, another minister immediately said, "Your Majesty has newly ascended the throne to avenge the previous second emperor, the first Grand Duke, and has inherited His Majesty the first emperor's kingdom, so how can you change it like this? If so, the court will be shaken, and His Majesty's coffin will be disturbed. Right, divide and conquer. It's never feasible." The group of ministers heard this and there was a burst of fierce opposition. As for the gentlemen, their faces all changed. In fact, Ying Gao had already told them on the way that the reaction of the ministers was bound to be fierce. So, the more this happens, the more you have to get rid of Feng Daiji and Li Si. Had these 2 prime ministers been present, the opposition of the group of ministers would have been even more intense, and, indeed, even more reckless, and, compared to pleading for Feng Zhizhi or whatever just now, this matter concerning the state affairs, there will be no more than a considerable number of ministers, who will choose to forcefully remonstrate, or even die to remonstrate. The reaction of the ministers also confirmed Ying Gao's guess. Immediately, there was a pang of uncertainty in the hearts of the dukes. They are the gentlemen, yes, and they were pretty hardcore at first, but, something that the group of ministers were so vigorously united against, they didn't dare to dislike it recklessly and hard. This is another reason why Ying Gao could not keep those Confucian scholars. The aristocrats who were at the center of the benefits of Xiangyang's change of law were themselves quite hostile to these Confucian scholars if they were to change the state policy. If, however, it is these statusless and hostile outsider Confucians who put this political opinion forward, then the result is a no-brainer. Certain defeat. If these words come from the mouth of a Confucian, the ministers would hate to once again smash the head of this group of people cannot be. However, if these words, all from these former emperor's sons, that group of ministers, at least will not come to a physical rage, but only in the words of forced persuasion. Xianyang Palace, underground dark room. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. From his drowsiness, Ying Zheng struggled to open a gap of his eyes, his tone extremely unpleasant. My head is heavy. What's the matter with urging? He very much didn't want to open his eyes right now, much less deal with things. So, there was quite a tinge of anger in the tone. Whoever you are, you'd better give me a reason for waking me up at this hour. Your Majesty, it is His Majesty who has explained that he will sleep for only 2 hours, and then he will hasten to wake you up. Nishamaton was on the sidelines, and was completely careful. In fact, he didn't dare to disturb Ying Zheng at all. After all, Ying Zheng hadn't closed his eyes properly for a long time. However, it was indeed Ying Zheng who had explained to him to wake him up instantly after he had slept for 2 hours. Because, Ying Zheng did not want to completely miss Ying Gao's first courtship. Chapter 064, Hereditary Recklessness is the Greatest Temptation. Your Majesty, the 4th prince's pilgrimage has been going on for almost 2 hours. Nessun had to say. How long have you been resting? Me, 4 hours now? Only then did Ying Zheng slowly sit up with any Aishir Tang's assistance. Yes, sire, 4 hours and a quarter, Nishamaton said busily. I can't believe it's so fast. I thought, I just closed my eyes. Only then did Ying Zheng exhale and gently shook his head, full of drowsiness. Go, get a basin of water to refresh me. Nah, what will happen to the dynasty? While washing his face, Ying Zheng asked, is Li Si progressing well? And where's Feng Zhizhi? Your Majesty, Prime Minister Feng and Prime Minister Li have all been sent back to their homes. Neston responded. Ying Zheng froze. So soon? Yes, sire. Nei Ang briefly recounted. After the 4 dukes opened the court, Minister Li directly played the Feng minister's Ben, and after that, His Majesty let Duke Huhai go up to prosecute the 2 prime ministers, and let the Confucians go up to the court, and, as a result, a fight broke out. What? A fight? Ying Zheng was stunned when he heard this. Yes, sire, Nei Shir Tang said. The 100 officials and the Confucians fought. Then His Majesty had the 2nd Duke and 3rd Duke send someone to take Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Feng out of the courtroom and send them back to their homes, and the Confucians and a few ministers were also expelled from the courtroom. What's the fight about? Ying Zheng was surprised. Who dared to move first in the courtroom? Could it be that old 4 has seen all this and hasn't shown any sign yet? Your Majesty, this letting them fight is exactly what the 4th prince has set up. Nishamaton gave a short laugh. Oh, his handiwork? Ying Zheng was curious. Yes, Your Majesty. According to the report from our secret guards hidden amongst the guards, it was the 4th prince who had someone take advantage of the Confucians attending the court, and sent a few guards dressed in Confucian uniforms to blend in. and a few more guards, dressed in court dress, Nei Shi Tang recounted, just waiting for the 18 dukes to deliberately stir up trouble. Those people took the lead, and things got out of hand, and they all fought in an instant. This old four? When Ing Zheng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Really, he can think of any idea. Ha, hu hai, surprisingly, can be so cooperative as well? After His Majesty had gone to bed, the 18th prince was called by the 4th prince, and said that the Terra Nova Islands were to be granted to him, so that he might be at court and follow his own instructions. Nei Shi Tang said, therefore, the 18th prince is like this. What? Terra Nova Islands? Hearing this, Ing Zheng's face instantly changed, and he also immediately thought of someone. Su Fu, last time, he left with so many boys and girls, and to this day, there is still no news. Ing Zheng frowned and said, I don't know, did he find the Ingzhou Islands or not? Although he is now dead, but for Su Fu to give him to ask for immortality elixir thing, more or less still a little bit of survival fantasy. Old Four said something about sealing the Ingzhou Islands to Hu Hei, but I guess he just wanted to use him for a moment. As a front, Ing Zheng shook his head, and then, directly, he asked Nei Shi Tang to lead the way, leading himself to the underground palace room of the courtroom in the main hall of Xianyang Palace. On the side of the pilgrimage hall, there was a crevice made by two walls, about 3 feet wide, with a bottom-up step, and at the top of the step, a few stone chairs, with a wall opposite the chairs, separated by a couple of small holes slanting downward. Through these small top-down holes, you can look down on 9/10 of the halls of the main hall of the Xianyang Palace from a high vantage point. According to Ing Zheng's understanding, this was opened by Empress Dowager Xian, who wanted to terminate the hearing of King Zhaxian Zhou when he wanted to be pro-government, specifically to supervise King Zhaxian's hearing of the government. With the assistance of Nei Shi Tang, Ing Zheng slowly climbed up to the stone chair on the platform and slowly sat down. Looking down, at this time, it happened to be the time when the ministers were strongly advising Ing Gao that the feudal system should never be practiced. Your Majesty, the feudalization system, which the late emperor has already spoken of earlier, is bound to cause the same family to fight against each other, and is definitely not feasible. Your Majesty, now the Six Kingdoms scourge is still there. The traitors or thieves' heart is not dead. Now the Six Kingdoms naturalized people have not yet been naturalized. The implementation of the feudal system, that is more convenient for the Six Kingdoms traitors use the local party state to fight against the imperial court. At that time, brothers against each other. The local division, the unification of Great Qin is not easy to come, will be plunged into war again. So, the old Qin people's several lifetimes of blood, but to flow in vain. Your Majesty, this is exactly the reason. I ask Your Majesty to carefully consider the partition, and not to allow Great Qin to be plunged into a new scourge. Your Majesty, think twice. Brotherly love is important, but the long-lasting peace and stability of Great Qin is more important. There was a burst of exhortation from the group of ministers. Hey, how could we, brothers, go against the court? Xuanlu heard this and said indignantly, His Majesty has favored his brothers, but you one and all are here to run roughshod over them. What kind of reasoning is this? Can a partition be just about brotherly love? In the affairs of Great Qin, the word stability is the most important. His Majesty is newly enthroned, and the 3 dukes, is it possible for His Majesty to speak only of brotherly love? And are the dukes not to consider brotherly love and His Majesty's difficulties? Wei Zhu said, in my humble opinion, the feudalization system that the late emperor had a hard time formulating, that can never be easily changed. I, for one, think so. The rest of the people, no matter whether they were from Feng Jiji's camp or Li Si's camp, bowed down one after another, and strongly advised, splitting the feudalization. It is definitely not feasible. This, seeing that these people reacted so vehemently against the feudal system, these dukes' hearts couldn't help but be unsettled. Of course, anyone can almost see that this is still the case when the 2 prime ministers are not here, which if the 2 prime ministers were still here, then this matter would be even more impossible to talk about. There is indeed something wrong with what my brother said just now. It was only at this moment that Ing Gao slowly spoke. How can the division of the court be a matter for a brother's family? It must be a matter for the whole world. A matter for the court. Right. Your Majesty is right. The group of ministers listened and chimed in. After all, this division, and to spend the money of the court, and to use the people of the court, and to divide the land of the court, and everywhere to consume the power of the court. So, how can it not be related to the court? Ing Gao smiled, raised his hand and said, Dear ministers, isn't that the truth? Your Majesty is wise. Hearing this, the ministers all continued to agree. Well, that's good. Ying Gao laughed. If there is a kind of partition in this world, where he doesn't use the court's people, doesn't share the court's land, and doesn't spend the court's money, or, rather, lets the court consume all these while being able to give the court more in return, then this kind of partition, I wonder, is it feasible? What? It doesn't use the court's men, or share the court's land, or spend the court's money, or, after letting the court consume all this, can the court still get more in return? Hearing Ying Gao's words, the ministers froze. What else is there to do? Are you kidding me? Brothers, you want a division of the fief, I, for one, cannot grant it, but, for another, I cannot withhold it. Ying Gao looked at the crowd and deliberately asked, if I ask you to promise a few points, if you can promise, then I, too, can help you, please, your majesty? Wei Long heard this and immediately opened his mouth. First, can we seal the country without using the current land of the court? Ying Gao asked. Back to your majesty. Yes. Wei Long and the other 20 brothers heard this and returned in unison. Secondly, the feudal state, without the use of the court's soldiers and horses. If used, then the court's consumption, doubled back, can it? Back to your majesty. May. Thirdly, the fiefdom, not using the money of the court, if used, then the consumption of the court, but also doubled back, can it? Back to your majesty. May. Fourth, Ying Gao said, regardless of whether or not the ministers and officials are contributing, 89 out of 10 of the officials in the feudal state are the sons and daughters of the old Qin Guanzhong, and their titles can be hereditary. Back to your majesty. When? The brothers heard this and returned in unison. Crap. Upon hearing the last question, the dynasty full of old Qin dignitaries, a burst of coaxing surprised Wrong. It was as if all of a sudden, a pair of strong hands had torn a heavenly crack out of the firm beliefs they had just held. All at once, the children of Guanzhong, hereditary titles? For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with a wonderful and incomparable complexity. While sitting on top of the stone chair, Ying Zhang saw everyone's reactions through the hole and couldn't help but gently shake his head. The first ones, the temptation is there, but the last one is the most deadly, because, even the Qin court, now, on the Lord's system, are required not to hereditary succession. However, it is possible for the vassals to rise if they do. After all, how tempting is it, when my grandfather only had to have tried so that I and my children and grandchildren wouldn't have to? Chapter 065. Who is in favor and who is against when I have finished? Of course, although the Great Qin did not implement the system of hereditary succession of lords, and the later dynasties on the merits of the lords have all implemented the hereditary system, which does not mean that the system of the Great Qin is far superior to any other dynasties or incomparably superior. In fact, although Great Qin does not practice hereditary succession of honors, but lets the current military service take its place, it does serve to stimulate the fighting spirit of all people to make achievements to a certain extent. But, the officials of Great Qin, the court officials, almost all of them are from the core of the old Qin, a few big families, almost generation after generation. Military service is not necessary to establish, but the official position. It is your party sings I appear. You top my family's original corner. I make up for your family's original lack of. Who gets in the pot has been roughly determined. The rest of the thing, no matter how you cook it, it's all rotten in one pot, and it's just so much more than that when you fish it out first and then fish it out later. But, Ying Zhang, however, had a new worry about this, because, once the hereditary system was liberalized, even on the periphery, it would, undoubtedly, be quite a shock to the Great Qin court, which itself did not practice hereditary systems. After all, human greed will always be there from the beginning to the end, only limited by the conditions. When that one window is blocked, greed and ambition have no possibility to explode. Everything will look so normal, but once one of the windows was opened, the slightest shimmer of light that escaped was enough to give the impression that the other windows were completely empty. At that time, will these systems, in turn, backfire on the Great Qin court? Unless, from the very beginning, Ying Gao had a different kind of purposefulness. Such four things, I think, the implementation of the division of the feudal, can also be done. In the middle of the hall, Ying Gao looked at the ministers and said, "What do you think, ministers?" This, hearing Ying Gao's words, the ministers reacted slightly from their shock. However, none of them were in a hurry to completely shoot the breeze on such a sensitive matter. This, your majesty, is a matter of great importance. Wei Zhu carefully said. Is it? Wait until Feng Xiang and the others come back to discuss? Yes, sire. On the side, Gan Ping also advised. The division of the kingdom is a matter of great importance, and I believe that it should be discussed again and again before a decision is made. So why not? Wait until the two prime ministers have returned, and then finalize the decision together? Microcosm also think, this matter can't be rushed. Quite a few other people heard this, and they all opened their mouths and said in exhortation, waiting for Feng Gui and Li Si? Ing Gao heard this and smiled in his heart. It is because these two are there. It is difficult for me to have my own say in such matters, so I have to get rid of them for the time being. If you can't make a decision on this, then what do you think I am? The emperor? Feng, I have already said, this thing, can be the court, can also not be the court, more can be for the court profit. Ing Gao looked at the crowd and said, if this is the case, why is it so difficult to choose? Why do we have to wait for the two prime ministers? Do you think that I, as the emperor, cannot decide on even the smallest matters in the world? Or, all of you have misread my age, thinking that I have not yet reached the crown? Ha! Sizzle? Hearing Ing Gao's words, the ministers' faces changed and they all bowed. I wouldn't dare. I won't dare. Hearing Ing Gao's words, no one dared to move. Naturally, none left. After all, it's a thing where temptation is their insensitivity. 2. Moreover, this emperor's sentence can't let you offend two prime ministers for me? Who dares to suffer this statement? And on the side, Ing Zheng couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth after seeing this scene. Little tiger, start leaking fangs. Ing Zheng laughed. I knew it. He can't hold it in. Father? Just then, Fu Su hurriedly arrived, also with a sleepy look on his face. Father, I wonder how things are going. Fuso, you didn't sleep enough either? Ing Zheng looked at Fu Su and asked. My son's heart is troubled. Fu Su bowed and said, after sleeping for a while, I hurriedly got up, but I didn't realize that father had already woken up. I, naturally, would like to see what old Four's first court meeting will be like. Ing Gao pointed a finger, pointing ahead. Everything is in order. The two prime ministers have already been driven away by him, and now I'm only afraid that the matter of this division has been able to be finalized. Oh, fruity? When Fu Su heard this, he couldn't help but light up. Fourth brother, this court meeting, opened so smoothly? It's a matter of whether it goes well or not. Ing Zheng said, Lao Si has planned everything well, and with the cooperation of Li Si and Hu Hai, Feng Jiji was caught completely off guard, and Ing Gao's punishment was also on point. By now, Feng Deji must have realized what was going on. It is important that things are not only done, but that they are done without leaving a hidden tail. Father says so. Fuso looked down and marveled. Where are all the brothers? Well, right now, the oldest is bullying the group of ministers. Ing Zheng said, just take a look at this fourth brother of yours, and see how he faces the ministers with a combination of softness and force. What? When Fu Su heard this, his face changed, and then, he also fixed his eyes. In the middle of the great hall, since all the ministers have stayed, then, take it that you all agree? Ing Gao continued to ask, and the ministers, for a while, hesitated and kept silent. What's the meaning of this non-speaking? Ing Gao asked with a smile on his face. Yes means yes, no means no. The good men of the old Qin dynasty fought the Western Rome, drove away the Xiongnu, conquered the 100 Yu, and destroyed the 6 kingdoms. So how come they have all become weaklings in my case? A word, yes or no is so difficult? Looking at the ministers, Ing Gao continued to ask, or do you all think that even if this is a small matter, it's not for me to decide, and that it has to be decided by the two prime ministers? These two prime ministers haven't gone far. Why don't you all chase them back? With that, Ing Gao got up, took 2 steps to the side, and pointed to the throne. I'll give this position to them, and they can have the final say in this great Qin today. Otherwise, set up 2 chairs behind me, and let the 2 prime ministers supervise the state and listen to the government. I, too, agree. I wouldn't dare. I would not dare to die. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly bowed down. Subjects, etc., will certainly be loyal to your majesty and will die by all means. His majesty's succession to the throne is the destiny of heaven. None of us will dishonor or disrespect his majesty. Gentlemen, Ing Gao smiled, raised his hand and said, I, however, have not forced the ministers from the beginning to the end, have I? No, your majesty favors me, and I am all convinced. The ministers hastened to speak. Brothers, you have all seen it, haven't you? Since all the beloved ministers are voluntarily going to stay, Ing Gao asked the 20 brothers with a smile on his face. Your majesty's holy virtue, is there the slightest coercion? The ministers all saw clearly that the group of ministers all stayed voluntarily. Yes, my subjects stayed voluntarily. Voluntarily, the group of ministers hurriedly responded. You all voluntarily stayed, then I have no choice but to promise you, then this matter is settled. Ingao smiled and asked, when this matter is decided, who is in favor of it and who is against it? Your Majesty's holy decision. I will die by all means, the group of ministers said in unison in obeisance. Chapter 066 Ing Zhang, is Lao Si crazy again? This can't be allowed. Father, this, on the high platform Fu Su, seeing these words and deeds of Ingao, he could not help but have some complex faces. Is this? It's not over yet. Ing Zhang spoke out faintly. Still, not finished? Fu Su asked. Watch, if he's smart, then he knows what to do. Next, Ing Zhang looked at the court below and said slowly, the group of ministers is so, my heart is very happy. Ingao looked at the crowd and smiled. Please rise, since this is going to be a good thing. Since the court doesn't need to use soldiers and men directly, and if it does, then it will naturally pay enough money and food to expand the army, and it must not be a burden to the court. Then naturally it won't be a burden to the 100 officials. Let's put it this way. I have decided to form a royal money merchant to collect wealth from the people for the court's use in foreign conquests. Anyone who deposits money, grain, cloth, etc., into the money merchant for half a year as a period of time. After the period of time, the cost can be redeemed and gifted with 10% of the interest. Above 1 year, 20% interest. In this way, to protect the strength of the court's foreign military conquest, and lest it become a burden. Sizzle? What? Half a year, 10% profit? 1 year, 20% interest? Crazy, right? Hearing Ingao's words, all the officials were horrified, and even those males from Weilong were all stunned. The emperor, who gave such a high interest rate to raise wealth for the court's foreign conquests? How much is this too much? 20%? Is he crazy? Behind the high platform, Ing Zhang heard this and instantly burst into a glare, almost roaring out. This kid, he doesn't understand economics, does he? 10% for 6 months, 20% for a year? What kind of landowning family are you? How dare you play like this? Didn't he say that he was going to use the money of all the officials? Ing Zhang frowned. With such a high interest rate, just think how much can be squeezed out with the court's taxes, the court's money and food. Even if it is quite a lot, all have places where they are bound to be spent. Could it be that? Saying that, Ing Zhang thought of something and suddenly said, he is prepared to take out this sum of money from the expenses of the tomb at Mount Li? This? Upon hearing Ing Zhang's words, Fu Su and Niang, who was on the side, both changed their faces. Father, Fu Su listened and said, if so, if the expenses are not very large, can father allow the fourth brother to his? What do you know? It's not a matter of permission or disallowance. Ing Zhang glared at Fu Su and said in a serious tone, do you really think that I only care about the progress of the construction of the mausoleum at Mount Li? If so, then when I knew about this from the beginning, I would have just stepped in to stop it. So, then what is your concern, father? Fu Su asked carefully. Since things have been done, then sooner or later, there will be the day when everyone knows about it. Only, it is a little earlier, or a little later. Ing Zhang sighed and said, even if you don't know, does guessing not count as knowing? If the world can guess that day, what is the difference between knowing it and knowing it? Like the use of the tomb of Mount Li, money and food things happen. The court knows what will happen. The world knows, and what will happen. Is the emperor crying for a while to make a fuss for a while? Begging for a while to anger for a while? Can completely solve the matter? If the foreign war, completely smooth sailing, the old four still have a chance of survival. But for the people to criticize a bit, leave a posthumous reputation. If not, once things are blocked, the head and tail cannot be taken care of. Money and food turnover will certainly fall into the point of no return. If the emperor himself is in danger, how much better can the Qin court be? As an emperor, the last thing he should do is to put the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains in his hands into danger. I would rather him do nothing than make such a mistake. Fu Su's face went white and stiffened as he listened. Senior, too young. Ing Zhang frowned. He thought things were too simple, but didn't prepare well enough for it. Thinks he's smart, but isn't smart enough. Then father, just as well, let him rush through this one pilgrimage and get over it. Ing Zhang shook his head and said, the rest, I still have to leave it to me. Outside, when the ministers heard Ingao's words, they were shocked. Many ministers, their hearts thumped for it, because, by collecting wealth from the people, then the ministers can also take full advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of extra money. Of course, there are those who are very worried about this. Your Majesty, this interest money, isn't it a bit too high? A minister stepped out and bowed. I dare to think, even if your Majesty wants to achieve great things, that is certainly good. However, such a consumption is really huge. The court, will not also be thus. Hey, there's no need to worry about that. Ing Gao laughed. You are the inner historian of the corn ruler, right? Reporting back to your majesty. I, the humble servant, am none other than the internal historian of corn ruling. Liu. Yui bowed. The internal history of corn control, in charge of the state treasury, is much higher than the status of the minister of the household in later times. Your majesty, the concerns of the Jisu Neshi are not without merit. Several ministers also stepped forward and bowed. Even if the court wants to be firm in doing this one thing, then it should not take such a great risk. Lord Yulio, several lords, I am aware of your concerns, and am more than pleased. Ing Gao laughed. After the next court, I will leave the governor to visit the court. The late emperor was kind and benevolent, and in the governor's house, he has long left a sufficient amount of money and food for all the dukes. If the governor thinks that the money is not enough, then I will cancel this matter, or greatly reduce the interest rate. If the governor thinks that it is enough, then this matter will be settled. What do you think? What? Hearing Ing Gao's words, the crowd froze. Did the late Emperor Shi Huangdi leave such a large sum of money for all the princes? Father? Fusu, a burst of curiosity, surprised asked, so you and the lesser mansion, long ago left a lot of money, for future emergencies? Both so. Then what is there to worry about? Leave money? Leave. Ing Zhang stared for a while. How can there be so much money inside the Xiaofu? If there was, wouldn't I have already used it for war? How could I have saved it until today? After saying that, he glared at Ing Gao. Ing Gao's words instantly turned Ing Zhang into a confused Benpian. This old four, what's he babbling about? Chapter 067. Inside the young mansion, there is a heavenly treasure wealth that only I know about. How can I keep so much money? Money, naturally, is available in the house of the young. After all, the Xiaofu was the equivalent of the emperor's own private treasury, and successive Qin rulers, in their foreign expansion time and time again, had indeed received the most lucrative spoils of war. After all, the king of Qin is bound to be the one who earns the most from the looting and annexation wars of Great Qin's foreign expansion. But, even if it's a lesser residence, that's not just coming in and out, the annual spending, that's also quite a lot. Although the Xiaofu had money left over, it was far from being able to provide a guarantee for Ing Gao to do so. There is not so much silver money in the lesser houses? When Fu Su heard this, he marveled. Then why did the fourth brother? He's lying, naturally. Ing Zhang frowned and said, don't you think, if there is enough money and food in the house, does he still need to do this? But what is his plan to keep Yu Eliao? Liu is good at the art of war, and after Qin unified the 6 kingdoms, I made him the internal historian of the cornucopia, so he's not someone who can be fooled around. Perhaps, fourth brother is trying to force Liu's hand? Fu Su asked in disbelief. Let him cooperate with himself? If that is the case, then this son must not be kept. Ing Zheng frowned, just in time. I'll see what kind of trick old four is going to pull. Your majesty is wise. Above the courtroom, Liu bowed and said, his late majesty entrusted Liu with the treasury. Liu must be worthy of his late majesty, such as in the Xiaofu. There are indeed preparations, and the micro-ministers will help his majesty to accomplish this great event. But, as he spoke, Yui's expression, however, was somewhat complicated. In fact, although the Xiaofu is the emperor's private treasury money bag, under the Xiaofu order, and he, Liu, is the internal history of the rule of corn, but this does not mean that Liu on the Xiaofu do not understand. After all, a part of the revenue of the state treasury every year is to be transported to the lesser house, supplying the emperor's expenditure spending use. As a buttress, how could Yui not know something about it? Therefore, right now, he was quite puzzled in his heart. However, compared to him, the rest of the people in this courtroom, in their hearts, that were all quite thrilled and excited, because, if there really was an emperor who provided them with quite enough security, then this was something that, any way you look at it, he was actually good at. Powerful nobles can not only rely on foreign conquests and achievements, but also rely on the transportation of money, food and materials to the imperial merchants, and eat high-interest money. What's more, after the vassal states are all established, you can have your own sons and daughters of high cadres to go and become the nobles of one side of the vassal states. And, it's still hereditary. Yes, Ing Gao looked at the crowd and said, in that case, let's finalize this matter for him. Gentlemen, is there anything else to add? Your Majesty, the humble servant has the audacity to enter with a word. At this time, Wei Zhu bowed and said, the feudal system. The micro-ministers think as long as the conditions are appropriate, that naturally feasible. But, specifically how to divide the feudal system, How many armies of the vassal state system, to the central tribute or not? A few years a tribute pilgrimage. All of these should be carefully negotiated properly. After all, the vassals again big and more, that cannot repeat the mistake of threatening the central court. Microcosm and others think so too. The crowd listened with a murmur of agreement. Although this matter has full benefits for all of them, there are some things that the old Qin powerhouse, that is still clear. The establishment of vassal states allows the powerful to use them for all kinds of profit. But the core of the interests of the powerful and the wealthy remain in the old Qin Guanzhong. Up and down the Great Qin dynasty, other interests could be fought over. While the Great Qin dynasty was the root of their solid position and interests, this advantage cannot be lost or, for that matter, shaken. The love minister is worried about exactly that. Ying Gao smiled, and then said, any vassal state, since it has received the help of the court to establish a state, it naturally has to give back to the court. In addition to what was said at the beginning, to compensate for the expenses incurred by the court in order to conquer the vassals, every year, naturally, it will also pay tribute, and the court will also set up a system of monitoring the ministers of the vassals, which can be used to monitor the improper practices of the ministers, those ministers of the vassal states of the unhealthy wind. Once the court needs, no matter as the court's army passes by, stationed, all the needs of the vassal states should also assist in the preparation of the proper. The vassal states should also be ready to cooperate with the court's conquest. So, all of you, think of how. Hearing what Ying Gao said, everyone's hearts were moved. Your Majesty is well thought out, and I think this matter is feasible. Aha! Ying Gao nodded his head and then looked at Wei Long and General Lu and the others. Brothers, do you, those of you who are going to become vassal kings, agree with what I said just now? Any objections to say? Hearing what Ying Gao said, Wei Long took the lead and bowed. Your Majesty is wise and benevolent, and has thought this through thoroughly, so I am only grateful, and will do my best to serve the court and cooperate with the king's division. I also second the motion. The others listened and agreed. Well, then, this thing, it's settled. Ying Gao smiled, raised his hand, and said, my brothers have made arrangements, and I, too, can console the spirits of my father and elder brothers in heaven. Your Majesty is loyal, filial, and benevolent, holy and benevolent. This is a blessing for Great Qin and a blessing for all the people. Long live your Majesty, long live Great Qin, 100 officials and the princes. A pilgrimage of feeling. Alas, only then did Ying Gao yawn. To tell you the truth, I have not closed my eyes for 2 or 3 days, and now that my brothers can be properly settled, I also feel tired. Oops, your Majesty. When the ministers heard this, there was a great alarm. Take care of the holy body. Your Majesty must take care of your holy body. Well, I am very pleased that the secretaries are so concerned. Ying Gao smiled and raised his hand. In that case, today's meeting will be over for the time being. Wei Lu, the internal historian of Corn, will stay behind, and everyone else will leave the court. All is well with your Majesty. I will leave you. The first court session ended and the ministers retired. On the platform behind the wall, Ying Zheng and Fu Su were staring at Ying Gao with wide eyes. They, in turn, are waiting for an answer. Your Majesty? Yulio carefully asked. Your Majesty can pay attention to your own body. I dare to advise. Although your Majesty is the most strong and powerful time, but also cannot be so consumed their chi and spirit. Well, what Yui said. Ying Gao stretched his back and said to Yuelio, then you can wait here. I'll go and take a nap first, and then I'll come back and take you to the Xiaofu. What? When Yu Dai heard this, his face changed, and Ying Zheng heard it. He also had a black line on his face. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yuchi embarrassed a sound, careful to try to say, Your Majesty, not, let the eunuch's guards lead the micro-minister to the lesser residence. That is also possible. Them? No way. Hearing this, Ying Gao suddenly smiled and said meaningfully, the Xiaofu has some heavenly treasures that are worth more than even a city, and apart from me, there is no one who knows about them. After Jisoo Naishi has seen them, he will naturally understand. What? Ying Gao's words made Yuelio curious for a while it made Ying Zheng, however, stare even more. Old 4 is talking nonsense again. I'd like to see how you're going to end up. Chapter 068 Ying Zheng. What's so delicious that I don't even know? If he sleeps, we sleep. Ying Zheng also yawned and stretched out both arms. Just in time. Have a good sleep. In case this kid has nothing to prepare at all and thinks of hardening these, then I, just in time, will have the spirit to clean him up. Nah. Hearing Ying Zheng's words, Fu Su's mood was also quite complicated. He said to himself, can the fourth brother really do anything about it? However, There is simply not that much money in food in the Xiaofu. Could it be that, when the time comes, he will intimidate Yulio and make him just give in? Come on man. Ingao returned to his bedchamber and immediately found someone. Your Majesty, give the secret order to Zhang Han. Ingao handed a secret order to the eunuch beside him. Tell him that I have asked Feng Jiqi and Li Si to go back to their homes to recuperate for the time being, and that the appointments and dismissals in the imperial court will be made by me for the time being. You tell him to pick out some suitable people, and temporarily give these positions to the temporary commander. I do not want to sleep well. Nah. The eunuch heard this and turned away. Ingao also slightly sighed. Now, he didn't have many people around him that he could use, and the only ones he could use were these eunuchs who followed him out from the Shining Palace. However, Ingao also knew that although he could only use these eunuchs for the time being, he was not thinking of handing over the real power to these people. Power, especially royal power. Whether the target is a eunuch, a prime minister, or someone else, it's easy for you to hand it over, but it's hard to take it back in case you become dependent on the other person and then let them form a climate. It's hard on yourself if you don't take it back. Taking it back, messing up the cards and reissuing them is time-consuming and difficult. Of course, Ingao could only choose to bear all this for the time being. After finishing this, Ingao called his eunuchs and instructed them to do a few more things before going to bed. This sleep went on until late at night. By the time Zhang had been awake for 2 hours and almost went up to look for a place to sneak around again, Nei Shi Tang quickly came to report. Your Majesty, the fourth prince is awake. He is being sent to call the inner historian of the rising corn to his bedchamber. Neshamatin reported. To the bedchamber? Zhang was stunned to hear this. Not to the Xiaofu? Indeed to the bedchamber. Sure enough, Old Four didn't even think about actually taking him to the young mansion. Going there would be a waste of time. Zhang said, getting up and walking. Go! Follow the dark passage over and see what tricks Old Four is up to, said the man, winding up in front of him. Nah, on the side. Nei Shi Tang and Fu Su listened and hurriedly followed. The underground tunnels of the Xianyang Palace were well connected, allowing Zhang to take a shortcut and rush directly to Gao's bedchamber. When Zhang and the others arrived, Yulio would also be arriving. My humble servant, Yuqi, pays homage to your Majesty. Yudai bowed in obeisance. Hey, I have slept for a full 7 hours, Gao said with a smile, but have you kept Neishi Jisoo waiting? How dare I? Yuqi bowed his head and said, Your Majesty's holy body is a matter of the great Qin society and grain, and I only wished for your Majesty's holy body to be healthy, and didn't feel like waiting for a long time. After that, he said to Gao, Your Majesty, I dare say, since your Majesty has awakened, is it possible to take me to the Xiao mansion? Hearing Yuelio's words, Gao was delighted. What's the hurry? I'm not hiding anything from you. I haven't eaten anything yet, and I'm very hungry and thirsty now that I have an empty stomach. Then, that's the microcosm's fault. Yudai hurriedly bowed his head, his own mouth, and could not help but slightly pursed. His Majesty is not eating. Yulio. Also by the way, how much food and drink did you send to Lord Yulio? To eat and drink? Gao turned to the eunuch and asked. Yulio has waited for me for 7 hours, most of the day, 2 or 3 meals, no less, right? Egu, look at this brain of the ministerial slave. Hearing Gao's words, the eunuch at the side immediately took over and said, My servant was only thinking about serving his Majesty, but I never thought that I would forget about Lord Wei Yao. It's all my fault, you damned slave girl. Hearing this, Gao couldn't help but shout in a deep voice and asked in displeasure, What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Letting the court's internal historian wait for me for 7 hours like this? Are you still not human? It's all my slave's fault. It's all my slave's fault. Hearing this, the eunuch hastened to crouch and beg for mercy. However, he gave a bitter laugh in his heart, thinking, Isn't this His Majesty's command? That's right. Before Gao went to bed, he specially instructed the eunuch to keep an eye on Yulio. If he wants to go to the toilet, then prepare his clothes, and if he wants to ask for a sip of water or a piece of meat, then never give it to him. Just leave him hanging until he wakes up sometime. With Gao's explanation, the eunuchs of course didn't dare to secretly give Yulio a mouthful of water to drink or a mouthful of food to eat. Poor Yuqi waited for a full day, in which also toilet once. Waiting is also dry mouth, empty stomach. Yucho, look at this unruly slave. Gao pointed and said to Yuelio, He is at your disposal. Kill or chop him, I will never stop you. Your Majesty, how dare I? Yulio hurriedly said, I am not hungry or thirsty, so I've asked your Majesty to take the trouble. Even though he was hungry, he didn't dare to say anything in front of Gao. Hey, how can you not be horny when you've been hungry all day? Ingao raised his hand. It's just as well. I haven't eaten either. Come on, move Lord Yuliao's futon over and dine with me. Your Majesty? How can this be done? Yui was shocked to hear it. How can you not make it? Ingao laughed. It's just as well. I'm eating alone. How meaningless is that? Sit down. No need to be so polite. Your Majesty's holy grace. I am grateful. Only after hearing this did Yudai bend his knees and sit down in front of Ingao. Men, bring up the food. Nah. At Ingao's command, the eunuchs and palace slaves brought up a table full of sumptuous food. All of a sudden, the meat-fat aroma, tantalizing and incomparable, covered the entire hall. Even Ing Zhang, who was hiding behind the dark wall, could not help but be stunned. The scent, it's a bit special and tantalizing. Is it possible that I haven't had a palace banquet for a long time and have forgotten that it's so delicious? Yulio, before my father, could he have kept you for a palace banquet? Ingao asked with a smile. Reporting back to your Majesty, I have eaten a few palace banquets thanks to the late emperor's reward. Yui said, glanced at the palace banquet in front of him, instantly froze. Just seems all not these things. That's right, Yu Liao had never seen these things in front of Ingao. Not to say he hadn't eaten them before. Never had one? It's right if you haven't eaten it. When Ingao heard this, he was happy in his heart and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, saying that if you have eaten it, then I'm only afraid that in this world, there is definitely something wrong with him. What? All different? Hearing what Yulio said, in Ing Zhang's heart, there was also a pang of curiosity. No wonder I find it strange. Lao Si, what on earth has he prepared? Having spent quite a bit of time pretending to be crazy in the palace, had the cooks at the Shangming Palace blindly catch and grind something. Ingao laughed. I think the flavor is quite good. You try it too? With that, he picked up the jade chopstick himself and took a few bites to eat. Then the microcosmic minister will be bold enough to do so. Only after hearing this did Yudai carefully pick up the jade chopstick and savor a few bites. Instantly, a wave of amazement. These imperial meals, even if they don't have meat, are surprisingly delicious? How strange is that? Well, Ingao asked with a smile. Your Majesty's royal food is truly heavenly and unforgettable. Yui was busy speaking. Was it really good? Or just a compliment? Ingao asked. Your Majesty, I dare not lie. These are things that I have never eaten before in my life, and they are also absolutely delicious. Yui was truthful. Ingao also knew that he was being honest. Especially, the guy was probably going to faint from hunger. Delicious? Never seen it before? Behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang also stretched out his head for a while, curious as to what old Four had gotten himself into. This Yulio, who has also eaten a few palace banquets, would even make such a comment? Oh, that's good. Ingao smiled, rubbed his hands together, and looked at Yulio and asked, then, Iching, how much money are you going to contribute? Oh, out of the money. What the hell? Yudai's face went white when he heard that. Pay out money? Out of what? Chapter 069 Ingao, my father has already leveled the 6 kingdoms, should sweep the 8 wastelands. Money? Ing Zhang, who was hiding behind the dark wall, was also instantly speechless after hearing this. Money? Old Four? This kid, isn't he trying to blackmail Yulio while he's at it? He's playing a scheme like this, even if it works out. This is more or less a non-starter. Your Majesty, the micromanager. Yulio, how much do you think this table of delicacies of mine can be worth? Ingao looked at Yuelio and continued. Your Majesty, the man almost cried out when Yudai heard it. So, it's a pit. His Majesty's royal meal is naturally priceless. Yulio said. Only, Yulio, as the internal history of the rule of corn, but the salary is also limited. He said to himself, so the emperor is trying to blackmail himself and then force his hand? If that's the case, then one's heart is more or less. Hey, Yui, don't misunderstand. When Ingao heard this, he smiled. Do you think I want to blackmail you? How can His Majesty be extortion? His Majesty's royal meals are meant to be. Yudai listened and stammered for a while. If you think of me that way, it means you think too lowly of me. Ingao looked at Yulio and said, I just want to ask you, how much do you think he would pay for this table of meals if he were to buy it in the light of an ordinary rich and noble family? After all, saying that, Ingao added, I, for one, am prepared to take these things and make money for the court. What? Upon hearing Ingao's words, Yueliang then changed his face. Take this stuff and trade it for money? As for Ing Zhang and Fu Su, who were behind the dark wall, their faces also changed after hearing these words. What did old Four mean by that? Your Majesty, you mean? Yuji was amazed. Truth be told, As the inner historian of the corn ruler, you must be roughly aware of just how much money is inside the xiaofu. Ying Gao said to Wei Liao. There are some, but they are far worse than what I said in the court today, aren't they? Your Majesty is wise. Yu Diao heard, bowed his head and said, I also vaguely remember that every year, when I conveyed money, grain and jade into the lesser mansion, roughly, I could also see a rough. Therefore, today, when your Majesty talked about it, I thought that there was really something else in it. If there's really that much money in there, do I still need to fret so much? Ying Gao smiled. Wouldn't it be better for me to take you and the ministers there to be witnesses in person? Your Majesty says so. Yui nodded, and then, again, looked at the table of dishes. Your Majesty, please forgive my humble servant's boldness. Yu Bing bowed and said, this food that your Majesty has organized is certainly intoxicating. However, if the court wants to implement the grand plan of dividing up the kingdom, I'm afraid that it won't be able to earn so much money in grain just by relying on these things. Your Majesty is seeking the well-being of your brothers in this way. This is originally your Majesty's benevolence and generosity. However, even if it is to be done, this is something that cannot be rushed. Yu Liu, I remember that before. You were retained by father because you were familiar with the art of war and tactics. Ying Gao asked with a smile. Is that so? Back to your Majesty. Exactly. Yuqi bowed and said, I was retained by the late emperor back then because of some meager talent. He who makes good use of the army is able to take away from people without taking away from them. Capture the heart of the machine also, the order of a crowd of heart also. If the crowd is not scrutinized, then the number will change. And if the number changes, then the order will not be believed even though the crowd is out of the way. Ying Gao smiled. Those were your original words once, weren't they? Your Majesty is wise. Yu Dai was shocked to hear this. It is a blessing for me to have my humble words, and for your Majesty to know them. You are a handsome man, but after the unification of the 6 kingdoms, you are only able to be the internal historian who rules the corn. Do you know, why is that? Ying Gao looked at Yu Elio and asked. Hearing Ying Gao's words, Wei Liao bowed his head for a while and sighed and smiled. It's that the Great War has ended, and the microman no longer has any other use. The late emperor's benevolence has left the microman behind, and continued to appoint him to an official position, which is the late emperor's caring consideration for the microman. And the microman, I can't thank him enough. Behind the dark wall, Ying Zhang listened and also sighed softly. That's right, as a war strategist, Yu Liu made a lot of efforts to unify the 6 kingdoms for Great Qin. When the 6 states were pacified, and there was no more major war in the north and south, Yu Liu, as a master war planner, also lost his ability to perform the most effective place and thought of returning to his hometown in seclusion and old age. However, Ying Zhang was not willing to let him go just like that, and once again retained him as the inner historian of the cornucopia, an official position which, although not a third official, was still quite high. Do you know why father kept you back then? Ying Gao smiled and nodded his hand on the tablet. Precisely for today. What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Yu Elio froze, and Ying Zhang, too, froze. What's this kid trying to say? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Yui wondered. Do you really think that I am only taking the risk of having to do this so that my brothers can be at peace? So that I can send them all out as vassals and be able to make my status position more secure? Ying Gao laughed. Shang, although I am young, I am not too young, right? And, also your Majesty? The captain's face changed, and he hurriedly asked for instructions. In fact, to be honest, this is what he thought in his heart. Thinking that the reason why the new emperor has so much favor and benevolence to his brothers, it is only afraid that he wants to send them all out to be vassals, so that they can sit in the identity of a vassal. Then, naturally, his position will be more solid. Split the seal? What do you mean by divide? Split up a bunch of people and let them become enemies of Great Qin, coveting the foundation of the imperial court, or let the old Qin dignitaries, not only in Guangzhou, but also in the other China all branching out, so as to further kidnap Great Qin, kidnap the imperial power? Ying Gao got up and said in a deep voice, although I am here to avenge my elder brother's death, I won't let my father's hard work lead me to the throne. What I want is to let the old Qin power elite, can no longer be dominated by one family, around the imperial power. What I want is that the territory of Great Qin can be limitless, to let the old Qin powers and nobles, the surplus power that can shake the court, are used in the external consumption, to the court to expand the territory above. Yu Dai was stunned in place as he listened. So, it's a lie that I'm practicing partition, and it's true that I want to dissolve the stubborn problems of the court. Ying Gao continued. And, as my father has already swept away the 6 heavens, I, then, should continue to sweep the 8 wastelands. Chapter 070, Colonize the World. Dominate the globe? What? What? When they heard Inggao's stirring words, all of them, no matter whether they were Yuli, Ingzhang or Fu Su, were shocked. Although Ingzhang already knew what Inggao's purpose was, he was still somewhat amazed by what he said. What will you, Your Majesty, do? Upon hearing this, Wei Diao immediately requested. It is a great honor for Your Majesty to confide in Wei Chen. It is a great honor for Wei Chen. I am bold enough to say that Your Majesty's ambition is certainly good. However, if this causes the court of Great Qin to be in peril at the beginning or in the near future, it is better to think twice before acting, or at least the method should be reconsidered. Oh, Yu Liu, I, indeed, have not misjudged you. Inggao listened and smiled in relief. The reason he chose Yui over Li Si, or anyone else for that matter, that's because Yu Liu is a relatively pure person. What makes it purer than the others unchatted is that it is a more idealistic idealist who aspires to use his talents and fulfill his ambitions. This kind of character is like a person like Sun Wu. Wealth and riches are not the most important thing. Whether or not you can exert some ability, that's the most important thing. And, on the other hand, Yucho was not a native of Guan. He was previously a native of Wei, and he and King Hui of Wei had climbed the ladder a few times. But in the end, he left Wei in disappointment and came to Qin to seek political ambitions. He is not the old Qin powerhouse in Guangzhou, so he can more than likely be the one to be able to fight for it. You're wrong about one thing, though. Inggao laughed and said, what I am doing today, what I am practicing is not something I would do in the heat of the moment, but it is something that has been well thought out. What? Is this all well thought out? Upon hearing Inggao's words, Yu Liu was surprised. Ingzhang, who was behind the dark wall, also looked grave for a while. He was waiting for Inggao's explanation, and he wanted to see what Inggao had planned. I am a humble servant. May I ask for Your Majesty's clarification? For his part, Yui continued to ask. In fact, when you should have returned to the countryside, the reason why you became the rule of corn inside history is me, begged my big brother to persuade the father. Inggao said in a serious manner, because there is a great use for keeping you as the internal historian of corn, not as anything else. What the hell? You? Hearing Inggao's words, both Ingzhang and Fu Su behind the dark wall were stunned. Fu Su looked at Ingzhang, busy explaining, Father, this, really not me. Nonsense. If it's you or not, can I still not know? Ingzhang blankly looked at him, saying that it was my own idea to keep Yu Liu, but how did it become Lao Si's idea? He said, I'll see, what are you going to talk nonsense about again? So, that's how it was? When Yu Dai heard this, he was so astonished that he bowed and said, so it was you, Your Majesty, the microcosmic minister, who was able to have this day. I asked you to be the internal historian of the corn ruler, and you, being good at towers, don't you think it's very inappropriate? Inggao laughed. Then maybe you'll be able to figure it out after you hear my next words. I beg Your Majesty's holy instruction, and I am all ears. Yui bowed. I ask you, what does the country fight on? What does it fight for? Inggao looked at Yu Liu and asked. When Yu Dai heard this, he immediately bowed and said, reporting back to Your Majesty, I believe that a country fights wars by its potential and also fights by its potential. The momentum is the set of those who have made a country. For the king's order, for the king's way, for the generals, for the soldiers, for the morale, for the public opinion, for the money and food, etc. That's a more generalized way of saying that the fight is, in fact, about resources. Inggao smiled and asked, a country relies precisely on all its resources, whether human or material or human hearts, yes or no? Your Majesty, exactly. Yui bowed, and behind the dark wall, Ingzhang also nodded his head slightly. This bit of insight from Lao Si, that is still possible. Now, I, for one, am not lacking in the way of kings, and the hearts of men are something that can be swayed by temptation. Inggao said to Yu Liu, so, when a country fights a war, as long as it possesses the desire to fight externally, then the rest is just a competition of resources, of manpower and material resources, right or wrong. If a nation is warlike, then, it is difficult to stop the war. When Yu Dai heard this, his face changed, and then he said, however, Your Majesty, there are risks involved. If you are not careful, the country will also be overturned. And how much danger is there to the outside world if we can take all the power and resources from the opposite side? Inggao asked with a smile. Extinguishing the power naturally clears the outside world of danger. Yu Liu said, it's just that, Your Majesty, the momentum, which won't be easily extinguished, will also start from the beginning. Those are for later. Inggao said, What I want you to do is to keep all the resources of the world firmly in the hands of Great Qin. I want you to do that. You're a very suitable person to be the official in charge of corn. Oh, Udai was puzzled. What does your majesty mean? War is about resources. It's about the economy. Ing Gao said, if after the war, all the resources and economy of the local party states can be swayed by the imperial court, and even places that have not been conquered are thus swayed by us, then isn't this equivalent to us controlling their lifeblood? If the lifeblood is controlled, how much of a storm can they create? What I want is not for you to manage the taxes of the 36 counties of Great Qin, but to control all the wealth in the world for me. As long as the money, food and wealth control in hand, those large and small forces, fight and cannot fight, consume also cannot consume, there is only to submit to this road. Ing Gao looked at Wei Liao and said, Great Qin relies on the military system to stimulate the fighting spirit in order to encompass the 6 kingdoms. Now, I need a new system to then stimulate Great Qin, and to consume all the potential of the internal problems in continuing to open up new territories on behalf of Great Qin, and I want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The military merit system, to put it bluntly, is also an economic system, and this new system, too, is an economic system. Your Majesty? Udai asked in amazement as he listened. Use the economy to control the force. Use the economy while the force is expanding. Break up the mountains. Redistribute. To control the domestic as well as to dominate the global nations. Ing Gao looked at Yulio and said word for word. To put it another way, I, either conquer the world or, at the very least, colonize it. As long as we can control a place's resource economy, and influence his court and military interests through the economy, that's controlling his lifeblood. To be able to strangle him to death, how can he not submit to us? Unless, he wants to find death in a different way. Sizzle? Upon hearing Ing Gao's words, Yueli couldn't help but change color for a moment, and behind the dark wall, Ing Zhang listened, and also squinted his eyes for a while, and the corners of his mouth, for a while, rose slightly. Chapter 071 I want to take a big gamble. Bet 10,000 floating 100 million. Ing Zheng thought to himself, this kid, he does have some understanding of the fundamentals of the court. I was able to understand the Shang rulers' change of law back then. The Shang rulers' change of law appears to be a system of military service, but in reality, it's the naked economic system, and it is through the control and incentive of this economic system that the power elite of Great Qin are able to have a strong ambition and guarantee for foreign expansion. And with the pacification of the 6 kingdoms, with the benefits of foreign conquests recovered guarantees no longer, so that led to the power elite for foreign conquests of the ambition and fighting spirit, and then also cooled down. Even the Xiongnu and Baiyu were forced to agree by Ing Zhang, who played up the emperor's residual enthusiasm and demanded the powerful officials to do so, for both wars were fought at a loss in terms of the interests of the powerful courtiers of the time. So, things come down to the basics. The powerful nobles and aristocrats work for you. It's a benefit to be had. And if you're not able to give that benefit in temptation, then they won't be so steadfast in following you. Now, Ing Gao wanted to establish a new economic system to give the powerful and noble people a new guarantee, so that they would have a new fighting spirit and ambition for foreign expansion. What Ing Gao wanted was to galvanize the ambitions and fighting spirit of the powerful and noble, and then follow the trend, do what he wanted to do, and achieve what he wanted to achieve. The split system is nothing more than a dumpling to go along with this bite of vinegar. Your Majesty's words have benefited me greatly. The lieutenant bowed. However, the problem is to return to the root. Your Majesty wants to implicate the powerful and noble. That is certainly good. But the protection, if not really guaranteed, that will still make the problem in the near future will fall into a crisis and stagnation. At that time, if by the backlash, then it is too much should not be That's right, the problem goes back to the root. You don't have that kind of money, that kind of capital to give your program a strong enough guarantee in the beginning. So how long can you keep up this system of interest trying to seduce everyone? When Ing Zhang heard this, his face was also stony for a while. The question asked by Yulia was, in fact, the one that Ing Zhang was most concerned about. Lao Si's ambition is there and the plan is okay, but the reality that should be faced is not at all less, let alone ambiguous. If you can't figure out all the real difficulties of the matter and have the solution ready, when you really want to do something right, there are some steps you can't take if you try to cross them, and you may even fall to pieces because of it and not even have a chance to finish. Adventure? Adventure is called adventure for a reason. It's a real risk that is going to take your life. Can you fix it? I, for one, will make a wager with the secretary. Hearing this, Ing Gao looked at Wei Jiao and said with a smile, I will use 10,000 000 chin and a half taels of capital to get 100 million chin and a half taels of capital in 1 month by operating and selling. If I can't do it, I'll take back the idea of partition in front of the whole court and even the whole world. If I can do it, I'll be able to rest assured, right? What? With a capital of 10,000 chin and a half taels, you can get 100 million chin and a half taels by operating and selling? Crazy, huh? Upon hearing Ing Gao's words, Yuqi was astonished, while Ing Zhang's eyes instantly widened. Old four, where did you get such a big head? 10,000 chin half taels to sell to win 100 million. Chin half taels? When Fu Su heard this, his entire body was completely dumbfounded as well. Father, fourth brother is talking in his sleep, Fu Su said, or, it may not be impossible to do. After all, the fourth brother is the emperor. In this capacity, it is possible and not possible to do such a thing if you can do it by that status. Ing Zheng listened but shook his head and said meaningfully, if using the identity of the emperor can also achieve some strategic purposes for oneself, then it means that the emperor is still useful. But, one has to consider the consequences and the continuity of doing such a thing. The emperor's face is given by everyone, but if the emperor makes his face worthless, can he still ask for so many things in the end? What would be lost as a result? The world often talks about how everything under the sun belongs to the king, but when the king really wants to give the people around him what they want, all of them, even the people around him are unwilling, let alone the whole world. Therefore, some words are just enough to hear. To do that is simply impossible to realize. Your Majesty, this 10,000 chin half-taels, wrestling 100 million chin half-taels? The internal official who governs the corn was alarmed. Your Majesty wouldn't want to. Are you talking about forceful buying and selling? If you have any ideas, you can just say it. Ing Gao laughed at this, while Yueli hurriedly bowed his head. The humble servant is guilty. That's right, that's what he thought. Don't worry, within this month, I will not let anyone know that it is me who makes the money. Ing Gao raised his hand and said, instead, let people do it in the capacity of a private citizen, and the internal official in charge of the corn can supervise the whole process, and see if there is any use of power for personal gain in the middle of it. If there is, then I will be willing to gamble and accept defeat. If there isn't, then, the official in charge of the corn will have to take the lead to help me. How about it? Your Majesty, can it really be so? Yu Dai asked, again startled, as he listened. What? And behind the dark wall, when Ing Zhang also heard these words from Ing Gao, in his heart, he was also very surprised, and even a bit surprised and curious. Old four, he wasn't thinking of relying on his status as emperor to make this happen? That means, he wants to make this work by the rules of the market, and his own ability to run a business? Is this really possible? Fu Su, do you think, old four, that what he just said was some kind of big talk, or can he really do it? Ing Zhang looked at Fu Su and asked, Father. When Fu Su heard this, he smiled helplessly. If it is something that you yourself, Father, have not figured out and are not sure of, and how can Chen possibly do it? Yeah, it totally hit his blind spot. Yeah, running a business or whatever, he doesn't even have a preference, and Confucianism and Taoism are, in fact, pretty much the same as legalism in this regard. Cargo operations are something that, even if they wouldn't be held in very high contempt, but, as a potential threat that could impinge on the class order, that's something that can't be allowed to be there. Confucius was very resistant to all threats to the old patriarchal order, let alone his original political views and doctrines. You're not sure, and neither am I. After hearing this, Ing Zheng shook his head for a while. Then it seems that it would be better to let old four give it a try. If this is something he can really do, then at least it shows that he has a strong ability to absorb money, and if he can really rely on this to gather the wealth of the 8 parties, and want to use this as the capital of the foreign troops, why not? Chapter 072 Ing Zhang, who can stand up to an army of 300? 000? When I say it, I will naturally do it. Ing Gao looked at Yulio and said seriously, in this matter, the king is not joking. I hope that in the future, Yulio will be able to set up a world economy for me and fight economic wars. So what's the use of cajoling you now? But, with that, Ing Gao changed his tone. This matter will not start until a few days later. I will have to wait. Wait a minute? Hearing Ing Gao's words, both Yueli and Ing Zhang were moved in their hearts. Wait a minute? What is he waiting for? Your Majesty, are you making preparations for this? Or is it? Yulio asked carefully. Your Majesty thinks that the 2 prime ministers' side needs to be pacified and delivered? Ha! You're smart. Ing Gao was delighted. You see something too, don't you? I am a humble servant. I can only see a generalization. Yulio directly said, I think, if your majesty wants to appease, then only need to appease the Feng phases. Today's matter, too, but success or failure, Li phase will not be entangled care, and Feng phase side is the top priority. After all, your majesty has to deal with is millions of old China. You're right, the importance of the matter is naturally on Feng Xiang's side. After all, he is the head of old Qin. Ying Gao laughed. Then what do you think I should do to appease Minister Feng? Your majesty's wisdom and valor are unmatched. Wei Diao bowed and said, Your majesty has 1,000 suitable ideas in his heart, so where is the need for me to show off my clumsiness? Meh, Ying Gao smiled. You don't have to help me with ideas, but you have to do one thing for me. At your majesty's command. Yu Dai heard this and immediately asked for instructions. Pull out a batch of crates directly from the treasury. Transport 200,000 stones of grain and grass, and send them up to the upper county tomorrow after crossing the street. Ying Gao said, just, don't go through the approval and consent of the inner history palace. What? Hearing Ying Gao's words, Wei Dao's face changed. Grain and grass, transported to Shangxian County? Your Majesty. Yui's expression was puzzled for a moment. This, paragraph Saying this, he suddenly changed his face and bowed. Your Majesty is so wise. I know what to do. Tomorrow, the grain will surely be vast through the city of Xianyang. Brilliant. Ying Gao listened and pursed her lips, and behind the dark wall, Ying Zheng thought for a moment, then his eyes moved, shook his head with a smile. This kid, father? Fusu saw this, puzzled asked. The Sun Minister from the upper county to come soon. Also remembered clearly, not long ago, the court from the treasury has just allocated most of the half-year's grain and grass to the upper county. The Sun Minister and Mengqing personally received. The upper county, indeed not a lack of grain and grass. No shortage? Ying Zhang looked at him. Generally speaking, there is no shortage. So when, do you think, will there be a shortage of food when it has just been given? What? Hearing Ying Zhang's words, Fu Su was confused for a while. Running out of grain and grass? It's not running out. It's not enough. Or rather, more grain needs to be used. Ying Zhang looked at Fu Su and said, do you remember when we destroyed Chu? Wang Jian repeatedly asked me for something? My son remembers. Fu Su thought back and nodded his head. My son still remembers. At that time, father was furious. Ha, then I'll tell you. Wang Jian, in fact, doesn't like those things at all. Ying Zhang shook his head slightly and said, moreover, I am not really angry. On the contrary, if he can ask for something, I will be more relieved. On the contrary, if he can ask for something, I will be more relieved. Because he is asking for something, if I satisfy him, he will naturally be more dedicated to helping me. Upon hearing Ying Zhang's words, Fu Su's face then changed, and he immediately realized. What father means is that these rations and grasses were deliberately given to Mengqing by fourth brother? Fu Su asked. Does it make much difference whether it was given deliberately, asked for by Monty, or demanded? Ying Zhang looked at Fu Su and said, the people only know, and can only see, that so much grain and grass has been sent to Shang County. That means that the Meng family army has begun to be willing to serve the new emperor. At least, both sides, you and I, have started talking. As for rations, the army needs new rations. That means the army is doing something, or getting ready to do something. It's momentum, when it can be sent. Who dares to stop it? Then you say, with 300,000 Meng's army loyal to the king, isn't this new emperor's reliance and leverage big enough for the court officials? Then he will not only rightfully inherit your name, but he will also inherit all the resources and men in your hands. Even, you are the Grand Duke, and he is already sitting on that position. Such an emperor, Feng Zhaiji, even if he guessed that he is being screwed this time, what will happen? Now that old foreign forces are ready, the one who made the disturbance will have to face not just a new emperor, but hundreds of thousands of already submissive armies. Hearing these words from Ying Zhang, Fu Su bowed his head for a while, his emotions complicated. These, which could have been his, but alas, father, perhaps, you are being overly concerned. Fu Su looked at Ying Zhang and said, my son thinks that Feng Xiang is very sensible, but fourth brother is too careful. How could Feng Xiang hold a grudge against the emperor? Ha, you, too young and inexperienced. When Ying Zhang heard this, he shook his head for a while and sighed deeply. How can any subject really remember the emperor's hatred? Unless he and the emperor have reached the point of death. But not holding a grudge is not the same as doing one's best. You have to remember that people have their own ideas. Your subordinates may not rebel or be hostile to you, but how cooperative he really is. That is also the absolute top priority. Could it be? Do you really think that Lao Si is afraid that Feng Zhizhi will really openly lead the ministers against him? No. Feng Zhizhi's people are far from rebelling, but if they don't do anything, or, if they do something far less dedicated, then as usual, there are countless things, no matter how big or small, that can be delayed. And delayed is bad. In the end, the emperor's decrees and ideas, in the end, how much can be realized? That is the problem. If the meaning and will of the king of the country fails to reach the following time and again, and fails to make a satisfactory ending time and again, what will the nation say about this emperor? Can they be satisfied? How many rebels have appeared in Qin over the centuries? Not many, but the fact that powerful ministers do not rebel does not mean that they are loyal to the emperor. The emperor needs them not to rebel, but also needs them to be less slippery and less troublesome. The ones you're thinking about are things that are most unlikely to happen when you're dead or alive. Old For's cleverness lies in the fact that he should understand these truths, and therefore, do so. That. Hearing this, Fu Su continued to ask, could it be that, if fourth brother directly told Fengxiang that by giving him enough respect and favors, he would not also do his best? Joke. Hearing Fu Su's words, Meng Tian frowned for a moment. What is his status? He is the last person who can be completely loyal to the king. Do you understand? It would be bad if he was bent on only working for the emperor. He wouldn't be able to sit down. What? That's bad? Chapter 073, Prime Minister. You can't be disloyal to the king, nor can you be too loyal. Fu Su's face changed, and Yingzheng continued. The king and the prime minister have always been opposites. The prime minister is the emperor's minister, but he is the head of all the officials. He is the uncrowned king. If he was only the emperor's minister, he could not be the head of the 100 officials, and naturally he could not seek the greatest good for them. On the contrary, if he were to become only the head of the 100 officials, he would undoubtedly be the emperor's enemy. Therefore, if Feng Zhizhi really becomes a lone minister, as Li Si did, he is bound to be unable to still sit in this position, much less, nominally, still reside to the right of Li Si. Yes, the relationship between the prime minister and the emperor is most special. The prime minister, the head of all the officials, is the biggest subject. He cannot be disloyal to the king, but one cannot be too loyal to the king. He was a link, helping the court to stabilize the 100 officials. If you are not loyal to the king, you cannot want. Too loyal to the king, you lose the value of the unification tool. The 100 officials do not follow you in and out, then the 100 officials will be scattered. You are useless. After all, at the end of the day, a monarch is nothing more than a nobleman of the highest status in a country, and he and the other nobles are both subservient and competitive when it comes to their interests. If the emperor takes all the benefits, or takes the majority of the benefits without giving the other nobles any benefits that can be regarded as acceptable, then why should the nobles listen to you, and why should they work for you? The most typical example is Zhu Yuanzhang, who thought particularly well at the beginning, vigorously suppressing the honored scholars and officials, and only letting his own children and grandchildren inherit the benefits and advantages. As a result, the people underneath the pressure do not give you a good sell. The grandson has so much advantage but still can't beat the little four Zhu Di. The court nobles, paddling don't be too hard, and by the time Zhu Di ascended the throne, he immediately changed this strategy and made substantial concessions to the scholarly and civil official groups, which changed the situation. Of course, the overkill, which led to the group of scholars taking over too much of the decentralization of the imperial power, also left a legacy. So, what all the dynasties have been doing, is a struggle between the royals and the nobles about how this domestic acreage should really be divided up. Father's teachings are correct. My son has taken note of them. After hearing Ying Zhang's words, Fu Su then slowly nodded his head. Here, eat, outside. Ying Gao said to Yu Elio, Captain, have a good meal. Don't be polite. Then, wait for my good news. I thank your majesty. When Yu Qi heard this, he began to move the jade chopstick again, and while eating, he didn't forget to marvel. Your majesty, this imperial meal is truly a heavenly delicacy. In my life, I've never eaten anything so delicious. So what do you think is the right amount to charge for this table? If we take it out and exchange it for money? Ying Gao asked with a smile. Hey, there's no harm in being blunt. Ying Gao waved his hand and said, eat while you talk. You can't have a say until you've tasted it properly. Then the micromanager will be bold. Yu Chao again carefully looked at, tasted, which then said, I think, this table of food, at least, also have to, 20 qin and a half too. What, 20? Hearing Yulio's words, Fu Su, who was behind the dark wall, was stunned to hear, that's not much, it's only 20 qin and a half taels. It's an imperial meal. 20? That's high. Ing Gao smiled, shook his head and said, I'll price it at 5 dazir. That's about right. What? Hearing Ing Gao's words, Wei Diao's face changed and he said, Your Majesty, I am not exaggerating. I am just speaking from the heart. You are even-handed. I, for one, will go by the facts. Ing Gao laughed. Whether something can be exchanged for money or not depends on who is buying it. Clothing, food, housing, transportation, the fundamentals of human beings, and the need for people, are very many. If you raise the price of something so high, you are setting the threshold too high, and then you can only serve a few people. Although a few people have money, but a meal, eat also gone, cannot store much thought. And, these things, come to do is not difficult, not rare, not as good as the threshold to put some low. The price is low only a few times, but can be consumed by more than 10 times more than the high price of the people. In turn, can get a greater benefit. The more daily use to the more don't think of a handful of fishing how much to scare people away, to the small to the bulk of the sale, so instead of cost-effective. Your Majesty is wise. Yuchi immediately bowed and said, It is still Your Majesty who has thought this through. This kid, he knows a little bit of merchant drilling. Ha! Behind the dark wall. After hearing Ing Gao's words, Ing Zhang also smiled, and then, he was in a state of mixed emotions. When it comes to the operation of merchants and businessmen, Ing Zhang is actually more familiar with them than ordinary people. When he was a child, he really followed some of the lessons and was quite interested in them, but these would remind him of someone, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions as well. Ing Gao and Wei Liao, a pair of kings and ministers, ate and drank a lot before Wei Liao retired from the palace. It's a bit hard for Ing Zhang and Fusu to see and smell through the small holes in the dark wall, but they can't eat, so that's a hard one on the heart. This guy, old 4, has drilled so much stuff that he can still cover it up. Ing Zhang couldn't help but shake his head and say, I can't believe I haven't enjoyed any of these things of his. Your Majesty, if you wish to enjoy a meal, how hard can it be? Seeing this, Nei Shi Tang carefully advised, It's not as if we don't have manpower available at the imperial cuisine. Hearing Nei Eng's words, Ing Zhang just wanted to say something, but suddenly his face changed again and he couldn't help but say, do I still need to steal? How can Your Majesty be stealing? It is savoring, not in this tasting. Ing Zhang said, in a few days, won't he start to make the people of Xianying savor these meals in a righteous manner? By then, there will be plenty to eat. Your Majesty is wise. Come on man. Just then, Ing Gao shouted, Your Majesty, please command. A eunuch came running numbly to ask for instructions. Confucians, any news? Ing Gao asked while wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Your Majesty, the Confucians have, on several occasions, tried to request an audience. The eunuchs heard, busy said, one by one, are crying out their grievances, begging His Majesty to give justice. The ministers and slaves have stopped them several times, only saying that His Majesty is very tired. Where is the time to see them? Stretch my ass. Ing Gao was happy to hear this. Whether they are aggrieved or not, if others don't know, can I still not know? Then, Your Majesty, why don't you beat them all? All of them? The eunuch said, allowing these people to go to court once is already a great favor from heaven, and they are even making a lot of noise here in the palace for fear of disturbing His Majesty's purity. No, they're not condoms. How can you use them up and throw them away? Ing Gao said in a serious manner, even if it is, it can be utilized twice. Set of. The eunuch heard this and was confused for a moment. These men of theirs, as it happens, have another great use for them. Ing Gao said with a smile, you call them in. I want to win the engagement this time, and since I have a bunch of free laborers, why not use them again? Chapter 074 Ing Gao, it's not so bad that he's cursing me. Nah. The eunuch turned around and called the Confucians in. When the Confucians all came to Ing Gao's face and saw their unique looks, Ing Gao couldn't help but pursed his lips and almost laughed out loud. Only to see this group of Confucian students one by one is still the appearance of the nose and face. However, one by one but stretched his neck and tilted his head a pair of vice-chaste, unwavering appearance. Just looking at them made it almost obvious to everyone that the beating was a good one, and that it really wasn't a mistake. Your Majesty, do it for us Your Majesty. Your Majesty, why don't you punish those traitors and thieves severely? They almost killed us all. We have already made plans and efforts for His Majesty. Why did His Majesty not see us for a whole day? Could it be that words don't count? After coming to Ing Gao's front, all of them burst out in grief and indignation, stretching out their heads and shouting, Your Majesty, never give in to this group of traitors and thieves. They are so arrogant and domineering above the public hall. No, above the courtroom. This is not putting your majesty in your eyes. Your majesty, if you condone this group of rebels, your majesty will surely be laughed at by all the people. And how can you live with yourself? Yes, your majesty, you want to rule the world. The sages said it well. The gang of kings, ministers, fathers and sons, the courtiers have no appearance of courtiers at all above the courtroom. So what's the better time to kill them if not? Your majesty, you have to leave a heroic name on earth. As a king, when it's time to straighten out the dynasty, you should never be soft. There was a flurry of talk from the crowd, and it simply got worse and worse. Ying Gao, on the other hand, kept his head down and remained silent for half a day, behind the dark wall. Hearing the words of these Confucian scholars, Ying Zhang instantly frowned and turned blue for a while. A kingless and fatherless man is precisely such a man. Ying Zhang pointed his hand outward and said to Fusu, "What kind of ruler is this? Have you ever seen a subject dare to criticize the king like this? Father, they are also outspoken." When Fusu heard this, he argued, "My son believes that a man of integrity should not be robbed of his will." "Humph, upright? Which one of your eyes sees them as upright?" Ying Zhang said in a deep voice, "I can only see that these people are like marketplace they can't get on the stage." Your majesty? Outside, these Confucian scholars watched Ying Gao bow his head without saying a word, and their hearts were full of thoughts and speculations. Your majesty? You? Finished? Only then did Ying Gao slowly raise his head and look at the crowd. Having finished, then, will begin to speak. Please, your majesty, I'm all ears. Aha! Ying Gao looked at these people, and with the bamboo slip in his hand, he suddenly flung and smashed it. Snap! I ask you, Ying Gao suddenly shouted. Who started it? The crowd was all startled by the commotion. Do you know that what should have gone smoothly? Just because you first made a move to hit the courtiers, there are now hundreds of court officials, big and small, who have jointly petitioned to exterminate all of you. Ying Gao droned. Do you know how far you've screwed things up this time? Buzz. What? Extermination? Hearing Ying Gao's words, all the people in the audience went weak in the knees. How is this? How is this extinction? The crowd all panicked, and Chen Yu couldn't help but frown and ask, Your Majesty, why are the 100 officials so brutal? It's not true that they're dealing with the micro-ministers and the others, but it's true that they're dealing with Your Majesty. They are thinking to make Your Majesty submit by deterring him, and after Your Majesty submits this day, he will become their fish and meat on the chopping block to be slaughtered in the future. Yes, the Dr. Sama is right. The crowd heard and hastened to agree. Chen Yu's words had undoubtedly given them a new bottom line. Dr. Xun Yu, you said it well. Ying Gao sighed and laughed, questioning, I ask you, earlier you came from Qi and also served as an official in Qi, let alone in Qin. Even in Qi, what is the offense of a person who generally has no official title status to fight against a group of nobles on top of the court? Moreover, it's still a group beating? Sizzle. Hearing this sentence from Ying Gao, Chen Yu instantly also stiffened his face. What shall be done according to the law? By law, it shall be severely punished, or, for that matter, beheaded. Junketsu swallowed his breath before he could get the words out. Hearing his words, Ying Gao didn't say anything, but the Confucians beside him couldn't stand any longer. You have always said something about the strict laws of Great Qin. Since you know that the laws are strict, what on earth are you doing by doing such a thing? Ying Gao looked at them with a frown and said, now that the 100 officials have joined together to present a report, you have always labeled yourselves as righteous people, and this time you want me to openly bend the law for my own benefit, neglect the court, and harbor all of you? Hearing Ying Gao's words, a wave of anxiety ran through the crowd. I ask you, why did you make the first move? Ying Gao couldn't help but slap his hand on the table several times, with a look of anger and heartache. It's only a matter of time if they start the fight, but you guys don't have any status, and it's not easy for you to go to the court and do nothing, but you want to start the fight. What do you want to do? He questioned. Is it possible that one of you has received some favor and deliberately sabotaged me? My first court meeting, because of such an episode, a big defeat. Whose fault with? Alas, my ambition, my big brother's ambition, all have been ruined by you. When he finished, he sighed bitterly again, hid his face, bowed his head, and barely strained himself. Your Majesty, micro-consultants and others. Micro-consultants and others indeed did not expect it. Chen Yu heard this, and was also sad and angry. At that time, it was Duke who took the lead. He's him, you're you. He's a suspect in his own right. Even if he's a male, that's not very convincing. Why do you guys just listen to him? Hearing this, Ying Gao immediately withdrew his hand and questioned. He is suspected of killing his elder brother. But you guys are so good that you don't join me, but listen to him instead. This rumor also thought that you and Hu-hei have long had a relationship. Crap, that's not true, is it? Hearing Inggao's words, everyone panicked. Your Majesty, after I went down there, I was also very distressed about this matter. Chun Yu looked around, and then said to Inggao, I have asked carefully, but I don't know who among the Confucian scholars started it. Then, again, he looked around the weak in grief, but the eyes of the crowd, dodging with a section of their own confusion, in unison, simply made it impossible to find out who that so-called culprit was. Of course, they can't imagine that the culprit is sitting right across from them. You see, did it and won't admit it? Alas, gentlemen, are you gentlemen? When Inggao heard this, he was heartbroken again and couldn't help but pound his head. Bad thing, Your Majesty, this time it's all because of that traitor. Chun Yu heard, even more grief and indignation. If I know who that traitor is, I will certainly eat his flesh, and die with him, so that that beast shall not die well. Ahem. Hearing Chun Yu's words, Inggao coughed dryly. It's not so bad to curse. We are civilized people. Degrading and humiliating, isn't it? Your Majesty, Chun Yu said sadly, the responsibility for today's matter also lies with the old minister. The old minister is willing to die to show his will and bear the sin alone. May Your Majesty spare these Confucians. What? Hearing Chun Yu's words, Fu Su, who was behind the dark wall, was instantly startled. This can't be? Father, I implore you to show yourself immediately. Chun Yu. For Fu Su, it was an absolute mentor and friend. He didn't want to see Chun Yu really die just like that. Asshole, you're in a hurry. Seeing this, Ingzheng angrily said, be good here. If you dare to act without authorization, if Inggao doesn't kill Chun Yu, I won't let him go either. Chapter 075, Fu Su, my brother should be Yao and Shun? Available. Fuso looked eager. But what? Ingzheng said angrily, are you in such a hurry after listening to me? How can you be so impatient? Upon hearing Ingzheng's reprimand, Fu Su then stopped where he was, and outside, the many Confucians, after hearing these words from Chun Yu, all opened their mouths, but did not rush to say anything. None of them want to die. If only Junketsu could really take the rap for everyone, then they are still quite grateful. Dr. Juniper, what were you thinking? Hearing Chun Yu's words, Inggao stood up with a flourish of his sleeve, instantly startling the crowd. If the death of a person in this world would make the problem go away, then the vast majority of the time, do you think that you would wait for the person who was going to die to speak up for himself? Inggao frowned and said, the death of Jun Yu, will not solve anyone's problems. More importantly, it won't solve my problems. Hearing Inggao's words, Chun Yu, who had been so generous just a moment ago, was now suddenly embarrassed. This remark of Inggao is undoubtedly telling him that he, Chun Yu, doesn't have any weight at all, and that the old Qin dignitaries don't treat you as a dish at all. You're still dead? And you're going to die for it? No one is going to stop because you're dead. So is it useful for you to be dead or something? Don't take yourself too seriously. Besides, what do you take me for? Inggao looked at Chun Yu and said, if something happens to me, I'll just throw someone out and let him die and bear the blame? Am I the kind of emperor who was so incompetent and stupid? Your Majesty, my humble servant, could it be that? Chun Yu heard this and hurriedly said, it's just that this time, the Confucians can't share the worries of His Majesty and let the group of ministers attack them. Inggao waved his hand to signal the guards to bring a stove, and then Inggao directly threw the bamboo slips in his hand into the stove. With a burst of flames and rolling smoke, a handful of bamboo slips were burned to a crisp sizzle. When the crowd saw this, they were all startled. It's hard to believe that His Majesty is putting. I, for one, have not received such a bamboo slip, Inggao said with a straight face. You all, today, have not come to see me either. If the ministers say anything else, I'll just block them. Who let you all be the people that my big brother values? Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Hearing Inggao's words, everyone was instantly touched and moved, and then, they all knelt down and wept bitterly. Your Majesty is truly a sage of the ages, comparable to Yao and Shun, comparable to Yao and Shun. Yes, His Majesty's benevolence and love is comparable to that of the late Grand Duke. Right, the Grand Duke is wise and benevolent, and His Majesty is even more of a saint for all time. That's right. No wonder the Grand Duke often praised you, Your Majesty, so much from time to time when he was still around. Oh, hearing the words of these Confucians, Inggao couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. scanning them and asking, "What does my elder brother say about me?" When that Confucian heard this, he stammered twice, then hurriedly said, "The Grand Duke unusually told us that the fourth Duke is virtuous, showy but wise, and is the best among the brothers." "Yes, I also remember that the Grand Duke told us that fourth brother is virtuous and unrivaled. I also remember, the Grand Duke said that my brother should be Yao and Shun." The crowd rushed to a flurry of compliments and praise, a flurry of pats on the back. After all, if Ingao didn't help them take things back this time, then maybe, these people were really going to be exterminated according to the law. Then who's not afraid? So, give me a hard compliment. Behind the dark wall. Ing Zhang however swept his eyes at Fu Su. "How did you, at first, evaluate Lao Si? What? Evaluating the oldest four?" Fu Su listened, a burst of face embarrassed and complex. In the end, only then did he bow and say truthfully, "The only thing my son said about fourth brother in front of the Confucians was, 'Oh, what is it?'" Ing Zhang asked, "This man is fine, why is he crazy?" Fu Su said truthfully, "You then said only this one sentence. While these Confucians can produce so many words of greeting and flattering." Hearing this, Ing Zhang frowned and said, "Is this what you call a gentleman, a minister of the gods?" "My son." Hearing Ing Zhang say this, Fu Su was also momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. "My brothers shall be Yao and Shun?" Hearing the words of these Confucian scholars, Ing Gao was stunned and thought, "Why are these words a bit familiar? What the? Isn't that whoever said that? That's not a good thing to say." "Yes, your majesty is so generous and benevolent. Naturally you should be Yao and Shun." The crowd listened and hurriedly said, "That's right, the Grand Duke did, at first, say that. I can prove it. I can prove it too." There was a flurry of words from the crowd, hurrying to sit this one out. In any case, if Ing Gao believes half of what he says, it will be quite favorable to them. And, anyway, Fu Su is dead now, and there's no evidence against him. Big brother sees me really accurately. Big brother still understands me. Hearing this, Ing Gao said with a bit of ridicule, and then said to all of them, "I will not sit idly by and do nothing to you. So this time, do you want a chance to get rid of the danger of the crime and continue to help me?" "I am willing." The crowd listened and hurriedly nodded. "Your Majesty?" Chun Yu heard this, and was also pleased. A burst of anticipation. "Please command your Majesty, but wherever we can use our Confucianism, we will certainly go ahead and share your Majesty's worries as well." "Yes." Hearing this, Ing Gao nodded his head heavily. "Later, I will go to Minister Feng's residence and make amends at his door." What? Hearing Ing Gao's words, everyone's faces changed. "Emperor, go to the Prime Minister's door to make amends? Your Majesty, this must not be done." Chun Yu heard this, and immediately advised, "Jun Junshenshin, this is the Qinkuan dynastic program. Your Majesty as the King Emperor, how can you?" The others, however, listened with a burst of mixed expressions. "Hey, Doc, hear me out." Ing Gao smiled and continued, "This time, the ministers have submitted a report, and Feng Jiqi is the head of the 100 officials, so if he doesn't nod his head, how can the matter be completely calmed down? Your Majesty." "But for us?" Chun Yu was even more touched when he heard this. "Hey, who made you guys the best friends that my big brother honors?" Ing Gao said in a serious manner. "If I don't help you, who else will?" "Your Majesty." The crowd listened with renewed gratitude, and Chun Yu, again a burst of grief and indignation. "Your Majesty's saintly Son of Heaven, for the sake of my subjects, and willing to submit to the rebels, my subjects if not for the court not for your Majesty's broken bones, and how can I repay?" "Oh, you guys listen to me," Ing Gao continued. "When I come to my door to ask for mercy, all of you will block the entrance of Feng Jiaji's residence." "What? All at his door?" The crowd listened for a while, and a Confucian scholar asked tentatively, "Your Majesty, what do we need to do?"